Hello there, ladies and gentlemen, I am the Spiffing Brit, and today we have a colossal video for you. This is the culmination of all of my Civilization 6 shenanigans, edited down into one glorious compilation of magnificence, meaning what you're about to sit down for is 10 hours of Civilization 6. It's going to be brilliant, it's going to be amazing, and it's even going to include never-before-seen footage on this channel. So go make yourself 700 extra large cups of Yorkshire tea, because trust me, you're gonna need it. Get comfortable, put on the fire, as we're about to show you the most perfectly balanced strategy game of all time. But first, a word from today's majestic sponsor. It is a game I've sunk thousands of hours into, presenting War Thunder, the most comprehensive vehicle battler ever created, with over 2,000 tanks, planes, helicopters, and ships, all to be piloted against one another, and sometimes even into one another. It is all meticulously detailed and modeled for the most immersive combat experience that is available for you right now, for free, on PC, Xbox, and PlayStation. It even has cross-platform play, meaning you can curb stomp Xbox One players on your 4K Ultra Graphics PC Master Race setup using an ultra-lightweight gaming mouse. Goodness, I can almost smell the perfect balance. But it gets even better, as you can customize your vehicles to make the most historically looking tank possible, or the most camouflaged metagaming bush cannon. It's a blast to mess about with. Speaking of cannons, my favorite vehicle in the entire game is the plane known as the Yak 9K. This bad boy features a 45mm cannon capable of Thanos snapping everything it encounters into dust. And if you use my link as either a new or returning player of over 6 months, you will receive a large premium package of vehicles and decorations and oh so much more, but only for a limited time. So what are you waiting for? Go and have some fun in War Thunder using my majestic link. Onwards with the video. Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. I am the Spiffing Brit, and today we are back playing some Sid Meier's Civilization 6. So, the one mod we're running today, I've increased the global warming cap to 100%. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Previously, a maximum of 30 towers could have been flooded by the game. Now, however, all tiles can be flooded. Nothing is safe from the power of flood, and I can't wait to see what we do to this game. Naturally, want the standard Prince difficulty, and I would like to actually start in the industrial era. And city-states, oh, I love a good few city-states. We're gonna have 20 of those bad boys lying around. How high could we go? My god, 60 city-states we could have? On a small map, that's just not going to work out. Now we need to pick our leader. Ah, here he is. It's Mansa Musa. He leads the wonderful nation of Mali, and he is going to be perfect for leading our empire to success. Why, you might ask? Well, it's because he has this wonderful district here, the Saguba, which provides a large amount of money, as well as making units 20% cheaper to purchase with gold. Now, 20% isn't too much, to be honest, but don't worry. I'll be taking it to brand new levels. With all of that selected, I'm pretty sure we're ready to jump into the game. Huzzah! Ah, look at this man. Mansa Musa is an absolute chunky boy. And as you can see, he likes to pimp himself out. This man's covered in gold. And so we're going to lead him into a wonderful future where he's going to be spending gold by exploiting the hell out of the AIs. And once again, the game detects I'm playing and has boosted us massively towards colonialism. Success! Oh, and nationalism. Oh no, YouTube won't like that one. We have a couple of skirmishers and a couple of crossbowmen, and we'll be using these bad boys to effectively scout the world. But of course, it's turn one, so the best thing we can do is just settle our first city, slap bang, right here. There we go. Now, for some reason, this first city wants to be called Niani. Now, that just can't do. We've got to rename this. This is going to be known as Exploit Base 1, simply for the fact that, trust me, from this position, we are going to be breaking the game quite heavily. Now, because we're very smart, we already know that it would be a very, very bad idea to try and build a city on the coastline. In fact, we're going to try and find the most inland position to build all of our cities, as when this world floods, I don't want to be on the edge. Now, we of course need to make some very important decisions, so we'll go to the government tab and we need to pick our first government. We're going to of course go for the Merchant Republic for all of that extra gold. We don't really have any massive rush to go for our research trees. However, one building that I do need to research is the Military Academy, so we'll be grabbing that bad boy. And when it comes to deciding our civics, we need to rush towards one particular civic. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, it's suffrage. When it comes to our first building,
building, and what should we make? Well, naturally, we're going to build the Saguba, the greatest building known to man. We want to slap this bad boy down right here. It's going to be an extra 2 gold per turn. It only takes 2 turns to build. Lovely stuff. Anyway, onwards. What does the future have in store for Mali? And naturally, for our first governor, we're going to want to go for Rainer, the financier. This governor is all about making ridiculous amounts of money. Somewhat of an industrial tycoon, which is exactly what we're looking for. There we go. Our first Saguba has been built. It is a glorious thing indeed. That's going to be a lot of money for us in the future. And not only have we discovered Yerevan, we've also discovered Jerusalem. However, these are faith city-states, and quite simply, they're not what we're looking for. It would appear that we don't have too much inland areas, because we have sea on one side and sea on the other. It would appear we're going to be at risk of quite a lot of flooding. Oh, we've discovered our first natural wonder. It would appear to be the Gobustan. I have no idea what the Gobustan is, but hey, apparently it's an impressive world wonder. Oh no, I've met him. I've met Gandhi, the greatest threat known to man in this game. The nuclear weaponized Indian. Oh my. And our settler has been sent away to found our second city of England. Because at the end of the day, like any fine upstanding British person, England is my city. So what am I actually aiming for? Well, I've discovered something wonderful as Mali, which is that due to their wonderful bonus to get 20% off units, if you couple it with the military academy, which provides an additional 20% off, that means buying units is now 40% cheaper. That's not bad at all, but you can add even more things into the mix. For example, when you become a democracy, you get an additional 25% off, but that's not where it ends, for I have another trick up my sleeve. I'll be saving that one for later, and you're just going to have to look out for it. I've discovered an island which I am going to be dubbing the Iron Crab Island. Not to be confused with the famous British naval ship of the Ironclad, this is the Iron Crab, an island populated entirely by massive crab populations and iron. Some will say that in about 1,000 years' time, the crabs will learn how to forge the iron, and then we'll be dealing with metal crab warriors. Honestly, I think that's something I'm looking forward to. If that's not in my favourite game, Civ Beyond Earth, then I don't know what is, because I actually haven't played that game. In fact, I don't think anyone played the game. Yes, I think that was its main issue. The game is shaping up rather well. I've discovered most of the other AIs out there, and here we have the final piece of my puzzle. This is the city-state of Ngazagamu. Ngazagamu. There we go. Of course, I got it eventually. Please don't bombard me in the comments section with links to how to actually pronounce this. I know I'm British, but come on, please, you have to allow us a bit of leeway. I mean, quite a lot of places in the world give us a lot of leeway for giving us a lot of stuff without even speaking their language. So I mean, yes, it's perfectly fine. Why are they so good? Well, that's because they have this wonderful suzerain bonus. When you are their suzerain, you get this unique bonus. Land, combat, or support units are 20% cheaper to purchase with gold. That is very nice, isn't it? So we're going to be ploughing all of our lovely envoys into this one city-state. It will be mine. Oh yes, it will be mine. Hopefully, given time, my actions will make sense to you. But for the moment, most of my civilization building is going to look very strange. Oh, and I've met the final player. It's Russia. And there we have it. We've set up our first colony over here. Apparently wants to be called Wallata. Now, according to the history books, Mali didn't exactly own colonies. If anything, they became a colony. So we're going to call this the old switcheroo. As in today's game, we're going to be pulling the old switcheroo on all of those colonial powers like Russia, Germany, the French, the Canadians. They were a colonial power. I'm also going to settle a city right on the Russian Empire's borders. It's going to drive them mad, but hey, trust me, it's going to be good fun to do so. So wabam! Another city is settled. Nauru becomes the first settlement on East Africa. What? This is East Africa? Oh, I was not aware of that. What are we going to call this? Well, apparently we built this place in East Africa, so this is going to be Ethiopia 2. Electric Boogaloo. That's right, they won't be expecting the rise of the second Ethiopia. Now we have a good string of cities set up with Ethiopia 2, we have the old switcheroo, Tawadini, Exploit Base 1, and of course England. Now these are some pretty basic cities, but they all are lacking one important thing, the encampment. Because with our technology tree, we recently researched the military academy, and this allows corps and armies to be trained directly at the military encampment, and it also makes them 25% cheaper. And of course, in Exploit Base 1, to speed up the process even more, we can outright just buy an encampment. Who needs to build one of these bad boys when you can just slap it down anywhere? Wabam! There we have it. An encampment is made. We are now beginning production on our brand new military academy in the lovely city of Exploit Base 1. This really is going to turn into an exploit base. Just you watch. Instead of actually building this military academy, I'm just going to buy it. And suddenly now, this heavy chariot, which previously cost us 40 gold to purchase, is now down to 30 gold. But we can take this further. Right, allow me me to demonstrate, ladies and gentlemen, one of my favourite exploits that currently exists in the game. Now, it's not going to cost you too much, and you can do it when you hit the industrialization stage. As you can see, we've just discovered coal. We are now receiving +4 coal per turn from this lovely coal deposit here. Very nice indeed. Now let's visit Gandhi over here. Gandhi does not have coal, but Gandhi would like coal, so we're gonna give him a piece of coal. Let's go, what would you give me for this? Gandhi is naturally no fool, and for 1 piece of coal he will only offer 1 gold. However, that's just not going to do. So what if we ask for some gold per turn? Gandhi goes, no, Spiff, look, come on. I cannot accept this deal. It's outright stupid. So that's fine, I understand, I'm a reasonable man. So I will then go, Gandhi, make this deal more equitable. So Gandhi goes, fine, okay, look, I was going to offer you 1 gold originally. Now I'm going to offer you 1 gold and 5 gold per turn for 30 turns. For 1 coal, which guess what? I get 4 of those per turn, so that's fine. Yeah, we accept that deal. Thank you, Gandhi. He goes, thank you, friend. That's nice. Good deal. Then what if we go make deal again and then offer him a piece of coal? What will you give me? But give me a gold per turn as well. Make it more equitable, 5 gold per turn. Wha-bam, let's do that as well. And let's make another deal. We're now up at 260 gold per turn, but we can do better than this. Let's offer Gandhi some coal. What would you give me? Gold per turn. Make it more equitable. Wha-bam. And rinse and repeat, ladies and gentlemen. I'll come back to you in a second once I've finished milking Gandhi dry of all of his money. There we have it. We are now at 290 gold per turn. You can see all of the wonderful gold we're getting from Gandhi. Lovely. And here we have it. A new day, a new dawn, 4 more lumps of coal in the stockpile. Let's go over to someone who doesn't like us. Peter the Great of Russia. He is really not a big fan of us. One thing we can do is make a deal with him. Peter, how would you like, I don't know, this lump of coal? What would you give me? 1 gold. But what if I ask for gold per turn? What would you give me? He's going to give me 15 gold and 4 gold for 30 turns. He is giving me this when he is sat on a stockpile of 41 coal. So we're going to accept this deal, and we're going to do that. There we go. And then we can do another deal, which is, I'd like to get this coal back. What would you take for it? 5 gold. 5 gold to get this coal back. What if I ask for, I don't know, a few more? He wants 6 gold and 1 gold per turn for 4 lumps of coal. Are you seeing this, ladies and gentlemen? He's given us 4 lumps of coal. So we're going to accept this deal from Peter, and we're going to say goodbye, and then we're going to make a brand new deal, and we're going to sell back to him the coal he gave us. This, ladies and gentlemen, is peak capitalism. It is infinite money in Civ 5. There you go. Peter the Great. Give me, there you go, just take all of my coal. There you go. This is a great deal. I'm absolutely loving this, Peter. But of course, oh no, we're down to 4 coal. What if we need some coal? Well, don't worry. We're just going to get a bit of extra coal from Peter. There we go. We'll just take, I don't know, 6 coal. What would he ask for this? He'd like 20 gold and 1 gold for 30 turns. You know what, Peter? I'll accept that deal. Yep, that seems like a good deal. And then immediately I would like to sell that back to you. And you're going to give me much more than that. So there we go. Thank you, Peter. So there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, we're receiving 80 gold per turn from our trade deals, and we are spending 2 gold per turn on our trade deals. That's right, we are able to buy gold from Peter at the cost of 1 gold per turn, and then sell it back to him at the cost of 4 gold per turn. Oh my, oh my, oh my. What have you done to the AI in this game? Oh, nothing is safe from the might of spiffing. Absolutely nothing. Well, Peter, thank you very much for your generous donation there. Very generous. That's going to go straight to the war fund. Because we can take the gold that Peter's given us and we can start buying units with it. Absolutely tons of units. The units at the moment, they still cost money. And that means that they're just not worth it. We need free units, ladies and gentlemen. Units that just don't cost us a thing. But to do that, we're going to need a good bit of democracy. So it's time to just sit back, relax, and wait for some democracy to kick in. And you thought it was bad just to exploit the coal trade? Wait till I demonstrate to you the power of oil in this game. But of course, before I do that, I've got 17 lumps of coal I can sell to the AI. So whose economy shall we cripple today? At the end of the day, we will be able to see how much an AI is making per turn. So let's speak to Peter over here. If we ask for all of his gold per turn, we can see that he's making 136 gold per turn. Not bad at all, Peter. However, there are many better things he could be spending that money on. For example, have you tried lumps of coal? One of my favourite things is if I offer him 2 lumps of coal and ask for 20 gold per turn and we make the deal more equitable, he's going to offer me 15 gold and 4 gold per turn. Now that's not too bad, but what if I remove a lump of coal, add in 1 lump of coal? He says, I cannot accept this deal. And I go, okay, that's fine then. You make this deal more equitable then. And then he changes it to this. Yeah, I'm just saying, Peter, I'm not sensing much of a change there. but you know what, I will accept that deal. So, Peter, how much money are you now making per turn? You are now only making 76 gold per turn, so we've managed to halve your income, effectively, just from this wonderful coal trade. I'd like to point out that Peter is actually unfriendly towards me. The best thing is, you can make these deals with even your enemies, and they will always accept. So if you have an enemy who you'd like to go to war with, make sure to do the massive coal trade beforehand with them, and that will result in their economy absolutely destroying itself, because remember, Peter can't say no to this deal for another 30 turns. So you just enjoy making no money. Right, and I'm back with recording. You might not notice it, but there's been a jump of about 6 hours between now and when I was last recording this video. In that period of time, I've managed to consume a very large amount of gin and tonic. So if the remainder of this video goes completely off the rails, I'm terribly sorry. But alas, that's for future Spiff to deal with. Now you join me as we have our unfriendly rival. That's right, it's Peter the Great of the Russian Empire. Now, we've been doing some lovely trade deals with him. Most importantly, we bought about 60 coal from him, you know, as you do, and then we proceeded to sell it back to him, to the point where he can now no longer give us gold per turn. That's right, he's given us everything he possibly can. If you just look at our trade screen, yes, it's completely and utterly broken. We received 220 gold per turn just from deals. Poor little Peter over here is making no gold per turn, meaning if he wants to build a military unit, he's suddenly going into debt. Nonetheless, we can take our wonderful coal elsewhere, like for example Canada, who are willing to give me 5 gold per turn for a lump of coal. Not bad at all, Canada. But what about Germany? I know the Germans do love coal, they have some coal of their own. Oh, 5 gold per turn, thank you very much, Germany. So I'm just going to do a few more of these lovely coal trades until we're completely out of coal, and then we'll see how much money we're making.
2,000 years later.
Now, if you're sat there at home and wondering, hang on a second, Spiff, I would imagine having infinite gold in this game is likely going to break it. And you know what? I think you might be right. And you might also be sat there thinking, hang on a second, this seems to work with every single AI. So surely that means this is going to work in multiplayer. You know what? You'd be correct. This exploit does work in multiplayer. So why not go home and ruin your friends' days today? And then when they ask, hang on a second, what the hell have you done? Just share them the link to this wonderful video. And then watch them wipe away the tears as they suddenly wonder why all the coal on the map has been purchased and resold at a ridiculously higher rate than it's actually worth. I just don't even know how they've managed to code into the AI that a piece of coal is worth 1 gold. And that's a perfectly normal trade deal. Wait, hang on a second. Hang on a second. Wait, hang on a second. You're willing to give me 100 gold for a single lump of coal, Germany? Yes? Okay, that's a good deal. And then how much do I have to pay to get a lump of coal from you? You want 100. What if I give you 10? Oh, you'd accept that too. What if I give you 1? Oh, you wouldn't accept that. What if I give you 5, however? Germany believes this is a good deal. You can see him nodding away quite happily. Frederick thinks, you know what? We've just bought a lump of coal off of him for 100 gold. How about we sell one to him for 5 gold? Yes, this makes sense. So go, we'll take that deal, Frederick. What a lovely deal. You know what? I'll sell you that lump of coal again. There you go. I'd like 100. And bam, there we go. And with our newfound discovery here, we can ruin the day of Russia even more. Because guess what? They've not got much money left. So we're going to repeatedly sell them some coal until they have no gold in their treasury whatsoever. But oh no, we're out of coal. If only there was a way to get coal back. Oh yes, we can just buy it from Russia, can't we? And here we have it. I've managed to get Tsar Peter down to 0 gold and 0 gold per turn. And all I've managed to do is move my coal from myself to him, and then back to me, and then to him again. Oh, and we're now making 300 a turn from deals, and sat on a nice 3,265. Yep. Perfectly balanced, ladies and gentlemen. Perfectly balanced. Maybe this was how the game was meant to be played. At the moment, we still need to finish off our main adventure. And that is, of course, to get to suffrage, where we will finally unlock democracy and get that minor bonus of 25% discounts on purchases with gold. Everything is effectively free when you have infinite gold. But beyond that, what's better than infinite gold? That's right. It's units that don't cost any money. And so that's what we'll also be going for, because that's perfectly balanced. So we have 51 coal, and we're going to sell it for 100 gold, accept the deal, and then we hit goodbye, and we make a deal, and we still have 51 gold. What? Our money's going up, our coal is not going down. Okay, this is an exploit that I've not discovered yet. What have we done here? What is this? So this is free money. This is actually 100% free money. I mean, he's gaining coal. I'm not losing coal. What? What have we done here? This does not make any sense. Right, I have no idea. That's fine. That's good. We've sold a lot of coal now. Oh, that was glorious. Oh, this game is really something. It really is. Now, one thing I do want to discover is who has access to tea. Because at the moment, I found no tea. There's a lot of coffee in this world, but I mean, come on, who drinks coffee? So where is this tea? Because my empire does not have access to tea. You know what? We'd love access to tea. Japan, do you have tea? Japan has no tea. What is this? Germany. Tea. They've got no tea. What about India? India was full of tea, but it's got no tea. Oh, well, I'll just sell them a ton of oil, though. There you go. Gandhi, buy my oil. Okay, Canada, you must have tea. No, they only have coffee. What has happened to this world? Where is the tea? Alright, I'm revoking my previous review of this DLC. I'm afraid a Gathering Storm DLC for Civilization 6 is now 0 out of 10. Do not purchase. Spiffing greatly disapproves anyone who now owns this game. Oh no, the exploit's happening again. I'm selling invisible coal to Canada. Yep. This seems perfectly fine. Just keep on selling that coal that doesn't exist and keep on making that money out of thin air. Where's the money coming from? Nobody knows. Oh my goodness, this game. We can actually get more out of this because we can ask for 10 gold per turn from Canada. This is effectively 300 gold he's going to be giving us, which is a lot better than 200 gold. And it's also going to bleed the Canadian economy dry. And who wouldn't like that? There we go. And with this, we will now have sold all of our oil to Canada. As you can see, he now has 28 oil. As you can guess, Canada is now giving us... Oh, wow, I can't even see how much Canada is giving us because our trade screen is completely and utterly broken. But nonetheless, Canada is now going to give us a ridiculous amount of gold per turn. And using our lovely little exploity things, we can see that Canada is only making 15 gold per turn. So you know what, it's time we buy all of our oil back. There we have it, ladies and gentlemen. We've broken the trade screen in this game, but don't worry, I'm sure it will fix itself soon. We've just heard some terrifying news. Apparently a massive world war has broken out. I do believe Germany's at the heart of it. Ah, Germany's gone to war with France again. Classic. Yes, apparently there have been 40 declarations of war. Okay, that seems perfectly fine, game. Sure, yes, 40 declarations of war in one turn. Sumeria's AI has gone, you know what would be a great idea? We're going to build a city on a tiny island. And that is it. Also, if you've been enjoying this video and you can't wait to see where it's going to end up, then make sure to give it a like. Because who knows, you might be passing it on to a brand new person who's never heard of the Spiffing Brit and is going to have their socks absolutely blown off by what is about to happen. At the moment, our spy is going absolutely mad with promotions due to the fact that all of the AIs have noticed we're sat on almost 30,000 gold. That reason they're all trying to siphon funds. And so this spy is doing the single greatest counter-spy job I've ever seen. Oh, I do love cheesing the German AI out of almost all of its resources. Oh, Germany, thank you, friend. Yes, thank you for signing the worst deal you've ever signed, Germany. And the first wave of flooding has hit. It has pretty much wiped out the old switcheroo. Ethiopia 2 Electric Boogaloo has also faced an issue in that the district is currently on fire. I don't really know how flooding has caused fires to break out, but nonetheless, this game says it's very logical. Democracy has been unlocked and we can now become a democracy. Now there's a very important thing we're going to grab, and that is the levy en masse, which is going to discount the maintenance of units by 2 gold per turn. So now that we're a democracy, we have 25% gold discounts. We also have a Seguba, which is our version of the market, and that provides minus 20% discounts. Then there's the Drill Academy, which is a further 20%, and because we're a suzerain of Ngazagamu, that's a further 20%. So, if we go into Exploit Base 1, purchase items with gold, you can see that the Ranger is now 0 gold, the Cavalry is 0 gold, the Field Cannon is 0 gold, the Bombard is 0 gold, and the Musketman is 0 gold. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Spiffing Brit absolutely plays and destroys Civilization 6. Oh my, oh my, oh my. You know what, I think we're just going to baff out a few field cannons. Why not? These look great fun. I'm all about training these bad boys as full armies, so we're not going to just buy one musketman. No, no, no. We're going to buy a full corps of musketmen. And how much is that going to cost us? That's right, it's going to cost us absolutely nothing, ladies and gentlemen. Whabam! An entire musketman army. For free. Oh, goodness, I love this game. Isn't it perfect? I think it's absolutely glorious. Oh no, the old switcheroo is, it's not looking the best at the moment. The waters have risen once more, and the old switcheroo is now going to take 288 turns to build the flood barrier. I think it's safe to say the city is done for. Rest in peace, the old switcheroo. F in the comment section. They are not going to recover from this. Hopefully, Ethiopia 2 Electric Boogaloo is going to survive. Now, you see, we do have an issue here, because with our musketman corps lying around, to upgrade them to infantry, it's going to cost us 395 gold and 2 oil. Alternatively, we can delete both of the units and just buy the infantry for free. Yes, I do believe that's a better option. You know what's better than buying infantry for free? That's right, it's buying tanks for free. And instead of just buying one tank, why not buy an entire army of tanks? This is a maxed out tank army, a melee strength of 97. You can also kind of turn this game into a tycoon simulator. For example, we can go to Canada and buy 1 uranium for 5 gold. That's not too bad. Then we go to Japan, who actually hates us and has denounced us, and then sell them said uranium for noticeably a lot more. That's very good.
Okay, guys, we've got for the third round, all right, a very epic game for you. This round is going to be a domination victory that's all about the nukes flying, okay? So here's how this is going to work. We're going to be playing on a snowflake map in the atomic era. So we're going to get right into it. And we're going to do victory conditions with victory points. So for each successful city center you nuke, targeted nuke, you're gonna get a victory point. At the end of the game, we're gonna do a little bit of a bonus. We have a contamination containment. All right, so whoever has the cleanest contamination-free empire will get 5 victory points, okay? And because of the domination nature, we're also gonna have an extra victory condition. All your base R belong to us, so each enemy capital at the end of the game that you hold will give you 5 victory points.
Okay, I think we are good to go.
Oh, that's right. We start in the advanced era.
So
cool.
it is in the atomic era. So you're gonna get 3 cities, 3 settlers right off the bat, and you're gonna get some free buildings with upgrades right away. Okay, they'll only take 1 turn to build. So really recommend that you set up your governors and set up your governments right away before you settle anything.
We chose the city-states as well around the map. If you want to take a look at some of the city-states. We have Hong Kong, we have Taruga, Anshan, we have Auckland somewhere, Valletta, Geneva, Mitla, there's Auckland, Hattusa, and Bologna. So a lot of science city-states, a couple of industrial city-states, and then 1 military city-state, Valletta, so that you can use that however much faith you have right off the start. We have a 3-minute turn timer. However, this is the first turn, so get yourself set up, get yourself established, establish your governments. Once you hit end turn, the 3-minute turn timer will begin. On Australia, we have Daltos. On Shaka, we have Ursa Ryan. On the Ottomans, we have the Spiffing Brit. And on America, we have Potato Mick Whiskey.
Look at this speed.
Yeah.
Spoiler, everybody's researching combined arms.
Yay!
Spoiler alert, you know.
Oh my god.
Don't
Everyone's
give us
trying to
that's
find out where the
information we don't
uranium
need.
I'm researching pacifism, actually.
me too.
Really feeling that we need to work together in this dangerous future.
I actually want to ask Potato, if you go back to Potato, I noticed you built a very, in my opinion, early diplomatic quarter. Do you value this district a lot?
Well, I have already made relationships with the city-states, and if I look at my Diplo quarter, it's pulling in 4 science per turn, which, you know, puts me on the cutting edge for science. The next turn, Pingala will activate in my capital. That'll be another 9 science per turn. So I think it is pretty worth it to get it. And it's also going to be set up for my coming industrial zones, which will provide me a huge amount of production for getting the armies rolling later.
Yeah.
And also, I'm sending trade routes internally because I don't think external trade routes are going to be very common this game. So having my Diplo quarter and government quarter in the same city makes my internal trade routes better because it's 1 food, 1 production for both of those districts.
Speaking of pumping out units, I'm going to call this out right here. Ursa Ryan is the first player at the center of the map.
Yes, he is.
And he's starting to assert his dominance.
I did notice his settlers literally just sailing up the coast to effectively my access to the center of the map. So a ballsy play from him, but I understand.
Okay, now you all know. Everyone has combined arms, so you all know where the uranium is.
Oh my god, it's over there.
Quickly buy tiles!
Uranium, but I didn't mean to.
I'm murdering you.
I'm sorry.
Completely meant to do
I
that.
didn't mean to.
Who bought the fucking uranium in front of me? Potato,
Right? He's a slug.
you bastard.
He's such a dirty dog.
You dirty dog.
As soon as we unpause, everyone has to declare war on everyone. We're
Oh my
unpausing
lord.
in 3, 2,
Wait.
1.
Ow, you
You're
did
not
more damage than I
invited.
did to you.
Over
You're
here.
not invited.
Oh, if only the
How
Ottomans
could
had
you?
some siege units. And a production
I don't-
bonus.
I can't build any of these gosh darn siege units. I need oil, and I don't have oil. There's none.
Oh,
no.
You don't have oil?
Well,
I've got to
that's
use
so
bombards
You-
instead.
But he's not
He's
getting
building.
plastic.
Well, you can still boost their range with observation balloons.
Oh, lovely observation balloons. That's gonna win the game. You might have nuclear bombs, but I've got balloons.
I get the sea.
No.
I didn't see nothing. I just want to go to a water park, okay? War is declared. Let's go down to
It's
the water
important to
water
get the
parks.
water
Yeah.
parks built in wartime as well as peacetime. If we're going to be having the negotiations anywhere, they best be floating and have aqua slides.
Tater, do you have hidden battleships? What is this? I'm like,
I have privateers running up and down your coast.
yeah, it's like,
pillaging.
I don't see them. They're not appearing on my side until I fight them. They're stealth ships. You got the Flying Dutchman
somewhere.
that's
Oh, there we go.
assaulting me.
Well, if you look at your coastline, it's all pillaged.
It's all on fire. It's all, I don't. Why do I not see the build? How do I not see the ship?
Oh, that's so
You have to be
cool.
right
They have
beside it.
stealth.
Altos.
I'll need
Thank
it.
you.
We see a dead encampments here.
Encampments.
And Australia's rolling in.
Rolling.
You have drawn the ire of a kangaroo.
Yes.
Got some good news. I've got my first Ferris wheel under construction.
Nice.
Priorities. Priorities.
Let's go take a look at it. Let's go take a look at it.
Yeah. Let's zoom in.
Important.
Wow, it's gonna take a long
got
time though,
Oh,
buddy.
okay.
But like, oh, he got a little
Look at that.
carousels. Oh, he's got a little seal. Oh, that's so cool. Look at that.
It's
Woo.
got an animal. You
No
love
Coney
it.
Island in the middle of war.
Okay.
We just got a city taken over.
Oh.
Yeah.
How could you?
Yeah.
No, not the Ferris wheel.
The Ferris wheel. The
That
Ferris
was
wheel.
the peace
You
wheel.
kept
You've
picking
just...
it up, and now I want to go.
You can't. Yeah, but part of
You
picking
see
up
how
the
this is
Ferris
your
wheel is
fault?
not tearing it down. Jeez.
It will stand. It will stand. I promise you that.
You did
Okay,
this to
at best.
These end turns are so tense. It's the ticking down, and then you just know there's going to be trouble.
Oh, Baltimore's getting crushed.
Oh,
my gosh.
Nice. He is going to try to take that middle.
Oh, these planes are coming down. Ursa Ryan is playing
Ryan
with
is-
a vengeance.
We were talking about this beforehand that Shaka would be like a wild card because there's nothing inherent about Shaka that's like nuke, but they're really good at taking over cities.
Yes,
so you can still win that way.
But okay, so he is bombing New York, but New York actually has anti-air, and so he's taking damage every time he's attacking New York, and you can see right now, like the damage is being done to his planes.
Yep.
Right.
So no one's on the scoreboard yet, but we do see that almost everybody has got the nuclear fusion fission technology ready to go, and we'll probably see and we see some projects being built. Yes.
I have a giant death robot coming in on you.
Of course.
You know what? I do. I got one coming too.
Yeah,
I built
well-
railroads.
Mine's red.
That's not a joke.
That's
not a joke.
Oh,
That's not a
no.
joke.
That's not
GDR's
good.
come to Baltimore.
Oh my gosh.
Oh no.
New York is
Almost gone.
It
Hold
looks
the
like it
line.
was nuked,
New York is holding,
not,
okay?
but
The
it's not
Big
been
Apple
nuked.
will hold.
but there's no one using it.
I could have
What
stuck
was
in the.
this?
I didn't even see that. I could have rammed the ironclad into the New York. I wasn't even looking at it.
You weren't looking.
Or destroyer. A destroyer would do it.
No, it's a.
Yeah, but I didn't have enough oil for a destroyer.
Oh, it's too slow. Too many
He
actions.
did it! Can he keep it?
Accidentally captured.
And then now the uranium has access to uranium, Daltos.
It's flipping.
Yeah,
He's got
I'm
it.
building the nuke project behind it too. What are you doing, Spiff?
He's just playing his own
I
game. back
did
there.
actually train some athletes for the World Games, so
Culture
I will
victory.
hopefully be getting that Diplo victory in any day now. How close am I to a Diplo?
We can turn that off, but hey, good to earn those points.
All right, 60 seconds. 60 seconds is going.
There goes New York. New York
He
gone.
raised it. That's
Round.
Wait,
That's awesome.
wait. Where's the death robot? Oh, it's in Cincinnati. Okay. Woo.
Whew.
Oh, raised it. Goodbye, New York.
Cincinnati death robot's okay. Thank God.
Oh my gosh, this death robot is just going nuts.
I'm fomenting unrest.
Do not foment unrest in my city.
Oh, they're gonna have so.
effect.
Oh crap! I just lost. I forgot I'm at war with Ursa too. Oh, I completely forgot about that.
Oh, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
Take it back!
Crap!
You worked so hard.
No! That was my one shot. The nuke. What are you doing?
What am I doing? Doubtos, I am thriving. That's what I'm doing.
Your sibling
no.
is
his
so
lane.
happy in the age of nukes.
I'm actually retaking my lost city in a glorious battle. Huzzah!
Huzzah.
Yeah!
Who would have known that attacking everyone would betray me so?
Yes, this undefended city that I've now
Now we're
built
starting to
20
see the
units and a
Kingsway.
giant death robot to retake, and I
Oh
still
my
haven't.
lord!
People out there that can start wars and be on the positive side of media.
Get it, Spiff.
Get it, Spiff!
You can do
Come
it.
on, buddy!
Yes!
Get
The
it!
time is now! Adana returns!
Brit. Oh,
Now,
Happy.
now we can
beautiful. It's so beautiful.
we can
Look at this.
get the important buildings back under construction in our empire now.
Ferris
So
wheel.
let's get that Ferris
That's so
wheel.
funny.
Right
16
away.
turns. Here we go.
Priorities.
I'm also detecting the characteristic gameplay feature of us coming close to nukes. The Civ kind of like feels slightly different when nukes are about to land.
Is Corgi plural?
Corgi can be plural. Oh, there's the first nuke.
What? What?
What?
That
Did
missed?
anything?
I think you killed units.
How'd you miss?
Oh, no, it did land.
Ursa
It did land.
Ryan.
There you
Ursa
go.
Ryan points for
Wow.
Ursa for the first nuke.
The water park. No!
Okay, we see some nukes on the field here.
Yeah, like you said, we got our first one.
Yeah.
Dun, 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 dun,
Who's the
dun.
next target is the question.
No. Oh no.
What happened? Oh, here, right here, right there, right there. It's
Don't
coming.
bother.
It's coming. Watch out, folks. Watch out.
I even asked politely.
Ah, that felt good.
Right in the nuke. Oh, beautiful.
Man, Tato on the board with one nuke.
You know
I'm
the
so
points
sorry,
about
No, Peace Balloon doesn't
having-
care
Oh, the
anymore.
peace balloon is coming. Oh my God.
I'm sorry, I knew
Watch out!
Peace Balloon.
I'm okay with that.
Oh, Baltimore is
Baltimore's been taken
taken.
over.
I was a glass cannon this whole time.
Now we can clean it up, get some points. People don't.
Not a lot of people do.
No, it's got minus 40%.
He shot down.
Plane. Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
do I
Sorry.
lose the nuke and the plane? Oh,
Yeah.
What, you think the
Gone.
nuke
Yeah,
comes back
gone.
home?
Gone.
It's an
I have a critical rules question. So you know how like I lost a bunch of territory and the territory is now currently irradiated? Does the irradiated patch where a city of mine used to be count as territory of
You
mine?
haven't dropped a nuke yet, though, bro.
You got to get on the board.
Well, yeah, we're getting there. Okay, we're getting
Wait,
there.
that's what you've been planning this entire time is the cleanup?
Just get points. Just nuke cities or clean up. You can
Wait.
do that too.
you only get points for nuking cities.
Yes, nuking
Yes.
cities.
Well, you can clean up your mess.
You can also clean up.
If you have the least amount of
Least.
contamination tiles and you've nuked, you will get
No.
points.
What about the highest amount of tourism? Where does that factor into this? This score list?
Here it comes.
Oh my god.
No!
Impervious to nuclear bombs.
It's built different.
At least it didn't get shot down.
Oh, I'm
Detroit.
firing into the dark here. But we're gonna
Right
give
here,
it
on
a
the right,
go.
on the right, on the right, on the
There it
right.
is.
No!
There it
How,
is.
leave him alone! Leave him alone! Why would you do this? Oh my
Now I've just been nuked by something.
Did I hit?
I imagine so. The game is currently factoring in what happened.
Oh my god.
Ursa, 2 nukes. Potato, 2 nukes.
Oh, this is close.
I'm still 6 turns off a nuke.
Clear your contamination. It might be the deciding factor here.
Okay, I have an extremely risky
Sorry,
play.
Deltas.
I know, it's
Wait,
okay.
someone else coming with their nuke.
Where?
Where's
Oh, no, not on my main city!
There it is.
Oh, the capital!
Capital.
Oh!
It's huge. Killing Tater.
Oh
God,
my
it's killing
God.
Tater.
Oh, NBC.
Oh my god. This is Just insane.
Oh my God. More nukes are being launched. More nukes are being launched!
No!
Oh, for Potato! On to Los Angeles.
Los Angeles nuked. If you nuked and we didn't see it, let us know.
Oh, there's just nuke Sydney too.
We got it. Oh, Sydney!
Twice.
From
Sydney.
Ursa!
Wow,
Ryan.
it's so deadly.
God.
Ursa!
Daltos,
Go back to the left.
down.
This is very important. This is very important. This is very important. Oh!
Oh, he took my capital.
If he
Capital's
can
gone.
keep it, if he can keep it. Oh my God! Oh my God! This is so nuts.
No.
That's awesome.
Don't I dare what?
No!
Dare what?
That's rude.
Oh no.
Don't dare what?
Go!
Wow. Man, how are you so unlucky? That's 3 dead nukes in one turn.
I don't believe I did.
We just
All
saw
right, and that's
Ursula
time.
and take the capital city of Australia.
Oh
With
my
the
gosh.
tank gone as well.
Oh my God!
Whoa,
Maybe.
I don't know. 7 more turns.
7 more turns.
So close to getting a nuke off.
Fires a nuclear bomb.
Yes,
on to Amsterdam.
Oh no.
Take this.
There it is. There.
Oh!
Nice!
From Spiffing Brit!
Nice!
Yeah!
He's on the board, baby.
He's on the board.
You got
There it is.
from, is
Fuck
this from
you,
Potato?
Philadelphia!
Oh yeah!
My surface to air.
Daily Hertz is overrated.
Oh yeah! Nice!
Who launched that one?
Was that
That
Australia?
was me. I launched 2 this turn, man.
There you go. There you go.
Who launched the one at Philadelphia? We have Ursa Ryan with 4, Potato with 5, Spiff with 1, and Daltos with 1.
Oh, everyone's at least on the board. Oh!
Here comes the plane.
Go! 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 Go!
Oh! Ursa Ryan.
Dalton last now.
No,
Come on,
bullshit. No.
5 nukes with Ursa
2
Ryan.
turns.
I'm gonna clean up.
Nuke from Ursa Ryan! Yeah!
Nice.
Oh, I typed the wrong thing.
That's 6 nukes for Ursa Ryan, 5 for Potato, 1 for Spiff, 1 for Daltos. Last turn, folks. This is the last turn.
And I'm going to launch another nuclear strike because I feel that this is a good idea.
Oh my God, killing Tater almost dropped.
I'm going to drop a nuke on Please No Nuke because it feels appropriate. Seems
get it
what
next
everyone
time,
has done.
Yeah.
I just took that
Seems like
city.
they're asking for it at that point.
That seems like the appropriate time.
Nice.
The thing is, this is in Potato's territory. This is going to be bad. He's going to have a lot of radiation.
So, Potato.
Yeah, but I fired the most nukes, right? So I still win.
Okay, let's tally the score. Everybody count your contaminated votes, or contaminated tiles.
I got 27.
I have 0 contaminated tiles.
Nice.
Mine says
also-
30. That can't be right.
Daltos,
I have
do you
0
any?
because all of my cities were taken on the last turn.
Do you have 0
7.
as well, Ursa?
I've got 0.
Yeah.
Everything has just been robbed from me, so I've got nothing left.
But that
That's a
worked out for
liability.
you.
Wow.
Interesting.
Interesting.
So in this case, who's got the most killer robots?
Who's got the most killer robots? Yeah, Ursa lost his.
He lost his.
I have a giant killer
Destroyed.
robot.
This is an interesting
Okay.
outcome.
So we got, and no capital is currently held, right? You almost had it, but unfortunately you couldn't keep it.
The tally is in.
So Dalto, tell us what did you like about this game? What did you not do so good? What made you a little sad?
I should have built more outhouses, or what they're called, outhouses, front of the toilet. A lot of production in those. I should have built a lot more of those because by the time I finally got the nukes, it was like 13 turns to get it.
All right, runner up to the runner up. Potato McWhiskey.
Oh my god.
5 points. Yeah, that follow the radiation was trouble for you there in the end. Capturing those cities. Maybe
I was going for the radiation high score.
Yeah, for the
I'm sorry, I misinterpreted the rules.
In second place, we have Ursa Ryan.
Oh my god.
Are you kidding me?
He actually exploited.
How did this happen? Show the math.
So, first place with 7 points.
Spiffing
He
Brit!
exploited the game, and he got the win.
Thank you. Of
Sleeper
course,
victory.
incredibly well deserved from me. I played exactly the way it should have been played. I had the best combat. I won every war I was in, didn't lose a single city, and I fired off so many nukes. Sometimes it just sucks to suck, and luckily today, I don't suck. I am the best at video games. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Now and forever, you
Garbage.
should retire.
Absolute garbage. You should.
It was the plus 5 points for 0 contamination that got him the victory.
Are you kidding me?
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. I am the Spiffing Brit, and today you'll join me once more in the fantastic Sid Meier's Civilization VI. Oh, what an absolutely fantastic game, but nonetheless, here we are in Civilization VI with the brand new Gathering Storm expansion. This is the expansion that actually got me into Civ 6, and the sole reason why is because they finally added tea into the game as a luxury resource. My goodness, for some reason this game had England, it had the British Empire, yet they just never added tea. I mean, how can you have a British Empire without tea? That's like saying you can have a steamed summer sail and yet not end up bankrupt at the end of it. Those two things just can't happen, my friend. But today we're not messing around with gold. We are instead messing around with people's beliefs and feelings. That's right, they say never to play with someone's feelings. However, here today we're going to be playing with the feelings of the entire world. As today, I demonstrate to you, ladies and gentlemen, how to guarantee and cheese the religious victory in Civilization 6. Now, whilst not necessarily an exploit in terms of a glitch and to break the game's systems, this is simply an exploit in the way that it is an uncounterable cheese strategy, which is almost guaranteed to have all other players and AIs pulling their hair out just in absolute stress and agony. And today, of course, it's all fueled by tea. As today, I will take you down the path of creating a religious victory so stupid, so powerful, and so broken, you are guaranteed to just stop having fun in the game altogether. Yeah, you just won't enjoy Civ 6 anymore. You'll probably go back to Civ 2, maybe Civilization Colonization, the ultimate Civ game. But nonetheless, here we are in this fantastic game. You know what, we're going to dive right in. We're going to start a brand new single-player game. Let's create a game using the advanced setup. We want to have some players. Oh, what players would we like? Well, personally, I want to play as the greatest leader of the entirety of the Civilization 6 catalogue. We're not playing as the ultimate meme lord and exploit lord that is Mansa Musa. No. Instead, we're playing as a much more powerful character, the legendary Victoria. That's right, Queen Victoria of the British Empire. What an absolutely incredible character she is. Queen Victoria has access to some fantastic meme upgrades, like for example, whenever she settles a city on a brand new continent, she gets a free trade route and a free melee unit, and also she has access to the redcoats, which are just completely over the top and fantastic, much better than any other single piece of infantry out there for its era, and the Royal Navy dockyard. Now, let me be honest, this exploit can be done with anyone. If you wanted to be smart, you'd probably choose to play an actual civilization like Spain, but I mean, come on, like... Do you really want to play as Philippe II? No. You don't want any of that. Instead, it's Victoria, all the way. Victoria, the single greatest. And who do we want Victoria playing with? Well, you know what? Let's throw Victoria against the Swedes. You know, that's a classic pairing, England and Sweden. England and France, another classic combo. Also whack in some Hungarians. No, we'll also play with Canada, the most loyal of all colonies. Not Australia. I haven't even downloaded the Australian expansion. Why would anyone pay like £7 for an expansion for a game just to play as Australia? Why is that a feature, devs? And bam, we'll also add in the Congo. Lovely, there we go. And of course, standard game difficulty, starting the ancient era. We'll go for the fastest speed, but I like a good bit of speed. We'll crank up those city-state numbers. And of course, for victory conditions, we're going to allow all kinds of victory. However, realistically speaking, we're probably going to pull off a religious victory within the first 100 turns. And you know what? This seems perfect. Let's dive right into this game. Also, ladies and gentlemen, we recently hit the 500,000 mark, and I was wondering what we could do to celebrate, and Yorkshire Tea kindly reached out and said they'd send me a large quantity of tea. Even more tea, in fact. I mean, I have an endless supply of Yorkshire Tea now. Heck, I've even got about 3 cups of it in front of me to get me through this video production. Oh, it is lovely, isn't it? That's majestic. And I was thinking the best way to actually celebrate it is to hand out some tea. Now, I'm not really a big fan of handing out tea. It really pains me just to part way with any cups of tea, but to celebrate. And and also to prove a big turning milestone for the community, I think I will give... What is the largest quantity of Yorkshire tea bags you can actually send someone? One quick Google. Yeah, you know what? This works. Okay, if you manage to be under the first 40,000 people who like this video, and you send a screenshot of you liking this video, and I don't know, a majestic comment telling me about your latest cup of tea and how fantastic it was, or maybe just your favorite moment in all of the Spiffing Brits creation, maybe your favorite video, your favorite section of a video, your favorite interaction in the community. If you leave that and send me a screenshot of it to my Twitter DMs at the Spiffing Brit, then you will be in the position to win 40,000 tea bags. Okay, that is 40,000 tea bags. It is a lot of tea bags. You can choose to give it to some of your friends. You can choose to probably crush someone to death with it by accident. So be careful, handle with care, and make sure to apologize to the delivery man by giving him a cup of tea, because moving 40 kilograms of tea bag, that's going to be a lot. But there you go, ladies and gentlemen. As a massive celebration of 500,000 subscribers, I'd love to give back to the community, and I feel like that is the best way to do so. So hop down to the comment section, enter on Twitter, and I'll be over the moon to see some of the things I receive. Oh god, I'm just realizing my Twitter DMs are going to be an absolute mess. Anyway, onwards with the exploit. And here we are in the game, and this is the first foundings of the British Empire. As you can see, quite famously, it was all started with clubmen and happened around 4000 BC. That was when Queen Victoria was first created. She was born fully grown and never aged a single day. As you can see, absolutely fine. And then using the powers of tea, she managed to extend her life force from 4000 BC right up to the present day. Now, there are a lot of people who think Queen Victoria died of old age quite a while ago, but actually they're wrong. She simply went into hiding for fears of scaring the rest of the people of the world with her incredibly young good looks thanks to the natural healing properties of tea. Anyway, nonetheless, here we are in this fantastic game, and we've got one of the best starts we could possibly imagine. We have literally spawned in next to a natural wonder, and that immediately means that our astrology research has been boosted. Astrology is the first thing you want to research for the sole reason that it is going to give you Stonehenge. If you don't get Stonehenge, don't worry, but if you grab Stonehenge first, wabam, you've practically won the game. And Stonehenge's rules are pretty simple. It must simply be on flat land adjacent to stone. Well, lo and behold, here's a stone deposit and here's some flat land. So this is looking good. Right, we're just going to move our settler 1 region to the left, and then our single warrior can go on his lovely merry expeditions elsewhere. And now let us continue. So turn 2, and we want to found our first city, which apparently wants to be called London. That's an interesting choice. No, that simply won't do. There we go, perfect name for our first territory. Instead of London, no. We want the Tea Rights Induction Territory, or TWIT for short. The perfect base for the start of the British Empire. And you simply want to kickstart yourself off with having a scout. And now it's just a long waiting game as we slowly research how to look at the stars. Oh, and this is a glorious success. We've discovered our first native tribes. Now, native tribes are fabulous because they'll give you free things. Native tribes, what do you give us today? 40 gold that they just graciously handed over to us. Oh, how kind of them. Let us make sure to remove from the history books any mention of distress or upset when it came to the removing of the 40 gold pieces. Oh my goodness, and we've discovered our first friend. I'd like to visit our nearby city and sample our hospitality. That would be lovely. So he's somewhere over there, and apparently by discovering him, bam, writing has been improved. Nice. Lovely. Now, having friends in this game is great. We basically want to be friends with everyone. As you know, having enemies, who wants enemies? Instead, you just want friends who think they're your friends, but realistically, you're going behind their back and just slowly converting them to a much better religion. But many of you sat at home might be thinking, well, Spiff, you've talked about gaining a religious victory, but you can't really do so without an actual religion. So what kind of religion are we going for? Well, ladies and gentlemen, today we are going to be founding the Church of Tea. That's right, an entire church and religion dedicated to just sitting down, relaxing with a nice warm cup of tea, and then going, not a big fan of coffee drinkers. No. And wabam, there we go. We've finally learned all about astrology, a fantastical thing that allows us to basically just cheese our way through all of religion, because astrology gives you access to holy sites, but most importantly, Stonehenge. Stonehenge, you get a free great prophet. Great prophets, they're used to found religions. It's fantastic. Oh, and we discovered yet another group of natives. Fantastic. My goodness, everything's coming up absolutely spectacularly at the moment. Oh, and there must be the lands of our friends from the Congo. Lovely. And now now that we've finally built our worker, we can set about constructing Stonehenge, the most important site ever. Full stop. It's just fantastic. So there we go. Slap bam. Stonehenge is going down there. Beautiful. And when it comes to your government policy slots, make sure to basically grab up discipline so you fight barbarians better, and you also want God King, because you know, your ruler, well, our queen, not a king, is going to effectively become the god of all of our own citizens. We discovered another friendly tribal village. This is going great when it comes to tribal villages. Let's go grab them. What have they got? 75 gold to give to us as a special gift of discovery, I guess. Yep, maybe we could dub it a discovery tax. Yes, let's call it the discovery tax. That way, it's merely taxation and everyone's fine with that. Daylight robbery, people aren't okay with, but taxation, everybody loves taxation. Oh, and yet more lovely tribal friends. Hello there. They've taught us how to sail. How? Hang on a second. This single tribal village in the middle of a desert taught us how to sail on the seas. Right, okay, that's fine. Thank you, civilization developers. Apparently they had sand boats. Maybe it was camels, because camels quite famously, these ships of the desert. Oh, and there we go. We've managed to settle our second city. It apparently wants to be called Leeds. No. Let us rename this one. And there we go. Our next city is formed. Intro of city, ushering people. It's just a nice introductory city designed for ushering people in, or ICUP for short, the perfect acronym for a brand new city. My goodness, what have I done? And in 9 turns we'll have the Stonehenge. This is going absolutely great. I'm loving this. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we did it. A world wonder is being created. It's Stonehenge. It's fantastic, and here's why. Not because, you know, it's majestic, but because it's just completely and utterly broken. Now, admittedly, we have upset the Empire of the Congo by building it. Evidently, they were trying to build it too, but hey, you know what? It's given us a great profit, and whilst we're here, we'll also build a lovely holy site next to this fantastic world wonder, giving us extra holy power. And here we have it. We can finally choose a pantheon. Lovely. So which pantheon to choose? Well, generally there aren't really any ones which massively matter, but Monument to the Gods is a fantastic pantheon. The increase towards building wonders is brilliant, especially considering the early part of the strategy is mostly just about wonder rushing, but then eventually it's just completely broken. If someone else does take, for some reason, Monument of the Gods, then just anything else is fine. Doesn't really matter. Yes, anyway, we're going to pick naturally the incredible Monument to the Gods and found this lovely pantheon. There we go, pantheon founded, and then on the same turn we might as well form our religion. Our great person is activated, our religion will now be chosen. Oh, and what logo are we going for? Well, naturally, I mean, you can go for, say, the cross, this little sword thing. Alternatively, you can go for the crab. And what name of the religion should we go for? I mean, as much as I want to have a religion called Crab Rave, probably best we don't. Instead, we are going for the religion of tea. And so, in 2400 BC, the first religion of the entire world is formed, the Church of Tea. Now, what religious beliefs do we want to grab? You are limited by the amount of religious beliefs you can pick up early on here, but later on into the game, there's a ton. For our first belief, we're going to have divine inspiration. However, it generally doesn't particularly matter. Divine inspiration is great, however, because the +4 faith from all wonders is going to stack up a lot for us, because we're going to be building quite a few wonders. And then for the next belief, you're going to want mosque. The main reason why is because a mosque gives you +3 faith. You can build them on all the holy sites, but most importantly, missionaries and apostles have 1 extra spread, meaning if you go up to a city, you can spread your faith 1 extra time, which is brilliant. That's exactly what you want. And there we go. The Church of Tea is formed, with its founding beliefs of divine inspiration and mosques. Let us build. Wabam! Oh, look at it. There it is in its little book. We got a little crab, and I guess the crab uses its little pincers to hold up a cup of tea. Oh, it's adorable. Honestly, the crabs, I'm kind of imagining that maybe our god is, you know, the crabs with monocles mod for Skyrim? That's the crab. Anyway, at the moment we only have 2 followers, but don't worry. It's gonna take a long time to start, but as soon as it gets going, it's gonna be fabulous. Now, when it comes to technology at this point, it doesn't matter. You can do whatever you like. I mean, you're generally best off researching some military technology or growth technology so your cities build a bit faster, but generally, this no longer matters. What does matter, however, is your culture. As your culture research, or civic research as this game likes to call it, is very important. You want to probably grab mysticism so that you can build the Oracle. The Oracle is brilliant, as it has some fantastic, lovely bonuses, but then after that, the things you want to pick up are mostly just temples, and also political philosophy is a great one, but theology is the one you want to rush after this. So we're going to go mysticism, drama and poetry, history, and then theology. The reason why is because theology, if we get ahead of everyone else, we can build the Mahabodhi Temple. This is a phenomenal temple which gives you 2 apostles immediately. Apostles are used to enhance your religion. They're brilliant. They won't cost us anything, and it's just gorgeous. We want it. All it needs to be is to be built next to a holy site which has a temple built on it. Brilliant. That is lovely and easy for us. Oh, and there we have it. We've managed to build the first holy site in the entirety of the world. Fantastic. And that's now boost our faith per turn up to 11, and that's just from 1 city, which is really suspiciously quite good. And we're going to follow up that fantastic holy site with lovely settlers. Yes, we're going to get 1 more settler. Probably going to try and place him down right about here. This is a brilliant spot. We can seal a ton of resources, hopefully from the Congo. Push up nice and close to their borders just to annoy them a lot. It is going to be absolutely fantastic. And fantastic, we've discovered the city-state that I've wanted, Yerevan. It's located up over here, but Yerevan is the city-state for us. It's the one we want to plow all of our envoys into for one fantastic reason. If you manage to become the suzerain of this city-state, aka you have the most envoys in here, then you gain its unique bonus, which is that your apostle units can choose from any possible promotion instead of receiving a random promotion. You see, our apostles, which we send out into the world to convert other cities, can gain levels and improve themselves. Now, these upgrades are absolutely fantastic, but being able to choose which upgrades you receive is even better, as some of these upgrades are absolutely broken. I mean, one of them improves conversion in foreign cities by 75%, which literally allows you to waltz into the foreign city, go, right, okay, here's a cup of tea, drink it, they will drink it and go, by God, this is amazing! And lo and behold, the entirety of the empire is now drinking just cups of tea. You know what, that kind of sounds like exactly what happened to the British Empire. Ah, and lovely, the game has decided to give us a governor. Now, governors are fantastic little guys. They all have their little bonuses, but we are going to go for, of course, the cardinal here because they allow us to increase the religious pressure of all of our fantastic, lovely religious people. And most importantly, some of their bonuses are absolutely just broken. Like, for example, patron saint, which is that apostles and monks trained in this city receive 1 extra promotion when receiving their first promotion. So basically, if an apostle or a monk who is in the city just kind of increases in level, either naturally means or maybe they spawn in with a level, they instantly gain a 2nd level, which, as you might guess, can be exploited. So yes, we're going to grab our cardinal and place him down in our lovely capital city. And even though we haven't actually got any monks running around in the world spreading our religion, as you can see in 13 turns, we're going to naturally convert Mapinda to our glorious tea drinking ways. Ah yes, success. The tea empire is going to grow, mighty and strong. And here we go, fantastic. We can settle our next city, our 3rd beautiful city. Now this is going to be a lovely city because it's mostly designed to simply stop Congo from accessing half of their resources that really their city should be entitled to. So yeah, we're just going to grab up that one, and next turn we'll be buying up that lovely little stone mine there. That'll be glorious for us to own. So we need a name befitting of this city's importance. So naturally we'll have to name this city the City Underlying Congo, because it is just south of where the Congo is. Or CUK for sure. Okay, I see what I've done here. Classic Spiff.
Oh, hello there, ladies and gentlemen. I thought I'd jump into the midpoint of the video when you least expected me. I'm here to remind you to go grab yourself a cup of tea because, trust me, you've made it through this segment of the video, and you know what really you deserve? You deserve another tasty, glorious, relaxing, and refreshing cup of Yorkshire tea. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised that we've gotten this far into a video where there's a lot of talk about religious tea cults, and we haven't actually seen people down in the comment section renaming themselves to say things like the Pope of the Church of Tea or High Tea Taster of the Church of the Tea in the comment section, although I'm sure there will be a large amount of people doing that any moment now. It generally happens whenever I make one of these videos, but you know what, it's probably an easy way to get your comment to the top of all of the other comments, so hey, there's your little exploit for the YouTube comment section today, ladies and gentlemen. Also, I just wanted to mention that hey, we actually have some merchandise now. Finally, that's right. Technically we had some previously on the Oxcar store, but I wanted to wait until about now to actually promote it because we've added in a fantastic new item. I mean, look at this glorious mug we have. Just having 1 sip of tea from this mug instantly increases your charisma stats by at least 100. It's phenomenal. And when paired with the phenomenal taste of Yorkshire tea, my goodness, who knows what stats you might be increasing. Oh, but what else is happening? Well, at the moment we have a fan mail competition going on. If you want to win yourselves the only signed version of all of my merchandise, then all you have to do is simply send something into the PO box. I know a lot of people are using the nice and easy route of just going onto amazon.co.uk and sending it into the PO box, which you can see on screen now. We've had some interesting
rivals, including an entire Morphy Richards coffee maker and the single strongest coffee someone in America could find. Now, I know there are a lot of heretical people out there in the comment section sending things in, and you know what? I say, send me your worst. Anyway, nonetheless, you have until probably the midpoint of August to get your stuff sent through, and then I'll have to pick a winner. But nonetheless, I just want to also say thank you, because it feels great that we're in this wacky position where I'm in the Yogscast, I'm having a lovely time with my community, and it's just absolutely fantastic. Anyway, you know what? Something else I want to do was vote on the next video we're going to be having. The choices are Skyrim, Fallout 4, or Heroes of Might and Magic 3, an absolutely memey game, a game so exploity that the multiplayer community of it is just one person trying to out-exploit another person. So yes, see which of those 3 games you'd like to see. Anyway, I've been the Spiffing Brit, and I'll see all of you in the next one. Have a lovely day, and goodbye for now. Now go enjoy this video. And now we finally moved into the next era of the game. We're able to choose a kind of brand new era and an era bonus that comes alongside it. Oh, and we get to make a dedication. Lovely. And that means our nation is going to enter into a golden era. Lovely. So what are we going to choose? Well, we have a few different options. We could go for free inquiry to just get some better sciencey stuff going. There's always pen, brush and voice for some culture. We don't really need that. Monumentality is nice. That's for extra builders and allows us to purchase builders and settlers using faith, which is quite useful if I'm honest. But alternatively, we have this vastly better option, which is the Exodus of the Evangelists, which is +2 movement for all missionaries, apostles and inquisitors. Additionally, newly trained ones get +2 charges, and we gain +4 great profit points per turn. Yep, it's just brilliant. Basically, it means all of our religious people are going to move faster, do more, and just generally be over the top. What is this? Rumor has it that France has founded a new religion, Catholicism. France has decided to set up a rival religion to me. Right, we'll have to try and remove Catholicism from Paris. That's no problem. We should be able to do that quite quickly, in fact. Oh my goodness, and apparently Yerevan has a mission for me. Convert the city-state to your religion and they'll give you an envoy. What a fantastic mission for me to have, as that means I can just literally buy a single missionary of the lovely Church of Tea. It does cost 150 faith, which at this moment is quite a lot. Remember that, ladies and gentlemen. 150 faith, that's a lot of faith. But luckily, because we have all of our bonuses, our missionaries can move 6 tiles. That's right, and they also have 5 spreads of their religion. So it's going to take us only 3 turns to get over to Yerevan. No problem whatsoever. Let us scoot over there. So hello there, Yerevan. Allow me to teach you all about this wonderful beverage called tea. Wabam. Now, we haven't quite converted them, but we have at least convinced 2 of their citizens that tea is the correct beverage to drink. Wow, and our lovely friends in the Congo have apparently said that they welcome the words of our gods and they'd love to see more of our lovely religion. That's brilliant. Well, I certainly don't mind throwing a good bit of crab religion their direction. In fact, they've already converted one of their cities. Isn't that just fantastic? And there we go. We will finally spread the religion once more. This extra spread is going to be the conversion. Wabam. There. Yerevan now follows the Church of Tea, and as we've completed their quest, we get the envoy there. Beautiful. So there we have it. We've converted Yerevan, but what's next? I mean, there's other cities inside the Congo that we might as well convert, including their capital. Yes, you know what? Let's go convert that. Apparently it would convert by itself in 111 turns time, but you know what? We're going to boost up that process just a little bit by teaching them about tea. You know what? The friends in the Congo, they actually, for some reason, really like what we're doing, so we're going to declare a friendship with them. There we go. Let's be good friends. And there we go. We finally researched theology, which gives us access to the Mahabodhi temple, which of course we're going to be building. If you don't manage to build it, ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid you need to start over, as this thing is absolutely mental. And now we're starting to see where our religion is coming into a bit of a conflict with some other religions. You see over here, the strength of the French religion, Catholicism, is seeping into some of the local city-states, and we just can't really stand for that. So we're going to send 1 missionary from the Church of Tea over here to Vilnius, and we're going to start converting them into the glorious ways of tea drinking, because we can't having them fall into something that just isn't really good enough. We want only the best for our lovely city-state friends. So there we go. We end up next to Vilnius. Let us convert them to the Church of Tea. Yes. Try and beat that, Catholicism. And wabam! Yes, another successful conversion, and Catholicism has been removed. You know what? We might as well send our incredibly speedy monk all the way over to some of the other cities and start converting them. How about converting the Canadians? Yes. How about we just go go convert them to a fantastic religion. That seems like a brilliant idea. And we can finally pick our first government. So we're going to go for classical republic, and then eventually, hopefully, we'll be able to move on to theocracy, which gives us some fantastical bonuses for our religious victory. And there we go. We've also built the fantastic oracle in one of our lovely cities, although apparently Congo is not too happy with the fact that I'm building so many wonders so quickly, I do believe. Alas, it does not matter. But one thing we do want to build is our fantastic holy site. And now to speed up the finishing process of this fantastic wonder, I have a slightly cheesy process to doing so, and that is just basically tearing down all of the forests around the intro city of ushering people. Yeah, so there we go. We've built that. Now we just want to build a quick shrine, and yes, things are going to go well. And there we go. Now that we have finally built our holy site, we can get the Mahabodhi temple down. We're just going to build it here. It seems like a lovely location for it. And perfect. Once that's finished, we can finally top off our religion, and then it will just be done for good. It's perfect. There's no way you can improve it. It's broken. It's overpowered. And we've won the game. Oh, there we go. We've finally done it. We've built the Mahabodhi temple after many setbacks involving just lots of barbarians getting in the way. We've finally managed to build this temple. Honestly, we probably could have got this finished about 50 turns ago if I didn't forget where to actually place our original holy site. But hey, you know, you make these mistakes. Anyway, what we want to do is we want to activate these apostles and tell them to evangelize the belief, and then on this apostle over here you want to evangelize the belief once again. And here's why: because by evangelizing the belief you're allowed to add one additional bonus to your belief. Now what additional bonuses do we want? Well, naturally we want to try and grab pilgrimage, there it is, +2 faith for every city following this religion in another city. Glorious, lovely bonus. And then finally you want holy order. Missionaries and apostles are 30% cheaper to purchase. This is completely and utterly overpowered. It's brilliant. I love it. So bam, job done. And now our religion has basically peaked. That is the best we can get. And we can now start beginning Operation Destroy the Entire Universe using a good bit of Jesus. And so what you want to do is you want to purchase an item using faith. Now, if you remember previously, missionaries cost us about 160 or 150 faith points to buy. We don't want to buy missionaries. We want to buy apostles. They are fantastic. But where do we want to buy them? Well, we want to buy them in the lovely Governor Moshka's established city. So we purchase an item with faith. Wabam, an apostle. He's born, and next turn he should be ready to level up. So there we go. I've just bought 2 lovely apostles, and we're going to use these guys to spread our religion around the world. So there we go. They are ready to level up, so you want to give them a promotion. But of course, remember, thanks to our lovely relation with Yerevan over there, we're able to pick their promotion. So which promotion do we want? Well, naturally we could do quite well with pilgrimage, because that's gain 3 extra spreads when moving adjacent to a natural wonder for the first time. Well, they spawn adjacent to a natural wonder, so that's quite useful. We'll make sure to grab that. Other than that, you want to make sure to grab Polterizer, which is religious spread eliminates 75% of existing pressures, or translator, religious spread is triple strength in cities of other civilizations. So we'll grab that, and because we've done that, they'll take up to the next one again. Now these are all the apostles we want to buy for the first few turns, as trust me, you don't want this going too out of control. But as you can see, our religion has spread quite well. We have contained the entirety of the Congo Empire. We've also managed to basically steal Vilnius from the Catholics. The Catholics do still, however, maintain the entirety of this region. However, we do have our slight crabby influences over to the north in Canada. So who do we want to convert next? Well, we want to make sure we grab Yerevan and the remnants of the Hungarian Empire. There's not many cities left. In fact, I think they only have 1 city left. Yes, apparently the Congolese have basically forced them right the way out just over here to Eger. So we're going to send up some apostles over here to basically steal that city. And there we go, we've made our way into Yerevan. So what we're going to do is use our apostle to spread religion. Now our apostles are very powerful. In fact, so powerful they're going to convert 2 people on the spot following our religion. And wabam, that's an entire city converted. Well done. And now we just want to move over to the rest of Hungary and we'll steal them away as well. And we're also going to research the Buttress over here, as that allows us to build the Hagia Sophia, which means that missionaries and apostles can spread their religion 1 extra time, which is, you know, a nice little bonus to have. Oh, and hello there, Eger, the lovely bastion of Hungarian religion. Well, I'm afraid not for much longer. We just pop this lovely little apostle. Oh no, Matthias says, your proletizers are not welcome among my people. I think I'm kind of okay with just spreading my religion in your land and just driving you insane. because there's nothing you can do to counter it. So yes, there we go, we've converted one of your cities. As long as we convert the last one, that's a success for my religion. And finally, we can promote our governor, who is Moshka here. Perfect. We can promote him to, here it is, Patron Saint, which is that apostles and warrior monks trained in the city receive 1 extra promotion upon their first promotion. Glorious. That means that basically, if we purchase a apostle right now, what they're going to have happen, and this is quite interesting and quite broken in fact, is next turn, because they've spawned in and we have our civilization upgrades, they're going to immediately level up. But upon leveling up, they're going to immediately level up again. So we're going to grab a translator on this lovely guy, and as you can see, he immediately levels up once more. So there you go, he's leveled up once again, and so we're going to grab proselytizer, I think it is, which is the religious spread, basically eliminates 75% of the existing religion in the city that you spread it to. This is great for basically conversions rather than just brute force running in and stealing. Basically means if we run up to this city, we can eliminate the previous existing religion and flip it to ours at the same time, which is fantastic. And because our religious spread is just so powerful, even Montreal, a city we haven't even touched yet, it's going to convert itself in 8 turns time. This is going absolutely swimmingly. Basically, of the 4 other AI players in the game, we've managed to fully convert the Congo, fully convert Hungary. All that's left is to convert Canada and France. But anyway, our absolutely overpowered apostles are now ready. These are the mega upgraded ones. These can just run into a territory, steal it of all religion, and job done. And there we go. We've also now just gone and converted Babylon to the superior religion of tea. There we go. But we could do with more apostles. So how much they cost? Well, they're really cheap. They are just 385. You can spam these out. So there we go. We'll buy another. We'll buy another. And when it comes to our apostles, you want to move them off of their starting area. Then you promote them. Otherwise, they clog up the space. And of course, once again, you want to do translator. So move them off the starting area. And then once again, by translator. Perfect. And now that we've got those 2 apostles down, we might as well grab a few more. Bearing in mind, every time you do this, the cost of an apostle increases. So they're now at 425. Over a period of turns, they do go down in price, but as long as we're not at war with anyone, we can just spam these out everywhere. And here we go. We have our lovely converty boy here over in Vilnius, ready to convert it. As you can see, an even split 3 followers of Christianity, 2 for the Church of Tea. However, we pop this bad boy down, and suddenly people stop believing in Catholicism. Yeah, it's quite an interesting little shenanigans we have going on here. And we basically just want to slowly start moving into the French territory, and basically the more cities we take, the larger our pressure is, and the more we can slowly force them to start thinking about our fantastic cult of tea. So I'm going to send one of our apostles north to start converting Montreal and Canada, and one of them will start heading right so that we can start converting most of France. There we go. And then finally, I guess we'll send one off somewhere up north to actually properly finish off Hungary. But for the time being, this is going very well. You see, France was the only other nation that really got very active with its religion, but we should be able to defeat it nonetheless. Quite easily, in fact. Right, and there we go. One of our lovely preachy boys has arrived in Nantes. As you can see, 5 citizens, all of them believing in Catholicism. There's a lot of pressure there, 972 pressure, whereas only 83 pressure for the Church of Tea. So we want to do our conversion. Wabam, we convert 4 people over the top. And basically, instead of agreeing to not convert the French's land, we're going to say that actually we're going to convert everyone. This is going to upset her a little bit, but it means we won't have a stacking, massive negative breaking of trust. So that's going well. But there we go. In one turn, we've converted the entirety of this settlement into the fantastic Church of Tea. And wabam, we've got more priests following him up. This is just going great. So what next? Well, I guess we make the logical step of moving our lovely priesty boy over to, say, Ambrose. Yes, that seems like a decent idea. And there we go. I finally met the last player in this game. It really took this long. It was Sweden. Where are they? They are all the way over here. My goodness, they're so far away. But I've got to find a way to convert them out of their Protestantism. Yeah, we've got to teach them all about this fantastic cup of tea stuff we've discovered. Anyway, you know what, Ambrose? What a nice little city. Oh, it would be a shame if someone happened to convert it, wouldn't it? And so we're naturally just going to annoy the French by converting all of their cities. There we go. That's another conversion down. Wabam. And pressure for Catholicism has been eliminated. It is all about the fantastic, beautiful religion of tea. Yes. Bam. There we go. Montreal is now also following the Church of Tea. Because so many places are now following the Church of Tea, we're gaining constant era score. Now, era scores basically allow your nation to enter into a gold golden age, and if we enter into a golden age we get tons of bonuses, but we are effectively forcing our way into a golden age due to the fact that every time we convert a city we gain era score. How much? I think it's something like 1.5. Now this is continuously stacking and basically means even if we did nothing else, we didn't research or anything like that, we would still propel ourselves into somewhat of a golden era just thanks to all of these fantastical conversions that are happening. Well, you know what, here's Paris. Paris is doing great. Apparently 4 people live in Paris, the capital of France, for some reason, and you know what, we can spread our religion and immediately convert it on the spot. So there you go. Paris was once the cradle of Catholicism but now faithfully flocked to the temples of Church of Tea. There we go. Fantastic. Look at our era score, now 94. This is go quite well to say the least. And also we must venture deeper into Hungary. There we go, another city discovered, which allows us to convert. My goodness, this conversion is going to convert 6 citizens in one go. Wabam! Oh, glorious. You know, we'll convert here again. That's another successful conversion. Apparently France has had to denounce me. They're just really not happy with what I've done. Oh, what a shame, France. However, they won't really attack me if I pull off one magical move, and that's to convince my friend here in the Congo to ally with me. Oh, we built Petra. There we go. You know, let's also use our apostle to start attacking their missionaries. It's a holy person fight. They kind of shout at each other. And let's do another conversion. Wabam. There we go. Miskolc was once the cradle of Hinduism. Now everyone flocks to the Church of Tea. Another successful conversion. But we should probably get the Empire of Congo on our side now. How about a military alliance? There we go. I have to pay him, but lo and behold, we have our military alliance. It's going to be fantastic. It's great. We've got gold. We've got success. And most importantly, none of the other AIs in the world are going to attack us now because they're just simply too scared. You know, we should probably send out another wave of apostles soon, so let's get recruiting. I mean, they're not that expensive and we gain about 124 faith per turn, so we can really churn these guys out. Oh my goodness, and apparently there's an emergency. The special world session, religious emergency. Victoria has converted Paris to Church of Tea. We must eradicate this new faith. So, apparently they want to eradicate my faith. Well, I'm afraid I'm going to have to vote against that. Mega no. I want to continue this glorious faith, although I get the feeling it's not going to be successful for us. But we have alarmed the world. Yep, we did alarm the world, sadly. What a shame. Apparently Christina and Eleanor weren't happy. So basically 29 turns the AI are going to try and remove the Church of the Tea from Paris. I just can't allow that to happen, I'm afraid. No problem whatsoever. Oh my goodness. And if they fail to do so, my religion will release a burst of pressure on all nearby cities and gain 200 diplomatic favor. This is fantastic, right? We are not letting them convert Paris. It will remain mighty, glorious, and tea-fueled. So we're going to need to send over a lot of converty boys. So recruit those missionaries. Lots of missionaries, lots of apostles. And apparently Sweden isn't happy. They've just denounced me. Something to do with all of the religious conversions I'm doing around the world. But don't worry, we're backed up by the military might of Congo. We'll be fine. Apparently we can move missionaries over to Paris within about 5 turns, which is quite impressive to say the least. Yes, we're going to be receiving reinforcements very soon. This is great. Oh, and the world has entered the Renaissance era perfectly, and it's a golden era for us, of course. And, did we do it? I think we did it. Turns remaining 26, but there's only Sweden and the French Empire involved, but I think we might have actually completed it, unless they've accidentally managed to convert Paris. No, Paris is still very much a crab central hold. Look at the dominance of the crab around here. This is going great. Anyway, world has entered the Renaissance era. Let us choose our dedication. Oh my goodness, this is incredible. Exodus of the Evangelists. So basically, +2 movement for all missionaries, apostles, and inquisitors. Additionally, newly trained ones have +2 charges and +4 great profit points per turn. That is fantastic. Oh my goodness, and we can pick 3 dedications. Well, we'll also grab Monumentality, and you know, we might as well also grab Reform the Coinage. Yes, fantastic. So we can now use Faith to buy Settlers and Builders for 120 only. Okay, right, that's perfectly fine. So we can buy a builder per turn from Faith. Nice. Good, I like this. There we go. We also finished the Hagia Sophia, which is yet another fantastic, completely over-the-top monument for us to add to our collection. Look at this. Our missionaries can now move at 6 tiles per second. We can literally teleport into the walls of Paris. Oh, it's fantastic. And let us finally convert Buddha. There we go. So yes, all of our brand new apostles here have 7 spreads of their religion, and we can upgrade them. And if we want, we can also grab the bonus, which gives them +3 spreads if they're next to a natural wonder, which we are. So that's 10 spreads at an increased strength with no counter whatsoever. Yeah, this game is really quite something, isn't it? You know what, Canada? For some reason, you recently decided to expand and settle St. John, which is of course instantly going to be converted within 4 turns. But I'm also going to steal your capital now, so thank you very much. Yoink, that will be mine. Bam, Ottawa is now ours. Now we just need to pick up Vancouver, and then, oh, actually, Victoria has flipped to Protestantism. Oh, well, we'll have to deal with that. That should be no problem, however. Let us simply summon... Oh, we can buy traders using faith. That seems like a good idea. Let's buy another apostle. Now 530 faith, but I mean, when you're pulling in 150 faith per turn, not really that much of a big deal. There we go. If we look at this lovely map, as you can see, the entirety of Canada, excluding one city, now follows the Church of Tea. All we need to do now is actually convert Sweden. Yes, Sweden is the only empire and civilization that we haven't converted a majority of the cities over to our religion. Honestly, if we just channel all of our efforts in the general direction of Sweden, job done, we've won the game. Oh, there we go. We've managed to successfully fight off the defense against us. Oh, we did it. Oh, we actually did it. We managed to convince the people of Paris that they should stay following our religion. So there we go. We're bam. We've very much upset the French, but that's fine. That's just the classic British way. Also, the Swedes don't like us because they wanted to do a bit of a religious victory, but it doesn't matter. We completely trumps them. Oh, Paris is ours, and then religious strength is just going to be billowing out of Paris. A glorious conversion, I say. There we go. Job done. Now, all of our lovely apostles around there, we can just wander off and start converting elsewhere. Perfect. So, let us start our long exodus in towards the wonderful nations of Sweden. Oh, here we have it. We've discovered our first few Swedish cities. This is good. We're starting to actually spot where they're coming from now. Oh, yes, the conversions are soon to begin. Oh, this is going to end very nicely for us. I'm so sorry, Sweden. There is nothing you can do to stop it. There is no counter. There is absolutely nothing, I'm afraid. Oh, a glorious easy game of Civilization 6. I do love it. Oh, look at you trying to fight us off. There we go. Look at them. They've tried to fight us off using one of their more powerful apostles. Sorry, but I'm just going to waltz on over to Alburo there and, waboosh. Oh, what's this? You don't like me converting? I'm sorry, but it's God's will. So, we're just going to go do it. Church of Tea demands it. Yes, let the conversions begin. Göteborg is ours. Yep, the entirety of France is now converted to the ways of tea. Oh, I wouldn't have it any other way. Fantastic. Oh, this beautiful orange map of Church of Tea. It is glorious. Nothing can stand in its way. Oh, there we go. We've discovered Stockholm itself. Yes, not even you will be safe from our converting abilities. Oh, yes, oh, yes, oh, yes. Oh, hello there, Swedish capital. What do we have here? Stockholm. Yes, I'm going to convert 3 of your citizens to my religion. Yes, now I have removed your own majority in your own city. And next turn, it will be ours. Oh yes, it will be ours. And then I think we might actually have our victory. Only 200 turns into the game. So there we go, let's get our conversion in. Majority is now the Church of Tea, and now everyone's celebrating because we're bam. We managed to convert Stockholm, the cradle of Protestantism. It's now ours. Now we choose the research. Ooh, no astronomy. How close are we to our victory? 5 of 6 civs converted. I see. So my last one is Sweden. Yes, I guess one more city is necessary, and then we've done it. Sweden is ours. And here we go. We're next to Orbo. Pretty sure this will be the one. Next turn. Oh no, they're trying to religiously fight us. It's not going to help Sweden, I'm afraid. Oh, come on, religious victory on turn 200. Let us do it. Oh, I must say, yes, if you min-max this much more effectively, you could have done this probably by about turn 150, but not for me. Anyway, Orbo, you're now ours. Alright, and let us convert Norrköping. There we go. Oh, we did it. Oh, we did it. The religious victory. Oh, finally. Oh, we did it. There are all those lovely symbols. Give us the crab, Sean Bean. Fantastic. The English Empire, the glorious English Empire. Oh, not bad at all. So yes, that was absolutely fantastic, ladies and gentlemen. That is how to pull off a very easy victory in Civilization 6. Almost no counter to it. There's not really much you can do. You can just get this massive swarm of very high-level apostles that will just defeat everything they come into. If you grab those early wonders without anyone else looking, GG, you've won the game.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back. It's Civilization 6 Gathering Storm, and I am, of course, the Spiffing Brit, your favourite, strangest, and most tea-loving individual online. Anyway, I'm going to be demonstrating for all of you today, ladies and gentlemen, a fantastic exploit which effectively grants you free unlimited settlers and free unlimited workers. Yeah, it's relatively broken and will destroy most of your games. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's dive in and show off this fantastic brand new exploit which works in both single player or multiplayer. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you're sat back, you're relaxed, you have a nice warm cup of tea, and hey, if you're feeling especially fantastic today, you might have even given the video a like. Let's dive our way into a brand new Civilization exploit video. Now for this
exploit, it doesn't actually make any difference really what civilization you pick. Some are of course probably slightly better than others when it comes to this. Now for the sake of getting this off as fast as possible, I'm going to be picking Russia because they get some early faith points. Now basically what you want to do is we're going to be rushing the Pantheon as fast as possible. In a standard game of Civ, that means just having 25 faith, I do believe, and then you kickstart your first Pantheon. Anyway, we're going to be jumping into the game, classic Prince difficulty, bam, all of that jazzy stuff. And whilst we probably won't be finishing the game, I will simply be demonstrating just how ridiculously overpowered theoretically you can make yourself very early on. Ah, Sean Bean narrating Russia into my ears. Is this what communism feels like? Bam, begin game. We're in, ladies and gentlemen. That's right, it's Civ 6, a absolutely fantastic game. In my opinion, I think my favorite entry into the Civ franchise was probably Civilization 3, although I haven't played it in many years, so I imagine my opinions have been completely ruined, considering I actually recently went back and played Civ 4, and my memories of Civ 4 was that it was one of the most fantastical strategy games at the time, and then I discovered actually it's just stacking doom stacks upon doom stacks and the combat is terrible. But hey, you know, everyone loves the game a little bit. Anyway, we're just going to be slamming down our first city right away. Well, bam, St. Petersburg is founded. It's our first city. It's nothing fantastic or jazzy, but hey, it's ours and we're going to look after it. Now, sadly, we haven't exactly spawned in the best spot when it comes to actually farming our early faith points, but don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, we'll do our best to try and find some. Now, in order to get this off as best as possible, you do want to try and be the first person to actually access the Pantheon. So that basically means you want to try and get an early faith production up as soon as possible. Oh my god, I'm literally getting bombarded by tutorials for this game. Do you have no idea how many hundreds of hours I have in this? Oh, Civ 6, please leave me alone. Now, of course, in your opening strategy for the game, it probably involves building a scout and then a builder after it and then probably a settler. You don't actually want to waste any production on a builder because you're going to be getting a very large amount of builders for free, so it's actually not worth our time. Of course, when it comes to your first policy, just go for God King, +1 faith and +1 gold. It's quite useful, mostly just because the +1 faith is actually going to allow us to get towards our first religion. And of course, now you can see we're at the stage of the game where the game wants me to actually make my first settler. However, as I am fully aware of what I'm going to be doing, another settler here is actually a bad idea. I probably want to make myself a new warrior because I'm actually going to be needing something to defend me. Oh, we gained a free builder unit. Great. That's probably actually the least important thing to get at this moment in time, but fine. Thank you, game. I'll take it and just expend it on some farms. No problem, game. Now, the strategy we're also going to be doing is basically a surefire way of guaranteeing a golden age in the first part of the game, and it's also most likely going to actually catapult you into a situation where your snowball is just much better than everyone else's. You see, in Civilization 6, the entire meta is mostly built around effectively a limitation of time and production, so there's only so much you can do in one turn, and you basically need to make sure that you make the right decision for every single turn, else you've effectively wasted time in the future. Oh, and well, bam, we have located Scotland. Great. It's an honor to meet you. Pretty sure it's illegal for me to say that. Well met, stranger. A farewell. Now, sadly, even though we're Russia, we haven't really found a good spot to whack down our first holy site, but because of how fast we've managed to access it, it looks like we should most definitely be able to get our Pantheon out before anyone else does. Ah, please accept my people's finest tweeds and haggis. Hang on a second, you're sending tweed and haggis? Once again, this is a mighty insult, my friend. But honestly, tweeds and haggis are pretty fun, aren't they? Oh, wow, yes, there we go, perfect. We just accidentally stumbled upon a goody hut and that gave us straight away 10 faith. Now that is perfect because that's now pushed us up to the 25 faith point where we can now found ourselves our first Pantheon. Now, if you're in a multiplayer game, this is where things get tricky because there's no saving and going back if you mess this bit up, but actually it's not too difficult. You just need to get your timings right on your left hand and your right hand. It's not too tricky if I'm honest. And what you want to do if you're in single player, just in case you mess up, simply drop down a save game. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as always, Civ 6 allows you to found a Pantheon. Pantheons are quite cool. There's some pretty funky ones, including Dance of the Aurora, holy sites get +1 faith from adjacent tundra tiles. Very nice if you're Russia because you're going to spend most of your time in tundra tiles. Yeah, there's a load of good stuff. +1 production from fishing boats is always nice. +1 food and production from camps is great. But the two which we're going to be messing about with today, ladies and gentlemen, are fertility rights and religious settlements. You see, there is a slight mismatch in the game's coordination, as we have two Pantheons here which can both be exploited. Fertility rights, when selected and founded as your Pantheon, basically increase city growth for the rest of the game by 10%, but also it spawns a builder in your capital. If you have religious settlements, however, when when chosen you gain a free settler in your capital, and border expansion rates are 15% faster, meaning your borders just keep going out and out and out and you can harvest more resources. It's quite a nice little one to have, although generally most are kind of steered clear of due to other benefits you can get from getting some nice early production in, but there's honestly nothing wrong with getting a free settler this early in the game. The issue is by the time most players access their first Pantheon, they're already training their first settler. But this is where we have a little bit of a strange interaction. You see, when I hit the Found Pantheon button, there's a tick, and that tick basically goes, okay, Pantheon's been founded, spawn the unit, and then tick the box which says that the Pantheon has been secured and is in this city. And as you can guess, because there are effectively two separate ticks in process, the tick of the spawning in the settler and then the tick of the founding of the Pantheon, you are basically able to completely cheese the system by undoing it. What I mean by this, ladies and gentlemen, is if we were to press the Found Pantheon button and escape at roughly the same time, you are able to effectively break the game. But I mean, don't just take my word for it, why not take a glorious example, ladies and gentlemen? So, let us found our Pantheon in 3, 2, 1, tick. And as you'll notice, bam, we have our Pantheon founded. It says, religion, my Pantheon, when chosen, you receive a settler in your capital and border expansion rate is 15% faster. Fantastic, we founded our Pantheon. Oh look, there's our settler, but hang on a second, why have we still got the Pantheon menu open? Oh dear. Well, maybe we can just get a second settler from it. 3, 2, 1, and there's settler number 2. But the menu is still open, Spiff. Why is the menu open, Spiff? That's right, 2K. It's exploit time. There's absolutely no way to counter this, I know. But yes, let's found a couple more Pantheons and get a few more settlers. So I decided to stop it effectively, but as you can see, it is turn 19 of the game, and Russia here has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 settlers. So that means we can have 11 cities. I mean, honestly, you're probably not going to be looking at having that many cities that early on in the game. Now, of course, this isn't the most efficient way of doing things. Oh, no. There's a much more efficient way of setting up these cheese Pantheons. So bam, we're back at when the exploit just started. Now, if you were looking quite closely, you'll have noticed every time you found a Pantheon, it actually costs you 25 faith points. That's because you need 25 faith just to basically get up to the point where you can do the Pantheon. This does, however, mean that every time we pull off this exploit, we lose 25 faith points. Now, that might sound actually pretty rough because theoretically by the end of this exploit, we could actually be at like minus 600 faith points, but you have to remember, we're effectively getting a free settler for 25 faith. Yeah, I'm just saying, buying a settler for 25 faith is a great deal, but by the time you could actually probably pull that off, you're probably on about turn 150 of this game. So being able to buy settlers almost as early as about turn 15, I think you could probably pull this off, is absolutely ridiculous. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, let's see just how many perfect settlers we can get. So I've spawned in 17 settlers. That should be more cities than I'll actually ever need, but of course, what goes great with a settler? Well, it's of course a builder to go along with it to make sure the city is set up almost perfectly upon arrival. So yes, let's do that as well. And bam, we have 9 builders to go along and help out our settlers. We've created a bit of a mess graphically on the map, but you know, our intentions were good. Right, let's send our first settler off to go settle a city, and then our second settler can go over here and settle a city. Honestly, it doesn't particularly matter if all of these settlers get caught by barbarians, because at the end of the day, there's more settlers where that came from. Good God, there's just so many settlers. I'm kind of just scouting with a bunch of settlers. I know I'm going to lose a ton of them to all of these barbarians, but honestly, it doesn't particularly make much of a difference to me at the end of the day. And of course, we're bam, turn 22, our second city is founded. Honestly, not the best time to found a second city. Could have probably done this much earlier in the game if you really wanted to, but then again, where's the fun in that? Now, you might be wondering, thinking that, hey, these settlers are going to cost a lot of money. No, not really. There's no upkeep actually at all, so don't worry, you're not gonna kind of go bankrupt or anything because of this. This tactic just works, full stop. There isn't really a sense as to why it should work. In fact, everything should say that just having a bunch of cities should go quite heavily punished, but this is actually Civ 6, and for some reason it's not kind of like Civ 5 where the more cities you had, the harder it was to control. Right, anyway, bam, we're going to be settling our 4th city now. It's turn 25. Wabam. And I think we'll be getting our 5th city settled next turn. It's looking like some fun spots spots over here as well for some cities. And of course the game thinks this is a suitable settle spot, so why not? Kind of just whacking all of these settlers down in really stupid positions, which I know technically don't work, but the game says this will be fine. I mean, this is kind of also a surefire way to guarantee a golden age for the sole reason that we currently have an era score of 43. But yes, there we go. Our 5th city is down on turn 26, and of course it is Moscow. Lovely choice, Russia. Actually, you know what? Let's make it a 6th city as well. Bam, we got Tver as well. And the thing is, because of this, we're actually going to start kind of nudging ahead in science as well. You'll notice that our fantastic AI friend over here only has 4 science, whereas we have 10, for the sole reason that we have such a ridiculously large population pool. Because each of these settlers, you have to remember, is 1 pop. If you were to build this normally in one of your cities, you lose a pop, but as we have them just floating around everywhere, we're ever so slightly gaining some resources off of them. You know what? I think there's a perfect second city to be found right here. Of course, turn 26 and we have 7 cities down. This is actually more cities than I'd actually normally settle in an entire game. Normally I'd stick to about 4 or maybe 5 if I was pushing it, but hey, you know, this is effectively Civ without any rules whatsoever. I mean, I don't think I've ever been in a situation where I can do political philosophies without any boost in just 4 turns. I mean, turn 28 with 11 culture per turn. This is perfectly balanced. Oh dear God. And well, bam, I can actually found my religion. Nice. 30 turns in, it's religion time. Let's choose a spicy religion. Ah yes, wiggly waves. Now I just need to come up with some kind of subtle way to indoctrinate people without them realizing. Something that'll force them to make me do something that I want them to do without actually being aware that they're doing it, but they enjoy doing it nonetheless. Oh, of course. Like and subscribe. Perfect. Now, of course, when it comes to our religion, we can pick literally anything, but I strongly recommend, bam, always do feed the world if you're Russia, because if you're settling in tundra, it's often quite tricky to find food to feed your people with. Don't worry, your shrines and temples will just give food to your people. It's great fun. And of course, don't forget cross-cultural dialogue. It's fantastic. +1 science for every 5 followers of this religion. It's very spicy. How it works is you basically just cheese your way into a science victory using religion. We've discovered Mount Vesuvius. What a perfect place to found a city next to. Oh, you know what? Bam, we got a great place to settle our city next to a active volcano. Go, settler, go. We'll be fine, say the citizens of Novgorod. All mountains smoke a little, right? Oh dear, oh dear. Oh, that city's not going to do well in the future. I must say, though, this is actually probably one of our best settlements ever. I mean, look at this province. Look at this tile here. +5 science. How? It's next to like a geothermal vent and 2 mountains. That's fantastic. We can whack down a holy site here as well, and that's like +3 and +3. Oh, this is just a great place to settle. Amazing locations to settle. You know, screw it. It's way too early to get down one of these campuses, but we're gonna do it anyway. One of the issues which regularly occurs in Civ, sadly, is that basically once someone gets a science kind of lead, they don't actually lose in any regard after that. You kind of want to be ahead on science to win on tourism. You want to be ahead on science to win on culture. You want to be ahead on science to win military. To an extent, everything depends on science, and so a good player is kind of simultaneously balancing all of them. And we enter the classical era. And of course we get to pick our actual government. So naturally, let's just go for classical republic. That looks great fun. You know what, we're gonna whack down +1 production in all cities. Just get that cheeky urban planning up and running, considering we have so many cities starting out in our glorious empire. But of course, because we got our golden age, and considering most AI is only going to a normal age, we're able to pick one super cool dedication. You know what, bam, we're gonna choose culture a bit by having +1 culture for each speciality district. Considering we're gonna be having a bunch of them, why not? So it's turn 34 and we have 11 cities. So yeah, we've averaged quite a high amount of cities per turn. Quite a ridiculous amount indeed. We're currently rocking a nice stable 22 science and 24 culture. I'm sure if we actually meta built cities to the same ability which some people can, we'd be doing much better. But I would say at the moment we're still doing ridiculously well. Dear good lord, this is amazing. Yeah, I think the game's kind of buggered. It's turn 37, we're gaining about 50 science per turn. Horseback riding is a 1 research thing, engineering 2 research, currency 1 research. I think we're just gonna steam ahead, considering Scotland is on 8 science. Were they on 10 not too long ago? How have they gone down? Oh, Scotland. Oh well, let's recruit our first great writer. Got no idea what they can do. Right, Homer, right. I think we've done it. We've basically hit the point where where we can just beeline brush our way down the actual science portion of the technology tree, and the AI is never going to actually be able to catch up. So we research currency, mathematics, and then as soon as we get education down, that's +4 science in basically all of our cities. Continue that on to astronomy, and bam, just, I don't know, could build a palace. I mean, it's at 1100 BC, and it's apparently only going to take us 9 turns to work out how a gun works correctly. Okay, right. I see how this is. How long is it going to take us to learn how to fly? 11 turns to get a biplane up and running. Nice. Oh, and of course, 19 turns for the giant death robot, and 19 turns for a thermonuclear device. Okay, game. Yes, indeed, ladies and gentlemen, it would appear that we have beansed it, so to say. My goodness, there are so many fantastic spots around here and on this map for some brilliant sciencey buildings. Oh, we have just cheesed this so much. Imagine it's turn 41 of your game, and you look over at your friend and you check the scoreboard and you're like, hang on a second, why is he more than 3 times ahead of the next player? And then you take a look at his stats and go, okay, he hasn't really got a crazy military, that's fine. Science? Okay, 6 times more than the next player. Culture? Okay. Yeah, it just doesn't make any sense, does it? Something's gone on here, and my goodness, is it not just majestic? I absolutely love this game, but my goodness, these exploits are pretty bad. You gotta fix this, devs. Trust me. Oh my goodness, there's a very real possibility we might be breaking the 100 science by turn 100 and try and hit 100 science by turn 50. I'm not sure if such a thing is possible, but if it is, my goodness, this is most spicy indeed. Oh my goodness, we're recruiting so many great scientists and great writers just because all of the other AIs and theoretically other players just aren't actually producing enough great person points to be able to actually compete. I've got so many great writers and just absolutely nothing to do with them. But one of the benefits of also having a high amount of faith but not particularly much to do with it is you can just buy an absolute metric ton of great people. Oh my goodness, yet another great scientist. We're literally getting a great scientist every 5 turns at this rate. This is ridiculous. What am I meant to do with all of them? Right, bam, Eureka for mathematics and 1 random technology. We got military tactics, yes. I'm pretty sure we've already researched mathematics. Oh dear. Sadly, the game's not actually able to create great people which are actually able to match where I'm currently at in the game, so it's created a little bit of a mess. We did it! Oh my goodness, we did it. Look at that. It's turn 50 at the top right. We have 113 science per turn, ladies and gentlemen. This is the beautiful world which I've created. One which, effectively puts us in a situation where I'm pretty sure the AI can't win. I think you'd have to do something quite impressive to actually lose this, considering if we take a look at the good old Georgian Empire over here, they're on effectively 10 times less science per turn than we are. They have fundamentally absolutely no way of winning. Every single possible research in the technology tree for us is just 1. That's all it takes, just 1 turn, and bam, we've got it. 11 turns now for nuclear fusion. That's ridiculous. We can have gunpowder in 3 turns, and we've also basically broken the game considering our great person point production per turn. We get about 10 great scientist points per turn. Scotland is next on 3, so basically that means we poach all of the great scientists. No matter what, they just instantly become ours. Guess what? That's right, it's the Angkor Wat, that one world wonder which absolutely no one builds because it provides +1 population in all current cities and +1 housing. So basically it's going to take 12 turns to produce, but in turn give us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 population and 17 housing slots. Now I don't know about you, but that's a ridiculous amount of fantastic stuff indeed. Oh, and naturally we can actually become a monarchy because why not? This is actually absolutely stupid way we've managed to get ourselves up to. This is crazy. Absolutely crazy. And we're close to getting a democracy actually, so don't think we should necessarily switch over just yet. Yeah, you know what, let's become a theocracy, why not? That looks fun. And bam, we've got gunpowder. It's happened. It's 250 BC and the Russians have discovered gunpowder. They didn't actually even have swords yet. I forgot to research the swordsman. Oh well, that's fine. My goodness. Oh bam, it's another great scientist, of course it is. Bam, Amar, my friend, come over here. Give me 2 random texts. Exploration and Buttress. Seriously? Buttress? You chose Buttress? That took 1 turn to research. You haven't improved it at all. If anything, great scientists are useless now. I've no need for them all. Oh well. Can't blame them. Alright, we're also going to start converting everyone else to our fantastic religion of like and subscribe. That's right. Yes, do it. I've kind of accidentally created a situation where I'm going to be the only one with any great works of art, because I'm also the only one recruiting great writers or great artists, because the poor AI hasn't actually had a chance to do it. But hey, it's 1 AD now, ladies and gentlemen. Should we build a guy with a gun? I mean, is there a need to? We've got musketmen and also archers and... Oh, it's still a bit of a mess, our glorious empire. Some of it is so far in the past, and yet some of it is just so ridiculously modern. And we're bam! We have set the stage for the industrial era. It's 50 AD, but congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. We're bam! We've entered the medieval era, whilst we're also simultaneously entering into the industrial era. Don't question how it works. But hey, we've got a golden age now. Oh no, another great writer. What am I to do with them all? There's just a horde of them. Oh my goodness, thank goodness. We've used one of them up, but there's still like 4 great writers all waiting just to have a go, but there's physically nowhere to cram them into. We filled that entire city up with great works of writing. Oh dear. Oh dear, it's a mega colossal eruption. Who could have guessed that Mount Vesuvius would erupt with a mega colossal eruption? Oh well, that's exciting. Poor Buenos Aires. I'm sure they'll survive. But bam, this is the turn. The Angkor Wat has been built. Oh, amazing. Oh, we also did Machu Picchu. And because of that, wabam, all of our cities just immediately grew in size. Oh yes, our population and empire has just become a lot more powerful. Oh my goodness, our expression of colonialism will define humanity's future in the industrial era. That's right, it's 420 AD and the Russians have discovered colonialism. Oh no, what have I done? Oh, I've created art, but at the same time, something absolutely horrific. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's bam, turn 69. Very nice. We're on 169 signs per turn, 133 culture per turn, all of this majestic good stuff. We have a ridiculous quantity of cities. I'm not even sure what our population is, but I know it's pretty high. We're starting to have the more dominant religion as well, which is quite tasty, as that's a surefire way of getting more signs for us as well because of how I set up my civ. And this is also with a unoptimized civilization, considering so many of the resources in my land haven't even been built upon yet. There's farms and mines which could go down. They just haven't been touched. It's a bit of a mess, but it's a beautiful mess, and that's kind of what I work with. Was humanity meant to have this power of exploitation? Probably not, but it's a good laugh. Whilst recording this video, I've been sent about 2 emails from various different Russian media marketing companies asking me to do a Raid Shadow Legends video. No thank you. I know some people jokingly say, hey, have you considered just exploiting the game? But no, they don't actually offer that. No Raid Shadow Legends video sponsorship actually wants you to play Raid Shadow Legends because of how bad the game is. They just want you to talk about the game for like 45 to 60 seconds, and then they give you like literally the average person's yearly income just for talking about something for 45 seconds. It is stupid the amount of money Raid Shadow Legends is throwing around. Now you might be panicking because it's effectively 1200 AD and the Russians are already mining uranium out of the ground. Yeah, it's a bit spooky. And here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Turn 92, nuclear fission is getting researched. It's exciting, I know. And there we have it. Bam, we can now do the Manhattan Project. Sorry, St. Petersburg, stop building Oxford University. I've got a better project for you. The Manhattan Project. It's going to take 16 turns, but it's going to be worth it. Oh dear, Georgia has decided to attack us because of our low military score. Little did Georgia know, I deliberately built the government building, which allows me to buy military units using faith. Oh dear, Georgia. Well, you're about to discover what that means. Basically, I can buy myself a tank. That's right. We now have a tank against your spearman and heavy chariot. What is that? That is actually a barbarian. My goodness. Okay, right. Let's buy ourselves another tank over here. You know, we'll buy a naturalist whilst we're at it. That'll be nice. Yeah, let's get some naturalism going. And what have we got to research next? Space race. Honestly, I think we've completed the game at this point. There's not too much left to research. This is exciting though. Oh, I don't normally get very excited to go into wars, but this is quite a special case indeed. Did they steal Buenos Aires from me? That's fine. I can just snipe that back almost instantly. All right, I'm going to use my tank on this barbarian man. Go tank, go. Wow, tank, you take no damage. That's ridiculous. Let's upgrade our melee man to infantry, and tank, go on a bit of a spree. Honestly, we've got more targets than you could possibly dream for. Oh my goodness, what is wrong with the AI? Why is it throwing units into it? I understand that when you start producing the Manhattan Project, the AI kind of panics and tries to attack you, but come on, you can't actually win here. Oh my goodness, right, am I going to be able to take the city in one go? Mine a victory using a tank tank against a city. Sure, let's do this. Sorry, Georgia. You really chose a very poor time to attack. Oh, yes. Right, there we go. Bam. One artillery shot was all it needed to take down the walls. Go, my infantry, go. The city is ours. Glorious stuff indeed. Right, on to the next one. All right, do we keep the city or do we raise the city? Probably ought to burn it. It's not like I'm going to really do anything with it. No, I might as well keep it. Why not? That'll be fun. Yes, we're now on 400 science per turn. We've just crossed into the 100 turn mark. So we're doing a little bit better than I was previously expecting. Civilization is very, very balanced indeed. And hey, if you have been enjoying watching this, why not consider giving the video a like? It does absolutely massively help out the channel, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my, the city's ours. Wow, it's really that easy. Go, tank, go! Oh yes, Georgia is done for. We've done it. Success. Well, that was relatively easy. Keep city? Well, we can't exactly raise it. It's physically no one to give it to. You know, I think this is enough, ladies and gentlemen. I think we've demonstrated just how ridiculously overpowered and exploited this is. I mean, it's turn 105. We're generating 400 science per turn. If we take a look at the tech tree, this is where we are. This is where all of the AI are around the Renaissance era, discovering printing, gunpowder, banking, mass production, and the Caravel. Whereas we are just about to finish off the Manhattan Project in 1480 AD. Just a couple of decades after Constantinople fell to the Ottoman Empire and the HRE was at its peak, ladies and gentlemen. This is where we find ourselves, where the Russians are discovering the atom bomb. It's very strange indeed. Oh, hello there, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Civilization 6. Now, many people in the comment section of the last video were basically interested to see what would happen if I took my exploit and put it into a multiplayer setting. So that's exactly what I'll be doing in today's video. However, I also thought I might spice it up a bit. So I poked about with this exploit to see if we could use it for something other than just an extremely large amount of free settlers, and instead maybe something slightly more powerful perhaps. And that's when I stumbled upon something relatively interesting. Yes, I'm talking about fishing boats which have the production potential of effectively the entirety of the United States, but just simply crumpled into one tiny city in 4000 BC. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about making one city so overpowered it has the ability to produce every single thing in the game in just one turn. How on earth are you going to be able to pull off that exploit? Well, sit back, relax, and watch today's video, because it's going to be a particularly spicy one as I decimate a friendship and also hopefully have some fun along the way. Anyway, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's dive into this video and make sure that you're sat back, you're relaxed, you have a nice warm cup of tea, and hey, if you're an absolutely fantastic human being, you might have even liked the video and also, oh my goodness, you could have even subscribed. Now that would be magic, wouldn't it? Anyway, let's dive into this glorious video as I say goodbye to my last friend who I'm not having to pay for company. In the last video, it turns out a lot of you want to see what happens if we kind of use our magical tricks on a willing test subject. So today I'm joined by Connor. Hello, you're my Discord admin and you featured in quite a few of my videos. How are you doing today?
I'm wonderful.
Thank you for reading your auto cue script cards. You're doing a fantastic job. Your pay has been increased by 0.1 T-bags per hour. Now, have you seen my last Civilization 6 video?
I have not.
Fantastic. That's absolutely fantastic. Don't feel like you're missing out. Don't worry. Absolutely nothing happened in the last one. Have you played Civ 6 before?
A little bit.
There you go. That's all you need. That's all you need. What I want you to do, just hit ready. You're perfect for this. You're going to be absolutely fantastic for this game. Just ready yourself in. It's going to be a dual map, just you and I. We're going to be playing off against each other. I'm going to hold your hands, teach you how to play Civ kind of properly, the meta build, and it's going to be great. Aren't you excited?
I'm very excited.
That's good. You should be.
Win.
You may even win. I'm hoping you win. Right, so I'm in the game, and naturally, I'm just going to be settling a nice little happy city. Now, you have, I'm sure, tons of experience playing Civilization 6, but of course, you know that I'm a good player, and I like Civ 6, and I'm going to be nice and peaceful. I'm going to go for a science victory, okay? A science victory. Are you ready for that?
Yes.
What other victories do you know exist in this game?
Culture.
Culture. Nice.
Faith.
And
domination.
And domination. Nice. Now, we wouldn't want to go for a domination victory because that would be quite mean if we were to do that, wouldn't it? So I would never do that personally.
Yes, obviously.
Now, if you were
You're
to...
a lovely, lovely person.
I'm a lovely person. Now, if you were to rate on like a scale of 1 to 100 what the best unit in Civilization 6 is, what would you say it is? And also, why is it the warrior?
The warrior? Really?
Correct. And you're going to see why in about 15 turns time.
Okay.
Oh god, I don't want to spoil the surprise too much, but it's very lovely. Oh, you also need to hit end turn in the bottom right of the screen.
You're doing a good job. Don't worry. It's going great. So you know how you mentioned that there was a faith victory in this game? You're technically right. However, in order to pull off a faith victory, you literally, it's just physically impossible, actually. I'm not even going to pretend that you could achieve it. It's only possible if for some reason all the other players in the game just forget that they have a military, as they can just instantly put down any like missionaries you send their direction. It's absolutely stupid.
You don't have a problem with me calling my city Hong Kong, do you?
No, that's fine. YouTube's
wanted
algorithm might, but I'm personally fine with it. Oh god, I have a meeting with a YouTube official this week, and oh god, I'm gonna delete my channel now.
It takes ages to do anything in this game.
Well, that's kind of what the early turns are like. You've got one city, a couple of population. It's going to take a while to get your civilization up and running. You want to know a saying? Rome wasn't built in a day. And do you know what that means? It means wait and shut up and behave. Now, I mean, if you also have friends, and more than my singular friend of Connor, you can invite them to a multiplayer game and have fun with them, because that's what you're meant to do in Civ 6 multiplayers. Connor, do you even like playing games with me? The pause on how long it took you to answer that is just... it tells me more than I need to know. Okay, so you've ended your turn now, Connor, but I'm going to be doing something quite magnificent over here. So if anyone's able to see my glorious cities, which of course they can, they'll notice that I have two little fishy things set up here, both getting worked by some workboats. Now, workboats, they're good. They provide you with bonus food when put on fish. However, if we go to the Found Pantheon section, you'll notice God of the Sea here provides +1 production from fishing boats. So we're just going to hit Found Pantheon on this. And then we've done it once, and we're also going to do it again. What I've managed to do is I've effectively stacked the God of the Oceans completely onto just two little fishing sites, and as a result I'm able to now produce a warrior in a single turn. So I'm just going to be queuing up a few of these bad boys.
Oh no.
Oh, they're going to be very spicy indeed. Very spicy.
I'm dead, aren't I?
I'm afraid there's indeed a distinct possibility that you could be. And the reason why I'm using warriors is because they're actually really good for the sole reason that you don't have to pay maintenance on them, just because of how much they like suck. So I'm now going to queue out just a metric ton of warriors. Fantastic. 8 warriors. Now I've just got to locate where you are, and then I can kill you in hopefully turn 25 of this game. Right, so I'm now just on my mission to try and track you down, as I'm now producing 1 warrior per turn. Effectively, they're going to start churning themselves out now. It's a bit of a shame I can't produce 2 units in 1 city. That'd be very nice. Those innocent civilians trying to run away. Oh, we found you. We found you. That's perfect. Oh, yes, so you're over to the left of me. Oh, that's good.
No, that was... my guys are all over the map.
How did he get there? Like, in comparison from that man, where is your city? I want to know for peace and trade. Peace and trade, good. Good. Peace and trade is en route. I also just happen to have 2 warriors named Peace and Trade, but, you know, different reasons.
I don't know, I've got a lot of warriors.
Have you got a lot of warriors? Have you got enough warriors, though? That's the issue.
I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, and 2 scouts.
That's honestly a lot of warriors. I feel like I should hopefully have an edge here, considering Did you just declare war on me?
I missed
It's an act of self-defense, ladies and gentlemen. Those horrific Chinese aggressors strike once more. They forced our hand today. Nothing to do with the fact that we've been spamming out military units all over their lands. They attacked first. You just threw a scout at me. What are you doing? It's just a bloke with a stick and a dog versus like Ugg here and his like stick with large rock on the end of it. Oh my goodness, there's a lot of fighting going on here.
Ow, ouchie.
Is that the name of your leader? I'm sorry, that's okay. So bad. God, this is why we're not allowed to record together. Oh, right, I'm gonna kill your scout. That's a scout done for. Can't let that one live. Oh, where? You've got scouts coming out the bloody woodworks. It's just gonna be wave after wave of caveman throwing themselves at the cliff of Hong Kong as he tries to lay siege to it. Stop trying to kill my sweet, sweet boys. You haven't done anything wrong. You just keep killing them. Well, you haven't actually killed one yet, but like the intent is there. Oh my god, you actually killed it with a scout. Okay, right, that's it. That's war. That's war. Oh my god, why? There's so much war. This is honestly like the most intense early game I've had for a very long time. Although I am enjoying it.
I'm going for the culture win.
Going for the culture victory, okay. Right, that's fine. No joke, culture victory in this game is one of the worst kind of victory types for the sole reason that if you go for it and someone else wants to go for it, you basically can't. You just have to sit and wait for them to win the game. Oh my god, have you got a slinger? This is getting wild. Slingers and everything. No, don't kill my sweet boy. He's one of my best dudes. Right, I'm gonna kill you for that. Begun, the dude wars have. The dude wars have begun.
This is dudes on dudes.
Hot dude
Just
on
like
dude action. How long does it take you to train a warrior?
2 turns.
Takes me 1 turn. So
Yeah.
I know, I'm killing you. Yes.
Oh, my slingers.
Yes,
My
all
poor,
those
poor
slingers will
slinger.
die. Won't be needing those slingers for much longer. You're gonna be dead. Just like you. Bam! I jumped into the midpoint of the video when you least expected me. That's right, it's me, the Spiffing Brit. I'm back. I'm here to tell you, go refill your cup of tea. Hopefully you've enjoyed watching this video so far. You best have, because if you haven't, I'll break your legs. I'll be exceedingly upset and I'll try and improve. I'll break your legs. So yes, you've had a lovely time watching. But hey, if you're sat there having a nice refreshing cup of Yorkshire tea, why not have a cup of Yorkshire tea in, that's right, the Spiffco approved mug. Bam, 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 bam. It's merch plug. It's a fantastic mug, ladies and gentlemen. Just drinking out of it bestows you with godlike abilities to no-clip through maps. Just be warned, drinking it might accidentally have you fall through the floor of your house, and half the time we forget to actually ship out the mug with instructions of how to activate and turn off God mode, but you know, just use it carefully. It's a good mug. Anyway, let's dive back into this fantastic video. I mean, really, there are much better ways we could have invested this incredible exploited amount of production in a very early game city, but no, early warrior spam wars was definitely the way that we want it done. I feel kind of sorry for those slingers, if I'm honest.
Oh, I'm choosing the wrong things.
It doesn't matter what you choose, Connor. Your
I'm
pain
putting
and
up a
suffering
fight.
will end soon.
I'm not going down without a fight.
I'll give you a bit of a fight then. No, I'm not having your slingers
no.
do stuff. Those slingers will die. Why are you producing so many slingers?
Because I'm a noob.
Why slingers? I mean, they're not a terrible unit. It's not like the worst thing you could do with your time.
They're not even ranged, really, are they?
No, they're kind of like semi-ranged, if I'm honest. Okay,
I've just
I know
got
you're
one guy
somewhere
left
over here.
standing.
You're some way over here. You've got one guy left. Oh, I've got a military strength of 277 in 1700 BC.
Oh no, my poor little guy. I thought we lived in a free world.
No, we don't. I mean, you're playing China, okay? So...
Oh, good point.
Right, those are the borders. The sweet, sweet Chinese borders. Right, I'm coming for that. So, have you got 2 cities now?
Yeah.
Oh, keep it nice and busy for me, I see. Keep you on my toes. Keep me
I
guessing.
told you, I'm not going down without a fight.
No. You put up whatever you deem a fight is. That's fine. I'll just decimate you nonetheless.
slinger.
Oh, yeah. The first wave has currently crossed the river. We are so close to those sweet, sweet Chinese cheeks, which we're going to decimate with our superior weaponry. Well, not superior weaponry, just superior numbers. That's the only thing I've got going for me.
Which, ironically, is the only thing that China has.
Yes, very good point. Right, attack 1. Oh my goodness, you know it's going to be good when the pre-combat says major defeat. That's where you know some good stuff's happening.
Okay, archers are not a viable thing, apparently. It's too late for me to change that.
Archers, look, they're not bad, but in the situation you find yourself in, let's just say they're not going to
Nothing
particularly
is
help
gonna
very
help me.
well. Oh, but this is great. I can build an improvement on crabs, fishing boats, +1 food and +11 production. Yes. Yeah, to put that into comparison for you, that's apparently more production than a nuclear reactor will give you in this game. You advance. Yes, we found Beijing. It's the capital. Perfect. Oh god, this city has 42 production and we're in turn 33. 42 production would be great if you've entered the industrial age.
42?
42 production. I mean, the thing is, I could put down multiple cities, and provided I find multiple fish, I can have even more. And if I spent more time doing this exploit, it can go so much further. We're talking into +50 production fishing boats if you really wanted. I'm not sure why, but you could. Oh, I attacked Beijing. They died in a glorious battle, but it happened.
I'm taking it. I'm taking it on the chin.
You're gonna take it on the chin, are you? Right, that's fine.
Yep.
I've got my archers moving in as well, so it's not gonna be too much you can do. Got range.
Oh no.
and melee.
I think now is the time to say that your technique works very well on multiplayer.
Yes, it does indeed appear to work relatively well on multiplayer, wouldn't you say? Yes.
I do.
I'm glad that I have you in agreement here.
With tears in my eyes.
No, don't tell the people of YouTube you're crying. Don't show any weakness. I trained you to be a good, strong
Spiff,
moderator.
He hits me.
He does. No one said such a thing about that. There we go. Yes. Push into Beijing. Steal the workers. Yes. The workers are mine now. Oh dear, I just attacked Beijing. Oh god, that really does drain the warrior's health. It's going to be fine. We'll get through those walls. I do have a lot of them. I mean, it is going to take about... I'm going to estimate about 5 warriors to just, like, tear down the walls of Beijing. I mean, you don't even have walls. It's literally just throwing themselves against, like, huts at this stage of the game. Oh, it's just kicked your archer out. That's nice. It's very nice of them to do that. Yes, we'd like to put the vulnerable unit on the outskirts of the city where it can't defend itself, please.
Thanks, Civ 6.
Thanks, Sid Meiers. Very cool. What a fantastic little game. Well, what should I do with your little builder?
Ooh, I can build Stonehenge.
I'm going to put your builder out in the ocean.
They'll drown.
They don't need to swim. Fine. Oh my god, you're getting a lot of, like, huge quantities of warriors are coming out of your place now. It's wild. There we go. We are moving in, though. Bam. Attack.
Yes.
Good. It's looking much better now.
Well, this is going to take a while.
It is actually going to take a little bit of a while to breach this city, but once I have like 2 archers set up raining down, I should be able to crack the walls pretty quickly, is my hope.
You may have won the war, but I lost the battle.
Yes, that is definitely the takeaway from this. You have indeed lost the battle. Oh my god, you're just absolutely spewing out those warriors. Shoot, shoot. Oh my god. Okay, let's try this. I'm gonna just throw all of the warriors in. Oh, we got it down to half health. Okay, that's actually achievable then. That's a possibility.
Half health on my screen.
Your city is half health.
Hold on, no, it's not. Not yet.
It is?
No, not on my screen.
Well, is this some kind of Chinese propaganda lie? It is.
Oh, it's on half health. Oh, it's below half health now.
It's below half health. I think next turn, my first, like, suicidal wave of warriors are going to be able to breach it. That's the hope. This is going to be the turn. And shoot. And shoot. And go. And go. And go. Yes! We did it!
Hey, okay, I'm going to claim it took you 15 more rounds than what you said.
Okay, it did take me 15 more rounds than what I said it was going to take, but that is... I really should have probably got a second city down so I could have doubled my warrior production. But why is it showing us nukes in the cutscene? Did you see any nukes? Oh, actually, you've got a different cutscene to me, haven't you? You've got the defeated. Oh, mine's got like these glorious marches with tanks and nukes going off in the background, but I didn't see any of that.
Warrior victory.
Warrior victory. If we take a look at like units lost. Oh, you lost a lot of units actually. Oh god. Units killed. Oh, I killed about 19 I think, or 18.
Ooh, ouch. Yeah, I lost a lot of units.
Yeah. I can't believe you declared war on me. Remember, it was self-defense. Oh god. What a game. What a game. Thank you for joining me, Connor. That was very nice of you. I hope you enjoyed Civ 6. Are you ever going to play Civ 6 with me again?
Probably not.
Well, that's good. That was exactly the intended outcome, to be honest. Couldn't have seen a better way for this to end, really. Oh, perfect. Oh, indeed. Let us agree to just never meet each other again. It's been a pleasure, and I'll see you never. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. I'm the Spiffing Brit, and today we're playing Civilization 6 Gathering Storm. Today I'm going to be using a slightly cheesy little exploit in order to rush down the technology tree as fast as possible, creating some very unique situations where we're going to be ridiculously technologically advanced and everyone else around us is going to have literally nothing. I'm not particularly certain just how fast you can race down the tech tree, but this is most likely going to be the fastest anyone has ever managed it, and so it's going to be very exciting and entertaining to watch. And best of all, you know what, I think I might actually only do it with one city. I might as well make this also a one city challenge, you know. We're going to have the largest amount of science anyone in civilization history has ever seen, and we're also just going to do it with one city. I think that sounds like a great idea for a video. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, go grab yourself a nice warm cup of tea. Make sure it's a cup of Yorkshire tea, the greatest tea in the entire known universe, and then come back here, sit down, you might even give the video a like, and let's dive into a brand brand new game of Civilization VI. Oh, it's going to be majestic. Now I'm going to be basically playing on standard difficulties with a small map, and honestly the actual game setup doesn't particularly matter too much. The most important thing, however, is deciding which civilization we're going to be playing. Now there are a bunch of sciencey civilizations which you might be thinking will be great, and of course if you were actually going to be playing a regular game of Civilization VI without any exploits, you would most likely want to try and pick Korea, as they have some ridiculously overpowered science benefits. So which sciencey civilization do you think Spiff's going to be picking today? Is it going to be Korea? Is it going to be Macedon? Is it going to be China? Or maybe, just maybe, it's Arabia. So who do you think it's going to be? A drum roll please. It is, of course, it's Russia. I know, Peter the Great of Russia. Why on earth is he going to be our top science guy? Because looking at him, straight away you're going to see, oh, receive science or culture from trade routes. I mean, that's not really going to give you that much. A maximum of +3 science and culture per trade route, which honestly, that's not going to be the cutting edge victory which is going to steal you the game away. Instead, we're going to be playing as the legendary Peter of Russia for 2 special reasons. Reason 1, Peter is exceedingly likely to spawn next to Tundra. Reason 2, Russia gets the Lavra, a special cheap holy site. Reason 3, Russian bias. I mean, Russian bias exists in so many games like World of Tanks, War Thunder, games literally made by Russians. The bias exists, trust me. And for some reason, the bias has managed to seep its way inside Civilization VI in quite a majestic way. So yes, that alone is reason enough for us to pick Peter of Russia. So with all that aside, ladies and gentlemen, let's dive into a brand new game of Civilization VI. Fantastic, we're ready for a game. Oh, and this is just beautiful. We've spawned in quite possibly the greatest location imaginable. And I'm sure if you're sat there, you'd be thinking, well, Spiff, sure you're on hills next to a river, but you're in Tundra, and Tundra is terrible. That's where you're wrong. Tundra is the greatest addition this game has ever had. So we're just going to found our city right here. Perfect. And then what are we going to do with our warrior? Honestly, it doesn't matter whatsoever. Now, straight away, there are a few things we want to research. We want to immediately research the holy site. Trust me, it's going to be very important. And then just start production of whatever you like. Honestly, it makes no difference. A monument. Yes. Everyone needs a monument. Now, of course, as you remember from my last video, something unique happens when you found yourself a pantheon in this game. Now, of course, to found a pantheon, you only need 25 faith, and that's pretty easy for Russia to actually accrue. So what we're simply going to be doing is dropping down a save just to make sure that if you do screw up, you can always load back to your previous save. If you're in a multiplayer game, you can only do this once, so make sure you concentrate very closely as to what I'm about to do. Simply drop down your save of the game and found yourself a pantheon. As you can see, in the last Civ exploit video we did, we cheesed the religious settlements perk to get an infinite amount of free settlers. However, I'm not actually interested in settlers in this episode. I'm not actually really interested in actually expanding beyond my first city. Instead, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be focusing on this fantastic bonus up here, Dance of the Aurora. Holy districts get a +1 faith from adjacent tundra tiles. What this basically means is if we put a holy site down here, it receives +1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 from all of the adjacent tundra tiles if we were to found this pantheon once. So let's do that. Oh dear, I accidentally slipped whilst founding the pantheon and hit the escape key at exactly the same time as pressing this green button, and consequently I can found the pantheon again. Do it again and again. Now the audio is gonna go a bit crazy here, but trust me, this is scientific progress right here. Oh my god, my ears are gone. Just listen to that, all the crowds of cheering people. Now of course when you found a pantheon, it's gonna cost you faith, 25 faith to be exact, but considering we're gaining a +1 adjacency bonus every time we do this, it matters little because we're going to be gaining some ridiculous faith very shortly. Now as you can see, we've spent 1,424 faith on this, which is actually a very large amount of faith, and it means roughly that we've managed to do this pantheon 57 times. Now considering we'd be getting a +6 bonus every time we take this pantheon, we now have 57 times that, meaning we have a 342 bonus adjacency just for having tundra tiles. Now 347 isn't bad, but it could be better. So that's exactly what we're going to be making. Now this is where the fun stuff happens, because now that we've got our pantheon down, god, I think I've just crashed the game by selecting the Lavra, because the game is trying to process just how much adjacency bonus can actually be calculated. calculated it, and the game has completely crashed. My god, what have I done? Alright, bam, ladies and gentlemen, we're back on the same turn which I actually was meant to found my Pantheon on. However, ladies and gentlemen, we're not founding the Pantheon this turn, for one very important reason. If I was to found the Pantheon before getting down my Lavra, the game would just straight up crash. So instead, we're going to have to use Shift and Enter to force end our turn without founding a Pantheon. I was going to take a little while to try and force this through, but don't worry, even if you waste some production with your town center, it doesn't matter. This is physically necessary, else the game is going to die. Okay, so now is a great time to wreck down the Lavra. I'm going to slap it down right here as it's going to be fully surrounded by tundra, and then it doesn't particularly matter what I research next, if I'm honest. But I'm still going to have to force end the next 4 turns, otherwise the game's going to try and force me to build a Pantheon, and you know we just can't do that. And fantastic, we've managed to build the Lavra. It's a lovely little site, however at the moment it's not really going to be giving us that much faith per turn. As we can see, we're only generating 5 faith per turn, which is hardly anything, but most importantly we have the Lavra down and we can now found a Pantheon without hopefully crashing the game. So let's drop down a new save, and it's time to start founding our Pantheon. Once again, Dance of the Aurora. I'm going to need to spam out this an absolute ton, and hopefully the game will not crash this time. Now you can directly see the effects this is happening by looking up here and noticing how our faith per turn is increasing. So we are now up to 100 faith per turn. If you were halfway through a game of Civ, this is actually a relatively decent amount of faith per turn if you haven't gone down a religious route. Normally when I go down a religious route I average about 300 to 400 faith per turn if I'm trying to do something sneaky with religion, but religion in this game is a very tricky thing unless you're fighting against the AI with it. So we're now up to 350 per turn, which is quite good, but we could do better. Now I know you're going to be sat there thinking, okay, Spiff, faith per turn is great, but it's not science. I don't understand how you're going to win a game with faith and not science. Well, ladies and gentlemen, faith equals science. You have to remember this. Faith equals science. And I'll show you why in a little bit. And bam, we've done it a pretty large amount of times, so I'm sure I could sit down and do it for longer. Physically and mentally, I can't. I would die. But what we have managed is instead a holy site which is producing at least 550 faith. If we actually click on the city, we have a way of seeing. Oh yes, the Lavra itself outputs 528 faith, which is a glorious quantity indeed. At this point, we have won the game, and the game doesn't actually even realize it. What are we going to do with our guys? Honestly, it doesn't matter. We can make builders. We're not really going to actually be using them, as we're going to be doing something very unique in these next few turns. You see, we are starting to claim all of our faith back, and we're going to be needing a fair amount of that faith to do something relatively cheeky. Now bear in mind, what I'm going to do doesn't actually require a single campus district at all. You don't actually need to be generating science to win a science victory, and that's where something sneaky comes in. You see, we're now starting to accrue quite a large pool of excess faith, which we're doing absolutely nothing with. If only we could actually invest it into something exciting, like say, I don't know, a great person. Well, that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to buy a great scientist for 750 faith. What can we do with them? Literally nothing, but we have a great scientist and we're just going to have him stand in the tundra. Wish I actually had something for him to do, but I just don't. He's useless. I'm sorry, great science boy. And even though we only just bought ourselves a great scientist, immediately then the following turn we can buy another great scientist, which is naturally exactly what we're going to do. So we have ourselves 2 great scientists, both of whom can do absolutely nothing other than scout for me, because trust me, great scientists are useless, or at least all of them are. There's one which is very special. So yes, I'm sorry Mr. Euclid, you're gone, and Mr. Hypatia, don't need you. Go discover some barbarians. That's great, because hey, you know, it's time to buy yet another great scientist. So bam, we're on great scientist number 3 and we can end our turn. Honestly, great scientists are fantastic scouts because they run around, and if they get attacked they just kind of respawn in your capital, which is very nice. Now because we've moved from classical era, we are now buying medieval era great scientists, which consequently cost a little bit extra, just 1,350 faith, hardly anything too crazy. Also, I realized I'm actually playing this game at standard speed instead of quick speed. As a result, basically we might have to double all of my numbers. If you're playing this on quick speed, you can roughly do it in half the time. As a quick game of Civ only is 250 turns, this however is 500. Anyway, we need to buy ourselves a great person next turn. So we have ourselves our great scientists. We have the first one. So we actually have managed to claim the ownership of the first 4 great scientists in the world, but the first 4 great scientists in the world aren't useful. There's a much more useful great scientist, and that's great scientist number 5. Now you might be wondering, what on earth has great scientist number 5 got over the others? Well, ladies and gentlemen, great scientist number
number 5 is broken. As you see, Great Scientist number 5 provides some pretty unique bonuses. Gain 100 faith, okay, that's pretty useless, but this Holy Site's District's faith adjacency bonus provides science as well. Oh dear. Game, something terrible has just happened. This is where the breakage happens, because we now have 1,500 faith and the ability to hire this great scientist here, Hildegard of Bingen or whatever her name is. You can buy her for 1,350 faith or 2,000 gold, and now that you have her, simply wait till your next turn and destroy the entire game. So that's exactly what we're going to do. You see, Hildegard of Bingen here moves over to our holy site and activates. This gives us 100 faith on the spot, but most importantly, we receive our adjacency bonus in terms of science. Now, what does that mean? Well, as you can see, the game hasn't actually updated. It's showing us it's going to take us 16 turns to research this, as you see sailing costs 50 science to actually do. I mean, the late game techs are also pretty difficult. For us to research the final tech in the game, it's going to take us 826 turns to complete. That's ridiculous, we can't do that. However, as we are now receiving our adjacency bonus as a science production, we are now, with one city, producing 550 science in turn 32 of the game. Suddenly all of the techs take a maximum of 4 turns. We can research nuclear bombs in 3 turns in 2760 BC. We've done it, ladies and gentlemen. The game's over, and it's going to be majestic. So let's just beeline our way through the entire research tree by, I don't know, I guess I'll just click on the end of it. Fantastic, it's going to take us a little while to get here, but it's going to be exciting. I don't really actually have anything to do with our great scientists. I guess I just kill them all, because they're not actually useful anymore. But yes, let us speed through the game with our glorious research. Sorry, great scientists, I'm just gonna have to murder you. I'm sure someone has use for you, but I'm afraid I don't. Oh, fantastic, I can hire my first governor. Now, of course, as we're only gonna have one city, we're naturally gonna pick Pingala, the legendary chunky boy of science. You see, Pingala has some great bonuses. In 5 turns, he's simply going to land in this city, and by just appearing, he's going to increase science production by 10%. Oh, and we're accidentally advancing the world into the medieval era. Of course, the year is 2440 BC, so really we shouldn't be advancing into the medieval era for a few thousand years, but you know, life finds a way. Oh, and yes, now that we have Pengala up and running in our city, as you can see, all of the techs have reduced themselves down to 1 turn. So yes, even though it's 2000 BC, 1 turn and we have ourselves a nuclear fusion reactor. In fact, though, we are sadly 38 turns away from nuclear bombs, just because of the amount of time it actually takes us to go through these techs, because the game limits us to 1 tech per turn. Even though we are actually researching these at the fastest rate possible, and also we're only researching the necessary techs to finish off the game, it is still going to take us a while to get our science victory. I'd also like to point out that technically speaking, we have almost 100 times the science output of the next AI in this game. Oh no, the AIs are attacking me. Well, I have a cunning little trick up my sleeve to actually deal with that very easily. So yes, if someone attacks you and you're not particularly in a good state to fight, simply buy yourself James of St. George, the great engineer, and have him just instantly build walls in your city. Then use those exact same walls to decimate enemy barbarians. It's as easy as that, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, and look, Japan is over the moon with how beautiful our city is. Thank you, I'm glad you like our desolate wasteland of a city. So even though I'm actually no longer producing science due to the fact that my holy site has actually been knocked out because a barbarian stood on it, logically you'd be sat here thinking, well, Spiff, that means you can't actually research anymore. But for some reason, because we've overloaded science into the system, the science which we've put into the game has inflated to the degree where everything is still actually only going to take me a turn to do. Basically, we have so much leftover science that the game can't quite comprehend it. And it's for that sole reason that despite the fact that we're only making 4.1 science, due to the overflow of science we spent using 600 science to research a tech which only has 50 science in it, we've accidentally created a bit of a situation where we can't actually be defeated in this game. Not that that was ever going to happen anyway. Now, good news, ladies and gentlemen, the ancient era is coming to an end in 6 turns time. Bad news, however, we're kind of deep inside Renaissance technology at the moment. We just finished researching the bombard cannon. The world enters the classical era. Bearing in mind we entered the classical era with well over 100 more era score than we probably should have. Also, I find myself using half damage crossbowmen to snipe warriors with with relative ease actually. Turns out crossbowmen slightly more powerful than just a couple of blokes wearing t-shirts. But yes, as we're now having a golden age, we may pick a bonus dedication. Oh, we're of course going to go for monumentality. This allows us to purchase civilian units with faith. What this means is we can actually just spam out builders and traders using faith points instead. Saves us a bunch of time and production. Not that I really need to use any time and production because everything's in science at the moment. Now what's lovely and exciting is we've just discovered rifling technology in 1480 BC. What makes this so exciting is the fact that technically speaking, we are well before our time. I mean, the Roman Empire was actually founded in 27 BC, so we are 1453 years ahead of the Roman Empire actually being founded. Rifling as a technology, however, wasn't invented until 1498, so we are almost 3,000 years ahead of time, and we only have one city. My god, Russia is overpowered. The bias in this game is ridiculous. On we're bam, it's 1320 BC, turn 68, and we have entered the modern era. Oh my goodness, we've just discovered oil, ladies and gentlemen. 1280, and we can start harvesting oil off of the floor. Oh, this game. Oh, well, bam. Industrialization has been discovered. Good stuff indeed. Oh, bam. We've discovered combined arms, and consequently, we've also now have access to aircraft carriers and uranium. It's 975 BC, but hey, we've got uranium, ladies and gentlemen. God, I love this game. Oh, bam. We've done it. We've done it. 800 BC, and we can build nukes. We've got it. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, nukes at exactly the right time we were 100% meant to have them. Oh, we've done it. We've got rocketry. We can build a spaceport in 750 BC. This is exactly where I wanted to be in the game. Oh god, just imagine trying to pull this on someone in a poor multiplayer game. I'd feel sorry for them if I'm honest. So yeah, now that we've got our spaceport up and running, how about we build one of those bad boys? I suppose I need an industrial zone because this city doesn't have a lot of production. It is in the middle of nowhere. Oh yeah, the discovery of lasers by Russia has set the world for future discoveries in the information era. Bam, we're going into the information era, ladies and gentlemen. It's exciting. Oh, and also, there is a policy idea which may or may not break the game. I'm just gonna have to quickly drop down another save. Basically, in the government, you can change your policies around, and some of these are actually really useful, especially the adjacency bonus. Now, this is scripture. It's going to provide a plus 100% holy site adjacency bonus. Confirming this policy may cause my game to crash. It may also cause my science to double. So that's what I'm going to do. Oh, it worked. 1,300 science. What turn is it? It's 94. And this is a standard length game, so technically we're around about a turn 50 of a regular game. Oh god, what have I done? Oh, we've got computers up and running in 450 BC. Very nice. Very Russia. Oh, and we can build giant death robots. Giant bloody death robots. Oh yeah, the discovery of cybernetics by Russia has entered the world into the future era. We've done it. Turn 100 and we're in... Oh god, we're over here. We're all the way over here. We're going to be doing seasteads now. I'm not even sure what I'm researching. I need to actually start launching stuff into space at this point. Oh yes, we're doing future tech at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. Very exciting indeed. I mean, what have we done? We actually completed the tech tree. We've done it. 225 BC, turn 107, and the entire tech tree's done. I guess we just do everything else now. So I have completely finished the technology tree, and I'm now just researching future tech over and over again. Interesting. We finally just discovered the Romans. They're not doing great. In fact, they're lagging a smidge behind in terms of science. Also, I'm kind of sat on 65,000 faith with absolutely nothing to do with it. Kind of just buying great engineers for the hell of it at this point. Oh, well, bam, we've built ourselves our first spaceport, and so consequently we can actually start production on launch Earth satellite. I know it's going to be very exciting. It's only going to take us 7 turns as well to launch a satellite in 560 AD. There we go, we've launched the Earth satellite, ladies and gentlemen. It's our first step to glorious success in 700 AD. Those Russians and their satellites. You know, we might as well launch the moon landing? We probably should, shouldn't we? Oh yes, ladies and gentlemen, next turn we're going to be actually managing to launch the moon landings. I know, it's fantastic. The moon landings are done. Oh, perfect. In 880 AD as well. What a perfect time to go to the moon. But hey, now that we're on the moon, we might as well also launch a Mars colony. Sure, why not? Now, one accidental thing we've done by causing the moon landing is that we've accidentally made our entire culture tree also almost instantaneous to research through, because launching the moon landings grants you a slight bonus. I think it's something like 10 times your science output in one culture go. Considering we get around about 1,000 science, as you can tell, our entire culture tree is now balked. We're just going to finish the game instantly, aren't we? This is perfect. This is everything I wanted from my game of Civ. Right, let's also change the city production. Let's whack down a wonder. Yeah, let's build St. Basil's Cathedral. It's going to take 12 turns, apparently. Well, I currently have a way of cheesing that. Here, let us add 215 production to it. And then next turn, we'll have Filippo do the same. Right, Filippo, come in. Good job, Filippo. Now you die. And bring in the next great engineer. Perfect. A wonder in one turn, exactly as the game intended. Right, now to get back to actually going to Mars. Oh, and bam, Mars colony is launched. This is fantastic progress, ladies and gentlemen. In 1040 AD, oh yes. 1066 hasn't even happened yet, but we've gone to Mars. Classic Russia. Right, it's time to launch the exoplanet expedition and finish off our science victory. Oh, bam, we've done it. We've launched our exoplanet expedition. Glorious stuff. We're off into the outer worlds, ladies and gentlemen. And what we're going to do is we're going to build some laser stations, and this is going to speed up our science victory, because if we currently take a look at our science victory, it's going to take us a while as we have to travel 50 light years, and so it would take us 50 turns to win. So instead we're going to cheese that system. And bam, that's our first laser station launched. We need a few more of those though. World's entering the Renaissance era. Oh yes, very exciting. I 100% contributed to that. What bonuses do I get? Purchase civilian units with faith, that seems pretty useless. Some bonuses for colonial stuff. Well, I mean, we're definitely not settling any more cities this late in the game. Right, fine, as monumentality. It also now only takes us 2 turns to build a terrestrial laser. That's how great this one city, St. Petersburg, is doing. We're really improving this bad boy. Right, we're now advancing around about 3 or 4 light years per turn, I do believe. Yes, 4 light years per turn, and we are almost 20 light years there. So we are doing some great progress, I must say. Oh, we did it. We actually did it. Our mission to Mars. Oh, beautiful. Thank you, Sean Bean, for this narration. Very beautiful. Very cool, Sean Bean. Look at us go. We've done great stuff. We've managed to colonize the entire universe as Russia. And, I mean, what timeline is it? Like, how long did it take us? This is majestic. Absolutely majestic. To look at the player science for the entirety of this game, it was like do, and boop. And then we just stuck. And then this was when we doubled it. This is quite a wacky quantity of science indeed. My goodness. Wow. Yes, no one else stood a chance really in the entirety of this game. Oh, so yes, the year was 1350 AD, ladies and gentlemen, and we have successfully won ourselves a science victory. Out of interest, what actually else happened in 1350 AD? Oh, on August the 29th, 1350 AD, a English fleet led by King Edward himself manages to defeat a Spanish fleet at sea. Fantastic stuff. Oh, and the Black Death first appeared in Scotland. Oh my goodness, what a funky year that must have been. Well, nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, we've managed to win ourselves a science victory in Civilization 6 by 1350 AD. I do believe someone else can probably do this faster than me, and if you think you can, by all means give it a try and then hop down into the comments and tell me how you managed to do it. Hello there, ladies and gentlemen, I'm the Spiffing Brit, and today we are playing Sid Meier's Civilization 6. I know, that's right, we're making yet another Civ 6 video. That's just because there's so many exploits in this game which need to be covered. Ever since we discovered the previous set of exploits relating to effectively infinite Pantheon duplication, it started to get the entire community thinking about new ways of exploiting this now discovered mechanic and feature. Today, we're going to be demonstrating for you, the lovely ladies and gentlemen at home, how to get the strongest military force in the entirety of Civ 6 and ridiculously cheaply. I know, it's going to be fantastic. So make sure you're sat back, relaxed, and you have your warm cup of tea and you're ready to see just how we're going to get a massive army of giant death robots at a very cheap rate. So firstly, ladies and gentlemen, what you're going to want to do is start a brand new single player game. That's right, it's Civ 6, it's back, and we need a new blank canvas to work with. So for that, you're going to want to hit create game. Now you might be thinking, just who out of this glorious roster of leaders gets effectively a completely massive army? Yes, who has the most military might and looks the most threatening? Is it Gilgamesh? Is it Genghis Khan? Is it Gandhi? No, it's Dido of Phoenica, or Phoenicia, I'm British, okay, you can forgive me for this. Now, Dido is very special because they give us a unique ability which no other civilization has, which is going to allow oh so many exploits to be uncovered. This is just effectively the starting force, ladies and gentlemen, which is going to kickstart a huge amount of exploits in this community, I imagine. You see, Dido's special ability is that they can move their original capital to any city which has a special Kofon district. I know, it's very impressive indeed. Now you might be wondering what that actually means, ladies and gentlemen, but what it means is you can move your capital city over to any city, move it back, move it to a third city, a fourth city, you name it, that can happen. But what the game fails to understand is that when you move your capital city over, special modifiers which relate to the capital city fire for a second time. That's exactly what we're going to be discovering today. So let's start a brand new game. Now the year is 1979 AD and we are actually very close to finishing off the atomic era and moving into the modern day. As you can see, we've set up a relatively happy yet small empire right the way over here. Now it's not actually much of an empire, it's relatively weak, nothing too exciting, and honestly if you're wanting to get the most out of this exploit, I would strongly recommend expanding more and just getting a nice foothold before you start trying to kick this off. Now what I always recommend you build is a couple of industrial zones because they're going to massively speed up the process of this exploit, and now to show off how the magic happens. Now you see over here we have our capital city, the city of Tier. Now it's not fantastic, it's relatively okay. It's got a couple of bonuses, but honestly not too much. But let's say we want to move our capital over to Beruta over here. Well, that's fine. All we have to do is come on down here and find the move capital option. Now to move capital, it's going to cost you 1080 production, which honestly isn't too much, although it might seem like quite a bit at the time. Luckily, we can speed up this process by just building a large amount of factories instead, and just generally increasing the production capabilities of this city right here. Now, how you've played this game up until now doesn't actually make much of a difference. It's relatively completely unimportant. All that matters is that we're in the atomic era and close to getting into the information era. You see, the information era allows access to a very unique piece of technology, the giant death robot, ladies and gentlemen, and provided you're in a golden era right before you enter the information era, you receive a very special bonus. That's right, I know, it's fantastic. The special bonus you receive is the giant death robot, which as you can probably imagine is pretty damn important and impressive and just downright fantastic. It is the most powerful military unit in the game with a melee strength of 130, which is very impressive in comparison to say a piece of modern armor like the tank. But equally, the giant death robot has a range strength of 120 and a range of 3, which also makes it even more overpowered. Considering it's mostly going up against just rocket artillery, which have a bombard strength of 95, you can kind of guess that the giant death robot is very, very powerful. And also you can unlock a bunch of technologies which make it even more powerful, so yeah, it just kind of gets a bit wackier and wackier. But as I mentioned, you have to be ready for a golden era just before we enter the information age. So let's fast forward to the point where we enter the information age. So it's now 2005 AD and some very unique things are happening. It's the turn of the information era, ladies and gentlemen, and we can pick our legendary civilization focus. Now in the background, our lovely city of Beruta over here is currently trying to move the capital, which is great, that's completely fine. It doesn't actually matter when they get the job done, just that it actually gets done. Now what you want to do is pick your golden age dedication, and you want to 100% make sure to choose the fantastic automation warfare. This means we're going to gain 3 uranium per turn, and also we gain a giant death robot in our capital city. That's right, a singular giant death robot in our capital. It's 2005 AD, and we've just unlocked the most powerful unit in the game. This guy is ridiculous, he's fantastic. He's also got fantastic anti-air strength, meaning he's pretty much impossible to kill using planes too. What a guy. So now with our one giant death robot, how are we going to turn this one giant death robot into infinite giant death robots? Well, honestly, that's rather easy. See, as I mentioned, we're moving our capital over here. In 15 turns, it's going to be complete, which is great news. Now, of course, Persia's being very mean to us. They just keep demanding gold. So, naturally, we're going to use our army of giant death robots and kind of get a bit of revenge on Persia eventually. But don't worry, all of that will come with good time because we're 5 turns away from moving our capital around. Oh, what's this? Robert the Bruce says, I love a leader who is surrounded by an impressive military. Yes, that is one of the advantages of our glorious giant death robot, that being that we have the largest military strength in the known world at the moment. But that military strength is just going to increase from 735 to something even more impressive. And here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Our move to capital is about to be completed next turn, which is when something magical is going to happen. As you can see, our military strength is 735, yet when we hit next turn, the capital is going to move. Oh my god, Mansa Musa, do not jump in and scare me like that. Fine, we can have a cultural alliance, that's great. But bam, a new turn starts and our capital is moved from left to right, causing for some magical unknown reason, a giant death robot to spawn on the barracks which we have over here, meaning we now have one giant death robot here and a second giant death robot right here. What I find equally quite fun about this is our military strength hasn't actually changed yet, which is absolutely fine. The AI just won't know what's going to hit them really. Now of course this city over here of IWNW was created by the Egyptians as a glorious forward settling city to grab this source of uranium here. Now sadly they didn't realize the city would rebel, leading to a glorious situation where we get to test our glorious giant death robots against infantry. Now giant death robots, as you can probably guess, quite good when it comes to defeating infantry, because we can have our giant death robot be sat in this house here and just lob a shell over on this dude and he's gone in one shot. The same can be said about this giant death robot who can just launch a shell on the city here doing 51 damage to the walls. Oh don't worry, it's going to get even more powerful soon. So a new turn happens and I'm guessing the city's going to start fighting back. Oh, and Persia is even more angry at me. They denounce everything we stand for. Okay, look, just because we have more giant death robots than you doesn't mean you need to get angry at us. And look, we have 852 military strength now. Lovely. So once again, it's another ranged attack on the city, followed by another ranged attack on the city. Oh, now this is much more like it. Lovely stuff. This city is going to get very powerful soon. And whilst this is going on in the background over here at Tier, we're going to repair up our factory, and then we're going to start doing something very fun. Now, of course, once you've damaged the defenses of a city kind of about to halfway, you don't actually have to bombard it from a range. You can just walk your robot in, and that's exactly what our robot's going to do. And now the city is ours, and we have a source of uranium. So let us keep the city. Egypt's going to get a little bit upset about that, but honestly, it doesn't matter. They kind of lost the city to us in the first place. And then in our old capital of Tier, instead of actually building anything, we're just going to move the capital over. Now the cost of it has slightly increased to 1,178, but honestly, that's not that much, especially once we actually start getting a couple of workers down to start monopolizing on all of this glorious forest which needs to be used. So let's move the capital back on over. And in the meantime, we can build a bunch of lumber mills which decrease the time to move the capital by 3 turns, which is lovely. And in our new city, of course, we want to get a builder going so that they can start harvesting that glorious uranium. Oh my god. Okay, look, Persia, go away. Like, you have no military and no gold. Stop making demands. You're in no place to make demands, my friend. Oh well, the AI just likes to be cheeky, I guess. I'll have to let it slide for now. Anyway, so with our 2 glorious giant death robots, we're just gonna kind of have them sit around until I get even more giant death robots going. And there we go, our turn has come to an end, and our capital has moved yet again. And bam, suddenly Tier has yet another giant death robot, so that gives us 3 giant death robots now. So we can put our capital back on, I don't know, building more houses for the people. Meanwhile, our other city can actually move to just moving the capital back over again. Now, of course, in order to actually do this, it costs us roughly around about 1,000 production. A giant death robot costs somewhere in the region of 1,500. However, if you actually couple this exploit with the exploit which allows you to get infinite production from fishing boats, see this multiplayer Civ 6 video here for a demonstration of it, then it effectively allows you to build 1 giant death robot every single turn, because you can get a fishing boat up to producing at least 50 production per fishing boat, which is pretty impressive because you could put 1 fishing boat here, 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 and here, and suddenly you'd be able to swap your capital every other turn, generating an entire new giant death robot every single time you do it. So now we have 3 giant death robots. What does that actually allow us to do? Well, it's going to actually allow us to take just about every single city in the game with some relative ease, which is fantastic for us. And we're going to move the capital yet again, in of course glorious fashion. Oh, and Cleopatra wants to demand money from us. Well, you know what? Let's go to war over it. Why not? Wars have been started for lesser reasons. Oh, now we can build giant death robots of our own. See, 1,500 production per giant death robot. Fantastic. Now, of course, we can also improve our giant death robots, including giving them +3 movement, which makes them pretty ridiculous indeed. Makes them even more ridiculous when you put them in the hand of our nation, because every time we put a unit in the sea, it basically makes it ridiculously fast. Anyway, let's declare war on Egypt. It's going to be a fun one. Now, Egypt and Persia effectively have an alliance, and they continually denounce me almost every other turn. Now, the Egyptian city which I have my eyes on was actually just hit by a massive tornado, so technically it's slightly weaker than normal, although they do have a very large Spec Ops military out there. Can I go to war yet? No, I need to wait 2 more turns before going to war, although I could just declare a surprise war. You know what? It would be fun, wouldn't it? It's surprise war time! I know, surprise wars are never what you should do, but hey, it's good fun. So, what do you do with your surprise war? Well, immediately you spot your enemy's best first unit, which is this level 3 massively upgraded Spec Ops, and you just immediately defeat it in one foul hit and it's gone. And you didn't even have to move from the comfort of your own home. Then we're going to set up our glorious rocket artillery to just pelt the enemy city from a glorious range. You know, we should probably also take this fort whilst repeatedly bombarding the enemy city. It's going to take us a while to breach through these defenses, but once we do, it's going to be fantastic. You know what, we're going to capture this fort as well. Right, come on. Nice little bit of a ground invasion there. We did some good damage. Within one turn, we'll have the enemy fort, which is great news for us. Meanwhile, our giant death robot over here is able to see and snipe off the enemy Persian artillery. Glorious stuff from fantastic distance without the AI being able to shoot it back. Oh my, I love giant death robots. You really shouldn't have this many of them, but my goodness, they are effective, aren't they? Oh no, they attacked my giant death robot and did 3 damage to it. Oh no, they attacked it and did 5 damage to it. AI, don't you know you can't defeat these giant death robots? They're too damn powerful. Anyway, we're going to march into this fort using our giant death robot, and now it is ours. Fantastic. Now we get the defense bonus for sitting in here. Lovely. Meanwhile, we can just use our giant death robots to repeatedly bombard the cities from a distance. Lovely. Oh, and what's this? The AI are attacking with a submarine. No, it's gone now. It's completely gone. Yeah. Rest in peace, submarine. Oh no, they're attacking with a tank. Oh no, the tank's gone. Oh, the tank is really gone. It's really gone. That's a shame. And of course, a fun upgrade to get is Native Conquest. Basically, you get gold equal to 50% of the combat strength of the unit you defeated, and seeing as we are absolutely smashing various tanks and so on almost every turn, yep, that's a nice upgrade to have. So for example, behind us, there's a massive giant tank we have to deal with, so that's exactly what we're going to do. Hello, tank, and wabam. Tank's dead and gold is earned. Lovely stuff. Oh yes, we've almost taken out the city. It's one turn away from getting defeated. This is lovely. A glorious success, I would say, for our forces. Lovely stuff indeed. Oh my goodness, this city is almost completely gone, ladies and gentlemen. This is a glorious success for us. Oh yes, there are almost no defenses. Right, giant death robot, just walk on in there. The city is ours. Lovely stuff. Ah, perfect. Do we keep or raise the city? We could just raise it. It will make them very upset. You know what, let's keep it for a laugh. It should be good fun. Meanwhile, we'll just use our giant death robot to defeat the artillery cannons which the AI are currently sending to defeat us. Nice try, game. Oh, there's a sweet 25 gold for the job as well. Lovely. Now, of course, we're in range of the Egyptian capital, so it's time for us to grab that bad boy. Oh, fantastic. This combat is going great. This is quite possibly the most one-sided war I've ever seen, but otherwise, it's going fantastically. Alright, let the bombarding of this glorious city commence. Lovely stuff. It's going to take a lot, but trust me, these walls are going to crumble eventually. It is a capital, which makes it slightly harder to get through, but we will break those walls. And of course, we can get our next giant death robot upgrade, which is of course advanced AI, meaning they are now completely effectively immortal to any air attacks, which up until now have basically been the AI's only way of trying to deal damage to us. Naturally, they'd been trying to do that and completely and utterly failing. Now, it's currently 2040 AD, and the war's going great against Egypt. They don't particularly have anything which can stop all of our giant death robots at this point, so very soon we'll be taking their entire capital city, which is perfect. Oh, but look, it's the giant death robot of Persia itself. Okay, we're definitely going after that soon. Right, I'm going to defeat that enemy giant death robot, so I need to be 3 tiles away, so we're just gonna march here and let's range kill their giant death robot. Oh no, it's inside the walls of their fort. Oh, great. Okay, right, that's fine. We're leaving. We have to just wait for that giant death robot to move, and then we can strike. But in the meantime, we'll be taking this capital city. Oh, and what's this? Egypt wants peace. Oh, they'll give us gold. They'll even give us the city we captured. I'm afraid we're gonna have to refuse that deal for now because we want your capital city as well. One city is not going to be enough. And of course, we've gained our 4th giant death robot. It's just appeared over here because we've moved our capital city once more. Lovely stuff. Oh, also, let's move our giant death robot over here. Right, so now we have 4 massively overpowered giant death robots helping us do our bidding. I mean, they are absolutely ridiculously overpowered. Yes, now we are starting to really decimate the city's defenses. And of course, with that done, we can now move our capital city back actually over to the capital. It's only going to take us 14 turns, which is actually the same amount of time it will take us to build a giant death robot, but but you know, I prefer to move the capital about. You know what, I think this is it. We've almost taken the city. Right, let's actually start doing some land assaults. Good job, Giant Death Robot 1. Giant Death Robot 2, let's go, let's go. And the capital is ours. Oh, fantastic. Keep or raise the city. Well, it's a capital, so we do actually have to keep that bad boy. Lovely stuff. That's one nice thing to put under our control. Also, yes, the textures are bugging out. Don't worry, it's just Civilization 6 telling us that this game was really not meant to have anime textures, but you know, it's fine. The developers, they choose, and they receive whatever they want, including all of my DLC money. Well done. Right, you know what, it's probably time for us to negotiate with Egypt. And yes, they are willing to give us the deal of giving us their capital and to make peace, which I think is personally fantastic. So fantastic, peace has been had. And we've captured ourselves 2 massive cities thanks to the help of 4 giant death robots. Lovely stuff indeed. And of course, next turn we can just move our giant death robots over here to Persia and just throw our way through the walls of their cities. And so let us start moving our giant death robots over to start doing minor damages to walls. Perfect stuff indeed. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen, I think that perfectly shows off this fun little exploit which you can keep hidden away until the last age of the game. This is certainly a fun exploit to be used on your friends because it's definitely on the down low at the moment. Not too many people know about it, so consequently feel free to invite them to a brand new game of Civ 6 this weekend and throw out all of the exploits to start spamming a bunch of massive death robots everywhere. And if you stumble across any new Civ 6 exploits whilst you're testing out this brand new fantastic gameplay mechanic, then feel free to give me a shout and I'll make sure to try and feature them. Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. I'm the Spiffing Brit, the lord of drinking tea and exploiting games. And once again, you find ourselves in Sid Meier's Civilization 6, as I'm going to be showing off some of the fastest and strangest ways to achieve a science victory with the creative use of exploitative game mechanics in your games of Civ 6. I strongly recommend grabbing a couple of friends after you see the demonstration in today's videos and absolutely desecrating your sacred friendships and bonds with each other. After all, what's the point of friends if not to mentally destroy them with completely overpowered and broken game mechanics? I love friendship. It's fantastic. And after all, if you run out of friends, then don't worry, simply buy some more. Or start a YouTube channel and then you can just summon hordes of your followers to absolutely smash in almost all multiplayer games. It's fantastic. Anyway, today we're going to be playing a couple of fun, unique games of Civ 6 where I'm going to be showing off some unique mechanics and how they can mesh together with exploits in order to create some very unique situations in gameplay. So without further ado, I think it's time we dive into this glorious video of Civ 6. So make sure you of course sat back, relaxed, and you have a nice warm cup of Yorkshire tea in front of you. Remember, anyone detected drinking coffee whilst watching this video will have the redcoat sent round to their house and forcibly brainwashed in the tea conversion chambers for a full week. It's just the way we have to do things, I'm afraid. So for my first fantastically balanced experience of Civilization 6, we're going to be looking at probably the second best faction to get a science victory with. Now, who on earth could it be? So, how do you think Spiff's going to get a science victory today? Do you think A, he's going to play his career and spam out a bunch of campuses? B, he's going to somehow pull off a science victory with no science production whatsoever? Or C, the game's completely and utterly broken, good god, please help Spiff, he found something, it's too powerful to be left alive, oh god, I mean, how are we even meant to fit all of this text on screen? Does it even make sense anymore? It doesn't matter. Vote down in the comment section below. And my goodness, you're going to be surprised by what actually happens. Now, of course, the best science civ in the game is probably Korea, with their absolutely ridiculous science bonus if you were playing a normal game of Civ 6. However, provided the Korea player in your game isn't going to be doing an exploit I'll show you later, you can actually pull off a science victory oh so much faster than Korea as quite simply Alexander of Macedon. That's right, this civ, which all of you thought was entirely based on early game wars, is in fact an absolute meme powerhouse of exploitations and science production. Now, Alexander has some basic science advantages to go alongside him, including receiving some free eurekas and inspirations whenever things happen in your empire, but you know, they're pretty boring. However, the much more exciting bonus of Macedonia is the Basilikoi Pedis. Don't worry, I'm English, I'm allowed to mispronounce these things. It's a completely unique building for Macedon, and whilst it does provide some nice bonuses for land units, we don't care about that. Instead, we care about the fact that every single time a unit is produced in this city, 25% of the unit's production cost is given in science. That is ridiculous. Absolutely stupid. stupid. And there's a couple of reasons why. Early game units like the Warrior costing only 40 production aren't actually that exciting. 40 production isn't particularly anything to write home about, and especially when only 25% of it goes to science, aka 10 science, you're not really going to be able to exactly sustain an entire economy science production off of the back of one Warrior. However, later in the game, units start costing things like 580 production. Now 25% of 580 is actually a decent portion of science, so all you have to do is produce those units fast enough to outdo your opponent's science production. And that's exactly where today's exploit comes into power. So let's dive into a glorious game of Civilization 6 where I'll be showing off how good old Alexander of Macedon will not only give you a very ridiculously easy conquest victory, but also an absolutely crazy science victory to go alongside with it. If you ever wanted to simulate the glorious experience of arriving on a colonial border where you have fully working AK-47s and your opponents have just mastered sling-based technology, then this is the perfect exploit for you. Now you join us on a pretty standard game of Civilization 6. My empire hasn't particularly got off to the best of starts. It's turn 31 of a standard length game and things aren't particularly looking too amazing. Now on turn 31 we also finally got round to actually being able to choose a pantheon, and that's fantastic news for us because a pantheon is where our exploit's going to start happening. Now on our shores here we have fishing boats. Pretty basic resources. Each fishing boat provides 1 gold and free food. Of course we know there's a pantheon which provides +1 production from fishing boats. Now this is very nice. The more you're going to be able to duplicate this pantheon the better, but of course there are a few other things you can do before you get this exploit off. Make sure to definitely grab a couple of free builders in your capital because you know that'll help with any economic plans you have, and then it's time to start bashing out the production on those fishing boats of yours. Already just with 2 boosts, the settler production has shrunk to 3 as each fishing boat is now giving us 2 production. However, we need to do this a lot more. Now you join us a fair bit later in the game. It's suddenly turn 114 and we're in 50 BC. Now in 50 BC something relatively unique is happening. We are producing 101 science per turn. Now that's actually pretty high for where we are in the game, but honestly that science is almost entirely coming from the fact that we have one city over here just spamming out campus research grants. Yet that doesn't actually explain why in 50 BC, technologically speaking, we have researched gunpowder, whilst our closest rival has recently finished research of the lumber mill. This has put us in a bit of a distinct military advantage, and if we wanted to go for a world conquest, we could probably defeat all of these nations simultaneously in a war. But world conquest isn't actually what I'm interested in. Instead, it's using the 25% science growth from our glorious Basiloipedes, the pronunciation is different every time, you're just gonna have to deal with it, in order to break the science system in the game by building units. Now as it's only 50 BC and I haven't been able to get too much research done, our best cost-effective unit to produce in terms of science output is in fact the legendary and fantastic Caravel, clocking in at 240 production and only costing 1 turn to build. Now seeing as this city produces 327 production and effectively all of my cities produce over 240 production each, we are able to build this Caravel ridiculously quickly. Now as each Caravel has a production of 240 and we get 25% back of that in science, that means for each Caravel built we are receiving 60 science. What that means is each turn this city produces 60 science, so does this one, this one, this one, and this one already produces 60 anyway even without the Caravel. So that means whilst the game is actually believing we're only producing 101 science per turn, we're actually producing around about 300 science per turn. Now whilst this is nothing in comparison to Korea with an exploit I'm going to be showing off later in the video, this is still completely broken considering you also gain the largest navy in the world because of it. Equally, this exploit can be broken even more thanks to a couple of handy bonuses. One of them being the fantastic Venetian arsenal, a lovely building which basically means for each time a naval unit is built in a city, a second one is immediately built. This is very useful because it means instantaneously you duplicate and double the science production of a city. So if Alexandria here builds 1 Caravel, we don't get 60 science from it, we get 120 science from it. 120 science per turn is more than all of these empires combined. But what happens when you have a city like Dion over here which doesn't actually have 240 production per turn, so is consequently not able to spit out a Caravel every single turn, which is a disappointment? Well, if that's the case, don't worry ladies and gentlemen, simply go down your civics tree and right down here in exploration, which we're ridiculously close to getting, we have the fantastic fantastic press gangs. Now, press gangs are relatively unique because they provide a fantastic bonus of plus 100% production to industrial and earlier naval units. What that means is instead of the caravel costing 240 production to build, instead the caravel costs 120 production to be built, meaning a city like Dion can spit out a caravel once per turn. It means we can slap down a city right here and almost 2 turns after it's built, it's able to spit out a caravel per turn, and a city here, and a city here. The sole reason being they have fish or crabs in the local area. And because of how we stacked our pantheons using the lovely Pantheon exploit, we're gaining 53 production per fishing boat. In our capital we have 3, so that calculates out pretty nicely. In Dion we have 2, so that also does quite well. But then we get a city like Alexandria, which thanks to some magical genius has 488 production. This isn't even its maximum. Thanks to my glorious religion, we have a fantastic bonus where for each person following this religion in the city, you get an increase in production. Equally later on, you can eventually change your government to communism, and this will provide another 0.6 production per citizen in cities, which is fantastic. Now, it's a pretty strange thing to show off this exploit, but I think probably the easiest way to show it off would be to select a science here, like education, which says it's going to take 4 turns to finish, and instead of it taking 4 turns to finish, we're actually just going to build 1, 2, 3, 4 caravels in 1 turn. So that's exactly what we're going to do. 1 turn, remember it says 4 turns to finish, and bam, it's actually just going to take 1 turn because we just spammed out a bunch of caravels. Now what you do with these caravels is completely up to you. You can use them to create the largest navy in the world and absolutely decimate everything, or alternatively you can just delete them. It's completely up to you. Now this entire economy is currently weighted off of the caravel, but later units provide even more bonuses. The unit you're probably going to want to aim to is either the missile cruiser if your empire is producing enough oil, or the aircraft carrier. Now the aircraft carrier costs 540 production. For some of my cities that means it can be done in 1 turn, for other cities it means it can be done in 3. But remember, if we of course stack our civics and our government correctly, we can get the production in half and still receive the full benefit. Now 540 is a nice bonus to have because 25% of 540 production is 135 science, meaning this city can produce 135 science, so can this, so can this, so can this, and so can this, and so can any other city I set up after this. One city plonked down right about here could probably have a production of around about 700 thanks to this exploit. Equally, I've been quite tame. I only chose to get the Pantheon of the fish boats about 54 times. This could have been so much more if I'd actually wanted. It's very easy to get your Pantheon up to around about 100, and by doing so that means probably each and every single city would be able to build every single thing in this game in 1 turn. And so lo and behold, this is one fantastic way of breaking the game. What makes it even more overpowered is due to the way the AI calculates your science per turn, you aren't actually seen as being a scientific threat. Because we're technically only making 100 science per turn, which yes is technically ridiculous in comparison to the AI, if we were actually showing how much science we were making and saying 300 science per turn, suddenly the AI would start panicking and trying to form big coalitions against us. Instead, we're scary, but not ridiculously scary. And then eventually we can pull the old switcheroo and invade them with nuclear bombs whilst they're busy finishing off their horse archers. The choice is yours, ladies and gentlemen, but that's the power of Macedonia. But what's that? You want to hear more? You want more science exploits? You think this isn't enough for you? You think there's more to be discovered in life? Well, it turns out you're actually right. What comes after this, ladies and gentlemen, is quite possibly the most ridiculous science exploit in Civilization 6. Be warned, there is a very specific way of doing this, and if you get it wrong, your computer will crash repeatedly. Whilst trying out this exploit and trying to min-max it into being the perfect exploit machine it is, I suffered oh so many crashes at the hand of Civ 6. I turned down all the graphics, I did everything I could, but this game, it wants to stop you exploiting. But I say nay, for there's always a way to exploit a game. Anyway, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, if you're ready, if you've braced yourself, let's jump into a brand new game as Korea. So you join us on turn 7 of what is quite possibly the best start you can have for this exploit. We've rolled a standard game as the fantastic Korea with standard difficulty on a continental map, and thankfully we spawned near some tundra. Now what you want to do for your first city is you want to spawn in a region which has one tile which is entirely surrounded by tundra. So this tile right here is perfect. You're going to want to save this for later. Equally, one of the best things things you can do is beeline your research to the holy site as fast as physically possible, and that's a very good way of speeding this entire exploit up. Equally, finding a religious city-state and gaining the +2 faith in your capital is another fantastic way of speeding up this exploit. Our early game moves aren't going to be too exciting, it's mostly going to be a lot of ending your turn. What you're definitely going to want to rush down is the holy site. Now, this entire exploit hinges upon the holy site and the Pantheon, which provides a +1 bonus for each adjacent tundra tile, meaning if we were to put a holy site here, get just one iteration of that Pantheon, this holy site would immediately have +6 faith per turn, which is great, that's fantastic, but we need more than that, and so we're going to be stacking that exploit a lot more than just once. Now, eventually you'll get to a turn, for us it was turn 19 of the game, where upon achieving 25 faith points, the game wants you to choose a Pantheon. Now, this is normally the point where you'd want to drop down your save and get this exploit done. Instead, we're not going to do that, because if you were to pull off this exploit to the maximum of its potential and get your Pantheon duplicated, let's say 50 times, then if you were to do that and then try and place down the holy site, the game won't ever let you place down the holy site and will instead crash as soon as you try and select to build a holy site. So instead, you're going to want to put off choosing your Pantheon by simply hitting Shift Enter and forcing the game to end your turn. Now, this will make the game a little bit upset, but honestly, it doesn't matter. It's necessary, trust me. So every time the choose Pantheon option comes up, Shift Enter, let it go away until you get that holy site finished. Now, it's turn 21, ladies and gentlemen, and we're ready to pull off this exploit. We've finally managed to research our holy site, and so we've started the actual construction of our holy site right here. This is once again the perfect spot. Now, building it here, it actually provides no bonuses whatsoever. The only way it's going to provide bonuses is if we choose our Pantheon. Now, just to once again explain how this exploit works, simply when it comes to choosing your Pantheon, select the Pantheon you want to duplicate. In our case, we're going to try and duplicate a settler in our capital to increase our growth, then click Found Pantheon and then immediately hit Escape as soon as you click this button. By doing so, we've just duplicated that Pantheon 3 times, and as a result, we've ended up with 3 settlers for free in our capital. We're also going to do the same and get around about 4 builders to go along as well. Fantastic, we've got 4 builders to go along with our 3 settlers. That's lovely. Now then, finally is the very important Pantheon, which you're going to want to make sure you nail, the Dance of the Aurora. Make sure you drop down a save before attempting any of this, because this is the Pantheon which everything hinges upon. So select +1 faith from adjacent tundra tiles and get ready to spam, ladies and gentlemen. So found and escape, and repeat. I'm going to be here for a long time, I'm afraid, because I need this a lot. You have to kind of calculate in your mind that each time you do this, your empire gains 6 science. So that's how you have to justify this. Oh god, I beansed it. I beansed it by pressing escape far too early. Right, that's fine. If that happens, simply hit escape and load your previous save up.
One eternity later.
Oh my god, I did it. Okay, we've actually done it. Good god. I think that's the most I've ever pulled off that exploit. So I went back, I sat down, I decided to do the Pantheon again, and lo and behold, we founded our Pantheon a lot, like a ridiculous amount. I'm gonna have to hold down my auto clicker to end the amount of times we founded our bloody Pantheon. Oh my god, okay. So the reason you have to build the holy site first is because if we'd waited to build the holy site after, the game just crashes. We need to actually get this holy site under construction so the game doesn't have to think about the amount of faith it's meant to actually give us. I mean, just look at how long our empire's history is. It starts pretty simply. Yes, we found our city. Yes, villagers bring a gift as they join our civilization. Very nice. And then, oh, what's this? We founded our first Pantheon, and then 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 Jesus Christ, we founded a lot of Pantheons. I mean, make your mind up, Korea. Surely one of these Pantheons would have been fine, but apparently no. So 177 Pantheons later, we find ourselves with one very perfectly balanced game. I honestly have no idea what's going to happen here. I think there's a chance this is it. We've just completely beans the game, and it actually has no way of functioning from this point on. Anyway, let's get some more settlers sent out and about on this world. Yeah, honestly, I have no idea if the game's even going to function after we get this holy site down. I think there's a chance the game could just crawl to a halt and say, right, no, you've had enough fun. Please, Spiff, stop doing this, okay? Civ 6 could only handle so much. But no, I will always give it more. I'm sorry, Civ 6. So with our free settlers, we're just going to kind of spread them out because I want to kind of optimize maximize our science victory and get the science victory as fast as possible, I'm more than happy to get a couple of other cities set up, because even if they're not going to be producing a ridiculous amount of science, the small amount of science they're going to be adding to my empire will eventually make a small difference. Even if it's just plus 50 science per turn, that's still pretty decent, and Korea is more than able of actually outputting something of that size. Now, the one downside with this glorious exploit is that it means in all of my future cities I can't actually build a holy site, because if I was to just so much as press this button, because the game knows there's a position where it can put this holy site here, it's just going to crash immediately, because a holy site here would produce, I don't know, 400 faith per turn, and anything over 50 causes the game to chug. Anything over about 200 causes your game to just immediately fan or snap itself out of existence, uninstall itself from your floppy drive, and just drown itself in a vat of tea. We don't want that to happen, of course. And there we go, our first holy site is produced, and oh my god, what a marvel it is. Immediately our empire has gone from having 2 faith per turn to suddenly producing 1,000. This holy site with an adjacency bonus provides 1,027 faith per turn. Okay, this is it. This is going to be the science speed run we've been looking for. Immediately, we're not going to worry about much faith stuff going on. That's going to take a while to get up and running. Now, what is important in order to get our science online as fast as possible is to get this city doing holy prayers, and fast. Holy prayers basically mean our faith production is increased even more, which is necessary when we're producing 1,000 faith per turn. Now, with these holy site prayers, hopefully we should gain ourselves back into some positive faith per turn very soon. It will take a while though. And fantastic, our capital city has finished its holy site prayers, and as a result we are now generating a ridiculous amount of faith per turn, and we're back into positive faith. What we're going to want to do is just buy up as many great scientists as we can on the spot. Sadly, we're only able to buy 3 great scientists, but I think it's great scientist number 4 which is going to be very important for us. Now, immediately we have 3 great scientists and absolutely nothing to do with them, so feel free just to spread them out across your empire, because you're not going to be able to touch them for quite a while, I'm afraid. Okay, it looks like it's great scientist number 5 is the one we're looking for. And there we have it, a great scientist is discovered, Hildegard of Bingen. Now, Hildegard, she was often regarded as the greatest woman of her time. She's a very important great scientist across history, and of course she existed in the medieval era. Now, as you can guess, we're not in the medieval era at the moment. In fact, it's 2500 BC, and consequently, the medieval era is not going to happen for a very bloody long time. And this is it, ladies and gentlemen, the turn where we can buy Hildegard. Oh yes, a fantastic thing, because next turn is when everything's going to go wrong. Now, when it comes to science, from this point on, it doesn't matter what we research. In fact, we might as well just hit the end of the tech tree and let things happen, because the game is now over from this point. Now, if we were to research the final tech of the game, it would take us 283 turns from this point to research the final tech in the game. Hildegard of Bingen, however, is going to revolutionize science as we know it. So Hildegard, go over to the holy site and activate your effect. Now remember, it still says science per turn 9.1, but don't worry, everything from now on is going to get very funky. And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen, 1,087 science per turn. An absolute ludicrous quantity of science, which means every single tech we can make in one turn. The reason why this is the case, even though the final techs in the game cost 2,000 science and we're only producing 1,000, is because of a overflow error with the lower sciences. Because these techs only cost 50 science, we're building up a massive backlog of science which gets plowed into a later tech. So when we produce 1,087 science, and this takes 50 science, 1,030 of that science is put to the side for the next technology, and that pile just gets bigger and bigger, and it even has a small inflation happening on top of it, meaning even though this tech over here is so complicated it's going to take over 2,000 science to make, next turn we should be able to research that tech in one turn. So now becomes the incredible race where we try and win the game at a ridiculous speed. Oh, this is going to be good fun. And there we have it, one turn later, and every single tech in the game is now a one turn research, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, we've done it. We have done it. Oh, fantastic. Nuclear bombs, one turn research. It's 2,300 BC. But this is just the way the world works. We're going to out-tech the bloody universe. Just watch me. Every single thing we now do in this game is going to be faster than every other civilization. And we're going to have the technology to back it all up, and it's going to be good. Ah, finally, the colonial simulator I wanted. And also, don't forget, when the golden era rolls around, we're going to immediately go into a absolutely revolutionary golden age. It's going to be ridiculous. Anyway, now we have our great campus built, we can actually spam out all of these great scientists we just had lying around. I'm not sure what all of them do. Some of them just give a random bunch of techs, that's fine. Or do you give 3 random technologies a boost? I mean, the boosts don't actually matter matter to us anymore because of the amount of technology we're producing, but you know, you might as well have it. Also, we can hire Pingala over here, who provides a plus 15% science bonus, so we can just slap him down in our capital, and it's going to go from producing 1,000 science to even more than 1,000 science, if you can even imagine such a thing. Now, whilst we're here, let's also hire our legendary Great Merchant. He looks great fun. This Great Merchant in particular is amazing. Cleus basically duplicates a luxury item, and of course, out of all of the luxury items we see around us, am I going to choose the salt? Well, I'm a salty individual. Am I going to choose the olives? Well, I mean, they're disgusting. But what about this? Tea. Luxury resource. Is that a Yorkshire tea kettle I see right there? That honestly, maybe it is. I need to contact the developers. Did they put that in just for me because I keep breaking their games? Is this a form of appeasement? If so, it's working. And go on, Kalias, come on, give us the tea. Oh, there we go. Great person activated. Double tea. I love that. I love a good bit of tea. Fantastic. That's going to make the capital very happy. And we can basically just pick and choose our favorite great people from this massive list of great persons. Could also just hire a great prophet. I mean, we might as well have a religion. Religion would be good fun. Okay, come on, Simon Peter, the most generic sounding great prophet in the world. Make us a religion. And there we go. We've got our religion set up. So let's create our religion. Oh, here we go. The perfect religion. The line equals balanced. Now, as you can see, the line is quite obviously not balanced, and so is this bloody game. Oh, but I love it nonetheless. Now, immediately, I'm going to go for the work ethic religion bonus because this provides us with plus 1% of production per each citizen following this religion, which is very useful. And then also a meeting house for increased production is also very useful. Well, bam, our perfectly balanced religion is set up. Now, the biggest downside of my mischievous gameplay shenanigans is my ridiculous rate of tech up forces the barbarians in the game to become very much overpowered because the barbarians are put on par with the technology of the leading tech boy. And as we are by far the leading tech dudes, the barbarians in 2000 BC are horsemen. Horsemen appear in the classical era. All of the AIs in the game are currently still in the ancient era. I mean, poor Robert the Bruce of the Scottish Empire here is producing 5 science. We are producing 1,101 science. A fair bit more than him. Oh god, what have I done? Oh, I love this game, I really do. Oh, and of course, Pengala has established himself in our capital and we are now producing 1,200 science. I wondered why our science was suddenly going up at ridiculous rates. Fantastic. I'm going to quickly sort out this plantation so I can start harvesting tea. I know it's 1 turn wasted on technology, which technically we don't need because irrigation is not actually in the final line. It's just a branching tech. But in my heart, irrigation is one of the most important techs in the game. After all, it gives us bloody tea. But hey, in 54 turns, we'll have finished the game, so it matters little. Oh, the world enters the classical era. Oh, it's 1680 BC. This is good. I'm very excited. It's very interesting that the world's entered the classical era because we're actually in the Renaissance era. We've finished the classical era, but nonetheless, the world has just entered the classical era. Oh, goodness. Let's make our dedication. Ooh, this is a fun one. Commercial hubs can gain gold adjacency and they provide bonuses to science, which is, you know, acceptable, but we're kind of perfect when it comes to all forms of science. Instead, we're just going to allow it so that we can buy civilian units with faith, because that means I can just buy out a ridiculous ton of builders. Oh, yes, fantastic. Meteors has declared a surprise war on us. Well, I have a fun surprise for him too, which is that we have a great engineer who's just going to immediately build massive fort walls upon a city, and by doing so, decimate any form of invasion. Thanks, Hungary. Oh, Hungary, you've got a fun surprise coming. Now, interestingly, the Hungarian AI is under the belief that a warrior is able to capture a builder. That's because normally builders do not have this much speed, but because of how far I am advanced in the game, my civilian units can traverse terrain much better than his can, and we're able to basically teleport a worker back and forth across the map, dodging every single enemy along the way. Oh, and we get to pick a new government. Fantastic. I think we'll go for the Classical Republic for those fantastic bonuses. Now, even though it's 1400 BC, I've managed to spawn Isaac Newton, who's going to build the world's first university in 1400 BC. I know, Isaac Newton probably wasn't around in 1400 BC, or if he was using the powers of tea to time travel, which honestly I wouldn't put past him. Oh, there we have it. We've discovered rifling. This is it. Finally. Oh, perfect. How much does it actually cost to buy a ranger? Quite a lot. My goodness. Okay. 1,500 gold. Whew. Nonetheless, I'm going to make the entire process easier by just buying a musketman who will handle the job of invading the Hungarians very easily. Alright, go musketman, go. You have a war to fight, my friend. Oh, here we have it.
Oh, it's Musketmen versus Warriors. The first unit in the game versus a very mid-placed unit in the game. You know, let's activate our lovely great scientist as well to get some boosts in technologies which don't particularly matter. And what's this? Scripture plus 100% holy site adjacency bonus. Is this going to work? Is this going to break the game? Confirm policies. Are we sure the agenda? Oh, it's 2,800 science. No, game. I'm pretty sure that is enough science to go all the way through the ancient, classical, and medieval era in one turn if the game allowed us to. Sadly, it doesn't. My god, this is ridiculous. Anyway, it's time for the fun combat to start. Let's see how Musketmen perform against Warriors. Oh, the Steel by Korea sets the world on the stage of the modern era in 1040 BC. Oh, Korea, you've done it again. This is what happens when you let your average Korea player get away with just spamming out science buildings for the entire game. Oh, and this is it, the perfect balance. Musketman versus Warrior. Go! Okay, that was pretty easy, but how did that one dude survive? How? There are 4 men with guns versus 1 guy with none. Now, the year is 675 BC, 600 years before Baby Jabus is created, and interestingly, the Koreans, we have musketmen. In fact, we don't just have musketmen. Musketmen are the only infantry I have lying around, which is why we have musketmen. But in our cities, we actually have some even more crazy units. We've discovered bloody helicopters and destroyer ships and aircraft carriers. I know, it's absolutely stupid, but hey, we've done it. Anyway, let's take the city of Pex using only a musketman. Bearing in mind the city has walls, we really shouldn't be able to do this, but you know, we can. 89 health per attack, why not? God, I love how perfectly balanced this game is. Oh yes, nuclear fission has been discovered in 650 BC. Can't wait for all that clean energy we're going to be discovering. Oh my goodness, musketman, you're almost dead, but no, it turns out you can take the city. Fantastic. Pex is ours. Oh, we've done it. Keep the city? Sure, why not? Let's keep that city. Mr. Musketman, you've done a fantastic job, but your work is not over, I'm afraid. Now, for the first time in this game, we've actually been able to gain access to oil, and what that means is next turn we can make our musketman and turn him into an infantryman instead, which is much more effective at defeating everything. And fantastic. Our lovely musketman has just been upgraded to the first ever infantryman in the entire world. With a melee strength of 70, we're going to be using just 1 boy and a gun to invade the entirety of the Hungarian Empire, because for some reason you can. Oh, and fantastic, it's 550 BC and Korea has entered the information era. Lovely stuff indeed. And we can finally change our government from a classic republic to a monarchy. There we go, first monarchy in the world. Oh yeah, we're basically roughly only slightly ahead of time when it comes to our government policies. Everything else is just completely stupid. Now immediately we're going to change what we're building in our capital to the legendary Grandmaster's Chapel. The reason being the Grandmaster's Chapel allows this city in particular to buy any land units with faith. Now naturally, we have a metric ton of faith, so this is perfect for us. Alright, anyway, Mr. Fantastic Infantry Dude, it's time for you to waltz into the Hungarian capital of Buda. Anyway, it's time for us to attack the major city of Buda with our single infantry dude. Really this shouldn't be achievable. Infantrymen should not be attacking cities. Well, in fact, anyone shouldn't really be attacking cities. So it's turn 500 BC, and in fantastic news, we've set up the city of Busan. Now, we could start producing electricity here, but instead, no. We're going to start mining up aluminium, one of the most important strategic resources in the game for us. It's going to be very important to get our economy going. And oh no, some bad things have happened. The fantastic city of Pex, which I managed to steal from Hungary, basically decided to rebel because it was so far away from us. And by rebelling, it's caused a bit of a predicament because it's consequently spawned mechanized infantry, which we don't stand a chance of defeating. Neither does Hungary, to be fair, so they're never getting their city back. We're just going to have to wait until we get our Grandmaster's Chapel online before we can then pull off our world conquest victory. Anyway, sorry Hungary, you need to give me more than just gold after your silly attack on me. Oh, and the city of Aya rebelled from Scotland and then for some reason decided to join us, which is fine. I mean, it's a garbage city, but hey, it has uranium. Oh my god, is that a giant death robot? We're gonna get a giant death robot. Oh my god, it's happening. We're still in the classical era. Yes, the giant death robot has been completed. How far are we to finishing the tech tree? It's turn 100 and we've almost done it. We are 7 turns away from finishing the tech tree. Fantastic. This is exactly what I wanted. There we go. Korea has entered the future era in 375 BC. So in 375 BC, Korea has managed to overtake where humanity currently is in 2020. Well done, Korea. Oh, and there we go. There there's smart materials, and then we've got the off-world mission coming up. Oh, we've almost done it. The tech tree is almost complete. Oh, now it's future tech time. Oh, lovely. And this is it. Is this the final tech in the game? We have done it. Future tech. It's going to take 1 turn. Oh, but most importantly, our capital city has finally gained the ability to build units with faith, meaning we can now build rocket artillery for free. Right, this is it. Even though we technically have a military strength of only 85, so technically the same military strength as Scotland, our 1 rocket artillery is single-handedly going to give us the city of Pex. And now there we go, in 200 BC we've built the world's first working attack helicopter, so we'll be sending this out into the world. And we can probably invade cities with attack helicopters, it makes sense. Oh, and there we go, we've discovered exploration, which has apparently put the world in the Renaissance era. Finally. Oh, this is it, ladies and gentlemen. The war is happening now. We've discovered Pex, and with 1 single helicopter, we're going to be able to take the city in 1 go. How much damage is it going to do to the helicopter? None. There we go. Pex is ours. Glorious. And we've even got a modern armor tank to back it up. Come on, tank. I want you to take the capital city. That'll be good fun. Yeah, so we now have the largest military in the world. It is going to be completely unopposed and has no physical counter. Anyway, let's keep this city. No idea what we're going to do with it, but, you know, it's a good love to have them. We're in our capital city, we might as well build a giant death robot, or the Manhattan Project. Now that's a good use of time. You know what, we're going to throw our helicopter also into their capital now. There we go. Burn down those walls. The capital will be ours. Oh no, they just used archers to shoot at my glorious massive attack helicopter. How dare they? Right, instead, our rocket artillery is going to cause total wall damage to the enemy capital. Wabam. Okay, it is now defenseless, and now we're just going to wander on in. Wabam. Your capital is now ours. That was easy. Let's keep that city. Lovely. So they've probably only got 1 city left up here. We're going to definitely be able to deal with that with just these units. This is nice and easy. Oh, and of course a helicopter can snipe their lovely settler that they just left wandering around. Thank you very much, game. This is very generous of them to roll out a great general just for us. And they've been hiding the city away up here all this time. Anyway, it's time for them to share. Meanwhile, my massive rocket artillery just decimated an archer. Let's send up our modern tank and see if it can take the city in 1 go. Oh no, this archer here just shot my helicopter. It did 3 damage. Whatever are we going to do to our poor helicopter? Anyway, let's send our helicopter over to kill this archer. Other helicopter, please take this here. Thank you very much. And finally, our modern tank, please take the new capital of Hungary in 1 go. And there we go. Goodbye, Hungary. You are now gone. Fantastic. All of their cities are now ours. Technically, they add into our science production and just other forms of production, which is lovely. Oh, and Scotland is saying that they absolutely love our civilization. Thank you, Scotland. I think that's the first time I've ever received a compliment from Scotland. Anyway, time for me to choose my golden age. What are we going to do? Buy civilian units with faith? Honestly, the rest of this is just completely and utterly useless. Kind of have already won the game. Now, we have technically completed the world's first circumnavigation pretty late on in the game for my liking, but alternatively our empire is doing pretty well. We're just currently doing Operation Ivy, which is going to allow us to build thermonuclear devices as opposed to just nuclear devices. Oh yes, humanity has realized its dream of flight for the first time as the jet bomber of Korea takes to the skies. Oh, I mean, you can probably guess what I'm going to be doing with this bad boy. It can kind of air attack just about anywhere in the world and immediately kill it, but we're going to be equipping this guy with a very special device. And now, after discovering thermonuclear devices, we're going to try and build one in our capital. It's going to take us 8 turns to do. Lovely stuff. And because of our ridiculous tech, basically whenever Scotland settles a new city which isn't next to their capital, it just immediately flips to our control, like Haddington over here, which is a fun situation to be in. Anyway, our capital's built its first thermonuclear device, which is fantastic news for everyone who's Korean and pretty bad news for just about every other being on the planet. Anyway, it's time to start a massive catastrophic global war by dropping a thermonuclear bomb right on Edinburgh. Honestly, might as well declare a surprise war. Wabam! Let's go! It's nuke time, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, that's gonna be good. Goodbye, Scotland. You're probably not going to be too happy after this. Yes, Edinburgh has practically completely and utterly fallen. Let's paradrop our way in. There we go. Roll the Spec Ops in. Get those tanks marching on Aberdeen too. Bam. Glorious victory. Bring in the helicopters and the artillery. There we go. We're going to start marching on in. Anyway, helicopter, please take Aberdeen. Fantastic.
Right, we're going to take Sterling now. That's going to be ours. Fantastic. Then we're going to do an air attack and immediately wipe out all of the health of Roxburgh. And then I think we just roll our tank into Edinburgh. Fantastic. Edinburgh is now ours. Lovely stuff. This is going to be one of the fastest wars ever. Anyway, let's take the final city of Scotland. Somehow we didn't manage it. In we go. Roxburgh is ours. Goodbye, Scotland. Another civ to fall to the mighty Korean Empire. Anyway, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. I've been the Spiffing Brit. If you have indeed enjoyed today's video, please do give it a like. It does always take quite a while to get these exploits up and running. After all, I have to play an entire game of Civilization 6 and farm a ridiculous amount of faith points, like 100,000 faith. I know, it's crazy. Hello there, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Sid Meier's Civilization 6 Gathering Storm. This is, of course, a perfectly balanced game. Okay, no, I don't think I could say that with a straight face after making probably about 7 videos on this game, or with different exploits showing just how broken this entire experience is. Yeah, the game's broken. Everyone knows that by now, but how you can break the game is constantly evolving and changing. And so with a little help of today's exploit, we are going to be absolutely decimating this game's economy and balance by summoning armies out of thin air in just a matter of milliseconds, whilst also being ahead in every single regard. This is the ultimate exploit to destroy and ruin your friends' games in a way which is technically kind of fair. Well, actually, no, I tell a lie. It's not fair at all, but it is exceedingly entertaining. So sit back, relax, grab yourself a nice cup of tea, as this game is going to get absolutely crazy. So we're going to start a brand new single-player Civ 6 game. I'm working on the current latest build of the game, which has managed to successfully patch almost none of the exploits that I've shown. Of the exploits which I've shown off in Civilization 6, only one of them has been patched, and that was the Saguba exploit, which was discovered at the release of the Gathering Storm DLC. The exploit worked on the basis that the nation of Mali, which is led by Mansa Musa over here, is able to build Sagubas. Now, Sagubas are a special district. They replace the merchant district, and they make purchases in that city 20% cheaper if you're buying things with gold or faith. The way you produce units in this game is you either buy them with gold, buy them with faith, or buy them with production. Now, we found a way to basically stack modifiers so that in cities it would become minus 100% cheaper to purchase units. As you can guess, that's kind of relatively broken. And it was so broken, in fact, the developers actually patched it out of the game. I know, can you believe that? They actually patched the game. All of the other game-breaking exploits which have been destroying the multiplayer scene for this game, which I discovered, however, have been left in the game for almost 6 months now. We're probably even closing in on 1 year. To put this into perspective, when I discovered the exploit for Age of Mythology last year, a game which was first released in 2002, the game developers actually patched it after it only being in the game for around about 4 months. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, a game which is currently 18 years old received an exploit patch faster than Civ 6, a game which is apparently going to be getting another DLC sometime soon. But you know, that's just the Civ 6 devs. Who knows what they could be up to? Maybe adding in more Battle Royale features. That's what all of us pro gamers are looking forward to. I, for one, can't wait until Civ 6 becomes an esport ready game. Oh, well, it's going to take a long while whilst these lovely exploits still exist. So today's exploit is relatively simple. We're basically going to be breaking a lot of the limits on the game by circumnavigating the game's menus in order to stack modifiers in a way to grant us infinite wealth and infinite units. This same exploit can be used in multiple other ways, and maybe we'll cover them in later videos to create even more and stranger, wackier situations, but for now we're only going to focus on the legendary Mansa Musa, the biggest, the chonkiest, and the richest lord of Civ 6. So we're going to throw ourselves into a brand new standard game of Civ 6, and of course before we do, grab yourself a cup of tea, make sure you are sat back and relaxed. For a limited time offer, ladies and gentlemen, the first 5,000 people to place a like on this video will be gifted a single unit of gold by Mansa Musa himself. That's right, 1 gold coin. Critics out there would say that due to the rate that Mansa Musa harvests gold out of the ground, the inflation makes your gold coin about as valuable as a collector's edition of Fallout 76, but there's a certain charm in receiving a gift from Mansa Musa. Anyway, let's throw ourselves into this game as it's going to get very spicy very quickly. So welcome into the game. We are Mansa Musa, of course, and we've settled our first city, Hyperinflation Station. It's up and running, and you might be wondering why a city surrounded entirely by desert is growing so quickly with such a massive surplus food. Well, that's because the Mali capital gets a bunch of bonuses for every single surrounding desert tile. Desert is normally seen as being a useless, redundant tile, but don't worry, thanks to this exploit, desert land is actually going to be rather useful indeed. Now, the first thing you want to get up and running is a builder, because we need to get some production going in our empire. Trust me, the more production, the better. Oh, and fantastic, it's time to choose our Pantheon. Now, if you might remember, there's a Pantheon exploit in this game which is still 100% not fixed. Now, we're of course going to pull off this exploit to gain a bunch of bonuses for our lovely civilization, and of course the best way to pull off this exploit is to get as many bonuses as possible. So we're going to gain the free settler, the free workers, and also a bunch of increased faith due to desert tile adjacency, because we're in the middle of a bloody desert. So how to pull off this exploit? Well, quite simply, get ready to hit found this Pantheon button and hit the escape key on your keyboard. What you're going to do, click found the Pantheon and then hit escape. That has immediately summoned a settler out of thin air into our capital, and we're going to do it again and again. And there we go, 3 settlers in our capital. Now time to get some builders going. 1, 2, and 3. Lovely. Then after that, we're going to start racking up the desert folklore to increase our faith production.
A few moments later.
There we go, we've spammed out a bunch of the desert folklore, so our lovely holy site is going to become very powerful. In fact, I'm going to have to skip through all of the notifications that we've founded ourselves a Pantheon. Come on, game, there we go, lovely. Now when it comes to our cities, make sure to spread them nice and far out from each other, and it's also going to be very important to settle one city close to a mountain. Don't worry, I'll reveal its importance later on. And now that we're on turn 11, we're actually ready to found our second city, a little bit earlier than most other players in the game would probably get their city settled, but nothing too crazy just yet. Don't worry, the madness will only increase with time. Now what we're also going to do is slap down a holy site in our capital city of Hyperinflation Station. Now we're only going to build one of these bad boys because it's all we're going to actually need. Although technically we could, using this exploit, build way more holy sites, we're not going to, because holy sites, they're good for one thing, but they're nowhere near as powerful as what I have in store. And there we go, chimes and chanting incense and iron, the holy site of Hyperinflation Station brings worshippers and pilgrims. Oh, lovely. That's right, our first holy site is built, and naturally it's not like your regular holy site, which is going to be outputting around about 5 or 6 faith at the start of the game. This one is producing 144, mostly because I like taking mechanics of the game and dialing them up to crazy numbers. Now already as our city has hit a population of 6, we're actually able to build our second district in the city, though for the moment we're actually going to just be very happy with our one holy site. That's going to provide everything we need for a while to come. We're mostly just going to be making minor improvements to Hyperinflation Station to just help it progress in the game. And now some time has actually passed, we are in a position to actually activate our lovely exploit trap card. I know, we're only 27 turns into the game and it's only 1920 BC, but we're quite possibly able to start the most overpowered exploit in the game at the moment. See, currently we're getting attacked by barbarians and we only have 2 warriors to defend our cities and they're almost dead. Well, what could we do? Well, we could buy ourselves some warriors. That's right. You can buy yourself a warrior for 80 gold. That's actually a lot of money. I don't want to do that. If only there was another way we could gain units for a cheaper price. That's right. We could build a Saguba. Now, you see, one single Saguba is great. Not only is it going to give us a bunch of gold, it's also going to reduce the purchase cost of everything in this city if we're buying it with gold or faith. That's right. Units, buildings, districts, you name it, we can buy them for cheaper. There's only one slight drawback. We can only build one Saguba. Like all districts, if you want a holy site, you build one holy site. That's all you're going to get from your city, but not in the lovely city of Hyperinflation Station, you see. Now what we're going to do in the lovely production queue is queue ourselves up a settler, and then what we're going to do is click on the city, hit change production, and go to the production queue. Now we're going to start queuing up some broken things. You see, when it comes to placing down a district, once you place down one, you can only build one. The game's very intelligent at knowing when a player is trying to cheat the system as well. So we're going to slap down our first Saguba right here, and then as you can see, we've hit yes, and the Saguba is in the build queue. Then we're going to slap down a second Saguba right here, and then a third Saguba here, and then a fourth Saguba here, and finally the most important 5th Saguba. Now, if we were just to hit end turn from this point on, we'd finish building our settler and nothing would change. We'd only be able to build our first Saguba, and once that first Saguba is finished, the game goes, okay, well, you have 4 other Sagubas queued up, but as you haven't started building them, we're going to tear them down. They shouldn't exist. Well, this is where the game's exploit comes into fruition, because all we need to do to get these Sagubas actually into the world is quite simply start the production. But how do you start the production? Well, what you're going to do is simply swap them out with the settler. You need to start with the last Saguba in the list and click on the settler, and you'll notice it started construction. And you're going to take the next Saguba on the list and start its construction, and then the next Saguba, and then the next Saguba, and the final Saguba. We simply do it this way round so that the first Saguba which we place down is going to be the first one finished. We can then take take the settler, which we actually just pretended to build, and throw him into the bin. Now it's only going to take 2 turns to build a Saguba, but once we start getting them down, things are going to start breaking. Now you might have already noticed what's happening, and you might be wondering why on earth I've built 5 Sagubas. Well, that's because each Saguba provides a minus 20% purchase cost modifier. So what happens when you get multiple Sagubas down? Well, things just start getting a little bit crazy. And there we go, our first Saguba is built. It's a cause for celebration, ladies and gentlemen, and it's also going to start causing a bit of crazy things. Already it no longer costs 80 for us to buy this warrior, he's now dropped to 60 gold. What an absolute bargain. And fantastic, another Saguba's about to be finished, so remember, 60 gold currently to buy ourselves a warrior. Oh, and we've just entered the golden era as well. Lovely. And because we've now actually entered into a golden era, we can pick up monumentality, which means +2 movement for all builders, and we also get to buy civilian units with faith and gold for 30% cheaper. Okay, this is fine. I'll explain why this is fine very soon. Oh god. You see, that's currently just dropped the cost of builders and settlers to only 100 gold for a settler and 40 gold for a builder, but it also has affected its faith cost, which remember the Sagubas also do. So settlers are now 50 faith and 20 faith, and oh my goodness, traders are 30 faith. So let's buy ourselves a couple of traders. We might as well. Now when it comes to this exploit, you might be thinking, well, is it limited to only Sagubas? Can I build anything? Well, yes, you can. So in the city of Jene over here, which we're now going to rename to Big Brain Town, we're going to get our science production up and running. And of course, to get your science production up and running, you need some campuses. But remember, get your settler down in the queue, then switch to the multi-queue and slap down a campus here, a campus here, and a campus here. And you know what, whilst we're at it, we might as well get a few more down. We can slap down another campus right here, and another campus right about here. There we go, 5 campuses up and running. Once again, swap the campuses out with the settler in the menu, and then bin the settler. Fantastic, we've got the campuses up and running. Now you might remember also a couple of turns ago, warriors were 60 gold. Well, now they've dropped to 30 gold, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, this is to instantly buy out a unit in the game. Bam, I'm jumping in the midpoint of the video when you least expected me. That's right, I'm here today to tell you about the fantastic latest and greatest creation to come out of the engineers at Spiffco. They built a mug, but not like any other mug. This mug's big, the biggest mug you've ever seen. And I'm not talking about Dave over there who drinks coffee, no. The biggest mug that I've ever personally owned is now available for purchase. And I kind of actually do recommend that you pick one up if you are interested in it. As always, no pressure to buy any of my merchandise. I mostly just find it quite interesting that there are people out there actually willing to buy tea utensils with my name on it. It's kind of a dream come true. But these bad boys are selling like hotcakes, or hot mugs, I don't know, whatever you want to call it. So why not pick up one of these bad boys to celebrate International World Tea Day? Once again, no pressure. As you can probably guess, the world is going for a bit of a very strange financial crisis at the moment, and sadly, unlike myself in a video game, we can't just print money to get ourselves out of this situation. So make sure only to buy one if you can actually justify it to yourself. There are of course millions of other ways to support the channel, like liking this video, going into the comment section and telling me how fantastic I am. So hey, you do you. Anyway, I've had enough rambling for now. It's time for us to hop back into the video, as we have some very crazy things to discover. Like how Spiff discovers that you can get an infinite and unlimited free instantaneous army in this game. That's right, it's absolutely bonkers. And there we have it. We have our 5 Sagubas built in hyperinflation station. You've probably noticed that our gold has gone up. We're making 49.8 gold per turn. This is nice, definitely more than everyone else will have in turn 36, but what makes this so much more exciting is the fact that everything's now broken. You will notice that the settler is 0 gold to buy. The builder is 0 gold to buy. The trader, well guess what? He's 0 gold to buy, so we'll buy one of those. Heavy chariots, warriors, archers, you name it, battering rams, they're all 0 gold to buy. So I've bought myself a trader. I will also buy myself a builder. Whilst we're at it, let's buy a market. Let's buy ourselves a monument. And once we fix our holy site, we can also build a shrine. Now there is one thing I haven't tried seeing if you can duplicate in terms of districts, and that is the government plaza. I have no idea if this is going to work, but I'm going to see if I can spam build multiple government plazas. Please game, you really should restrict this. There's no way this is allowed. This is going to 100% stop, right? Because this game forcibly won't allow you to have, say, multiple world wonders, so you can't try and cheese that system. But I haven't seen anything about government plazas just yet. Oh, okay, right, no, you can. Okay, this is fine. This is fine. Now, government plazas, they're pretty strange buildings. They don't really provide much, but it's mostly the 8 loyalty per turn, which I'm going to be quite interested by in terms of what it does for a city. Now, because of all of the Sagubas we have, our great merchant production is going to be absolutely insane. We've already picked up 2 great merchants, basically meaning the AI are going to have no great merchants that they can access for the entirety of this game, but honestly, I'm sure they'll be happy with that. After all, great merchants
merchants aren't that overpowered, are they? Now, of course, it's very important that we build ourselves Petra because we have a bunch of unused crappy desert tiles in our capital city, and Petra basically makes them free food. So if you are playing Mali, you surround your capital in desert land and you get Petra up and running, well, you're going to become very powerful. Oh, now not only did we get our great profit, we've also managed to pick up a great merchant all at the same time. Lovely stuff. We're going to send our great merchant over to harvest some pearls, I think, and then our great prophet is going to set up our fantastical religion. But what could our incredible religion be? Well, of course, our religion is going to be none other than the incredible and perfectly balanced religion that is free units, free money, free tea. Those are the free things that you want in life. Another fun little bonus we can pick up is stewardship, because it means for each campus and commercial hub in a city following this religion, we gain 1 gold and 1 science each. This is pretty good considering we're going to be picking up a lot of campuses and commercial hubs, mostly because our capital is just full of them. Oh my god, our trade routes are now getting ever so slightly out of hand. Yeah, we're going to be getting 12 culture from trading with Geneva or Kumasari. This is just all getting very out of hand. Our culture is now going to start rapidly spiraling out of control in comparison to the other civs. Oh, and also we have finally got to the great scientist which completely and utterly destroys the game. Hildegard of Bingen, she basically gives us a bit of extra faith, but also makes it so that our holy site is going to provide science intrinsic to its faith output. This means we're going to move her over to our holy site in our capital, which provides us with 171 faith, and suddenly start producing a whole lot more. In the city of Walter over here, we're going to build our first theatre district, which is going to receive a +3 to production thanks to it being surrounded by a bunch of government complexes. And there we go, Petra has been built. Fantastic. Hyperinflation suddenly just got a whole lot more powerful. Oh, and Hildegard has made her way to the holy site, so we've gone from having 32 science per turn to next turn having a fair bit more than that. Let's find out just how much, in fact. From 32 to 221. Ladies and gentlemen, it just works. Mwah. This game is so perfect. Welcome back. It's now turn 61, also known as 50 AD, and we've just entered the medieval era. Why is that? Well, it's because we're absolutely powering our way through all of the technologies and civics in the game, meaning we're going through the game much faster than it really expects. Also, we're able to pick up pen, brush, and voice, which means we're going to pick up +1 culture for each speciality district, and seeing as we have a metric ton of Sagubas, we might as well. Ah yes, 80 culture production. Remember, this isn't something that I've particularly exploited. Well, actually, no, I tell a lie. And we're producing almost 4 times more than the next AI. This is perfect balance. What I really like is that eventually when we hit democracy, we're able to get +15% discounts for purchase with gold. What this actually means in practice is that technically every single unit in the game is going to cost -15% gold. So technically the game should actually pay us for buying units. This is actually surprisingly similar to a real world phenomenon which we're currently seeing at the moment, that being the fact that the price of oil has gone negative. What this means is that if you have a means to store oil, theoretically people would pay you to take oil off of their hands. This is of course absolutely broken and hilarious. Oh my goodness, and now this is it. Producing or purchasing military units using the chosen currency type is now 50% cheaper until the next World Congress. Well, what that means is we can set this to gold, drop all of our votes into this, and hopefully, provided we win, it's now going to mean all of our units that we produce are going to be -50%. This is absolutely and utterly broken. Oh, I love this game, I really do. Now also, the Sagubas not only make it so that purchases with gold are cheaper, remember it's also absolutely free for us now to buy as many apostles as we like, effectively guaranteeing a religious victory if we needed one. We've done it, ladies and gentlemen. The game is balked. There is no balance anymore. We have an entire army which we can buy for free, and guess what? Our army is also going to be better tech than any other army currently on the planet. I've also decided that enough is enough, and we're going to start spreading free units, free money, free tea all around the world. That's right, we're going to make the #1 religion, because why not? Oh, and we've also just entered into the Renaissance era in terms of technology, which is fantastic news. Now the thing is, normally if you're going for a religious victory, it's actually a bit of a challenge, because every time you make apostles, they become more expensive to produce. So let's say it costs 60 faith to buy your first apostle, well the next one you buy is going to be 80, and it keeps increasing and increasing and increasing. However, we're getting all of ours for free, and this is the only way in the game to buy apostles for free and never hit a point where you can no longer buy apostles, because normally I'd eventually hit a point where it costs almost 400 faith for me to buy each apostle, and then it would
just go on forever until it suddenly goes from costing only 1 turn of faith production for an apostle for it costing almost 50. This is the only way in the game to go for a religious conquest where the enemy quite simply cannot build inquisitors at a rate which is fast enough to stop your apostles from crossing their border. Now I've just activated a great engineer who provides the bonus of allowing us to build 1 extra district than our population actually allows. What this means is we're going to be able to start spamming out encampments. Now encampments, because they can be built multiple times, can be used multiple times. Encampments store units when you build them with gold. This is exceedingly useful for our city because we are currently limited only being able to buy 1 unit for free each turn. With 1 encampment we're going to be able to buy 2 units free for each turn. If we have 5 encampments, well, you can kind of guess where this is going. So we're going to once again spam out this queue and build ourselves as many lovely encampments as possible. So we get our settler built in the queue, then we start placing down our encampments over here near the front lines. There's encampment number 1, encampment number 2, encampment number 3, and encampment number 4. Remember, all of these are fully operational encampments. They are able to grant us great general points, but most importantly they can be used as forts, meaning they're going to be mobile bombardment buildings as well, able to dish out healthy amounts of damage to most units whilst providing a nice strong defensive bonus. So once again move the encampment into the prime slot, and there we go, all the encampments are queued up. Now as you can see, our first 2 encampments are built, and what this allows us to do, hopefully if everything works out, it's going to allow us to buy 3 units in one go. And there we go, 3 rangers. Actually wait, no, we can buy more. Oh no, oh no. It's an unlimited infinite army of rangers. Okay, right, it turns out the game, for some unknown reason, believes provided you have 3 encampments, it's processing that there's an empty encampment without a unit sat in it. What that means is actually if you just have 2 encampments in a city and you have 5 Sagubas, you're going to be able to produce an unlimited amount of units for free per turn. As you can see, we have 351 military strength, but at the end of this turn, it's going to suddenly go up a fair bit. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Well, let's see how far we go from 351 next turn. Ah, 965, a perfectly balanced number. Oh goodness, oh goodness. What have I done to you, game? And of course, in our lovely city of Timbuktu, we're going to once again destroy the Saguba economy and just spam down a bunch of these lovely bad boys. I mean, who doesn't love a good Saguba? They're just so perfectly balanced. Ah, perfect. There we go. They're all up and running. And there we go. We've just entered into the atomic era, and it's 1160 AD. The fall of Constantinople has not even happened yet, ladies and gentlemen. And just like most Brits, I'm also building Big Ben as soon as physically possible. But things are going fantastic in the Spiffing Empire. The hyperinflation station is producing gold at an alarming rate. Critics would say that we're printing money pretty fast, especially considering most other civilizations in the world don't have a printing press and don't even know what the word printing means. Heck, I'm not even sure if they know what money means. Oh, and we can also reform the coinage for trade routes, giving +3 gold per each speciality district. Oh, that's gonna be some money. I love money. Now, our rangers are a smidge overpowered, mostly because these are just regular scout troops, which cost us 0 gold, and yet they're running around one-hitting barbarian camps. Well, I suppose it's not exactly too difficult to see why, considering they have guns and the barbarians have spears and wooden shields. And there we go, Big Ben is created, which actually increases the amount of wealth you have. I'm pretty sure it adds +50% to whatever you have lying around in your coffers. That's a nice bonus. Also, we've built the Kilwa Monument. I can't remember what any of these do, but you know, they're just lovely bonuses which we now have, I guess. Well, you know what, ladies and gentlemen, I think there you have it. We've completely and utterly destroyed the economy of Civilization 6 thanks to the good old handy Saguba, allowing you to copy and spam out as many unlimited units as you like. You can just summon an army on the spot at 0 cost, and also you're not even just limited to only 2 units per turn. This is a true, proper working infinite army exploit. Not only that, but it's also going to give you infinite gold, infinite science, infinite faith, you name it, whatever you want, this exploit will give it to you. There are many other wacky instances of this exploit, so by all means, do tell me how you've managed to use the creative quantity of infinite districts to your advantage. I already know there's a pretty interesting one involving the Ikanda, which is built by the Zulus, as that is a district which provides a 25% modifier for faster training of corps and armies. What that actually on paper means is that let's say it takes 30 turns to produce a cannon. Well, if you have 4 Ikanders in a city, it's actually only going to take 1 turn to produce that cannon, for the sole reason that 100% faster training of corps and armies for some reason flips around to 0, meaning corps and armies train instantaneously, which is fantastic and of course perfectly balanced. Now if you're wondering where this exploit came from, well, it came from actually a couple of YouTubers bashing their heads together. The YouTuber Marbazir and of course one of my favourite Irish YouTubers, Potato McWhiskey, and myself spammed away at each other in a bunch of Discord DMs actually several months ago and discovered this bad boy. Naturally, I've only chosen about now to get round to making the video, mostly just because I've exploited Civilization 6 so many times I started to feel sorry for the game. But don't worry, I actually soon realised that I don't have any real empathy, and consequently these exploits are perfectly fine on my conscience. Oh, and of course when I say Potato McWhiskey is one of my favourite Irish YouTubers, this is a very complicated vote because I know everyone's favourite Irish YouTuber is one of the most controversial opinions you can have in 2020. I mean, do you go for Jacksepticeye? Do you go for RT Game? Call Me Kevin? Terrorizer? The list goes on and on and on. Who knows who anyone's favourite Irish YouTuber is at this point? It could be anyone. It could even be you.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. I'm the Spiffing Brit, and today I'm playing Sid Meier's Civilization 6 Gathering Storm with the latest and greatest DLC. This DLC is probably released for you right now, but for me, as I'm recording it in the past using the power of time travel, as well as an early access press copy, I'm playing this brand new DLC before they've even been able to release a day 1 patch to fix some of the slightly overpowered features. Now, the lovely people over at 2K have basically sponsored me to play this game early, which honestly I'm surprised considering the amount of times I've broken Civ 6 in the past. They've been very generous to actually pay me to do it this time. Oh, you lovely and kind people, don't you know what I'm going to do to this game? What do we have here? Well, we have 3 very important new changes which need to be addressed. Change number 1, 2K decided to patch out all of the previous exploits. No longer can you do the Pantheon glitch, ladies and gentlemen, and no longer can you place down multiple districts. It's all gone. Rest in peace, my favourite exploit in Civ 6. But then there are 2 new things that have been added. There's a couple of new city-states that have been added into the game and are probably going to be slightly imbalanced and maybe have some crazy things to be discovered. And of course, most importantly, there are now 2 new civilizations in the game. We have Lady Six Sky of Meier. In terms of her abilities and bonuses, it's honestly nothing too special. She's a bit of a defensive turtler, but in terms of game-breaking overpoweredness, she's pretty tame. But where the crazy new DLC factions really get going is when we start introducing the legendary, the one, the only, Simon Bolivar. Or Simon Bolivar, I don't know. It's got an accenty name, so as a British person I have no chance of being able to pronounce it. But this here is Simon, of the Gran Colombia nation. Now the reason why Gran Colombia is so special is because he is so utterly ridiculously overpowered. Simon Bolivar here is downright stupidly broken. What he provides is a +1 movement to all units, and also a bonus so that promoting any unit does not end that unit's turn. What this means is his units are going to go exceedingly fast across the map. His settlers can go further, meaning not only can his settlers go further, his cavalry can go further, but most importantly and most controversially game-breaking, his siege weaponry can go further. Suddenly you can literally have battering rams teleporting up to the enemy's walls. This is a bit of a strange design feature, because it could be rather overpowered. But what's also quite interesting is that promoting a unit does not end that unit's turn. So what this actually means on paper is that you can promote a unit, then move and attack it. In practicality, what this could mean in combat is your unit has just been attacked by the enemy and it's down to half health. If we leave it there for another turn, it will be dead. And it has 3 choices. It can either run away and try and survive, stay there and try and fortify and heal up, or it can try and attack. Well, now it can do all 3. What you can do is use your promotion to instantly max heal the unit and then attack with it. And of course, if it's a cavalry unit that can break away from combat, well then guess what, it can also run away after attacking. Speaking of which, that brings us to their special industrial cavalry unit, the Lanero. This is a cavalry which has a low maintenance cost and a +4 combat strength for every adjacent Lanero. This +4 combat strength is pretty downright broken, and it allows Laneros in big swarm groups to actually pack quite a lot of a punch even when they're technically outdated by modern technology. But where the Lanero is even more overpowered is with the brand new Great General which Gran Colombia has access to, a Comandante Generales. He's a special great person with a unique ability which basically provides a buff to the nation. It might be something like +1 additional trade route, or it might be to immediately provide 2 promotions to all nearby units. But every time you expend one of these great generals, which you get for free as soon as you go into a new era, if you have a Lanero nearby, well guess what? You've just instantly healed that unit for free. And it's got a range of like 18 tiles or something like that. So what you can do is basically pile up all of your great generals just for when you hit the industrial era. Then as soon as you hit the industrial era, immediately swarm the map with increased movement speed Laneros, which have the ability to promote and attack and move, and then also have a blob of like 4 Comandante generals running around after them, who also have the ability to instantly heal them. Just absolutely love it. It's so broken. Well, Gran Colombia are probably now the most powerful nation in the game, and I love it. He also has a unique building, but honestly, what does it matter? He doesn't even need a unique building at this point. I mean, extra gold, production, food, and housing. Oh, that's lovely. What a fantastic bonus. He definitely needed that. He was looking pretty weak otherwise. Oh god. But surprisingly, Simon Bolivar is not actually even where I'm going to be exploiting the game today. He's a pretty damn overpowered individual, but there are other ways we can completely and utterly balk this new DLC, and I absolutely love it. The new DLC has added Apocalypse Mode, ladies and gentlemen. It adds new natural disasters, larger and more impactful versions of existing disasters, and an increased chance of all natural disasters. Apocalypse Mode also adds in a Soothsayer unit, which is literally like a tiny priesty boy who runs about the map, who you can purchase with faith from literally anywhere, and guess what he does? He has a bunch of charges, and he could use those charges to summon death onto the enemy. I absolutely love it. It's incredibly fun. But there's also a few reasons why it's completely and utterly broken, but we're gonna have to jump into a video for me to show it off. So let's go into the advanced setup of this game, make it online, make it absolutely massive, and crank up those city-states. We've got a fun game to play, ladies and gentlemen, and it's going to be majestic. Before we begin with the exploits, make sure you're sat back, relaxed, you have a nice warm cup of tea, and hey, if you're ready to see this exclusive Civ 6 content, you might have even been majestic enough to put a like on this video. Well done. And we're in the game. And as you can see, it's pretty majestic. Us playing as these lovely boys, we get our extra movement speed there, as you can see, which is absolutely lovely. Basically meaning our warrior can jump over this hill and go a little bit further, and our scouts are going to be traversing the world faster than anyone else's. Now, whilst I could move my settler, I'm a bit of a lazy bugger, and so that's exactly the opposite of what I'm going to do. We're just going to yeet him down right about here. We'll be fine, say the citizens of Bogota, all mountain smoke a little, right? Oh dear, I settled next to a volcano, didn't I? Well, beans. I'm sure it will be fine now that I'm playing on Apocalypse Mode. What's the worst that could happen? Now, what we're going to do is we're going to rush the astrology site, because trust me, it's very important. We need to get this bad boy up and running as soon as possible. Now, I have an interesting combination set up, ladies and gentlemen. You see, with the brand new DLC, you can effectively cause natural disasters. You have to purchase soothsayers using faith. They cost a fair bit of money and they have a fair bit of maintenance, but they allow you to cause disasters, which is absolutely brilliant. Who doesn't want to cause disasters? The reason why they seem to be so overpowered for me, the lovely player, is because the AI doesn't care. These soothsayers are downright stupid, because you can be friendly with an enemy, go up to one of their local rivers and detonate a soothsayer, who will immediately cause a massive irreversible flood, killing about 400 million people in the city and causing absolute chaos. But the AI has no way to stop him because he acted outside of their borders, just standing on the same river. When used correctly, you can even hit multiple AI cities, and the AI will still have a green, happy, smiley face because, as far as they're aware, this was a natural disaster which caused the massive catastrophic death of most of their population. It just works. But why I absolutely love the new soothsayers is most importantly because they can be comboed with the Great Bath. This is quite possibly one of the worst wonders in the game, but the reason why the Great Bath is so overpowered now is because you can cause your own floods. No longer are you relying on the RNG floods of the game. No. You've got floods just caused by existence. Oh, it's brilliant. I love it. Right, now what we're going to do is we're going to use our Mega Warriors to effectively scout around the world, and trust me, they can scout really fast. But yes, the Great Bath is completely broken because of what you're able to do with it. Oh god, we just gained a free recon unit which can move 4 tiles. Of course we did. And we've got another one coming soon. Oh, this is lovely. Oh, we've got so many explorers now. Brilliant. Slightly too many, some would say, but it's fine. Oh, just look at the distance they can cover. It's only 3 2600 BC, and we just gained a free pop. Oh, I love it. I really do. This is perfectly balanced. Absolutely perfectly balanced. We can just teleport across the map. Anyway, now that we've picked ourselves up the Hanging Gardens and we can start production on it, we're going to immediately move towards astrology so that we can get our first religion up and running. Trust me, religions are important. Oh, and we've discovered Targua. Lovely. Targua are a pretty lovely little city-state. They're nothing too special, just plus 5% science, basically. Now, the reason why the move and promotion system is so broken is because I can pick up, say, one of these promotions like faster movement on woods and terrain, and now hit automate explore on the scout, and well, guess what? We've just teleported across the map, and he can now just phase through woods as if they don't exist. Now, we're going to get the Great Bath up and running. We need this bad boy fast. Oh, and there we go. We've discovered one of the brand new city-states, the Vatican City. The Vatican City is a pretty spicy boy because whenever you activate a great person, they basically add a bunch of religious pressure to whatever city. This is good because you can basically build an aggressive forward settled city and detonate a bunch of great people in it, and you'll start spreading your religion at incredible speed. Though it's nothing too game breaking. Surprisingly well balanced. I don't like it. We're going to start attacking the spearman with our barbarian, and we've picked up our lovely astrology. And fantastic, we can promote our warrior and attack at the same time. Now, as you can guess, this is slightly broken because our warrior here, he has 59 health, and if we were to attack now, that would be a minor defeat. But what we can do is, oh my, unlock Battle Cry, which heals our dude up to maximum, and now we're no longer having a minor defeat, but a major victory, all in the same turn. Previously, that's not allowed. Why is this allowed, game? This isn't fair. Not in the slightest. Anyway, this barb camp's now ours. Lovely stuff. And here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Several turns later, but the Great Bath has been constructed. And with the refreshing taste of Yorkshire tea gold, we're going to start seeing just how beautiful this Great Bath is. Now, why is the Great Bath so useful? Well, on all floodplains tiles, like say this one here, this one here, this one here, and this one here, every time we have ourselves a flood, the game adds food and faith to each of the affected tiles. This is completely and utterly broken, and I love it. And I'll explain why it's broken in a little bit, but for the time being, we need to get some more settlers going. And oh god, a mega colossal eruption. Oh no! That's the last thing we wanted to have happen. And we can create our first pantheon, which is lovely. Now, what I'm going to do is get the River Goddess bonus for +2 amenities and +2 housing if there's a holy site district adjacent to a river. But it's also going to try and increase our faith output this game. We just don't really have any bonuses for it at the moment, which is a shame. Anyway, now that we have our holy site down and the Great Bath, we're also going to pick up the Oracle, because this is just a downright stupidly overpowered wonder. It's brilliant. It basically increases the amount of great people generated in this city, which is downright stupidly broken, because by doing that, you basically end up with a glorious situation where when combined with the right governors, you're going to be producing great people at a terrifying rate. With Pingala, you can have plus 100% great people points generated in a city, and with the Oracle, you just stack more and more modifiers on until you end up with something stupidly broken. It just works. Oh, what's this? The warrior can level up and gain a +1 movement bonus. So once again, you heal and then you attack, and that gives you a stupid bonus. But yes, of course, all of our units gain 1 extra movement, and for some reason can also pick up a bonus if provided it's in their tech tree to gain yet another piece of movement. Oh, fantastic. We've entered our first new era, and so we've picked up our first Commandante General. Lovely stuff. We have just entered into a normal age, but that's not going to stop the fact that we just picked him up, and we now have new ways of gaining an era score. Nice. Lovely stuff. Let's do that. And here's our Commandante General. He's got a pretty unique bonus. He provides +5 combat strength and +1 movement to land units within 2 tiles of him. Okay, so that's taken the scout's movement up to 5, which is fine. This is okay. Oh, game, please. Then he also has a little bonus action. What's his action? Grants +4 combat strength to cavalry class units within 2 tiles. Oh, okay. So we can fill up all of these neighboring tiles with cavalry units and then expend him, and he's going to give them a permanent +4 attack bonus. Right, he's brilliant. We're just going to have him lying around. Oh, and our scout's ready to upgrade and just run across the land. There we go. Right, Jose, you're just going to have to go to sleep, I'm afraid. I'm not going to need you for a very long time. Anyway, what we're now going to do is we're going to get ourselves a soothsayer. Now, he costs 50 faith, but we can move him over next to one of our own rivers, and next turn he's going to do something very jazzy. There we go. We've also built ourselves the Oracle. That's a very important wonder to pick up. Now we can focus on all of the boring stuff, like getting an early military out to fight these incoming barbarians.
floodplains. Actually, most importantly, our soothsayer is now up and running. So let's drop down a save file and hope that our soothsayer summons the right type of disaster. Now, disasters can only be caused based on the tiles that they're standing on. So for example, if you detonate a soothsayer here, you're going to cause an eruption. If you detonate a soothsayer on a forest, you're going to cause a forest fire. If you detonate it on a desert, you'll cause a sandstorm. And if you detonate it on a floodplain, you're going to cause a flood. This is the unique thing when it comes to floodplains because we have the Great Bath. Now, what happens is that basically the Great Flood is mitigated, and so we no longer gain fertility, which is a real shame. No fertility gained on our river, meaning we can't grow food as effectively. But there's a couple of bonuses. We do gain faith on these tiles. So there's 1 faith there and 1 faith there, and if we have these 2 tiles as well, that's a further 2 faith every time there's a flood. What this means is we can artificially cause floods whenever we like, and every time we do cause floods, we grant ourselves free faith, because that just makes perfect sense, doesn't it? Oh my goodness, and our chariots spawn in with 5 movement because they've got the nearby general, allowing them to teleport across the map and just snipe out any enemy units. This is utterly glorious. Oh, and we can recruit our great prophet. Incredible. This is exactly what we needed, and of course we can immediately teleport him over to his holy site, and we can get ourselves a faith started, which is absolutely perfect. Ah, right, there we go. We've started our brand new own religion, which is perfect. And this entire religion is just going to be dedicated to trying to get as many faith points as possible. Mostly so that we can just summon natural disasters onto either ourselves to gain bonuses or to the enemy so as to destroy their cities. And so our religion of the apocalypse is now founded. We're going to pick up divine inspiration so that we get +4 faith for each wonder that we build, which is lovely. And we're going to pick up the bonus of +2 faith for every city following this religion in other civilizations and city-states. Basically a religion entirely dedicated to faith production, because faith gives us magic people with the ability to flood just about anything. Anyway, with all of these lovely bonuses, we have a bunch of extra faith so that we can buy even more soothsayers if necessary, or we can actually buy ourselves our first missionary, a missionary of the apocalypse who can go about spreading the lovely words. And we can even pick up ourselves our first government. We're going to go for classical republics, mostly so that we can increase the generation of great person points, which we're going to be pumping out at a stupid rate. Oh my goodness, this is an incredible opportunity. I love this. Apparently there's an ongoing competition of appeasing the gods. Basically, we're now competing to the highest score of sacrificing units next to volcanoes using soothsayers. If we win, we get a free soothsayer unit, but we also gain more faith per turn and also free random promotions for soothsayer units. So it's time to go march off our army straight towards our nearest volcano and get sacrificing. My goodness, sacrifice adjacent unit. I love it. Why is this not a feature in more games? This is incredible. Alright, so our chariot wanders next to the volcano, and we need to get ourselves up into first place. We've got 8 turns remaining, so let's sacrifice that chariot. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Perfect. Oh, and fantastic. We're in the lead with 28. This is exactly what I wanted to have. And yes, it would seem we're going to win the appease the gods task very happily. Good stuff. It's exactly what I wanted to see. And yes, there we go. You are in first place. You win. I've earned the gold tier rewards, which involve a free soothsayer and some promotions. I'm not sure what they are. A free random promotion to all future soothsayer units. Who knows what it could be? So we get ourselves a free soothsayer unit, which now has the +1 charge. Adjacent enemy cities are also automatically besieged. Ah, the Plague Bear upgrade. This one, however, also has the Plague Bear upgrade. Okay, so basically all of our soothsayers now have 1 extra charge. Brilliant. So I'm just now going to detonate this soothsayer next to our city, cause a flood, which is going to get immediately mitigated, of course. You know, we might as well buy up the other floodplain tile, which now has 2 extra faith on it. So we've now got 6 faith gathered just from these flood tiles alone. Then lo and behold, we're able to move over yet another soothsayer, and we're going to do the same. And what's this? Another great scientist, because we just keep earning them so quickly. Lovely. Oh, and ladies and gentlemen, I've been chatting to Simon Bolivar, and guess what? He's got one limited time offer for you, ladies and gentlemen. For the first 6,666 people who liked the video, guess what? Simon Bolivar has said they won't be sacrificed to the angry volcano spirits in the next round of the soothsayer competition. Everyone else, however, is fair game for the fiery oblivion. Oh, Pingala, you are absolutely insane. I know I haven't got many cities up, and this is by no means the most efficient way of playing this game, but this is just a demonstration of how stupidly overpowered Gran Colombia, when paired with other brand new features, can be. Anyway, let's cause even more natural disasters, so 1 more. Bam. And let's cause yet another one. Ah, lovely stuff. And now if we look at those tiles, faith. Lots of lovely faith. Who would have guessed that continuous apocalyptic levels of flooding would cause faith to appear in an empire? Let's cause yet another disaster. Lovely stuff. And now all of these provinces are up to 5 faith each. Oh my goodness. So there is 15 faith just on these provinces here. 15 faith is a pretty decent faith output for a city. All right, and let's cause yet another disaster. So we've caused 6 disasters here on our lovely floodplain, and whilst we don't gain any fertility from this, we now have far too much faith. Okay. Yep, 37 faith per turn. We can buy another soothsayer. And you know what? Might as well. Oh, I love soothsayers. They're brilliant. All right, it's time for us to cause more floods as well. There we go. Let's have another one. Brilliant stuff. Just keep on increasing those faith. Let's cause yet another disaster. Oh, it's perfect. I love the apocalypse, I really do. And fantastic. We've built ourselves Petra to make our desert tiles just a little bit more valuable to actually hold on to, so this city is even more overpowered. You know what, I think it's time for us to get more settlers up and running, because we really don't have that many cities, but we do have a lot of natural disasters. I love them. So yes, now we're up to 9 faith on each of these tiles. This is stupid. It's so stupid, because I can now purchase with faith yet another soothsayer. The soothsayer only goes up, okay, for each soothsayer you have by 50 faith. So we can just buy a bunch of missionaries and even more soothsayers. I love it. This game is balked. Oh, and fantastic. We've entered into the medieval era, which has granted us yet another golden age. Lovely. Oh, fantastic. And with that, we get a brand new Generales Speciales, or whatever he is, who once again provides +5 combat, as well as 1 extra land movement to all nearby units. Now, this guy's special ability is to instantly create the strongest land combat unit you can build with 1 promotion level, and this unit has no resource maintenance cost. Now, what you can do is use this guy immediately to basically get a free unit, or you can save him for when you can build a giant death robot, and then you've suddenly just been handed a free giant death robot with no maintenance. Oh, that's unfair, isn't it, game? It's very unfair. Anyway, we're in a golden age, which is brilliant. Oh, +2 movement for all builders. May purchase civilian units with faith. Oh, and purchases with faith and gold are 30% cheaper. Don't mind if I do. Lovely stuff. Now we can start putting some of that faith to good use, like pumping out a bunch of builders. Except these builders could move far. Too far. Oh, and we've got our great scientist Hildegard of Bingen. Lovely stuff. She's brilliant. I think the Hansa city-state here is actually new. Don't recognize it. It basically provides +1 gold for every 5 tiles your trade routes have to travel, which is pretty good, I'd imagine. Like, some late game coastal trade routes are going to be absolutely insane with that bad boy. Anyway, let's cause yet another disaster for more faith. Brilliant. Yet another flood. And what does this mean? Oh, well, it means these tiles are now producing 12 faith each. This is, it's a unique feature. It's different. It's very different. Why is this allowed in the game? I love it. I absolutely love it. You can basically pick up this DLC as well. I'm pretty sure I've had to include a link in the description, which you can pick up. No pressure though. So here's our builder with 5 movement. So he's just going to teleport across the map to the cotton here and go, boop. Now we're going to have a plantation. Lovely stuff. Oh, and of course we need to get ourselves a trade route going. So let's get one going to our second city over here. We can choose our research. Lovely. We'll go for construction. And now we need to start buying more things with our faith, including an apostle so we can improve our religion, and a builder so that we can improve all of our tiles, because we really need to start doing that. So we've started converting enemy cities, and the joyous, majestic conversion of the apocalypse is beginning. Right, we're going to also now be able to evangelize our belief thanks to our brand new apostle, and we can immediately start upgrading our brand new city and making it jazzy with something like a harbor. Oh, lovely. Anyway, Mr. Builder Friend, you can build a farm as well. We can just get all of these tiles worked so they provide stupid amounts of faith and decent quantities of food. That would be brilliant. But it's time to evangelize our belief and make it even more powerful. All right, we're going to go for Holy Order, make it so that missionaries and apostles are cheaper to buy. Does it affect soothsayers? It does not. What a shame, but you have to check these things. And there we go. With our final faith boost, we're going to pick up mosques so that our missionaries and apostles gain +1 spread, so that if we wanted to go for a religious victory, we easily could. And we've got ourselves yet another soothsayer, which of course is going to cause even more disasters, because we might as well. And we've got so much faith lying around, might as well get these citizens working these tiles. Now that they provide 13 faith each, which is downright stupid. Anyway, let's cause yet another soothsayer disaster, because we can. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's turn 79. It's 820 AD, and things are going quite good in our empire. We're researching some divine right, and we're building the Kilwa Kisiwani. This is the most important wonder of any game ever. You might be wondering why. Well, it's because it gives you free envoys, but most importantly, if you're a suzerain of a city-state, you gain a +15% boost from that city-state. And if you're a suzerain of 2 of those city-state types, you receive an extra +15%.
30% boost. If we're the suzerain of 2 science city-states, we get a plus 30% boost in, say, the plus 2 science to our capital. It's a really nice little wonder to have, and it really does add up. But most importantly, we're getting our empire up and running, and our faith production is at an all-time high. Things are looking great. Of course, we're going to get a few more cities built over here on this brand newly discovered continent, because we might as well. And also, settlers are basically free to purchase with faith now, so I can have as many of them as I like. Oh my goodness, there's a Category 4 hurricane off of our coastline. Oh good god. Okay, that's a spooky boy actually. Hopefully our settlers are going to be able to dodge that. If they can't, fair dues. They're dead. So be it. Anyway, let's also get our brand new city settled down over here. Lovely stuff. And immediately we're going to cheese against the AI and buy up all of the luxury resources around this civ. I'm sorry, I need them, not you. And oh my goodness, getting a new city up and running is so expensive and difficult. It takes ages to build a builder. Oh wait, you can just buy it with faith. Ah, much better. That's how you get all of your new cities up and running. Oh my goodness, the Category 5 hurricane is going for our lands. It is not looking good. There's going to be many casualties as soon as it hits the city, but oh well. Oh no, and now we've had a crippling blizzard. Oh beans. That's not good. Turns out the apocalypse is great, but also simultaneously can just kill you. Oh no. Who could have guessed that living in the apocalypse could have been so dangerous to an empire? Anyway, we've got some spare faith lying around, so we might as well buy ourselves yet another soothsayer and trigger ourselves some more river damage. Right, chaotic river damage. Yes. Mitigate that flood. And yes, we're up to now 16 faith per each of these tiles, meaning this city is outputting 59 faith in total, although we could add even more if we really wanted. Oh, and fantastic. It's one turn later. It's now 1060 AD, and we can cause yet another disaster for more faithy points. Ah, I love it. And there we go. Fantastic. We built the Kilwa Kisiwania, which is lovely. It's pushed us over into a golden age, but most importantly, it gives us a bunch of bonuses for each city-state we're a suzerain of. How many city-states are we a suzerain of? 0. That's something we'll have to fix. Anyway, we'll cause yet another flood, which immediately gets mitigated, which is lovely. And now if we actually manage our citizens and say we want to, instead of focusing on production, focus on faith, well, now our faith production is up to 105 in one city. This is absolutely perfect. Now all I have to do is build the Kotokuuni, which is basically a wonder which provides plus 20 faith in the city, and get it slapped down right here to increase our faith production. Right, now we're actually able to settle our first ever colonial settlement. This is a fantastic city because it's in the middle of technically bloody nowhere across the sea from us, but it's in a prime position to be upgraded. Now, one of the reasons I love soothsayers so much is that they are absolutely stupidly overpowered in terms of combat. So what you can do with a soothsayer is run them into enemy cities and then immediately start summoning meteors onto them, which is absolutely lovely. But another thing you can do in this game when you're playing apocalypse mode is to deliberately cause copious amounts of CO2, because the more CO2 is in the atmosphere, for some reason the more massive mega meteorites come down and attack cities. And as you can guess, that's pretty crazy, because having more meteors slamming down continuously onto enemy cities is lovely and powerful, especially if you have some bonuses to protect you from it. Anyway, we've just entered the Renaissance era. Naturally, it's golden era time. Oh, we're so good. What's that? Basically everyone else is in a dark age, excluding America and Japan. Perfect. Oh, and you know exactly what we need to do. Another age of monumentality so that we get cheaper builders and settlers. Oh, lovely stuff. This is just perfect, isn't it? And of course we can now pick up gunpowder. Lovely. Let's get our soothsayer and start causing even more disasters. And that means we've got a new great general as well. What's his special ability? All land units within 2 tiles regain all movement and attack capability. What? It's a double attack great general. Hang on a second. Imagine you're fighting someone and then he just goes, okay, you've been winning this combat. Well, now all of my units can move and attack again for a second time this turn. That's not fair, game. That's not okay. You can't do that. Oh, goodness. Well, it's not like we can stop you. Now, after some very strange flood mitigation, all of our floodplains tiles are now up to 21 faith each, which is not natural at all. There is nothing about this which is a natural and fair game of Civ. This is completely unfair. We have the most science and we by far have the most faith per turn. This is absolutely stupid. We are basically in a prime position where if we wanted to take over the entire world with our faith, we could. Oh, I love it. And there we go, fantastic. We've picked up the Reformed Church, meaning we can now switch our government over to theocracy. Lovely stuff. A theocratic government is extra special because it allows us to get cheaper faith purchases. this is some lovely stuff. So our new apostle, oh, what do they get? Can spread religion 2 extra times or triple strength in other civilizations. Oh, I love that. Right, let's send you straight to the front lines. We're going to aggressively change the religion of all of our opponents. They won't even have a say. And if they do have a say, we're going to send over religious dudes to cause massive floods. That'll teach them for having different opinions. And there we go. We've built the Kotaku Inn. It's not a particularly fantastic wonder, but as I said, that plus 20% extra faith production is very useful indeed. It's also given us a bunch of warrior monks, which are useful, maybe? I don't know. I don't think so. We're mostly just going to have them sit AFK in our borders to make it look like we have a much stronger military than we actually do. Oh my goodness, yes! A yet another soothsayer event. Appease the gods. Just immediately spam sacrifice units next to a volcano. Once again, there's one next to a capital. And if we get everything correct, we'll get a free random promotion for all future soothsayer units, which will stack on top of our existing one. Okay, lovely. So it's time for us to line up the warrior monks next to the volcano, because warrior monks have a melee strength of 35, making them very valuable sacrifices. Alright, go stand by. And have we got enough to purchase ourselves a soothsayer? Yes, we do, because we're now a theocracy. Soothsayers have gone down from where I think they should have been, which is around about 400 faith points at this point, and instead they are down to 340, because we're in a golden age and we're a theocracy. So our soothsayers are even more powerful. Now all we need to make sure we do is sacrifice as many of these units as feasibly possible. Oh, and also it's time to get converting. The apocalypse waits for no one. Alright, it's time for the great sacrificing to begin, and sacrifice adjacent unit. Bam! And we'll immediately move another one in. And, oh, we have to wait a turn before we can sacrifice another unit. What's the strongest unit we can produce? Musketman with a melee strength of 55. Okay. Right, we need to get ourselves a couple of those bad boys. Maybe we could do with another soothsayer actually, so that we could sacrifice 2 people per turn. That's where we're going to be getting our points from. Oh my goodness, a mega colossal eruption has started, and it has fertilized 4 tiles but damaged 5 and killed 3 people. A massive loss for our capital, but it matters little because beautiful songs are sung as we've apparently done a theatre figgy. Okay, great. We did a theatre figgy, even though so many people in our capital city died. Oh god, right. Soothsayer sacrifice. It's not like these units are going to last very long anyway. And let's hire yet another soothsayer. Good stuff. How's the appeasement going? We're in 2nd place. Okay, we need to up that. Get more sacrifices going. We're going to also need some more stronger units, and sure, we could repair all of our holy sites and government plazas, but that's redundant. What we need at this point in time are musketmen, which we can't make. Beans. Instead, we're going to have to make horse dudes. Yes, sacrifice horse dudes to the flame. Right, anyway, it's time for yet another sacrifice. So we'll sacrifice that unit, and we'll sacrifice yet another adjacent unit. Our appeasement of the gods has put us in the lead, and I'm pretty sure there's no way we can lose from this point on. Anyway, there we go. We've been spreading some lovely faith about. The apocalypse is now deeply rooted in Japan. Oh, great. 2 fantastic proposals. Give Simon Bolivar stuff, or take Simon Bolivar's religion away. Okay, well, I'm going to downvote the take my religion away because I quite like my religion. All right, make sure to vote for the good ones. Beans, they passed both of them. Bugger. So now we have 3 active events all going on at the same time. Luckily I'm leading the appeasement of the gods with 2 more sacrifices. This should put us very comfortably into the lead now. Now, we've finished the appease the gods, ladies and gentlemen, which is something that finally happened, but most importantly, finishing the appease the gods has granted us another bonus. Not only did we get a free soothsayer unit, our soothsayers got an extra bonus. Not only do they get the +1 charge from being a plague bearer, they now also are zealots, which give them +2 charges. So we now have 5 charges on each soothsayer, meaning each soothsayer can just keep on adding faith to each of these tiles. This tile here provides 25 faith. So does this one, and so does this one, and so would this one if we actually had access to it. This is stupid, and I love it. Oh, this game, what have I done to you? This is so stupid. It makes no sense, but I love it. Absolutely do. I mean, there's so many wars going on, actually. We don't have to worry about any of them because of how much score we have. The AI is terrified of us. So yes, we're just going to chain cause massive floods in our lovely city to just add more and more lovely modifiers. And there we go. Basically, each turn we cause 3 non-existent mega floods to decimate our city. But of course, we see none of them. And that's now added 30 faith to each of these tiles. Oh, this is incredible. I'm just buying more soothsayers and we're adding more faith to each of these provinces. Bogota, our capital, is now to producing 178 faith per turn, which is more than any other AI in the game can even manage.
And it's just, I just love it. It's absolutely stupid. I completely and utterly balked this game. Once again, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank today's sponsors by paying to have me do this. It's very generous of you. Very generous. All of these floods which aren't happening. It's beautiful. Apparently Gran Colombia has made history. The armies of jealous civilizations failed to stop our people. The religious emergency dissolves. Fantastic, we did it! We won the religious emergency! Lovely. So that means we basically almost instant convert almost all nearby cities. Oh yes, look at this. Right, it's time for us to remove the remainder of any religion. Now allow me to explain why the Glorious Soothsayer unit is so overpowered. Well, what we're able to do is we're able to effectively farm pain to enemy cities. Over here we have a city-state of Targua, which, I mean, we've sunk a couple of envoys into, but we have no way of gaining control of because of some cheeky Japanese person who sunk 5 into it. So what we can do is we can send our lovely Soothsayer all the way down south. And then what our lovely friend over there is going to be able to do is he's going to be able to detonate this volcano every single turn, which will technically kill the neighboring city-state, but also create a bit of fun. Now we've actually researched economics, we can build our own special buildings, these lovely plantation-y boys, which give us some era score, but also upgrade nearby luxuries. Lovely stuff. But most importantly, I'm now able to show off my legendary soothsayering abilities by destroying the local city-state of Targua by just hitting Cause Disaster. This causes a mega colossal eruption which damages 5 tiles and kills 1 pop. Lovely stuff. And immediately next turn I can do the same. So if you want to actually go to war with a city, instead of having to besiege it, you can just set a nearby volcano on fire and waltz on in. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Progress has been absolutely astounding. We are by far the most powerful empire in existence. Our ability to control the world is as if God worshipped He himself and bestowed us with divine powers. And these powers grant us the ability to set fire to anything, flood anything, and explode just about anything. All with just the click of our fingers and 500 faith points. Targua, you're just starting to repair from that previous volcano disaster. Well, now there's another one! Mega colossal eruption, 5 people dead. You're now down to 3 pop. Oh, this is just bullying. It really is. Oh, you poor guys. You poor sausages. I love it. Yes, basically we can just mess about with any civilization. You know, let's go mess up Japan because we can. Oh god, another mega colossal eruption in our capital city. Beans. Well, it's improved 5 tiles, damaged 5, and killed 2 pop. You know, that's fine. And also the AI is still making very strange and wacky gestures in terms of trading because for some reason they completely undervalue pieces of great work. I've literally had the AI offer me 8 gold for a single great work in this game, which is certainly not what it's worth. And oh my goodness, a mega colossal eruption has happened. Yet another one. Oh, the capital just keeps getting set on fire. Well, the good news is it keeps adding production and food to the local tiles, but at the same time I think I'd prefer it if it just behaved for a little while. Anyway, once again, we're now in the industrial era, and naturally we hit a golden era, of course we did. This is going to allow us to pick up the Heartbeat of Steam bonus, as well as, and there we go, we've also picked up ourselves yet another legendary bonus, Commandante Generality. This one is a money-making dude. His passive ability is the same as all of the others, but most importantly, he provides 1 promotion level to all nearby military units, which of course can be used on the same turn as moving, but most importantly, for any units in this radius, he gains 50% of their gold production, which is, that's pretty useful, I've got to be honest. You build up a massive army, slap him down in the middle, and just before you send them off to combat, you get about 4 grand. What a lovely feature. I suppose you could also surround him in giant death robots and get 1,500 a pop. Oh, this game. Anyway, as you can guess, this game is completely and utterly broken from here on out. Books are at 177 science, and we're just going to start snowballing. Equally, it's important to remember that with the way the new soothsayers work, not only can you farm them to make your city stupidly overpowered so that you have, say, tiles in your capital which produce 45 faith each, you can also use these soothsayers for aggressive reasons and attacking enemy cities, like say in Targua, where the AI is not actually aware of what you're doing, and so it doesn't mind the fact that you're attacking. We could take the soothsayer down to here, burst the banks of the river, and suddenly Fukuoka over here is now getting hit by great floods and losing population, but the AI will not count it against me because it's a natural disaster beyond anyone's control. So even though they're technically really upset with me now, I could go over to a nation who is friendly with me and just repeatedly volcano their capital city, and they'd still be absolutely loving my existence. They'd think I'm the friendliest person around. So yes, this game is perfectly balanced, and it features no exploits whatsoever. Hello there, ladies
ladies and gentlemen, I'm the Spiffing Brit, and today we're playing Sid Meier's Civilization 6, and we're going to be doing one of the stupidest challenges I've ever seen. We're going to be winning a game of Civ 6 today without settling a city. Now remember, Sid Meier's Civilization 6 is a 4x game where you settle cities, you take over other cities, and you expand your borders. As far as I'm aware, up until recently, no one has ever managed to win a game of Civ 6 without actually settling a city. But now everything has changed, because thanks to recent updates, it's actually come to our attention that certain victory conditions are much easier than previously thought. And so today I'm going to be demonstrating an incredible strategy which was shared to me via the Reddit user Cardo, who, guess what, is also an avid member of the community. We're going to be showing off his incredible strategy with, of course, some alterations that I've made to make it even more optimal, and we're going to be winning a game of Civ 6 without even settling a city, going to war, or really doing anything, effectively turning the game into an idle clicker simulator. But it's absolutely hilarious the things we're going to do. So sit back, relax, grab yourself a cup of tea, because this is one of the most highest IQ strategies I've ever run into, meaning you're going to need to put on all of your big brain thinking caps for this one. So we're going to basically start a brand new single player game of Civilization 6. In terms of actual setup, the only changes that I'm going to make are to select my leader as Coupe, who is the leader of the Maori in this game. I'll also make sure to set the game to Apocalypse mode, crank up to the maximum amount of city-states, and also, this is entirely optional, but for the benefit of Coupe, we'll be playing on the Archipelago map. Any map will do, but this is certainly going to be the surefire fastest way to get yourself a diplomatic victory. Now, why on earth are we picking Coupe? I'm sure as many of you know who've been playing Civilization 6 recently, there are some very overpowered nations out there. Gran Colombia. I mean, good God, that nation is absolutely buggered, but Coupe and the Maori aren't exactly at the top of my tier list in terms of actual great nations to play if you want an easy victory. But it turns out in this strategy, Coupe is effectively God, because Coupe, unlike all Civilization, starts the game not on land in a nice position to settle a city, but instead in the middle of the ocean. And that of course means that they start the game with their settler and the warrior actually not settled, but of course the game realizes that not being able to settle your city on turn 1 is a big issue, and consequently, prior to Coupe settling their first city, they'll receive 2 science and 2 culture for free. Now of course what that means for us, ladies and gentlemen, is if we were to play Coupe, we wouldn't need to settle a city in order to gain science and culture. I mean, we'd just be earning 2 science and 2 culture, which is literally nothing, but it's enough. It's enough to destroy and break the game. And so we're going to be taking Coupe not into a 1 city challenge, which people have done, into a no city challenge. Now in terms of who we're facing against, it honestly doesn't matter, but anyway, with all of that sorted, ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to throw ourselves into a brand new game with the legendary Coupe. Without further ado, make sure you sat back, relaxed, and hey, if you're feeling especially fantastic today, you might have even preemptively given a like to this video, and in that case, thank you very much. Now we've got some Civilization history to write. So how do you think Spiff's going to cheese victory today? Do you think A, he's going to go for a no city challenge victory via conquering all the other AIs immediately before they get to settle? B, maybe he'll use religion to try and cheese his way around? Or C, will he just simply use gold and money to try and trick the AI into believing he is the most diplomatically influential being alive? There's only one way to find out, so let your votes be known. Now what we're going to do today, ladies and gentlemen, is to try and aim for one of the more stranger wins actually viable in this game, and one of the most widely ignored victory conditions. If you can believe it, we're going to be aiming for a diplomatic victory. The way the diplomatic victory works, very simply, is that it's the first to 20 points. You gain points via successfully voting on what other people voted for in the World Congress, but most importantly, thanks to recent updates, you also gain diplomatic points via simply giving people who've suffered a volcano gold, and provided you've given them the most gold, you get 2 diplomatic victory points. So the combination of World Congress and natural disasters is going to allow the Maori Empire to become the most diplomatically influential civilization ever without settling a city. So what are we going to do? Well, of course, turn 1, we're going to start researching. What are we going to start researching? If you can believe it, animal husbandry. It doesn't actually matter what we research, because at the end of the day, we can't do anything with the things we have researched. We're not settling a city, so it's not like we can build a library, and it's not like we can even train a builder to dig a quarry. We're going to be receiving no resources other than this 2 culture and this 2 science for the rest of the game. Anyway, let the search for civilization begin. Now, the advantages of starting as the Maori are that you are effectively invincible in the early game, because no other civilization can actually get onto sea tiles. Sure, they can get boats to go onto coastal tiles, but sea tiles, now that's a real
Challenge. Anyway, we're just going to skirt our way around and oh my, we've discovered our first city-state, the city-state of Lahore. Now you don't actually have to do anything for the entirety of this game. We can 100% play the most relaxed game of civilization imaginable and just simply sit anywhere and wait for the game to be over. But in order to gain the most from this game, we're going to actually want to aggressively scout most of the known world. Because you see, by discovering city-states, we gain a nice healthy bonus. If you're the first person to discover a city-state, guess what? You get the first envoy there. Now, one envoy is not enough to change the entire world, but it is certainly a great start. Now, of course, don't be worried sending your settler out into the wider world. Normally, you'd want to make sure it's defended and protected, but in our case, we don't really need to, for one very simple reason. No one else is able to get access to water yet, meaning our settler is nice and safe. Oh, and there's also Vilnius and Jerusalem added to our collection. Lovely, so we're up to 6 city-states, which also means we've got 6 envoys lying around in the wider world. Look at that, that's fantastic. And fantastic, we've actually managed to research our first code of laws civic, which means that we're able to pick our first policies. Of course, all of these policies beyond discipline are useless because we don't have a capital to actually gain faith and gold in or production, meaning basically the entirety of every single tech and civic that we discover is useless. Although there is one very important thing to rush, and that is political philosophy. We need to get ourselves over to getting our first government up as fast as possible because trust me, it's going to be nice and useful. Oh, and fantastic, we've also discovered Canberra from Australia. That's great. That's a fine addition to our collection. And there's Lisbon also discovered. That's great as well. The more players we run into, the better, and the more city-states we run into, the better as well. It's just going to be a whole lot of scouting for the early game. And fantastic, we've also discovered yet another player. It's the Scythian Empire. Lovely. So we've got Australia and Scythia in this game, which is a good start for us. Now, what's interesting is John Curtin here wants to send a trade delegation to our territories, which would basically mean we'd reveal the location of our capital to him. The only issue is that technically we don't have a capital to share with Australia because we don't actually own a city. Instead, I'm guessing John just kind of sends his delegation out to drown in the ocean with the hopes of eventually finding our settler. Now, we're not just on the lookout for city-states in the early game, we're also trying to find other civilizations because the more civilizations we find and the more we're in contact with, the more we can kind of aggressively help out nice and early on. There we go, we've also managed to pick up a CAD. Oh, and lovely, we've also managed to discover Hungary. Ah, fantastic. So now we know that Hungary is roughly on this continent with Australia. That's brilliant. We're not actually going to have to deal with them, of course, because we will never settle a city ourselves. One thing which is very powerful about this strategy is that the AI won't actually ever declare war on us, simply because there is nothing to declare war on. The AI needs grievances in order to actually want to attack another player, but it's actually very difficult to generate grievances against someone who doesn't even own any land that you'd want to take. Ah, and fantastic. In a goodie hut, we've managed to pick ourselves up 20 horses. Now, using these horses ourselves is pretty redundant. We can't do anything with these horses, but what we can do is actually sell these to the AI. So I've just sold 2 horses over here to Scythia. Oh, and we've also discovered Cyrus, which is great. I'm pretty sure that means we've discovered almost every single civilization out there. Including ourselves, we've discovered 7 of the 8 players in this game, so we're getting pretty close. Now, the reason why we're able to discover all of these city-states and the AI isn't is quite simply because we have access to a very valuable technology, the ability to literally sail across any ocean in the world, meaning we get to meet all of the city-states first. We also get to meet all of the AIs first, and that makes us a very valuable civilization, especially for a diplomatic game, because it means we have eyes and ears everywhere. Oh my, there are so many goodie huts for me to grab. Lovely. And then my settler can grab this here, an extra 20 horses. Brilliant. Who am I going to sell this to? Scythia, do you want horses? You've already got 30 horses. Brilliant. Okay, who wants horses? All right, Australia, take 10 horses for 20 gold. Brilliant. A fantastic deal. What about you, Scotland? Do you want horses? What are you going to do with horses? You're going to give me 2 gold for 30 turns. That sounds brilliant. I'll take that. Persia, you're going to give me 20 gold as well. Fantastic. So we've just effectively sold the horses we found in tents and made 100 gold. 100 gold isn't much, but considering that our entire economy can't grow in this game, 100 gold is very useful. Now, of course, I do have other ways of getting around the fact that we can't grow an economy, which simply requires some pretty creative accounting. Oh, and in a goodie hut here, we managed to pick up 20 diplomatic favor. Now, that is actually a very valuable item. Diplomatic favor is going to basically become our trading points for this entire game. And as you can see, immediately Hungary wants to try and take it from us. They want 20 diplomatic favor, but in return, they're going to give us 7 gold for the next 30 turns, which is actually a huge amount of gold. That's well over 100 gold for us, which we're of course going to take, considering we got the Diplo favor for free. Now, in a logical game of Civilization 6, Diplo favor is the way you win a diplomatic victory. You use the diplomatic favor to vote on various policies, and provided you win, you're going to be gaining diplomatic victory points. However, that's not actually how the system really works. You see, with creative exploitation, we're going to be using gold to win a diplomatic victory instead. And fantastic, we've discovered the final player. It's England, or Eleanor of Aquitaine, and that's actually going to be quite beneficial for us because she's going to be a diplomatically focused civ. Now, you might think actually winning a diplomatic victory with another diplomatically focused civ is going to make it more difficult, but actually it makes it easier because it means they will always be voting for themselves. And provided you have an AI who will always vote for themselves, that's actually votes which aren't spent trying to screw you over, which is actually what you want. And with all of this exploration, I think it's probably time we actually start heading on home. And by home, I mean we're going to be settling on this continent here because we have Jerusalem, Ingazagamu, and Antonovo, and considering it as free city-states, it probably shouldn't attract the attention of the AI, and we'll just be able to sit there and hopefully avoid any natural disasters for the entirety of the game. Oh, and there we go. In 1760 BC, we've completed the first circumnavigation of the world. What, that's over 2,000 years early? Oh goodness, what have we done? Oh, and here we go. We've just entered the classical era and we're about to enter into our first and only golden age. Look at that. Ah, golden age. We've really deserved this. Now, naturally, there's some brilliant Golden Age bonuses in Civilization that you're going to want to pick up. We can do nothing with any of these. I mean, +2 movement for all builders. I mean, we don't have any builders, we don't have any speciality districts, we don't have any commercial hubs, and we don't have a religion. So we can basically do nothing with this Golden Age beyond just make it look fancy. Now, of course, the fact that we gain 2 culture per turn means that we do slowly actually research things in the culture tree. It's just going to take a very long time for us to make any progress. But in 2 turns, we're going to gain access to one of our limited money-making abilities. Right, ta-da, it's turn 71. We've just researched Early Empire, and this is going to allow us to pick up the one important governor. It's Armani, who we can assign to just about anywhere. You know what, I think we might as well assign them to Jerusalem, seeing as we found them. Also, it's allowed us to start trading open borders. So we can go to Scotland here and go, hey, I've got open borders, and Scotland's going to give me 13 gold for open borders. What open borders Scotland are getting from this deal, I do not know, because I don't actually have a land border. It's not like I have a city which you're now allowed to walk through, but it doesn't stop Robert the Bruce of Scotland giving me 13 gold and being like, I'm sure there's probably a city of yours out there somewhere and we'd like to walk through it. The same strategy works with all of the other AIs, and of course some will like open borders more than others. Hungary wants 14 gold for it. Other civilizations won't give you that much. Persia over here wants to actually give me 60 gold for open borders, which is fantastic, so thank you, Persia. That's 2 gold over 30 turns. Australia, would you like to pay for open borders? Yes, 14 gold for my open borders. Who wouldn't like access to this land? Well, apparently Scythia, because they only want to pay 1 gold. 1 gold, Scythia. Good God, don't you know how valuable my open borders are? And of course, Eleanor of Aquitaine, 1 gold as well. Fantastic. So at the end of that, we're now making 9 gold per turn, as well as also we now have 456 gold in the bank. Anyway, we've now made our way over to the only place we're going to be for the entirety of the game, the doorstep of Jerusalem. And fantastic, we've picked up Jerusalem, and they're going to allow us to be their suzerain, but most importantly, us having access to being suzerain of a city-state means we gain 1 extra diplomatic favor per turn. This diplomatic favor can be spent on things, but more importantly, diplomatic favor gets turned into gold, and turning diplomatic favor into gold is very important. Anyway, all I need to do is now sit back, relax, and wait for the AI to simply progress with the game, because we can't do anything. Oh, what's this? Scythia wants to give me open borders and 33 gold for my free diplomatic power. I don't mind if I do. Thank you very much, Scythia. That looks brilliant. Oh, and the other important thing I'm going to do with technology is to make sure that I immediately start beelining iron, and eventually we'll also want to try and aim for niter, although in actuality the game will probably be over before we ever reach there, because we're going to be winning the game within the next 150 or so turns. And considering it would take us 60 turns to research iron working, yeah, we can't get any late game techs. But in 3 turns time, we're able to execute Operation Actual Economy, which is going to be a very
very strange strategy, which makes basically no sense, but it's going to allow us to milk endless money from the AI in a way which doesn't involve diplomatic power. You see, what we're going to do, we're going to promote our Marnie here and giving her the perk Affluence. Affluence means that we receive an additional strategic resource per turn for each resource that we've revealed. On paper, what this actually means is our Marnie will now be giving us 1 horse per turn to trade, and as soon as we discover iron, we'll also be gaining 1 iron per turn. This is actually a huge deal. Anyway, we're now researching political philosophy, which will take us 30 turns, but as soon as we pick it up, we'll be able to actually get some things rolling. But as you will notice, we're now gaining a horse per turn, and we can of course take this horse to someone like, say, Eleanor of Aquitaine and sell her 2 horses for 7 gold, simply because she doesn't exactly have access to horses, so is willing to pay quite a nice premium for them. But for the time being, we're mostly going to be sat and waiting for the game to progress, and of course most importantly waiting for political philosophy to roll around. But already our economy is looking quite good with 570 gold in the bank, which of course we're not going to spend on anything because we don't have to. The only thing we have to actually be careful of is losing our settler, because all it takes is 1 tornado to come sweeping through and our settler's dead. So just make sure to keep them on relatively safe tiles and keep your eye out for any natural disasters. Bam! I've jumped into the midpoint of the video when you were least expecting me to tell you that I've just had a conversation with the legendary Coupe of the Maori Empire, and he's told me that for the first 7,000 people who like this video, they're going to be granted citizenship into the Maori Empire. Citizenship entails access to all of the Empire's vast swathes of land from nowhere to nowhere. You'll even be directed to the same spot in the ocean where all other foreign dignitaries have been directed in the past. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to join the greatest empire which only exists on a technicality. So sign up for citizenship today. It's worth it. And our research into bronze working is complete, meaning we've discovered iron, and that's another resource for us to sell onto the wider market. I mean, from this point on, research is basically done. We can't research anything which will give us any benefit, so that's it. Our +2 science has reached its final conclusion. But Meteors of Hungary is going to actually give us 6 gold for 30 turns, which is lovely. So thank you very much, Meteors. Most importantly, we're actually one of the first civilizations to discover iron, meaning we can sell it at incredible premiums. So I've once again cleared out all of my own resources in a fantastic trade to the AI, which is seeing a nice steady amount of income slowly racking up for us. Oh no, the classical era is ending in 10 turns. I'm definitely going to Dark Age this. Oh, that's guaranteed. I mean, that's fine. We're going to be getting Dark Ages for the rest of the game, but it doesn't actually really make a difference for us at all. Anyway, we actually managed to discover political philosophy. In fact, we were the first leading civ to discover political philosophy, meaning we get to choose our government. Now, of course, all of these provide bonuses which don't matter at all to us. We can't gain any yields and we can't have any districts and amenities, so we're going to have to go for oligarch, simply because it gives us an extra +4 combat strength, meaning hopefully our warriors will be a little bit stronger. Now here's the interesting thing, deciding policies. Surely there's some great opportunities here. We're going to put in, say, diplomatic league and charismatic leader, and oh yes, we're going to be gaining envoys. Well, actually you're not. You see, in order to gain an envoy, you need to actually have a city down on the map. Even though I have a card in, which means we should be gaining 2 influence points per turn to getting our next envoy, we're actually never going to get that next envoy. And from this point on, our culture is effectively all dried up. If you're going for a very, very long game, you'd probably want to maybe pick up something like Merchant Confederation to gain gold for each envoy you have in a city-state, but we are over 400 turns away from that, meaning it is impossible for us to obtain that. So instead, we have to just gain our victories when and where we can. And so for that, we have to try and pick up free envoys from mysticism, and then spend those envoys on city-states which we can't even gain bonuses from. Oh, and of course, once again, I've realized we're now in our fantastical opportunity to trade away open borders yet again. So Scotland will give me 11 gold for open borders, Cree will of course give me some gold for open borders, and the cycle continues. And perfect, there we go, the trade has been sent and we've gained some additional gold into our account. Now hopefully, as soon as the classical era ends, we're going to see the formation of the First World Congress, which is where we're going to be starting to gain our first few diplomatic victory points. Because with the formation of the World Congress, there we go, we start making changes and we can start gaining points, which is perfect. There we go. Anyway, we've been at a Dark Age. What are we going to pick up? Well, we can't actually do any of these, so I'll pick up Monumentality. I mean, this is just fantastic. Slide in some of these policy cards, like, I don't know, +5 combat strength for all melee attack units, but we can't heal. I mean, that'll make my single warrior units a little bit stronger temporarily. +75% sides in cities with a holy site. Yeah, there's definitely no way we're going to be able to grab that. Oh, this is great.
isolationism, +2 food and +2 production for domestic trade routes, but we can't trade settlers anymore. Well, that's going to be a very important policy to grab because it's not like we had any settlers to trade in the first place. No cities means no cities. Anyway, it's World Congress time. This is important. So every World Congress, you can effectively spend your diplomatic points, which of course we have 29, on voting. Now in the World Congress, we're going to vote for the melee unit to win. We're also going to vote for the classical republic government ideology, simply for the fact that I can look at the AIs and see that most of them are classical republics, meaning they will all vote for that. And I can also see that whilst I would normally vote for Eleanor of Aquitaine in this situation, I will instead vote for Meteors, who is another AI who is open for diplomatic victory types and has more diplomatic favor than the English Empire, meaning they will probably win this vote. And well, bam, there we go. We managed to vote successfully on all of these things, meaning when we return to the game and we actually go over here to looking at our world rankings, we have 3 diplomatic points because we voted successfully 3 times on the winning horse, which puts us right behind Meteors with 4 diplomatic points, which is fantastic. This is the perfect spot we want to be in. Now, of course, in another 30 turns, we get to do all of that again. Oh, I love the World Congress. But anyway, now that the World Congress has formed, an even more important opportunity has opened up. Every time a natural disaster fires inside an AI civilization, like say, I don't know, Mount Kilimanjaro here explodes and sets fire to Pex, well, every time that happens, there's going to be a great big world event where I get to say, ah, yes, we the noble Maori will donate all of our resources over to Hungary, and provided we donate the most, we get 2 diplomatic victory points and a metric ton of diplomatic favor. Because at the end of the day, this game, it just works. You know, I'm going to sell a little bit more of my diplomatic favor to England and Aquitaine here because I know that they're going to be willing to do it. And fantastic, now that I've researched mysticism, I am actually able to place down an envoy somewhere, and in about 80 turns time, I'll even be able to get another envoy down somewhere as well. We might even win a city-state like this. My goodness, that would be insane. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to invest this envoy into Ngazagamu because it's a neighboring city-state. Provided we can win it over, well, that would be fantastic, and it would actually allow us to gain yet another diplomatic favor per turn. We're now making 2 per turn because we get 1 from our government type and 1 from being suzerain of Jerusalem, which is a great spot to be in. And fantastic, there's a mega colossal eruption in the world somewhere and it's attacked one of these players. What that actually means for us is that there's going to be a World Congress meeting next turn, and that World Congress is going to allow us to start stealing diplomatic power. And fantastic, Cree has been subject to a natural disaster and we get to help them recover. Now, because Cree isn't exactly the most widely liked on the world stage, we're actually going to have to invest a little bit of diplomatic favor into making sure this passes. Normally, this isn't necessarily a great idea, but it actually is very important for us because we need this to pass. If it passes, we can win 2 diplomatic victory points, but most importantly, 150 diplomatic favor will also be ours. So naturally, we're going to get this to pass. Fantastic. And everyone who voted no, which is everyone but me and Poundmaker, are going to be in this. Oh my goodness. Okay, so because everyone voted no because they hate the Cree, we will win this no matter what. All we have to do to win the 2 diplomatic victory points and the 150 diplomatic favor is make sure we have the highest score. How do we get the highest score when we're the only person competing? Well, it's very simple. We make a deal and we go to him. We don't give him 100 gold, ladies and gentlemen. We give him 1 gold coin, okay? That's it. 1 single gold coin to the Cree, and we can just hit end turn. And in 30 turns time, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to win 2 diplomatic victory points and 150 diplomatic favor. All it cost us was 30 diplomatic favor. Oh god, this is exceedingly dumb. I love this game. I really do. Oh, it's fantastic. It really is. Now the thing is, if you're ever doing an aid request and another AI has decided to join in on the aid request, here's what I recommend you do. Let's say Eleanor of Aquitaine decides to join the aid request and give Coupe gold in return for potentially winning diplomatic victory points. Well, what you want to do is sell your diplomatic favor to her for gold, because she can't use the diplomatic favor to win the actual competition, and you can use her gold to win the competition. Provided you don't ever spend more diplomatic favor than you're going to get back from winning, it's basically a win-win situation. You get more gold and you also slow down your AI competition. Oh, and it's World Congress time, ladies and gentlemen. Perfect. So who's voting in this? Well, people want the cost of purchasing military units decreased. I know that the AI generally will choose this to be gold. Chosen diplomatic player wins 2 victory points. I'm going to hazard a guess and say this time, given their increase in diplomatic favor, it's either probably going to be Eleanor of Aquitaine, and 20% faster growth in cities, I'm also going to guess that could be Eleanor of Aquitaine. Right, let's see who wins. Oh, and it's fantastic. We got it all right. Eleanor of Aquitaine wins all of those votes. Remember, we don't gain anything from any of this because what votes can we win? We don't gain any bonuses, we can't buy units anyway, so it makes sense for us to just back the people who are going to win. And by backing those people, we're now to 6 diplomatic victory points, which makes us tied with England. We haven't even won the vote to gain diplomatic victory points yet because you don't need to win that vote. If anything, if you were in a multiplayer game, people would probably notice you were getting close to winning. Now, sadly, the AI has intervened and kicked me out of Jerusalem by sinking 2 additional envoys there. This is not the worst case scenario, but what it basically means is I need to reassign my governor to a different city-state which we can become suzerain of. And I think the easiest one for us would be Singapore. So let's do that. So we're going to reassign Omani here all the way over to Singapore. And we don't particularly gain much of a benefit beyond the fact that she will give us an additional diplomatic favor per turn. And that one diplomatic favor could be worth anywhere between 5 to 15 gold, depending on who you're trading with. And fantastic, we've taken control of Singapore. That's given us some era score, but most importantly, 1 extra diplomatic favor point. And the medieval era is about to come to an end as well. Fantastic stuff. It's another Dark Age, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, and good news, next turn, we're going to win our competition. We've managed to get first place and get the gold tier rewards, which means we'll get 2 diplomatic victory points next turn, as well as 150 diplomatic favor. So let's hit end turn and claim our rewards. Oh, lovely. Would you look at that? 100 diplomatic points are ours. Apparently we don't also get to steal the bronze rank, but that's fine. For 2 gold, I'm pretty happy with 100 diplomatic favor, as well as also 2 additional diplomatic victory points, meaning we're now in the lead for diplomatic victories. All we have to do now is sit around and wait for the next natural disaster to rock an AI civilization. And don't worry, it's going to come nice and quickly because this is apocalypse mode, and also thanks to the way that the world climate is now done, there's basically a 39% chance every turn of a volcano going off, and the more and more pollution is created, basically the more events we'll have where we get opportunities to give the AI gold in return for diplomatic victory points. Oh, what's that? Mega colossal eruption right in the middle of the Persian Empire. Come on, Persia, let's get you some relief money. I've got so much relief money to give you, Persia. Please just let me give you some relief money. Oh no, a catastrophic eruption in Hungary as well. Oh, come on, we need to really support the world. They need our funding. Yes, World Congress is about to meet. I wonder who we're going to be giving support funding to. Right, it's aid for Meteors of Hungary. Yes, I'm going to once again sink 30 diplomatic favor into this because I really want this to pass, and we can start aiding Meteors. Oh wow, now actually everyone's decided to be on board with this today, meaning we're going to be in a little bit of a competition as people try and fight over who can give Meteors the most money over a short period of time. However, the game was rigged from the start because I'm always going to win. At the end of the day, I've 1,500 gold to offer, and that's more than any other AI is going to hand over to Meteors. So I've just given him 500 gold. That's double what everyone else is given. So all I'll now need to do is keep an eye on that for the next 30 turns, and I'll probably win the game. Anyway, I'm also going to get some additional gold off of Meteors here in return for some strategic resources, and then I'm going to give the same gold he gave to me straight back to him because I can. There we go, have another 300 gold, Meteors, and we've just got so much gold lying around with nothing to spend on, so we might as well give it to you. Then of course remember that this is an interesting time where it makes more sense to sell my diplomatic favor than have it. So I could for example give 4 diplomatic favor to Eleanor of Aquitaine here, who is going to give me 32 gold for it. Thank you very much, Eleanor of Aquitaine. That's just 4 diplomatic favor. I get that in 2 turns. Here we go, another 3 diplomatic points are ready to be earned. Earn double points towards this great person. Oh well, it's probably going to be a great scientist knowing the AI. 100% production towards building in the city center. That's always an AI choice. And finally, who's going to vote for trying to gain diplomatic points? Well, I reckon it'll probably be the Cree, because there's so many diplomatic points lying around. So there we go, Pound Maker, you have my vote. Now the thing is, logically, we have enough diplomatic favor to vote for ourselves here, but it actually doesn't really make sense for us to do so. We'd only gain 1 extra diplomatic point. And what's the benefit of that when we just picked up 3 more diplomatic points and now we're in the lead with 10 diplomatic points? We're halfway there to a diplomatic victory. Isn't that just downright fantastic? We haven't settled a city and we're halfway to victory. Not even halfway through the game, it's turn 183 out of 500. Oh goodness, what a messy world we live in. Now, of course, in a world where we're surrounded by mega cities like say Edinburgh and Dumbarton and Stirling with like, look at that, 12 pop, 7 pop, 4 pop. These are cities with actual people living there. No, in our empire we like to keep things simple. No humans alive. Beyond the 4 individuals you see standing around here. Oh wait, no, this is 3 individuals and a donkey. I don't know how these 3 burly looking dudes and a donkey are able to keep the population alive for the 2,000 years necessary to get us to this point, and honestly I don't want to ask that question. Oh, and of course his special session has just started. Guess what? John John Curtin of Australia is now in need of assistance, so we're going to spend some diplomatic favor and make sure John gets the support he so desperately needs. And of course everyone's on board with helping out John, which is lovely, so let's go send John the classical Maori care package. Hello there, John. Oh, you haven't got that much money at all. Allow me to give you some iron and horses and you'll give me some gold for that. Fantastic. Then you know that gold you gave me? Well, I'm going to give it back to you. I'm going to give you 500 gold, John, and that's going to be enough to win this vote. There we have it. Fantastic. We're in the lead. We're also in the lead for Meteors as well, so we have 4 victory points as well as around about 200 diplomatic favor, which is going to be heading our way just from completing these aid requests. Remember, no city on the board yet. Our science production is still at 2, and so is our culture production. Oh god. Oh my, what's this? Civ is trying to outdo us on giving Meteors money. We can't possibly have that. But well, you see, Meteors has a whole bunch of gold and makes a whole bunch of gold. So what you want to do is you want to try and sell him diplomatic favor in return for gold. And then we can take the gold we've just made and sell it straight on back to Hungary. Right, now we're going to luckily win the competition and get the gold spots. That's a glorious success for our empire. Another 2 diplomatic victory points as well as more diplomatic power for us to reinvest into other things. So there we go. That puts us one step closer towards the diplomatic victory we need. And oh, we've got a special session of the World Congress. Both Robert and Cyrus need diplomatic aid. Oh, this is perfect. So yes, we're going to vote up both of these and they should hopefully both pass. And perfect, they both passed. Lovely. So that's 2 more AIs for me to give money to, and provided we give them enough money, we're going to get 6 diplomatic victory points from this collection, and that means we'd win the game basically, because all we need to do is just get 2 points in this next World Congress, which is going to be very easy. And with the additional gold income we're making, which is about 58 gold per turn, we're going to be sinking this into winning our lovely aid competitions. And of course, the next session of the World Congress, well, it makes sense for me to actually vote for what's going to come next. I'm going to hazard a guess and say that Poundmaker is going to win the diplomatic victory points for the sole reason that it's 323 lying around, so it's pretty much guaranteed to win this vote. When it comes to chopping and clearing, normally people go for something dumb like Rainforest, because that's the AI. And then in terms of religion, pretty sure it's Shinto who's going to win, because that's very aggressively owned by Hungary. Right, let's see how this does. And there we go, fantastic. We passed with flying colors, and hopefully we should pick up 3 more diplomatic victory points from this. Yep, so win up to 15, meaning if we win these 3 options here, we've basically won the game. Fantastic. And the best thing is there's nothing the AI can do to stop us, because they can't vote to lower our diplomatic victory points for another 30 turns. So all we've got to do is win the game in 25 turns, which is actually surprisingly simple. Anyway, we need to give a little bit more gold for John Curtin over here, but luckily we have about 800 lying around. So there we go, have 200 gold Australia. Perfect. Fantastic. We're getting pretty close to winning the game now. Right, we're about 300 ahead of England in terms of our support for Australia. We've given almost 2,000 gold to Australia just in order to win this, and bearing in mind this is 2,000 gold which we've managed to accrue from doing nothing. We haven't settled a city, we haven't got a market up and running, yet we've managed to get this 2,000 gold from just selling diplomatic favor to the AI, along with resources which we're pulling out of thin air thanks to one of our lovely advisors. Right, you know what, we're going to try and take over Cyrus next, so let's give him a whole bunch of gold. Cyrus, have our 325 gold, my friend. I'd like to win this vote, please. Alright, now Civ just tried to snipe Australia out from underneath me, so naturally I've got to try and get all of their gold off of them. So that's going to cost us 30 diplomatic favor to get 300 gold from them. Thank you, Civ, and then I need to sink this 300 gold into Australia. Right here, Australia, take 300 gold, and hopefully that should be enough for us to guarantee the victory on this. Oh, we're going to need more than 300 gold. Alright, Australia, fine. Take all of my remaining money, 123. Go for it. Come on, Australia, give us the win. Yes, we got first place by 142 points, meaning we get 2 diplomatic victory points as well as 100 diplomatic favor, which actually equates to about 1,000 gold, because of course we can convert it into at least 1,000 gold with the AI. That's off to a good start. We just need to win these next 2 and then we've secured our spot in this game. Oh, and there we go. Thank God we managed to win the John Curtin Australia deal. We've sank 2,397 gold into it, but we got 2 diplomatic victory points and 100 diplomatic favor. That 100 diplomatic favor we're going to have to convert back into gold and of course sink into winning these. Cyrus, we're pretty much halfway there. Our biggest issue of course is the Scythian Empire just have too much money to throw around, so we basically need to continuously drain their banks every single turn with very creative trade deals. Now I've reached the conclusion that it's actually impossible for us to win either of these. Scythia's economy base is just simply too powerful for us to win either of these top aid requests, so technically that means we've sadly sunk 1,700 gold down the drain, which could have been spent on the 2 next aid requests which are much more viable. The aid requests for the Scythian and Cree Empire, now they're certainly much easier easier. Because for the Scythian Empire, the Scythia can't actually weigh in on this, and for the Poundmaker one, well, there's basically only 3 of us trying to actually sway in here, which will make it nice and easy for me to actually win. Now what matters is simply saving our diplomatic favor for a very important time, and for us that time's going to be the World Congress, which is in 1 turn's time and should be nice and important. Oh, and of course a lovely World Congress. Brilliant. Now this is a great opportunity for us because we're going to get to hopefully gain some diplomatic victory points, or in the very least not lose them. See, what's going to happen now is the AI will always vote down for us to lose diplomatic victory points. There's nothing we can do to stop this. It's effectively 7 versus 1, so we can't win that debate. But the debates we can win are the Public Works Program and mercenary companies. We know that the AI will always vote gold purchasing to be cheaper, and when it comes to projects, they're actually going to vote for the Exoplanet Expedition because for some reason the AI is very silly. And even though I'm pretty sure no one actually has the research to do an exoplanet expedition, I mean I don't know because I'm not actually involved in the modern world, but yep, that was the one they'd vote for. They always vote for sciencey ones. But there we go, we've lost 2 diplomatic victory points, but because we voted for ourselves to lose diplomatic victory points, we only lose 1 point. And because we voted successfully on the other options, we're still sat at 17 diplomatic victory points. Oh, what a lovely spot to be in. Right, now we need to start winning some of these aid challenges. The easiest one and the one we're guaranteed to win is the one for Poundmaker. So let's give all of our wealth over to Poundmaker. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to trade all of my diplomatic points to Scythia once again, and hopefully that should leave me sat with about 549 gold, which should get me close to trying to overtake the donation goal for Poundmaker. And once we take the top spot, that's a further 2 diplomatic victory points for us, which will get us to 19 victory points, meaning we'll be 1 step away from winning our diplomatic victory. Now luckily I'm pretty sure we've just managed to snipe out the donation target of Poundmaker and beat Hungary to the number 1 spot, which is perfect news for us. Basically taken all of our fantastical persuasion to get to this point, but it's actually been enough. There we go, that's 2 diplomatic victory points for us, and that will put us 1 diplomatic victory point away from winning. 19 out of 20. There we go. We've almost done it, ladies and gentlemen, and we're only just halfway into the game. And here we go, it's World Congress time. Oh, this will be very important. Right, and then for this World Congress, I'm voting for writing, Classical Republic, myself to lose points, and the World's Fair to happen. And hopefully this is all the correct votes. And provided that's the case, we won't lose. Oh my god, it actually worked. Oh my god, they were all the right votes. Oh my god, we won the game. That was it. I didn't realize. Oh, I suppose we had 19 points. We had 19 points, ladies and gentlemen. So we won. Oh god. So here's what happened, ladies and gentlemen. What happened was we voted correctly for enough of the policies in the World's Fair that we gain a diplomatic victory point for each. We also lost 2 diplomatic victory points because everyone voted for us to lose a diplomatic victory point. But of course we gain a diplomatic victory point for voting for ourselves, as that's the right answer, which pushed us over the 19 diplomatic victory point threshold to give us a victory, a diplomatic Maori victory. Let's look at these graphs. Okay, most importantly, it is of course cities founded, where you can see quite clearly all the other AI players are up there, and then 0, well, that's where we are. We don't actually count. We never founded a city. We can see total player gold, and we can see for actually quite a time we had the most gold in the entire world. We can see wonders constructed, we built none. Units lost, we did nothing. Units killed, we killed nothing either. That was technically a pacifist run. We only had 1 governor throughout the entirety of the game. Era score, oh yep, we were brilliant for era score in the first era, and then we just didn't gain any. Player science, yet we peaked on turn 1. Same for our culture, my god. But there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We just won a game of Civilization 6 in less than 300 turns. That's right, but it was turn 272. We finished the game on a diplomatic victory. Oh my god, we did it. We managed to somehow convince the world that we, a civilization who never settled a city, who never grew a population, should lead the world in the diplomatic stage. I have no idea what we've done to do this. It makes no sense. All we've done is sit in a corner of the entire world, and then everyone has unanimously agreed, every person on the planet, that the Maori and the Kupe, with a 76 overall score and 20 military strength, should lead the entire world into the future. Oh, it's fantastic. It's like you and your mate Dave from down the pub just suddenly deciding to become a political faction, and then the entire world going, well, he doesn't actually control any land, but you know what, I like his ideals. My god. Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. I am the Spiffing Brit, and today we're playing Sid Meier's Civilization 6 Gathering Storm. You see, a DLC was recently released for the game which added in a whole bunch of secret societies and a new civilization, basically an entirely new game mode. And this new game mode, as you can guess, is completely and utterly broken, and it has so many exploits in that I'm going to be able to do a very, 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 very strange challenge. Ladies
ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to try and win a game of Civilization 6 doing a conquest victory without actually going to war. That's right, I'm doing a pacifist conquest victory game of Civ 6. This is the strangest game mode I'll ever be doing. It's right up there with my Civilization 6 No City Challenge, which was absolutely hilarious. But yes, this is also going to be a very strange challenge. How are we going to do it? Well, we're going to be using the most powerful nation ever created, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be creating a brand new game and playing as England. But not just anyone in England, Eleanor of Aquitaine, because she is absolutely broken. And here you have it, ladies and gentlemen. One of the most middle tier civs to actually play in a multiplayer game, but thanks to the brand new Secret Societies game mode, Eleanor of Aquitaine has technically risen up the ranks to become what is probably an S tier civilization. I would say at the moment the only civilizations which actually stand much of a chance against her are Korea in a science game, good old Simon Bolivar in a military game, and the brand new Ethiopia civilization Menelik II in literally any game mode, because Ethiopia is completely and utterly broken. Trust me, this civ makes no sense, and it's just not fair to play. So yes, we're going to be playing as England though, because we have a very unique strategy. We need to be able to take cities without actually going to war, and Eleanor is absolutely perfect for the job. For each great work she has in a city, she produces -1 loyalty per turn in all foreign cities within 9 tiles. That's actually quite a large radius, and any city that leaves another civilization due to loss of loyalty and is currently receiving loyalty per turn from Eleanor's civilization immediately skips the free city step and joins Eleanor's civilization. This makes Eleanor very, very powerful, because the Secret Society game mode has effectively added a way to cheese the loyalty mechanics in a way which is perfectly balanced. So we'll be playing with almost all of the default settings, excluding having Secret Societies enabled. So effectively using the power of England and Yorkshire Tea, we're going to be trying to play the loyalty mechanic system in Civ 6 to convince enemy cities to join our side and effectively revolt away from their original owners. Now this is a very complicated snowball effect, and once you get it off correctly, it is absolutely broken, but it can just be a challenge to get it up and running. So hopefully with enough memes and exploits, we'll be able to take Eleanor of Aquitaine and make her the authoritarian tea-based dictator of the fantastical world we'll end up in. Right, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's throw ourselves into this game. Make sure you're sat back, relaxed with a nice warm cup of tea in front of you, and hey, if you're feeling especially fantastic, you might even leave a like on this video. Thank you very much. Are you tired of losing wars in Civilization 6? Are you frustrated by having to actually micromanage all of your armies? Do you hate that some of your friends are way better at combat than you are, but you still want to get a domination victory? Well, have I got the solution for you. What about a good old pacifist domination victory? What? It makes no sense? Well, guess what? It actually does. Grab yourself a cup of Yorkshire tea and douse yourself in it, because we're about to go on a wild ride. So yes, as I mentioned, Civ 6 has had a brand new DLC, the Secret Societies game mode, which has added a whole bunch of secret societies. It has added 4 in total, 2 of which are completely and utterly broken, and the other 2 I guess are okay. There's one which is all about sciencey nerd stuff, and one which is all about money, and the money one's good fun because you can accumulate interest and gain about 1,000 gold per turn, but actually that's not particularly too useful in comparison to some of the other bonuses the other secret societies get. Oh, now we've got quite a fun little start. Whereabouts are we? Just along a river next to a whole bunch of wheat and stuff. Yep, this will be fine. Right, so we'll slap down our city right here in a rainforest, and that's fine. Welcome to London, famously built next to a rainforest. Now, a lot of our early game isn't actually going to have anything too complex going on. We're just going to play a standard game of Civ 6 with not too many exploits at all. The most important thing we need to make sure we get, however, is astrology, because we need to get a holy site up and running. And of course, the first thing you always want to build, a lovely scout. Oh, and we found our first tribal goodie hut. Lovely. Now, there are many different ways to get the secret societies, and each one is triggered via different means. In the case of the secret society we're looking for, it's triggered by finding a goodie hut. And bingo, we've just found it. Lovely. So the secret society we're aiming to go with is the Void Singers. The Void Singers come with a fair few bonuses. Their first bonus isn't anything too crazy. Allows you to build an old god obelisk, which is, you know, pretty okay, gives you a bit of culture and some faith. But their next bonus is a bit more exciting. Cities earn gold, science and culture equal to 20% of their faith output per turn. This is a pretty crazy bonus, especially if you were to play Ethiopia and combine it with their existing bonus of receiving 15% of their faith as science and culture anyway, which basically means Ethiopia can get 35% of their faith output as science and culture, which makes them, you know, not fair to play. Oh, we found Mount Vesuvius. Lovely. That's immediately going to increase our research of astrology and also allow us to have 2 additional governor titles to spend. This is going to allow me to kind of cheat the early game a little bit by assigning Pingala very early on and immediately giving Pingala a bonus us to increase our science output. Fantastic. Early game science is always very good. Now with our first scout built, we could start production on a builder or an old god obelisk, but in our case we're going to actually go for the old god obelisk. A simplistic reason being that it provides faith, and faith is what we're going to need in order to get our first pantheon up and running, and then eventually our first religion. And there we go, we've researched astrology so we can get building our first holy site. Oh no, there's bloody Ethiopia in this map. Oh no. Ethiopia is a bit of a powerful sausage. I'm not too sure whereabouts they are. I'm pretty sure they're over here somewhere, but oh goodness, that is not a good sign. But I suppose if we can stop them nice and early on, it should all be okay. Anyway, we need to found our first pantheon, and already there's actually a nice little synergy we can go for here. We go for desert folklore, holy sites gain +1 faith from each adjacent desert tile, then we actually might be able to set up a nice ring of cities around here and get some brilliant adjacency on our holy sites. Now, I can't see why not. This seems like a great use of our investments. And now we're up to +10 faith per turn. What a brilliant start. Now I've got my first settler out and about on the board, and what I'm going to be deliberately doing is moving him as close as I can to the Mapuche capital over here, which is Ngulamapu. It's a nice city, but at the start of the game it's not going to be much, but equally a low population city at the start of the game is easy to try and convert. So what we're going to do is try and get as close as we can and then flip it to our side. This process is going to take a very long time, but in the late game we're going to be able to speed it up. And also we can recruit our first great prophet and found the world's first ever religion. Now the thing is, our religion is going to help us generate faith, and we're going to use that faith to basically convince cities to join us. So that means we need a religion which a lot of people can get behind, something that's easy to convert people onto. It doesn't actually have to be a religion of substance. In fact, there doesn't actually need to be almost any content to the religion. It just needs to be able to be on the front page of something and people be like, wow, I like the look of that. Which is why I'm going to be starting the religion of Minecraft clone. It's everything you know and love about Minecraft, except it's cloned. It's technically garbage, but I don't particularly care. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to pick up the work ethic in our religion, because this means our holy site's adjacency will also give us production, which is a great bonus to have. And then also as another lovely bonus, we're going to pick up missionaries and apostles at 30% cheaper to purchase. This is quite a useful bonus because it allows us to immediately crush any early game religions and force them to be our own. Now what we can do is we can effectively cheese this by running a couple of missionaries south into the Ethiopian Empire and killing them before they can even get a religion up and running. If we manage to get this done fast enough, then technically we've kind of slowed Ethiopia's game down by a very, very long way. There we go, I think I found Ethiopia. They're over here to our left. Perfect. Operation Convert Their Cities is a go. Oh my goodness, the capital Addis Ababa of the Ethiopian Empire is under siege by barbarians. Oh, poor Ethiopia. Well, luckily we're going to be able to basically take control of this situation and just convert it using our missionaries who are nearby. And at the same time, we're going to be settling a city right about here. And this city is in range to start conversions over their second city of Desi, and also close enough, I think, to Addis Ababa to start adding a bit of a sway. Oh, and there we go. We managed to convert the Ethiopian capital to following Minecraft clones. Yes, you love the look of Fall Guys, don't you? It's original, it's fresh, it's like Roblox, but different. Yes, buy it. And there we go. We move into the next era, and we get to pick up ourselves the greatest golden era bonus of all. Oh, and what's that? Ethiopia didn't make it into the golden era. Oh, well, what a shame for you. Oh my goodness, and our friend to the north is in a dark age. Okay, this is brilliant. I will explain all of this in a little bit, but this is a brilliant start for us. Right, we're going to pick up monumentality, which means we can buy civilian units with faith, and then to our north, the Mapuche Empire is in a dark age. So what that means is their cities are basically twice as easy to convert to being your own, which, as you can guess, is a really nice bonus to have, because it means you can just convert all of their cities. Of course, we need to actually get some great works up and running before then, but as soon as we do, we're off to a flying start. Right, now let's slap down our first city over here. We'll also pick up theology so that we can get our temples up and running. And then finally, our scout missionary over here is just seeing if the Ethiopian Empire has expanded. But I realize, of course, yes, now we have all of the faith that I need in order to buy an early game trader as well as an early game builder. And then up here in Leeds, I can buy another builder as well. And oh my goodness, our cities are going to get beautiful very quickly. Right now, for our exploit to really work, we're going to want to get the Oracle up and running, because the Oracle allows you to generate more great people points, and we want to be pumping out great writers and great artists like no tomorrow. Oh man, we get the first great scientist of the entire game. This is lovely. This little great scientist instantly builds a library and also makes it so that our libraries produce one extra science in all of our cities. So a lovely little great scientist to pick up nice and early on. Again, we're going to found our fourth city right here, in the range of the lovely arches, gives us some era score, but most importantly, should give us one hell of a crazy holy site. Look at this, +8 holy site, and also because of our lovely pantheon, that holy site is also going to provide 8 production. Oh, now that is just one lovely
little spot. Certainly early game, a little bit unbalanced. Right, and then the next person who we're going to pick up is Armani the Diplomat. Armani the Diplomat is a pretty unique governor because one of their earliest bonuses is that other cities in a 9-tile radius lose 2 loyalty per turn. So we can pick her up and slap her down in literally anywhere. Because I'd like to try and take away the Mapuche capital, we're going to place her down in Leeds. And once she's set up, she's going to start creating a few loyalty issues for the Mapuche Empire. Now we're going to build ourselves the Great Library because it's actually a very useful wonder even for this kind of game because it gives us 2 great work slots. Alright, and now we've settled our brand new city of Hull, which is just south of the brand new Ethiopian city of Sodo. Should be quite nice and easy to actually try and flip. And then we're also going to settle another city here within a few towers range of Rankle over there, and that pretty cheeky forward settle should hopefully slow down the AI's expansion. Alright, and there we go, we've managed to build our lovely holy site in Bristol, which has added a metric ton of production, as you can imagine, or at least it will do as soon as we get it religiously converted. Right, and we are now also generating the world's first and only great writers, artists and musicians, meaning we'll be able to snag all of those early ones nice and quickly, and as soon as we get that sorted, the great conversion of these cities is going to start happening. Right, there we go, we got the great library built as well, that's incredible, good stuff for us. And then we're also going to want to immediately drop down a conversion of Bristol. This is going to add 8 production to our holy site there, because who doesn't love an 8 production holy site? That seems fair. Oh yes, I do love gaming the religion system. And of course we get yet another great scientist. This is Hildegard of Bingen, my favourite great scientist, because she's going to add 8 science per turn to our lovely holy site here. Oh, and now because we've progressed into the next era, I can spend our governor title on ritual, meaning faith production in cities gets converted into science and culture. This will be very nice because it's going to boost our science per turn from 50 and 44 to, let's see, 58 and 52. Very nice. That's what you love to see. And we're now going to get to evangelize our belief, basically adding an additional effect onto it. I'm going to try and really increase our faith production, so I'm going to pick up pilgrimage, which means +2 faith for each city following this religion, which brings our faith generation up to 73 per turn. A nice improvement. Right, I'm back, ladies and gentlemen. It's now turn 131. We're in yet another golden age in the medieval era, pumping out lots of nice cities and so on. In terms of science and culture, we have more than double of our next competitor. Our faith output's quite nice as well, and things are generally looking quite good. In terms of loyalty, we haven't seen too many changes yet, but don't worry, that's all going to be changing very soon. You see, in the industrial era, we gain the ability to buy cultist units, which will create relics from the void, which we can use to flip loyalty, but also the cultist units, which we buy with faith, have charges which reduce loyalty in foreign cities, which, as you can guess, is quite powerful. So all we need to do is force our way into the industrial era, and then hopefully we'll be able to spam out these units as fast as possible. Now you might be wondering why on earth I'm deciding to do this challenge. I mean, is it particularly necessary to show off my skills in Civ 6 by trying to get a conquest victory without even fighting? I mean, it's just an absolute meme at the end of the day, and it's what I enjoy. I do love joke challenges. Alright, and there we go, we're going to flip over the capital of Addis Ababa over to following our religion. It's probably going to piss off Ethiopia, but it doesn't matter. There we go, we're bammed. +4 era score, and it's now under our control. Sorry Ethiopia, that's really not going to make you happy. Oh, and here's our first ever great artist as well, who we get to plonk down. Now we can kind of just expend all of this in our capital and create a whole bunch of religious great works, and this will help us to start flip Sodo onto our side. Ah yes, your loyalty isn't so strong anymore, Mr. Ethiopia. And yes, in 6 turns, Sodo will flip to becoming our very own city, which, you know, quite good fun. That's our first conquest without any complicated things such as war, but we're going to be able to actually start speeding up the process very soon. The way we're going to be doing that is via the hiring of spies, because we can use spies to reduce loyalty. Alright, and now we can send our lovely spy out from our capital city over to, I'm pretty sure the city of Desi would be a good choice, because we can start having them foment unrest, which lowers loyalty by 20. And yes, the medieval era ends in 1 turn, which is perfect for us, because the end of the medieval era signifies the start of the Renaissance era, and that should get us 1 step closer to being in the industrial era and buying my lovely cheesy broken units. Anyway, into the Renaissance era we go. Oh, and there we go, Sodo has become our very own city. Lovely. What's this World Congress? Oh, duplicate amenities, I'd like that. Duplicate citrus amenities, please, and oh, let's make it so that faith purchases are cheaper by 50%. That's going to be a great choice, because faith purchases means that we can effectively buy ourselves an army. Oh my goodness, it actually passed. Oh, and we get era score for stealing a city, do we? Oh, that's brilliant. Well, welcome the citizens of Sodo into our lovely empire. But anyway, apparently it's become cheaper to buy things with faith, which means, yep, I can buy musketmen for 200 faith. Lovely. That's what you like to see. So we can just move that swordsman out, and now I can buy a couple of musketmen, and that's the first ever musketman in the world. Well, that's going to really advance our lovely empire. empire. And now what about you, Desi? How close are you to flipping? 12 points per turn. That's how much resistance you have. Right, it is now turn 191. In terms of research, we are still ahead by over double of everyone else, and our culture is insane. In fact, everything about our empire is just completely and utterly broken. We can buy an army, we have a whole bunch of faith saved up for one very special occasion, and that is when the Renaissance era ends and we see the dawn of the next era. That era is, of course, the Industrial Era, because the Industrial Era allows us to buy all of our soothsayer units and cultists, which will generate stupid amounts of relics and also convert cities into being our own without actually having to declare war. And then as soon as we take those cities then get flooded with all of the relics we've generated in taking it, and that will increase our faith output. It will increase also our loyalty pressure, meaning that we just become effectively the grey goo, slowly encompassing all of the neighbouring cities and converting them to our own. Now, even though we're just around the midpoint of the game, we're actually starting to convert Rankul Mapu into being our own, which will take 32 turns, although we'll speed it up a bit with this lovely little archaeologist. And then also Ethiopia down here decided to settle another city after we took Sodo from them. This city, however, little bit too close to our borders, because in 23 turns it's going to become our own, although it's actually going to be a bit quicker because I'm moving in Armani to take control of the situation. Right, and then I'm going to get another spy over here, and I'm going to move this spy over to Rankul Mapu. I really feel like every time I say this I'm talking about poo, but hopefully it doesn't come across as that in the edit. Anyway, we're going to start excavating more artifacts over here, and remember, every time we excavate an artifact it's just going to move into Newcastle upon Tyne and increase the speed at which this city is going to flip to rebellion. Oh, and ladies and gentlemen, I've just received an excellent offer from Eleanor of Aquitaine. She says the first 6,000 people to like this video will be bestowed English citizenship. Isn't that lovely? You get your full English citizenship. And I mean, trust me, you want to claim your English citizenship before you get mandatorily made an English citizen when the inevitable swarm of cultists arrive. So make sure to sign up today. Right, we're now just 50 turns away from being halfway through the game, and things are actually in full swing. Rankul Mapu is one turn away from actually just becoming ours, which is brilliant. The city down to our south, Libella, is going to become ours in 6 turns, all thanks to this lovely little archaeologist who's running around. And then after that we'll have a full reach into the heartlands of the Ethiopian Empire. As you can see, they're starting to also lose control of Desi here, which means every time this lovely agent foments unrest, we get one step closer to actually flipping this city to be our own. And there we go, Rankul Mapu is ours. Oh, we also have an agent which we need to send to a city. I guess we send you to their capital, which is going to rebel in 1,600 turns. Okay, let's go to their capital, and we're going to start fomenting unrest. If we can seize the capital of the Mapuche Empire without even going to war, now that's going to be really something. Anyway, let's keep this city. Well, bam, perfect. That's an extra 2 era score, and an entire city is ours. And of course it joins with immediate full loyalty. Now what we want to do, slap bang down a theatre square and get our culture train going. Anyway, how's Libella doing? Oh, Libella's going to be ours next turn. Fantastic. Oh, what a brilliant adventure this is. We've hit the point where our tech kind of outweighs everything else in the game, so I'm just going to smash the end of the tech tree button and we'll get there eventually. Oh, and we can recruit yet another great artist. Brilliant. Oh, and there we go. We've captured Libella as well. This is yet another city which we're going to keep. Fantastic. And by actually taking this city, we increase a pressure, which means that Desi is more likely to flip to our side. So every time our spies start doing cheeky activities over here, we're going to start seizing control. Oh, and of course, once again, we're going to slap down yet another theatre square and fill that with great works. Now, from looking at Desi, we're not actually too far away from converting the city. It's just going to take a little bit of additional work, and then we should be able to flip it. But the best thing about doing all of these conversions is the AI isn't actually particularly annoyed at us. If we go over to Menelik's opinions of us, he doesn't actually particularly hate us. If anything, he's maintained neutrality because he's pleased that I've left all of the hills to him. Although I haven't exactly, because I mean I've just stolen all of his cities. I guess each to their own, Menelik. And also I'm going to use faith to purchase an old god obelisk for just 100 faith in the center of Rankul Mapu. What that's going to allow me to do is move in these great artists and immediately get ourselves some great works up and running. And I can even do the same down here in Libella. And so in Rankul Mapu, we're going to slam down, oh, look at that, the Sistine Chapel ceiling just in this random city. And that gets us very close to stealing the capital of another player without even having to have a fight over it. Now this is how I like to do all of my wars. I wouldn't even say we're doing wars diplomatically. It's rather more that we're just stealing things in a way which the AI can't actually react to. And now that we have one of my spies over here in the capital of Rancor Mapu, I'm going to actually have him start lowering the loyalty even further so we can force the capital to rebel even quicker. Although actually I realise it's probably going to rebel before our spy operation even finishes. We're 20 turns away from stealing an enemy capital city. This is absolutely dumb. This makes no sense. Oh, what's this? Capital captured? Did I just see that I've captured a capital? The capital of Auckland has been captured by England. What? The capital of Auckland? Auckland's not a capital. That's just a city-state. Right, well, I'll keep the city. That's mine. +2 era score. Lovely. I'll be stealing that bad boy. And that will hopefully apply even more pressure into the Ethiopian Empire, especially considering I can just slap down a theatre square here and we'll start our waltzing into their territory. The city of Desi is going to flip in about 5 turns. Oh, but of course, now we're in the next era. We can pick up indoctrination, which means using faith, we can buy cultist units. Now, can we do this in Rancor Mapuche? Yes, for 130, we can buy a cultist. Once it dies or loses all of its charges, it awards the player a relic of the void, which will of course lower loyalty for everyone else. And every time it uses its ability, nearby cities lose 10 loyalty. So what we do, we buy a cultist there and a cultist there. We can buy a couple of cultists over here, and we're going to start seeing the fall of Ethiopia, as well as the Mapuche Empire. Now, how many charges do they have? Oh, they have 3 charges each. That's 30 loyalty they can lower. Perfect. They don't even need open borders. They can just walk straight on in. As Mapuche's in the Golden Age, that's going to be a real pain to try and steal cities from. So instead, I'm going to take all of my cultists and go left. We're going to steal the city-state of Targua and then start stealing all of Fianosha's cities while she's in the Dark Age. At the same time, we're going to finish off Ethiopia. Anyway, now we can start flipping Taruga here. As you can see, rebellion in 54 turns, but if we hit recruit followers, it's now 48 turns because we've just lowered the loyalty by 10. Now, the reason why this is so concerningly overpowered is the fact that you can literally just waltz into a city, press a button, and then just flip it to your side without even having to go to war. It's not even generating grievances against Ethiopia because they just see it as a natural process and effectively proof that my civilization was greater than theirs. So our cultists go up to Dese, rebellion in 8 turns. That's how easy it is. And remember, because we're playing Eleanor, each rebellion we get means the next rebellion is even easier to pull off. This unit just isn't balanced. It's completely and utterly broken. Oh, what's that? A Dream Eater relic? Nice. So this city will flip even faster, but let's hit recruit followers, -10 loyalty, 1 turn away. Right, hit the button. Recruit followers. 1 turn rebellion, we've done it. All of your cities belong to me, my friend. The synergy of this is just absolutely stupid because you can gain relics at a terrifying speed and then you can use those same relics for incredible bonuses. It just makes no sense. Anyway, we're going to be stealing basically all of Ethiopia's cities here. My aim is to knock Ethiopia out first, and actually in order to do so we could probably do with a few more cultists, so I'll pick up a couple more. Now if we take a look at which city we're going to try and flip next, it actually makes sense for us to try and take the Ethiopian capital because the Ethiopian capital is the weakest loyalty in comparison to all of our neighbouring cities, which means we can take it. Oh, and there we go, I also captured the city of Vilnius. Lovely. Let's keep that city. Fantastic. No fighting necessary. And it comes pre-equipped with a theatre district. Lovely. That's actually going to mean we flip Targua even quicker, and then once we flip Targua, that means we can flip Surburton even faster as well. We're really off to a flying start with all of this. And I'm going to have my spies start fomenting loyalty issues in the capital Addis Ababa, and that means we should be getting close to flipping these cities. Oh, and there we go. Targua is ours, so we'll capture that. Yet another city to our fine collection, and we'll immediately have them build a theatre square so that we can just flood it with some great works. Now, technically speaking, the loyalty of Ethiopia grows by 5.2 per turn, but considering we can do more damage than they can actually out-heal us, we will be able to take their capital no problem. It is technically a bit wasteful in terms of faith, but you know what, you only live once, so let's give this a go. Ooh, let's say faith is also cheaper to purchase military units with, and just crank all of our votes into that, and perfect, job done. Hopefully that passes. And it did. Now, has that made cultist units cheaper to purchase? It has. Oh my god, cultist units are only 160 faith. This is not fair. This is unfair. We could just spam them out. 160 faith, that's 2 cultist units per turn in faith generation. So that's 60 loyalty, which means per turn we can generate enough negative loyalty to flip an entire city. Right, let's start it. Addis Ababa, I'm afraid you're going to be ours. And every time we do this, we get a relic. And so it begins. Ethiopia's great flip. We're almost halfway there, and we haven't even really begun. Oh my goodness, we haven't even technically reached inside of the Phoenician Empire just yet, although we're already starting to accidentally convert a couple of their cities. So, including we're actually converting Peo and Mapu over here from the Mapuche Empire. And if we can get out from the Mapuche Empire nice and quickly, well, I'm going to sink all of the points I can into it. Right, we're going to send over the next wave of cultists into the enemy empire. Lovely. Let's just quickly rotate them round and they can do their recruit followers. Lovely. Can move around one space. Come on, there's space for everyone in here. Right, the great exodus of cultists begins. What a mess this is. Oh, you love to see it. Right, let's start stealing away the Phoenician cities as well as Peo and Mapu. We can grab that in the next few turns. That's going to be brilliant. Now, if I take a look at the loyalty of Addis Ababa, it is exceedingly low. Almost got them right down to 0, which would cause a flip and would throw them under our control. Meanwhile, over here, I'm going to quickly speed up the process of taking Suburton, and same with Puan over here. So there we go. Let's hit recruit followers. That's going to speed up the process by a few turns. Lovely stuff. This is going to be an absolute mess. Oh, and there we go. We've accidentally taken the city of Addis Ababa. I wasn't actually aware we were going to take it, but I guess the foment unrest came through, and we've seized the Ethiopian capital, which is pretty funny. Oh god, this is going to be a mess. This is a real mess, because now all of the Ethiopian cities are going to go into open rebellion in the next few turns. Adal is going to be ours in 8 turns, Adigat in 4 turns. Oh, this is perfect. Let's really seal control of these with our lovely cultists. There we go. You know what to do. Get converting, get stealing cities. And what do we do with their capital? Well, we'll have them build an amphitheater for us, and we get to recruit a great musician. Lovely. Great musician. What can I have you do? I can have you go all the way over to Vilnius here. Oh no, and the game's crashed. God damn it, Civ 6. Every goddamn time. There's something about this strategy which Civ 6 is not happy with. Very unhappy about. I wonder why. Right, we're now halfway through the game, and we've managed to steal Berlin away from the enemy. It's just become our latest addition to our collection. So thank you very much, AI, for handing over Berlin. Ah, there we go. We've actually just found the enemy capital city of Aachen. Lovely. All we need to do once again, surround this bad boy with cultists, and it will be ours. Now, we will run into a slight issue over here in Tier, which is quite simple. Playing against the Phoenician Empire is actually a bit of a pain, because they will always have full loyalty for any cities starting which share the same continent as their capital, which basically means this is nigh impossible to take. However, technically, my hope is that if we can reduce it to 0 in 1 turn, we will be able to take this city. Now, we're not actually going to be able to do that until we reach the final era, where we can actually improve our cultists and have them do more loyalty damage. So until then, we can't steal this city unless we went to war. As you know, we're definitely never going to go to war. Now, in terms of everything in this game, our statistics are just completely out of whack. Our culture generation per turn, 689. Science per turn, 600. 1000 faith per turn, and look at all of these resources we have. And because we've crippled all of the other civilizations, they're never going to be able to come back from this. Now, Cologne will flip to us in 14 turns, but Texcoco over here will flip to us in 1, which will be very lovely. And as soon as that's in reach, then we'll be in striking distance of the Aztec capital. Oh, and there we go. The capital of Germany has been captured by England there. Aachen is now ours, and of course it immediately joined us at full loyalty. And we've also thrown ourselves into the information era. Lovely stuff. But yes, that is the German capital. So in terms of a domination victory, we only need to capture 2 more capitals, and then we've managed to knock out every other AI in the game. But of course, we're going to actually have to wait till we get to the modern era before we can actually probably try and steal away Feonotia. But anyway, Texcoco is also ours. That means our threat to the Aztec capital is now greater than ever before. Let's surround that bad boy and get him converted. Now Cologne will be ours next turn as well. Right, our many cultist forces are beginning their approach of Tenochtitlan. Look, okay, I'm English. I'm not very good with these pronunciations. But as soon as we have it surrounded, it will basically be the second to last capital secured and under our belt. Oh my god, and what's this? Victory? Oh, for goodness sake, I didn't want a goddamn culture victory. Just one more turn. Okay, right, ignore that. Nothing happened there. We didn't win the game. Right, now Hamburg is going to be ours in 2 turns, and Augsburg will be ours in 4 turns, and then probably Germany will accidentally alter F4 itself out of existence. And of course, we're 6 turns away from Mapuche no longer existing. Right, the snowball effect has really hit full force, ladies and gentlemen. We are starting to flip cities almost one after another. Adigrat over here is about to flip to us next turn, then Adowa over here flips in 3 turns, Axum flips in 11, the capital of the Mapuche Empire is flipping in 3, Ziz over here is flipping in 2, and then as soon as we pick up up Ziz and the capital of the Mapuche Empire. We'll take Inner Pre-Mapu, and then after that we'll try and flip the capital of Phoenicia. And then by that point, hopefully in about 20 or so turns time, we'll have been able to capture 3 enemy capitals without even going to war. Because who needs war to win a domination victory, ladies and gentlemen? You just don't need it. You can do it with a whole bunch of cultists. Anyway, we've captured the city of Adagrat. Can we buy cultists here? Yes, cultists here cost 260. Why are they so cheap in Addis Ababa? What is in this city which makes it so cheap to buy cultists? And of course the capital of the Mapuche. Let's flip that next turn. Perfect, that's going to be ours. And we've also picked up an additional relic for it. We're getting a great work put in this city of Suburton here, and Ziz will flip to us next turn. Perfect. And as soon as it does, we're going to have a great artist immediately move into Ziz, and then in the old god obelisk in there, we're going to have it immediately has that great piece of work and lower the loyalty of neighboring cities. Oh yes, the cycle is just continuing. And there we go. There's the capital of the Mapuche Empire added into our collection. This is completely and utterly dumb, but there we go. The city is ours. Fantastic. And now that it's ours, we're going to start flipping all of the neighboring cities as well. So Willy Mapu over here will become ours. Willy Mapu is not a good name for a city, by the way, Mr. Mapuche, please. Oh, and of course also the city of Ziz is now ours. That's another 12 pop city. I mean, our science at the moment is just going to insane levels, and the same is said for our culture. We're probably actually going to win a culture victory in, yes, 22 turns technically, so we'll have to continue on playing past that because there's just no way to avoid the culture victory at this point. But yes, Ethiopia is about to effectively be snuffed out of the game without any war taking place. They haven't fought a single battle this entire game, and yet their entire empire is just going to kind of fall over. And there we go, Adwa is now also flipped to becoming ours, so Ethiopia just has 1 city left now, and in 4 turns it's going to become our very own city. And you know what, we're going to actually make that a little bit quicker. Oh, and of course we're going to have to start converting Germany now because they're just across the wall from Axum. Don't worry, my German friends, death will come nice and quickly, but we can buy cultists for only 90 faith in the bloody capital of Ethiopia. This makes no sense. It is not fair. Mr. Sid Meiers, please, I think you need to pop this DLC back in the oven for just a few extra minutes of just quality control test. Just a little bit of that, and it should all be good to go. Now, for most of my other cities, I now basically can't use them. London, Newcastle upon Tyne, they're all basically redundant. So all they're going to be doing is trying to generate as much faith per turn as possible, because we're generating 600 faith per turn, which means we would normally be able to buy about 3 cultists per turn, although for some reason, thanks to Addis Ababa, that actually means we can buy 6 per turn. And there we go, Axum has become our own, and Ethiopia has faded out of existence. Goodbye, Ethiopia. There you go, Ethiopia will not stand the test of time simply because their city has decided to say goodbye and has become our very own. Well, thank you very much. We'll keep your city of Axum there, and I guess now we just simply hop around the wall and start trying to steal a couple of city-states out from underneath Germany. Oh, now there's good news about the city of Axum over here, though. It's got space for a whole bunch of great works, and it's in range of lots of German cities. So now we begin the Great Work Relocation Program. London does not need all of these great works. Axum, however, can have all of them. So there we go. We just simply drop a whole bunch off in Axum, move some writing over as well. London doesn't need all of these books. So yes, effectively you just want to basically move works along from your early cities, move them further and further out to your older cities. And this means that Axum will become effectively a massive powerhouse in terms of loyalty damage. Oh, and of course we need to reassign our governor over to Axum. Although actually, maybe we should knock Phoenicia out the game. Yep, we should probably do that. Right, over to Pwen Mapu with you. Now the thing is, Phoenicia is technically also part of the cultist faction. The only downside is they've kind of waited too late, and they also don't have our brilliant bonuses when it comes to stealing cities, meaning that there's nothing they can do to stop us. And now the city of Inner Mapu over here is going to eventually flip to us, and as soon as it does, we're going to be able to take all of the neighboring cities because that's such a huge, dense population. So we're going to mass spam out a whole bunch of cultists, and we should be able to take that city in no time. Alright, now for the great memeing to begin. We're going to entirely surround the city of Ulm with cultists and begin effectively the mass conversion. Alright, we have surrounded Ulm with cultists, and so the chanting shall commence. The aim is to flip this entire city. Now Ulm does have an incredible loyalty growth, about 15 points per turn, but all that means is if we expend effectively 1 million cultists, we should be able to flip them. Right, and so the great chanting of Ulm shall commence. I have no idea if it's actually possible to steal cities this way, but we're going to give it a try. Alright, Ulm, recruit followers, -10 loyalty. Recruit followers. and again, and again. Right, and by doing that, Ulm is now at less than half loyalty, which means next turn we might be able to reduce it down to 0. Right, we're going to continue our chanting. Ulm is at over just half its loyalty, so let's chant once more. There we go. Relic, more chanting, more chanting, more chanting. And now Ulm is technically 0 loyalty. Now I'm not sure if it's going to flip to us. This is the thing. There's a chance it might just stay inside of Germany. But then again, I don't know. If this game is as broken as I believe it to be, then it is probably going to let me suddenly take control of that city. Part of me hopes it doesn't, because that would make this even more overpowered than it makes any rational sense for it to be. Oh my god, it happened. We actually took Ulm. We took Ulm despite not even having enough loyalty technically. Oh my god, that is not fair. It's just us. Right, keep the city. Keep the city. Where are we going next? I guess we take Berlin. Whereabouts is the capital? Somewhere over here, I guess. So we'll need to steal Berlin for that first. So let's start surrounding it with even more cultists. But now that we have Ulm up and running, pressure we're applying to Berlin will be even greater. And we can send fresh cultist reinforcements from Addis Ababa. Alright, we have Ulm under our control, which now means we'll start spamming out these old god obelisks and filling them up with great works. Now technically on paper Berlin has full loyalty, and its loyalty is going to be huge. Yep, loyalty raises 26 points per turn, meaning we're going to need to expend 3 cultists per turn just to effectively keep up with this city. But the good news is we're going to be able to bring in more cultists than this city can actually burn its way through. And as soon as we take Berlin, once again, pressure from this city will just start overtaking everything else. Alright, let the chanting around Berlin begin. Alright, and there we go. We've also captured Innerparimapu. That's going to be our next city added to our fine collection, and that's 19 pops which are going to be exerting pressure around all of the neighboring cities as well. Oh, now this is really where the snowball has exceeded any expectations, because the entirety of the Mapuche Empire will now become ours in just a matter of time. Right, we've done it. We've managed to lower the loyalty of the Aztec capital to be less than 0, meaning it's going to immediately flip to being ours next turn. The biggest issue we're going to run into is, of course, Tier, because if literally any other civilization was in the game, we'd have this in the bag. We'd just be able to surround their capital and take it in one turn. But because they are Fianosha and technically their capital can't lose loyalty, though technically it can, it just has to wait till the end of the turn to refresh, I'm not going to be able to take the city unless I can lower it to below 100 in a single turn. And for me to actually do that, I'm going to basically have to wait 59 turns until I can actually steal this entire city in one go, which is a bit of a shame, but it's fully understandable. Anyway, there we go. The capital of the Aztecs is now ours, meaning if we were to take a look at the lovely domination victory, we are one city away from winning. Oh, and there we go. The Mapuche are gone. Rest in peace, Mapuche. The last city accidentally falling to us, meaning they no longer exist. Lovely. Ah, and there we go. The modern era begins in 1802 AD. Lovely. Now, in terms of every single form of victory, we are just massively in the lead. So we don't actually really have to worry about the AIs doing anything. We can kind of just sit back and relax and slowly wait for our loyalty to take effect. Oh, and yep, we've entered the future era. It's 1814, but yes, future era time. I don't think I've ever managed to produce this amount of culture per turn, but yeah, we're up to 1,800 culture per turn, and we're technically just over halfway through the game. This is a stupid quantity of culture per turn, but you know, this is just all part of the Spiffing Brit 1000 IQ strategy. Now we are just simply waiting for the modern era to end and for the atomic era to begin. This is going to take a very long while, ladies and gentlemen, and a whole metric ton of me hitting shift enter. You know what? I'm just gonna spam it now. Nope, I'm just gonna shift enter all of this. I'm not doing anything else. Just shift enter. Alright, brilliant news, ladies and gentlemen. Turn 332, and we finally made it into the atomic era, which means I can make my dedication. It doesn't particularly matter what I do. I guess we'll go for the bodyguard of lies. Doesn't particularly make a difference. But now that we're in this era, we can finally promote to the final master plan, which unlocks the dark summoning project in all of our cities. So we get to go to all of our cities and start doing the dark summoning project. That means after a few turns, hopefully, we'll start seeing all of our glorious cultists start doing more loyalty damage. This is going to take a lot, but luckily we have a whole bunch of cities, which means it shouldn't be too bad. Now we're 7 turns away from our first dark summoning ritual actually taking place, but once we get all of these dark summonings up and running, theoretically all we have to do is have 5 dark summoning rituals happen, and after we have 5, should be enough to do a total of 100 loyalty damage to Tier in one turn. But of course I want a few extra ones done just in case. Alright, the dark summoning rituals are almost all complete. I'm pretty sure we're nearing the maximum level of dark summoning rituals we can pull off, which will basically mean that all of our lovely cultists have maximum conversion abilities. Now in order to double check just how strong our cultists are, I'm going to buy a cultist over here and try it out on an Aztec city just for fun. Now the thing is we have 77,000 faith, so if we wanted we could buy, 77 more cultists and blanket the entire map and convert everything, but we have no need for that. We only want the one remaining capital. Right, come on cultist, advance. I want to see just how powerful you are. Right, here we go. Recruit followers. Minus 30 loyalty. Okay, right. So our cultists are already at max strength. What this means is we are ready to try and do Operation Take Tier. And if this doesn't work, it means that technically this entire strategy became impossible as soon as the Fianosian Empire entered the game. The only way for us to actually win from this point on would be to have someone else take the Fianosian capital and then we steal it off of them using our magical culture abilities. But here we go. We're going to try and recruit followers nonetheless. So minus 30 loyalty does lower the loyalty of Tier. However, the loyalty will change back up to maximum very shortly. Unless, of course, we spam out all of my recruit followers and hopefully loyalty is beneath 0. So logically, come on game, let me have this. Loyalty at this point will be around about minus 270. And I mean, look, there is no way any civilization is able to survive that. This city should be ours. Let me end my turn. And yes, we did it. It actually worked. It doesn't even matter that technically they're meant to have full resistance to loyalty. Oh my god, you're still able to convert it. Oh my, yes, we have done it. We have done it, ladies and gentlemen. Keep city, keep city. There we have it. Domination, victory, success. All 5 enemy capital cities captured and under our control. What a glorious game this has been. It's been absolutely broken. It's been absolutely derpy, but we've managed to pull off a domination victory without firing a single shot, having a single war, or needing to attack a single person. The ultimate pacifist game of Civilization 6. We didn't just sit in the corner and turtle all game. No, we actually went out into the world and conquered, but we didn't conquer using conquering troops. Nope, just friendly, good old cultists trying to convince people to buy Minecraft clones. It always works. Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. I'm the Spiffing Brit, and today we're playing Sid Meier's Civilization 6. Oh my goodness. Welcome back to this fantastic game. We're going to be breaking Ethiopia, one of the more recent additions to the game, with a strategy that I don't think anyone else has ever shown off because it's completely and utterly stupid and shouldn't function, and yet it does. So make sure you're sat back, relaxed, and you have a nice warm cup of tea in hand because things are about to get absolutely broken, as I'm going to be showing off how to destroy every single AI in this game, or just your friends if you actually choose to play against them, using one of the most broken, uncounterable strategies ever seen. So of course we're going to be starting a brand new single player game. We're going to be creating our own game, and when it comes to the game modes, we're going to be playing with secret societies and apocalypse mode. When it comes to who we're playing, well, there's some new additions to the game. We've got the Gauls and we've also got Byzantium. These two factions, completely and utterly broken, not balanced at all, and are completely unfair for that reason. And we're going to be playing as Menelik, another faction which is completely unbalanced and completely unfair to play against. You see, what I like about the developers is when they added in the completely and utterly overpowered nation that is Simon Bolivar of Gran Colombia, they kind of just said, well, screw it, we're going to only be adding in completely overpowered S-tier factions from this point on. This means when you're playing Civilization 6, you're either all playing the garbage old civilizations, like say the Zulus or the Americans, or you're playing the brand new S-tier overpowered megastrat civilizations like the Gauls, the Byzantines, Ethiopia, or Gran Colombia. Anyway, we're going to be playing as Menelik. He's a special guy because, as you can see, he receives science and culture equal to 15% of a city's faith generation. Now, this is quite a powerful feature because you're given a few extra buildings to let you generate faith, and there'll be players out there who know great ways of generating a nice amount of faith per city. Maybe they're able to generate about 200 faith in just one city. That's brilliant. Clap, clap, clap. Maybe they can go up to 400. That's also brilliant. Well done for them. The issue is we're not going to be going up to 400. We're going to be going a little bit further. We're going to be going above and beyond any natural faith generation, which would logically be able to be created by a human being, and we're dialing it up to insane degrees which feasibly don't make any sense. And it's all thanks
to completely broken gameplay mechanics and exploits. Oh, I love this game. So let's throw ourselves into a map, and just to make it particularly spicy, we're going to be playing on the brand new Highlands map. You know, I think everything else is looking absolutely perfect. Actually, I do like a few more city-states. Right, let's throw ourselves into the game. Oh, and perfect, we're in. Look at this very interesting start. We've kind of spawned in an odd position, I'm not going to lie, surrounded by marshlands, but if I can see something down there, it's a floodplain. Now, this is what we're looking out for to actually start out our strategy. We need some floodplains. Now, we're not going to be settling turn 1, we're going to be settling a little bit later, simply because we need to get hold of these lovely floodplains, and oh my goodness, there's more of them. Perfect. Now, ideal scenario, we have about 5 floodplains, but more realistically, we're going to have 3 or 4. If you have just 2 floodplains, then that's okay, you can still pull off this strategy, but the more the merrier, because we're going to be breaking the game. Oh, perfect stuff. We've got 4 floodplains here. That's what I absolutely love to see. Right, now we're going to be plonking our city down here. It is a little bit close to a volcano, but that's okay, as we've got ourselves access to 3 floodplains, which is a perfect start. Also, make sure to settle on a hill, and with this, we are set. Now, the thing is, as we're going to be winning this game almost entirely off of the back of our faith production, we need a city which almost screams to the devout and religious out there that this is our holy city, and so we need to name it after some kind of massive religious icon or location, somewhere where people would go on pilgrimages if they just knew how holy and devout it was. And I mean, what better place springs to mind than the lovely holy city of Grimsby? Everyone loves Grimsby, except the people who live in Grimsby and the people who visited Grimsby, and honestly anyone who's seen any image of Grimsby. But yes, everyone loves Grimsby. Okay, so now that we've got our city down, what we're going to want to do is immediately rush pottery, and what we're going to do is build ourselves a great bath. We're going to slap it down right about here, and once we've got our great bath up and running, we're going to be able to do something quite cheeky by exploiting this game's very mechanics. So I'll get back to you in a moment once we've actually managed to get this great bath down. Now, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's turn 37 and things are going quite well. We've lost about 4 pops to various volcano explosions, but that's perfectly fine. It's a sacrifice I'm more than willing to take because we've managed to get the great bath down, and that's giving us faith. Now, why is the great bath so special? Well, it's a unique wonder where every time this river floods, we'll be gaining 3 faith, 1 on each of these tiles. And as we gain science from faith, you can start seeing where this is going to get a little bit broken. However, it is by no means completely overpowered at the moment, and it will 100% get a lot more powerful the longer we go on. Now, all I need to do is get a few more cities down, get a religion up and running, and then things are going to be getting very exciting very soon. Oh, and also when it comes to the Secret Societies game mode we're playing, we've chosen the Sanguine Pact for one very special reason, and that's because in the medieval era we unlock vampire castles, and this is going to completely and utterly break the game, but don't worry, we're not quite there yet, so we don't need to worry about it. So let's just continue on with a lovely regular game of Civilization 6. Now, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Things in our empire are getting a little bit fun. We're going to be getting our first city down any moment now. We've made contact with a few city-states which are giving us a nice bonus, and our second city will hopefully be getting settled, I don't know, somewhere around here. We'll have to find a good spot for it. But yes, the city of Grimsby is looking quite good because we've picked up a couple of fun little bonuses. We've made it so that on any volcanic soil we own, we generate 2 faith. Because of that, we're up to a nice score of faith at almost at about 100. This is going to be great because once we get our holy site down, we'll be able to pick up a religion very quickly. And then once we get a religion going, we can really start maximizing our faith production per turn. And fantastic, we're able to settle our second city now on the coastline over here. It's not in necessarily the best spot, but honestly, just having a second city down is going to make a huge difference for us. Now that we've got this city down, we can immediately get a holy site up and running. I think I should probably focus on getting a builder up and running so that we can get some nice iron in our empire. Oh, now the world has moved into a classical era, and we've also built ourselves a lovely holy site. Now, we did only get the normal era, which is absolutely fine, honestly. It means things are going good because we're able to pick up Exodus of the Evangelist. This means when we get our first religion up and running, we're going to be gaining 2 era score every time we convert a city, which basically means we're guaranteed to get a golden era as soon as we get to the next stage. Now, of course, the game has immediately found the appease the god scenarios where it wants me to yeet units into volcanoes. I mean, that's absolutely fine, game. I can see why you want me to do that. I'm more than happy to throw units into a volcano. So with that, we're actually going to have to buy ourselves a soothsayer unit, and then over the next few turns, we're going to start throwing things into a volcano. All right, now one thing we can do for fun is our soothsayer has 2 charges, which means we can use one of these charges before we have to only use the soothsayer to sacrifice units. And so we're going to use one of these charges to cause a disaster. This disaster, because we're standing on a river, is going to be a flood, of course. So we hit cause disaster, and of course the flood immediately gets mitigated
because we have the Great Bath here. However, because the flood has taken place and the game has recorded that the flood has taken place, all floodplain tiles have gained a single faith point. So this tile here now gives us 5 food and 2 faith. This one here gives us 3 food, 1 production, 2 gold and 2 faith. This is all absolutely fantastic stuff. Anyway, we need to actually position ourselves next to a volcano because it's sacrificial unit time. So here's an interesting thing that I've just noticed about this game is that whenever you sacrifice a unit into the volcano, you actually get hit by an emissions penalty because you're releasing carbon into the atmosphere by burning a unit alive. So because we burnt our scout alive, we've actually added 80 CO2 into the atmosphere just off of the back of our sacrificial burning. Oh, that's absolutely brilliant. And once again, we're just going to sacrifice another unit into the flames, and that is going to hopefully put us, oh my goodness, we won't be in the first spot. Oh no, this is an issue. We'll get second place. I mean, I suppose second place will still give us the free promotion. We won't get the free soothsayer unit. Well, I guess that will still be enough. The free soothsayer unit is only going to save us about 50 faith in the long run, which I guess isn't going to be too much. Oh, fantastic. We can actually found our first religion here. Now, there are already 2 other religions in the game. Zoroastrianism, which chose to get food and housing and faith and science, and Catholicism, which has chosen to generate culture and faith and just more faith. Okay, that's just not very special. Instead, we're creating the ultimate religion, which is going to be an absolute cheese fest. It's going to be generating copious amounts of faith and be very, very profitable to have for an empire. But most importantly, it's got to represent Britain and almost the soul-crushing upsettingness that is Britain. And so for that reason, we're having the religion of Butlins. For those of you that don't know what Butlins is, it's one of those holiday resorts, but it's very English, meaning it's terrible. Now, we're going to pick up this lovely little bonus, which means all relics yield triple faith and tourism, which is great for us if we have lots of relics. And then we'll also be picking up Holy Order, which means missionaries and apostles are 30% cheaper to purchase. So that means we can spread our religion a bit faster, and there we go. Butlins is the true path of salvation. Please ignore all the other ones. I mean, Butlins is not the true path to salvation. Anyway, time for us to go on an adventure. We've got to get another city down and fast. Now, what I will do is make sure to keep one of our lovely warriors nice and close to our base, because this is going to mean we always have someone to sacrifice should the mission end up rolling around, because as soon as there's an opportunity to sacrifice our citizens, we're going to be jumping on it. And I realize now that we actually have a whole bunch of faith lying around, we might as well build ourselves a shrine and also purchase a few missionaries to get this lovely thing spreading. But before that, I think we could use another settler, because really it's Civ 6, and that means it's the civilization where the more settlers you have running around the map, the better. I've upgraded a clubman into a swordsman, and that's given us the era score. Fantastic, we're going to the Golden Age, and this is the most perfectly balanced Golden Age as well, because the medieval era Golden Age means you're able to pick the most stupid bonus that this game has ever added, and that bonus is the ability to buy civilian units using faith, and that they're 30% cheaper. This is so mind-bogglingly stupidly dumb. I have no idea why it was approved to be in the game, because I'm going to scrap building this settler. I don't need this settler anymore because I can just buy a settler. I'm making 41 faith per turn. How much is it to buy a settler? Only 195 faith to buy a settler. Oh, well, I guess even I could do that. So I'm going to move my lovely Zanquian off of the center of Grimsby, buy myself a settler, and heck, next turn I could buy myself a builder, or rather I could just build one in Skegland, where it's going to immediately spawn with an additional charge. Oh, this is just perfect. Things are really coming up our way now. Right now, welcome back. Things are about to start getting very spicy because we've finally hit the point where we're in the medieval era and we can actually buy the next bonus of the Sanguine Pact. This is the fantastic ritual bonus, which gives us a brand new vampire, but most importantly, we get to now build 2 vampire castles. These can be built anyway, but they're very unique little buildings. Why are they unique? Well, they give a special bonus. What kind of unique bonus? Well, they can build a castle. This castle provides +1 food and increased defensive strength for any occupying unit, but also something else which is a little bit slightly completely and utterly overpowered. You know, just a minor imbalance in gameplay feature like taking all of the yields from all of the neighboring tiles and just stacking them onto one. Yeah, something not so necessarily broken like that. Just might be broken, you know, maybe just a little bit, incy wincy bit, maybe, question mark. So what we're going to do is build our first vampire castle and just slap it down here, but this is going to be a unique vampire castle because, as you can see, it takes the yields of all neighboring tiles, meaning this vampire castle is producing 20 food, 9 production, 5 gold and 8 faith. Would you look at that? That's definitely a tile you want to start harvesting. That is lovely. Now, after building that first vampire castle, you can probably immediately see that our faith production is pretty high. We're up to 87.9, which is a lovely spot to be in. However, it's going to start getting a little bit more crazy in here in terms of our yields, because we can build ourselves yet another vampire castle right on over here, and once again, we're bam. This one's a little bit simpler. It's just 19 food, 6 production, 2 gold and 4 faith, but we can actually improve these yields by a lot. And it's not actually going to take us much either. In our capital of Grimsby, things are going great. We're able to now build ourselves apostles, which are lovely units to have. In fact, we'll get our first one. We should probably also build the Kotoku Inn. It's not the best wonder, but it is going to boost the amount of faith we produce in this city by 20%, which in the long run is going to be big. So let's get it slapped down. Now that we've actually improved our religion, we can pick up yet another bonus, and of course there's some great things to have in here, like increased gold for each city following this religion is always lovely. Giving you missionaries and apostles an additional spread can be great, but we're going to pick up tithe because we could really use the additional gold income, and it gives us a nice incentive to spread our religion as much as possible if we get gold every time we do it. And there we go, we got the appease the gods bonus, which means we get a free soothsayer unit, an additional 4 faith per turn, but most importantly all of our original soothsayer units gain a bonus. Now, is it a good one? Yes it is. +1 charge and adjacent enemy cities are automatically besieged. This is brilliant because as you can see, we've got a whole bunch of lovely tiles here, ladies and gentlemen, and guess what we're about to do to them? We're going to turn them from being tiles that produce 4 faith into tiles that produce more than 4 faith. So we're going to cause a disaster. It's going to be mitigated. Then we're going to cause another disaster, but don't worry, it's mitigated. And then we're going to cause yet another disaster. Don't worry, it's all mitigated, but now these tiles are producing 7 faith per turn, and Grimsby's faith production is up to 95. This is lovely as things are about to start getting extra spicy. Right, it's now the next turn, and once again we're going to cause yet another disaster which will be mitigated, another disaster which will be mitigated, and finally another disaster which will be mitigated. Fantastic stuff. Now these tiles are producing 10 faith per turn, and this is great because what we can actually do is move our lovely vampire unit over here, tear down the castle that's there, and build another one. Now we are going to go into a dark age, but honestly it doesn't actually matter at this point because we've basically won the game. But seeing as we have 9 turns left, I might as well, with the 1,500 faith I have in the bank, buy myself a settler in that city and another settler in this city. There we go. And I can just march them out into the middle of nowhere and get a couple more cities settled. Now once again we'll just use these soothsayers a few more times because we're unlikely to get another soothsayer event for a while, and we're bam. With that, these tiles are now producing 12 faith per turn. We're going to move our vampire onto here, and next turn he's going to be able to basically shred up his own castle. Now actually I've made a mistake. I realized in order to actually take a vampire castle down, you need to have yourself a builder in order to do it. So we're going to have to buy ourselves a builder with the, oh my goodness, costly 145 faith. Oh, that's so much money. And then we can get ourselves a new updated vampire castle. Right, luckily we've managed to get another city converted to Butlins, and this city doesn't even have a name, which means it needs yet another garbage sounding English name, which means it's named Fleffing Bridge upon Tyne, because that's just the classic quintessentially English sounding-y kind of name I could come up with. Anyway, naturally we send our builder down to the lovely vampire castle where he's going to tear that building down, and look at that. Oh, that's going to really nerf our production of resources, but it's okay because next turn our vampire can just build a new one. Alright, and now we're going to build ourselves a brand new upgraded vampire castle, which will once again take the yields of all neighboring tiles. That means this tile here now produces 24 faith per turn as well as 22 food, meaning in our city we're making 117 faith per turn, which will increase as soon as we actually fix up a few more of these tiles. And with that, that means we're making 17.6 science from faith and 17.6 science from culture. This is great, but it can be improved, especially if we get our builders over here to start improving these little tiles here. So there we go, that's up to 9 faith now. So things are looking even greater. That's 18.8 science just from faith, and we haven't even really gotten online yet. Because of course we're going to dial this up to 11 because we can. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Things are going quite well for our empire. It's turn 143 at 640 AD, and we're about to found the first Butlins in Singapore. That's right, Singapore now has its very own Butlins. Oh god, I feel sorry for the local population, but it just had to happen. When it comes to Grimsby, we're going to be finishing off the Kotoku Inn. This is going to increase the amount of faith generated in the city by 20%, an absolutely lovely thing to have. And things are generally looking actually really quite good for our empire. We're sending our lovely adventurers and builders out into the wider world, mostly because we have a stupid amount of faith, so they're really nice and cheap to actually buy. I think we're ready to found our next few cities. Well, bam, here's going to be our next city, and finally we're going to get yet yet another city settled right down up here at the top. So wabam, 2 brand new cities. And of course, when you settle 2 new cities, normally you have to spend, I don't know, spend the first 30 turns building a builder. No, instead we can just buy one because, you know, they're so ridiculously cheap and have them do all the work for us. It's perfect. Oh, and things are about to get very exciting for us because we've just unlocked Theocracy, meaning all purchases with faith are now 15% cheaper. Now we have 1 turn before the end of this era, so naturally what you want to do is swing around your city and buy up builders with any additional faith that you have left lying around, and naturally we have a decent amount of faith lying just around. And even if we don't necessarily use these builders immediately, we can still just keep them sat about for a later date, and it's going to save us a massive amount of time down the line. Now things in our empire are going very well because we've basically hit the snowball point where we went from making 200 faith per turn to now making 300 faith per turn only 10 turns later. This is because everything's going great in the empire. Now what we're able to do once again is get our soothsayers to cause 2 brand new disasters. There we go, even more soothsayers, lovely stuff. So that's 6 more faith now added to these tiles, although you have to remember 6 more faith isn't actually 6 more faith, because whilst these 2 tiles now make 19 faith, what we can actually have happen is something pretty exciting. Yes, now what we can do is use our soothsayer yet again to add faith to all of these tiles, so they're now all up to 20 faith each. And what we can do is have our builder tear down this building. This building gives us 24 faith, 5 gold, 9 production and 22 food. This is going to change because we're going to remove the improvement, so the vampire castle is gone, and now have our lovely vampire here build the castle again, resetting all of the stats so that they now actually match and double all of the bordering tiles, meaning this tile now gives 40 faith per turn. So combined, these tiles all here make 80 faith. If we add this tile here as well, that's 100 faith just within these 4 tiles here. But things can actually get a lot worse, because this 100 faith that we're producing here isn't 100 faith, it's 120 faith. Thanks to the Kotaku Inn, we're generating even more faith off the back of it. So the city of Grimsby, which you might remember only a few turns ago was making 100 and something faith, is now making 245, meaning the amount of science we're gaining from faith is 36.8. Things are looking quite spicy. But we're not even in our final form, ladies and gentlemen, because we still need to tear this vampire castle down and get even more soothsayers in the mix, because thankfully they're pretty cheap now. They're 680 each, but each of them can add 3 faith 3 times to these tiles, which is 9 faith in total, which then gets increased by the vampire castles, etc, etc. You see, it's completely and utterly broken, and I just love it. Now in terms of science production, we have overtaken the entire world, but we're still not actually at a point where I'm comfortable in saying we have this entire game in the bag. No, I want to see more. So naturally the soothsayer needs to cause even more natural disasters on this river, but we are definitely hitting our spiral. The spiral point where at which the AI will never ever be able to catch up to us. And fantastic, we've made our way over to Uruk, the capital city of Sumeria, where naturally we're going to just start causing a little bit of chaos and inspiring the local government to actually build themselves a Butlins. Because that's exactly what this society needs. Every society needs a Butlins, whether they like it or not. Oh good god. Well bam, there we go. Uruk gets hit with another 200 followers of Butlins, but in comes the next missionary to finish off the conversion job. Right now, once again, we're going to tear up the local vampire castle here. That one was only making actually 4 faith per turn, but by building a brand new one, well bam, suddenly it's making a nice and healthy 20 faith, I do believe. Nope, 25 faith per turn. Sorry, I was completely wrong there. Now that is a lovely yield to have. Well, as well as the nice 21 food, 9 production and 2 gold. And next turn, the conversion of Uruk will be complete and they will have their very own Butlins. That's right, the Butlins will have been spread. Spread those Butlins. Oh god. Don't ever tell someone to spread their Butlins. You're just gonna get slapped in the face. Anyway, our apostle is going to travel even further south into those lands to cause some lovely additional chaos. The city of Uruk has now been converted. Lovely news. And our other apostle will actually head down south into Nubia, because why not? We might as well fully convert them to our religion as well. And of course, we're going to get ourselves a golden era, because we're just gaining so many ridiculous era points. Our faith is so high, and a random flood happened on its own, meaning those tiles gained some production and food, but most importantly, they also gained a faith point each. We didn't even have to spend any faith on that. Oh, that's perfect. And fantastic. We finally met the Congo Empire. They appear to be, well, I was going to say they were going to be one of our only adversaries in the game, but I'm telling a lie. Apparently the only empire I need to worry about is Pedro of Brazil here. However, he's not really actually in the lead, because we have greater science and culture per turn than he does. Equally, we have more gold per turn than he does by a long shot, and we have over 10 times whatever faith he makes in a turn. So, yep, things are kind of going our way a bit. And fantastic, we've built the Kilwa Cassini. This is a very unique city-state building, because it increases bonuses from whatever city-state you're effectively probably are suzerain of. It's a very stupidly powerful one to have under your control, and now it's ours. Because immediately thanks to it, our faith production and science production have increased. I do love the Kilwa Cassini. Honestly, one of the best wonders you can ever build. And thanks to our lovely cheekiness and just generally being ahead in the game, we're able to be suzerain of 5 different city-states. And if we can, we're going to try and pick up Geneva, because Geneva is just insane. Plus 15% science whenever you're not at war with people means that we're gaining more science off of the back of our lovely faith, which is a very powerful little feature to have. Right, now our soothsayers are naturally just going to stand around just outside our capital, do a little bit of hyping up, and there we go, we've added some more faith onto these tiles. They're now up to 35 faith per turn, which is a nice spot to be. But of course, we can improve it even more. Right, and now what we naturally do, tear down our vampire castle that wasn't giving us enough faith, and just get our local vampire to build it again. And wabam, would you look at that? We're up to 548 faith, because this one tile is making 72 faith. But remember, it's not really making 72 faith because it's making more than that, as it gains a modifier of 20%. Ah, you just love to see it. It's completely fair and balanced. I'm actually able to steal Geneva this turn. Yes, I am. So we're going to go from having 175 science to having 213 science, because our cities are now receiving plus 45% science from modifiers and 64.8 science from faith. We haven't even got our campus repaired yet, but because this sole city is making 432 faith per turn, well, our science and culture scores are just incredible. Absolutely fantastic. Fantastic, it's another Appease the Gods event. Oh, this is it. This is the fun one, because it's time for us to sacrifice some units into the fire again. We've got loads of men on standby, so let's walk our lovely swordsman right up the road, although I suppose you could probably use an upgrade into a musketman. There we go, wabam. That's 55 melee strength, more than any other AI has at the moment. Meanwhile, what we're also able to do, because our faith score is just so incredibly high, is buy ourselves units, which are ridiculously cheap. Take this pikeman here. It's 41 melee strength for only 305 faith. So why not? Let's buy one of those. We can throw them into the flames and fire to appease the gods and gain a bonus. Right, now the turn of great fun sacrifice can truly begin, because we're about to have some fun. The crossbow people can jump in front of the fire, and that's an immediate wabam sacrifice. The lovely monk can jump in front of the fire, and oh no, we're gonna need another soothsayer to sacrifice them. Yes, we are. Let's also walk in that fantastic musketman. Now, the reason why we've kept all of our soothsayers lying around is because when we win this event, and trust me, we are going to win this event, all of our soothsayers will gain a brand new trait, and that new trait will in the very least grant them 1 new charge, meaning all of the soothsayers we have lying around with only 1 charge remaining will suddenly have 2 charges remaining at least. Heck, they might even have 3. And if this is the case, we can have them generate even more faith than they were ever meant to. Oh, and yay, we've entered the modern era in 1330 AD. My god, we have so much faith lying around. I need to buy more soothsayers, I really do. Okay, very well. Let's get ourselves set up for this. I'm going to buy a builder and another soothsayer. I mean, sure, it's like 1,400 faith to buy a soothsayer, but that really isn't actually that much for us anymore. And of course, we're going to send this builder straight over to the vampire castle, which we're going to have to flesh out. And let's cause yet another flood. Perfect. And there we go. We've won the lovely competition, meaning we've gained a soothsayer. And what other bonus did we get? We picked up messenger, meaning our soothsayers all gain a charge and 2 movement. Fantastic. So now is the turn of the great soothsayer chaos. We're going to move this pikeman right the way back down, because some fun things are about to happen. And now we're going to expend all of these soothsayers. So cause 1 disaster. Perfect. Cause another disaster. Absolutely perfect again. This soothsayer, I also need you to cause a disaster, and this soothsayer here, another one as well. And the free soothsayer we have standing around needs to actually stand on by. Same with all of these other soothsayers that we've just had standing here waiting to be used, because I mean, we're going to start burning through all of them now. I mean, why not? They're so cheap and so very powerful. Right, the chaos is really going to start beginning. So each of these tiles give us 45 faith, but that's not what's going to end up happening. I'll let you know what the final figure is once I've burnt through all of these soothsayers, because I have a metric ton of them to melt through. Oh my god, this is going to be a bit insane. Right, I've burned through all of our soothsayers that we had lying around, and now these tiles are up to 69 faith each. That's right, for each of these tiles, 69 faith, meaning this vampire castle, which gives us 72 faith, nope, it's no longer going to give us 72 faith. We're going to tear that down. Nope, we don't want it like that. Build it again. Now it gives us 138 faith on 1 tile. That's more than most entire cities in this game, because Grimsby is now a city that produces 755 faith in 1 city. That's 1 singular city. Good god.
We are gaining 113 science from faith alone, which is as much as any other civilization. Even more so when we add on our other modifiers, plus 5% from amenities and plus 45% from other various modifiers, meaning our science from faith is actually over 150 per turn. This is absolutely incredible stuff, of course. I absolutely love what we've done here. Ladies and gentlemen, I never thought I would ever have to say this, but Grimsby has become a religious icon. I mean, the city itself is producing faith at an extraordinary rate where no other empire will ever be able to actually keep up with our insanely good faith production, which is going to be able to keep causing disasters to make Grimsby even more powerful, because it turns out Grimsby becomes more powerful with each passing disaster it has. And trust me, Grimsby has a lot of disasters. Our great news, our expression of cultural heritage will now define humanity's future in the atomic era. That's right, it's 1430 AD, but we're already in the atomic era because things have gone very wrong. Oh no, Grimsby is the most advanced society in the entire world. What I love is that we can actually directly see how much each soothsayer is adding to our science output. So in the top left, we can see we make 374 science per turn, 281.1 of that is from Grimsby, but of course making 374 science per turn is great, but we can cause a natural disaster here. Suddenly we're making 375. Move this soothsayer down here, cause another disaster. We're bam, 376.1. And don't even get me started on what happens if we upgrade the vampire castles as well. Right, anyway, let's buy ourselves yet another soothsayer. They're now 2,000 faith, but I mean, we make 1,100 faith per turn, so it's hardly the worst thing I've ever encountered. I mean, all of our scores are just completely and utterly off the screen. And here it is, we've achieved a score of over 400 science per turn. This is an insanely good figure that doesn't really make sense considering our entire society's faith production is off of the back of a singular, very regularly flooding river. But said river is now also giving us tiles that give us 93 faith, so I mean it is quite powerful. Anyway, let's once again tear up this lovely improvement, rebuild a vampire castle, and give ourselves some extra faith on this one tile. Now, I personally don't think I've ever seen a single city produce over 1,000 faith per turn, but here it is, Grimsby, well over 1,000 faith per turn just from one city. Does it make sense? No. Is it fantastic? Yes, it is. I absolutely love it. We can even pick up indoctrination, which means we get an additional vampire and our vampires can build an additional castle. That's right, we can get a brand new vampire castle down anywhere we choose. Where on earth are we going to put it? Well, I mean, there's so many tiles that give us stupid amounts of faith. We might as well just slap another one down right here, I guess. Wait, what the heck? Oh, lovely. A comet strike has landed. Well, sadly, we've lost an entire city. I'm pretty sure that was Mega Slough. Yep, Mega Slough is dead. And actually, our faith production has just gone up. Yeah, it turns out we didn't really need Mega Slough. Pretty redundant in the aspects of faith generation. So as long as we still have Grimsby, everything's fine. Let's cause a few more natural disasters there. Sure, the apocalypse is happening at the moment, but the citizens of Grimsby are happy sleeping at night knowing that immortal vampires who are hyping up faith via natural floods and the end of the world are generally doing it with their best interests in mind. Honestly, I'm amazed the AI isn't really upset with me for the sole reason that I've brought about the end of the world as we know it. They just don't really seem to mind. Anyway, we're going to fire off these soothsayers and then build ourselves another vampire castle. So there we go. We've added 9 faith this turn, which is perfect. These tiles are now up to 109 faith each. So let's build our vampire castle, which now produces a eye-wateringly lovely 218 faith per turn, meaning Grimsby as a city is producing 359 science per turn, 1,238 science per turn, and 321 culture per turn. These statistics are greater than any other civilization. Heck, you can take the top 3 civilizations here, smash them all together, and they still don't even have our science and culture output. It is insane how well we're able to do off of the back of one single city, the Great Bath, and a whole bunch of soothsayers, because you can just spam them out and they're going to give you limitless science, limitless faith, and limitless power, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my goodness. Anyway, this has been this week's look into why Civ 6 is a completely unbalanced game, and I absolutely love it. If you want to see more Civilization 6 videos, then I'll make another one. If this video hits say 10,000 likes, I'll make one more Civilization 6 video, which is even more broken and will demonstrate to you how to win every single game against friends in a completely unfair, uncountable way. And I'll even have a fun, weird, wacky exploit, which doesn't really have much of a practical application, thrown in there for good measure. Anyway, as always, if you enjoyed today's video, feel free to subscribe if you haven't already. Why not consider liking the video, and heck, hop on down to the comment section and tell me about how you fully embrace your brand new religion of Butlins. It's truly a magical experience
experience to go to Butlins.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen, I'm back. I'm the Spiffing Brit, and today we're playing Sid Meier's Civilization 6, but not the regular Civ 6, which you all know and love. No, instead we're playing the brand new Civ 6 Pirates mode. It's based off of that lovely and incredible game that you know I love. It's Sid Meier's Pirates, oh my god. But if you have Civ 6 and don't have that game and just want to experience it for free, well, they've done a lovely free update. And naturally, do you know what happens when the developers of this game add in new content? That's right, it's filled with millions of exploits, and oh my goodness, they are incredible. And I'm going to be showing off every single one of them to you today. It's going to be hilarious, because in a game where you're meant to be playing a pirate leading a small band of pirates against other small bands of pirates, just trying to survive on the harsh controlled waves, instead of just being the regular pirate who worries about his one or two crewmates, we will be the mega pirate with an infinite army of effectively self-duplicating, wave-attacking crewmates who will never ever die. We will be able to control every single region on the map and not simply just be a naval power to be reckoned with, but also have the largest military power in the entire game, despite it being a scenario entirely about controlling boats. Yeah, some things have gone slightly wrong with this update because you can completely and utterly break it. Anyway, we're going to be messing about with it today, and of course you might notice that I'm sounding a little bit different today. That's because I've just moved and I'm in a new office, and I actually don't even have a desk. I'm currently recording this entire video on the floor, which is, you know, enlightening to say the least. Yes, even with my absolutely terrible setup, I was able to find some lovely exploits in this video, and trust me, they are truly incredible. So without further ado, make sure you're sat back, relaxed, with a nice warm cup of tea in hand, and as always, if you're feeling particularly fantastic, you can even like the video. Now, the new Pirates game mode is one which you're meant to play with friends online, but last time I checked, my friends will never ever play Civilization 6 with me ever again after, well, the last video, and the video before that, and the video before that, and also the video before that. So today I'm going to actually have to play against the AI, because the AI is my only friend in these trying times. Bam, here we are. As you can see, we're playing against the AI. I mean, we're not really going to be worrying about what the AI are up to. Instead, we're going to be focusing on our own game. Now, when it comes to the Pirates game, you have a choice of 4 factions. The Dread Pirate Mega Chat Battle faction, the Privateer Pillage Your Trade Route faction, the Explore faction, or my favorite, the Spiffco Simulator faction. That's right, it's the Hoarders, a faction with reduced unit maintenance, and you gain interest of gold per turn based off of the amount of gold you have. Now, naturally, this is where we're going to be able to absolutely destroy any balance that this game has, because, as everyone knows, we here at Spiffco are complete and utter hoarders. Now, without further ado, let's throw ourselves into this game, because, oh my goodness, we have some crazy things to show off today. Naturally, in this lovely scenario, we'll be playing alongside Spain, England, the Netherlands, and France, who will all be trying to stop piracy, as guess what? It's apparently rather annoying. However, little do they know, the mere existence of their ports is going to supercharge us into godhood status. Oh, fantastic. We've just spawned into the game. We've spawned in the top right corner of the map, and there's really not much here. We've only discovered one port, and it's really far away. Although we have apparently discovered Blackbeard's treasure map around here, although honestly, normally in the start of this game, you would be chasing treasure. Us, however, no. Treasure is actually completely and utterly redundant. We don't want anything to do with it. Right, there we go. First move. All we need to do is find ourselves a city. And once we have a city found, that's when things are going to get very fun. Oh, fantastic. I can see our first AI city. It appears to be an English port. Perfect. And they've even sailed a sloop out to meet us. Lovely. Now, before we actually try and take on any of the English factions or this AI-controlled buccaneer, we're just going to actually get close to the port itself. Now, we don't want to be so close that we actually get aggro from the port, but just close enough that I can pull off something pretty cheeky next turn. Now, in this game, your lovely pirate ships have crew, a melee strength, a range strength, movement strength, and attack range. All of that lovely stuff. But why on earth do we have crew? Well, the crew is a very powerful thing, because you use the crew to land parties to bury treasure or find treasure, and you can also use it to deploy land units and capture brand new ships. In order to capture this English sloop, you need to get it down to the point where it's weak, and then expend a crew member on the sloop. Now, we only have one crew member available, so naturally we're not going to be doing much capturing. However, if you want to gain more crew, the game has it rather well balanced. You visit, say, Port Royal here, and visit the tavern. Now, you can only visit the tavern once, so you can only gain one crew for this brigantine. So we'd have to sail to Port Royal, and then there's French port over here, and then we'd have 3 crews so we can capture 2 ships. Lovely. And also, when you're in a tavern, you can get a treasure map and even a relic. And these relics are very powerful because they can completely break the game. Because at the moment, we're spending 7 gold per turn just maintaining our one ship. However, there are relics which make it so that your ships are much more affordable.
affordable. Now in our case, we're going to go to Port Royal and visit the tavern. However, we're not going to be constrained by the game balancing mechanics of only visiting a tavern once, and instead go on the greatest pub crawl of history. You see, we're going to visit this tavern which only is ever going to let us in once, as many times as we like, by simply not enabling quick movement. As soon as we press this button to move our ship into the port, we'll have an option here to visit the tavern, and every time we press the visit tavern button, the game will class it as us visiting the tavern. So we'll roll the chance of getting a relic, the chance of discovering a treasure map, as well as also the guaranteed thing of gaining a crew. So let's see how many crews we can get. It's all based on how fast I can click a button. Luckily, I brought my auto clicker. So we're just going to spam visit the tavern here. Now the game's audio does get a little bit funky because we've just gained 64 crew. Immediately this has revealed most of the world to us, most of the major ports. So if you're playing the Swashbuckler faction, this can pretty much instantaneously reveal the entire map to you, which is pretty good because that means you can basically win the game almost instantly. But most importantly, we now have 64 crew in our ship. Now that is lovely, but even more exciting because we've visited the tavern so many times, we've discovered all of these relics. Aren't these just lovely? Now some of these relics are lovely and balanced. Others are, well, pretty much absolutely terrifying because we have the Bonnie Brace pistols. This is simply a lovely relic which gives all of your units +1 attack. It's not actually fair. We're then going to add increased range and strength to our lovely ships, and then we're also going to reduce the unit maintenance by 3, which actually stacks with our existing faction bonus of -3 to actually, for some reason, to reduce the maintenance of our lovely brigantine here, which is normally sat at around 11 gold per turn. Actually, maybe it's even more than that, and just bringing it down to 4. This is actually pretty exciting as well because any captured ships from this point on no longer will actually cost us any maintenance, which means from this point on, our gold is only going to go up based off of interest. And seeing as we have so much crew to spare, we might as well just land a shore party for fun. What can these guys do? Well, they can basically charge into the walls of Port Royal and just try and steal gold. What's also not particularly balanced is you can actually land them and then re-embark them immediately, meaning they don't take any damage, which is, you know, nice and fair. Anyway, here come the French. No one likes those, but more excitingly, there's a massive buccaneer galleon over there. If we can capture ourselves one of those, we're going to be able to pull off the next and most overpowered exploit in this game. Anyway, we can attack twice this turn, which means we're going to attack this French sloop twice, sail right next to it, and then capture it so that it's our own. There we go. That's our own ship now. And interestingly, maintenance for units has not actually gone up. Isn't that strange? I mean, it will immediately get sunk by the lovely gun batteries of Port Royal, but you know, there's not exactly much we can do to stop that. Anyway, there we go. We managed to steal Port Royal and naturally gain some gold from it. Lovely 500 gold from breaking down the walls of Port Royal. And because of that, we're now going to be making 20 gold per turn based off of just interest, and things are looking good. I mean, Port Royal is basically just going to sink every ship we get, but you know, that's fine. It's completely acceptable. I did just basically charge that last ship to die because we didn't really need it. And what I'm going to do is to try and chase down that lovely legendary pirate galleon, because if we can steal it, that's going to be a massive boost for us. Now, there's a very interesting feature in this game, which is because every time we visited a tavern, we gained a treasure map. We've gained 62 treasure maps, which are scattered all over the world here. And naturally, this has kind of spawned more treasure maps than logically there ever could be, which means that by literally just sailing around the ocean, we will run into so much treasure. We've actually spawned in more treasure than this map can feasibly handle, meaning it is exceedingly easy to get rich. Oh, and also only we can see this. Other players are not going to be able to see just how broken and messy we've made the map. Anyway, next turn we're going to try and steal this enemy galleon because it looks absolutely beautiful. Alright, this is mine. Steal, steal, steal. We're going to chain shot it to lock it in place, give it a shoot, and then captured. Wabam! Now, because this ship is a bit larger, we do actually have to pay maintenance on it, meaning we're now spending a devastating 13 gold per turn on units. However, most of the AI here is just going to go bankrupt instantaneously as they don't have enough money to pay for their units, and equally they don't have any of our stupidly overpowered relics. And naturally, because we have the relic which allows us to attack twice in a turn, we're now able to just simply rock up to a boat and take it in a single turn, which is quite nice and powerful. Very perfectly balanced, of course. I'm sure the developers really thought about that when they added that into the game. I mean, there's no way they'd allow one unit to attack 3 times in a turn, right? That just couldn't happen. I mean, we can rock up to this ship, attack it once, attack it a second time, capture, and that's ours. Lovely stuff. And then next turn we have ourselves a brand new ship to just run around the map with. And also, because our galleon's now full strength, what I'll do is I'll sail this
this galleon over to the French port, where once again this galleon is going to absolutely raid the French port for all of the many crew members that it could have. So let us sail our lovely galleon over to Petit Goave, where once again I'm going to start spam clicking away on the Visit Tavern button so that we can fill up this galleon with crew. Ah, lovely, there we go. We now have 57 crews on this galleon, and now there are 104 buried treasures somewhere on this map. Although because there's not really enough landmass, they actually just yeet the treasures into the ocean after a while. So whilst we have a lovely bit of buried treasure there, we also have floating treasure, if you can believe it. Now, I mean, there is just a massive line of buried treasure here. There's a buried treasure pile here, here, and here, just because we've been to so many taverns, each of which will yield 200 gold. An absolutely lovely infinite amount of wealth to have. Oh, now my brigantine can get a promotion, meaning that it's now gained plus 10 combat strength versus naval units, which is a lovely bonus to have. But you'll notice there's an option down there just past the brigantine, which is the pirate code, which grants this boat plus 1 additional attack per turn. Now this is rather interesting because that means our lovely brigantine here is no longer going to only be able to attack 2 times in a turn. No, instead it will be attacking for the lovely and balanced total of 3 times in a turn. Now admittedly it does take 3 level ups in order to actually reach that point, but if you actually grab yourself a sloop, you can level up to that point even faster. That's right, it's only the second level up on the sloop which grants you that lovely insane bonus. So you can have level 2 sloops just yeeting their way around the ocean, doing incredible amounts of damage per turn. Of course there's way more buried treasure under here, so our lovely gold stacks are up to 1,800 gold, and that means we're gaining 54 gold per turn just off of our lovely base natural interest. I mean, we're only spending 17 gold per turn on actual unit upkeep, which is very, very affordable. Now because our lovely main brigantine is so powerful now, we can just simply one-shot a brigantine and then immediately capture it, which is an incredible amount of damage to do. I mean, just take a look at the galleon here. This is effectively a melee boat which does 52 damage, but its second level up option is to give it a second attack each turn. I mean, just why? How is this acceptable? Who thought, yep, you know what, this seems perfectly normal. Anyway, our new brigantine can do several attacks per turn. We're actually just going to have it heal up. What we'll do is we'll steal the other brigantine which has come nearby. Lovely stuff. So that now means we have 3 very powerful battle boats. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, I just spoke to the pirate boffins over at Spiffco, and they've told me because of our lovely interest rates and just how much money we're making, we're going to be able to do a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. That's right, the first 7,000 people who like this video will receive their very own Spanish treasure fleet. Each Spanish treasure fleet contains gold valued anywhere between 1 to 700 million pounds. Your treasure fleet is estimated to arrive anywhere between the 16 to 1700s, so please keep an eye out. Anyway, I've got some more pillaging to do so that I can keep these interest rates lovely and high. Now what I love is just watching our total income go up every time I find a bit of treasure just floating in the sea, because it's 200 gold, and every time we get 200 gold, well, our natural income per turn goes up by over 5. Oh my goodness. Anyway, we're just gonna waltz this lovely unit into the jungle to just discover where I've accidentally spawned even more treasure. Now the thing is, there are treasure fleets which are like massive, really incredible, wealth-ridden boats which are floating around. But the thing is, they actually take a little bit of a fight to get a hold of. Not that fighting in this game is actually a challenge when you can one-shot most ships in a single turn of combat, but there's also the added challenge of just actually having to fight your opponents instead of just stealing all of the mass-spawned gold and various plunder which you found on the floor. Now, once again, what I'm going to do is sail my lovely capital ship into the port of Santa Marta, where we are once again going to visit the tavern a metric bunch of times, so that the crew is now up to 96, just to see if there are any more relics which I actually like. Nope, none of these are particularly fantastic. Suppose we might as well actually get rid of this lovely maintenance reduction, because it's not going to make much of a difference for us if we're spending 44 gold on our units. And I guess we can just deploy a few of our crews to shore. Lovely stuff. Plunder a bit of gold. And now what we're going to try and do is actually take an entire settlement. Now, the thing is, when you take a settlement in this game, all you do is you knock down the walls and run away with the gold. You physically can't actually take land. Because, I mean, that would be crazy if you could take land. There's just one slight issue. You actually can take land. So what we're going to do is just blow up the walls just a little bit. There are some pretty fun things we can do. Now, what you're going to do if you want to actually steal a settlement in this game, you
can't let the walls be diminished, because if the walls are diminished, then effectively you can't get anything from the city. No, what we want to do is instead destroy the health. Beans, we didn't manage it sadly, and the walls have just been reinstated, which I mean I guess is fine because we're going to be able to grow some experience on it, but still. I'm fantastic because I've just killed an infamous pirate, although they weren't very infamous because they died in a single turn of combat against our brigantine. This brigantine can now gain the pirate code, which is +1 attack per turn, which is, I don't know how this was passed in the game. I don't actually know how it was allowed because it just doesn't make sense. It's just completely and utterly unfair. 3 attacks in a single turn is just too much damage. I mean, how? Actually, how has this been allowed? Now you see there's a single sloop here, and not only are we very likely to accidentally one-shot it, but I mean, it's just dead. No matter what we do, it's just going to instantly die. I mean, I suppose we can capture it, but what's the real point? And once again, the AI has sailed another rival sloop out into the sea, which is just going to get immediately shot. I still have another attack waiting, and I can just immediately still leave. I just don't understand this game. Please. Why? How? How was this okay? Who said, you know what, this is fine? Anyway, we're going to just sail into the tavern again, gain some infinite crew on this brigantine once more, just so that we're up to really terrifying quantities of treasure map. There we go, 166 treasure maps around the world now, with every single relic this game actually allows. Oh no, this is exciting. A Netherlands treasure ship, meant to be one of the most powerful ships in the game. Well, we're just going to sail our one ship over, one-shot it, then immediately set about doing whatever we like. I guess we can blow up these walls twice. Bam, there we go, that's those walls broken. Then I suppose we can just sink this sloop over here as well. I mean, our money at this point is just unstoppable. We have 6,000 gold in the reserve. Our crew morale is insane because of just how much gold we have. I mean, why would you rebel when there's this much gold flowing in your lovely boat? Oh look, it's another treasure ship. Right, wabam and wabam. There we go, that's a one-shot treasure ship. Oh goodness. Now the reason why I love sloops is because after your first upgrade, as you can see, you get the wabam move after attacking, but then your next upgrade is yet another attack, so you can have sloops doing 3 attacks per turn. So sure, whilst they might only have a range strength of 47 against a brigantine's 51, if they're able to attack 3 times per turn, I'd definitely prefer to have that than a brigantine which can only attack twice per turn. Now a great way of generating infinite score is off of the system of fighting, because every time there's a bit of combat in this game, you gain a single score point. Now, why is this useful for the exploit of infinite crew? Well, simply every turn, a settlement's walls will open fire and do some damage. If there is one of your units in range of that settlement, well, they're going to shoot that unit, be it a random peasant, shore party infantry standing next to the city wall. Every time that peasant unit gets hit, we ourselves gain 1 lovely fighting point. It doesn't need to actually fight back, it just needs to be shot at. And that's enough to actually win the game, because as we have 93 crew, we can simply sail around all of the various settlements, dropping off large quantities of men simply to be shot at, to put us at a point where we are basically unstoppable. And fantastic. Our galleon now has the lovely pirate code bonus, meaning it can attack 3 times per turn. This is a melee boat, okay, and it can fight 3 times per turn. Anyway, we're bam, that's one shot with our brigantine, and lovely stuff. I mean, at this point, game's over. If you were ever playing this with friends, they don't actually stand a chance, they can't actually fight back, and there's simply no way to stop you once you've made this much money. Well, here we go, fantastic. It's the legendary pirate Stede Bonnet with the Buccaneers. Now, sadly, he is going to just immediately die. And actually, look, there's Henry Morgan himself is also here. Right, well, let's kill Stede Bonnet. Then let's immediately kill this next boat. There we go. I mean, heck, we can even sail in reinforcements. Why not? Oh, wow, there we go. So Henry Morgan's just down to effectively 1 bloke now. Don't think he's likely to survive his encounter with us, especially considering I'm going to chain shot him so he can't escape. Oh, Henry Morgan, one of the most famous pirates of all time, is about to get yeeted out of this entire universe off of the back of 1 heavily upgraded brigantine. And there we go, that's a dead famous pirate. Ah, lovely. I mean, this is just absolutely hilarious. Nothing about this is fair. Oh, I love this game, I really do. I mean, this is basically the entire first exploit. The fact that you can have infinite crew, infinite relics, and then all of your units are just completely and utterly overpowered. There is just no way to stop us. We are the most overpowered pirate in the entire universe. The lovely boffins at Spiffco, with their lovely way of generating interest off of money, will basically allow us to just do this as much as we like without even having to worry about actually, you know, burying treasure or doing anything with treasure. Actually, yeah, that's right, guys, we can bury treasure. As you can see, we have a shore party here. We can spend 600 gold to bury 30 treasure. Well, so there we go. We get 40 points for burying treasure, and it only cost us 600. And I mean, 600 is pretty easy to come by because, I mean, there's 600 right there, there's 600 right here, and then every time we get 600, we get interest off of that money. Anyway, you can see where the spiral
spiral goes, this game, at this point, it's over. Completely unfair, completely broken. I love it. Absolutely love it. Well done, developers. Best free update you've done. Pat yourselves on the back. I really like what you've done with it. Oh god. Now, what I want to show off next is my next favorite exploit for this brand new update. But I'm going to actually have to change over to the Dread Pirates faction because I'm going to need their increased combat strength in order to steal a settlement. Anyway, I'll see each and every one of you in a moment. Brace yourselves for an even cheesier exploit. Now, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the second exploit which I'd like to show off. This is the accidentally taking towns exploit. It can be done with basically the lovely Dread Pirate faction because when you use the walk the plank action, all of your units gain +5 combat strength for 5 turns, making them nice and powerful and giving them the ability to effectively accidentally blow through walls. Although honestly, sometimes you don't even need it. You just kind of need the settlements to be a bit large enough for you to actually jump on in because their populations are nice and big. Now, as you'll notice, something's slightly wrong with this game, and that is that, well, these two settlements here don't have names above them. That's because we technically control them. This is the settlement of Obeans, which is giving us 1 science per turn, as well as 0.5 culture, which is lovely. I don't think we're going to be gaining much science from the actual settlement, considering we don't actually have a research tree, but what's interesting about the settlement is that we're now able to actually spend some of our gold, which is usually just a resource that you accumulate, but no, we can now spend it. We can spend 3,200 gold buying ourselves a lock promotion class galleon _name. We can buy brigantines for 1,600, and we can buy sloops for just 800 gold. And heck, if you're feeling nice and fancy, you can even pick yourself up a trader. You know what, let's do that. Can we set up a trade mission? I don't see why not. I mean, most of our civilian units like these settlers here are basically just convertible crew members, which I'm pretty sure we can't actually use to settle cities. No, there's no way the game's gonna let us settle a city. But we might as well find out. Oh god, please game, you can't let me. Anyway, I'm going to try and take the next settlement to just show off how broken it is. Although in these settlements we do actually physically control them, meaning we can actually build ourselves an encampment, which is what I'm doing now. You can build granaries, ancient walls if you like, or you can even spend 20,000 turns building a shore party. I'm not sure why you do that, considering you can make 3 per turn by just visiting a tavern at least. Anyway, let's end our turns, but I hope you love our brand new cities, because aren't they just absolutely beautiful? I mean, they have kind of broken the AI a bit because the AI doesn't actually know how to react. Now, the AI is recommending I build a settler in my brand new city of I Think It's Broken, and this is actually a pretty decent city because it's making 5.7 production per turn, meaning we could build an aqueduct in just 5. Well, I think I'm going to actually continue with the harbour district. I just need to kind of kill the boat sat on the harbour. I suppose I can just bypass this process by buying myself a sloop. There we go. Oh, can I set up a trade route? I can set up a trade route. Okay, my trader's going to go back and forth between I Think It's Broken and the town of Obeans. Lovely. That's going to really increase the construction in our up-and-coming empire. What's great is we also make gold off of our cities. We're making 3.6 gold from cities. It's not much, but it's honest work. Wait, what's that? A Spanish settler's just spawned next to our city. What? A Spanish settler? What is going on here? I haven't seen a settler in this game before. Why is it next to my city? What is going on? Okay, I mean, I can't really complain considering I've done most of the damage here, but you know, I think Sid Meiers, your game's looking a little bit funky. What on earth is the AI doing with their settler? What are they doing? Why is he there? Can I capture him? Yes. Right, I've captured an enemy settler now. Can't wait to settle my city here next turn. That's going to be great. A really good spot. Oh my god, we can found a new city. Right, settler found a brand new city. Will it destroy the rainforest tile? That's fine. So this is the pirate scenario. Well, there's now become the brand new You Are the Colonizers scenario because whenever we settle a new city, we get a free sloop. Wow, that's really worthwhile. As this is our city of Campeche. It's no longer going to be Campeche. What are we going to build? Let's build ourselves a harbour. Yeah, that sounds good. +2 gold in the empire. That's lovely. We can just fortify ourselves up a bit. Now, if you want to actually capture cities yourself, it's actually surprisingly easy to do and much easier to pull off if you're using the crew exploit, because with your additional crew, which I've loaded up into this lovely boat here, you're able to surround a city, and when a city is fully surrounded so that it has no available tiles nearby, it goes under siege, and when under siege it can't really heal, but also you do more damage to the town centre, the actual source of the health, meaning when we attack with this boat here, we do 17 damage to the outer defensives and 22 damage to the health of the city. Now what we want to do is get the garrison health beneath the fortification health, because as soon as that happens, the entire city is ours. So we do 20 damage there, 30 health, 23 damage to the defenses, 40 health there. Now this is the challenge. What we need to do is kill the town without dropping the defenses, and that is going to be a really big challenge here, but I think we can do it. Oh, it's gonna be a bit of a dice roll. Okay, so we've dropped it to basically no defenses there. Now for the final attack. Let's go. Yes, we did it. We've captured the entire city. city. So now we get the option, do we want to keep Petit Grove or do we want to raise it? Naturally, we're going to hit keep city. It's going to increase our warmongering penalty, but I mean, we're pirates. Pirates stealing cities from colonial powers is generally going to cause a warmongering issue. So yes, if you want to capture any settlement in the game, simply go to your local port, visit 1,000,000 taverns, then use those crew to surround that very same port, and then simply siege it down. And then once you have a control of a city of your own, you'll not only be gaining gold per turn, but you'll also be able to spend your gold to gain effectively a never-ending supply of boats. Oh, and you can also settle your own cities now if you really want to. I mean, we might as well settle a city over there. That would be beautiful. Look at it. It's a lovely island spot. Yes, let's buy ourselves a lovely settler, and then in 6 turns time we can plonk it down over there. Well, I'm afraid this game will be over way before then, but the perks of having your own cities don't just end there. Because you now actually control territorial water, your units will naturally heal each turn in that water, which means we can buy this tile here, and suddenly this sloop will now heal next turn without us having to press the careening button. Oh, and also when you capture a city, you can also revisit the tavern as many times as you like. So what we can do is move the brigantine out and then move the brigantine straight back in and add some additional crew to the ship. There we go. Up to 87 crew for that one little party boat. Oh my god, what have we done? What have we actually done? This is a complete and utter mess, but I love it. I really do. Oh, thank goodness. Right, I'm pretty sure the game ends when we end the turn now, which is honestly what I want, because we've built ourselves an encampment. Okay, look at this. It's an encampment. We can fight off enemy boats with it. There's 0 turns remaining now though, so let's buy ourselves a barracks and an armory as well, of course. Yep, that's actually going to increase the production of this town, meaning we could build ancient walls very quickly. Lovely, isn't that just lovely? Now this town is a little bit more beansed because, well, we're going to need to spend 900 turns repairing anything. Honestly, our fleet now is absolutely massive, and these sloops, which can attack 3 times per turn, are just really dumb and overpowered as well. I love them. Anyway, let's just sink all of these other ships near us, because I mean, it's the end of the game. We might as well. We can walk our settler over to the place where we want to settle it, and there we go. Victory. I am a pirate king now. Oh, that was just fantastic. I love that. Look at that. The day is ours. We've managed to win a score-based victory. Oh, what a lovely scenario. Now, both of these exploits can be used with any faction, and they're all completely and utterly overpowered. I strongly recommend you invite your friends over for a game of this, and then watch as they never play games with you ever again. Ah, the exploiter's dream. Anyway, as always, I've been the Spiffing Brit, and if you've enjoyed some Sid Meiers Pirates today, then feel free to give the video a like, as it does massively help us out. And hey, if you want to see another exploit video, hop down to the comment section and vote. I'll give you a few choices. Option A will be a lovely Oblivion exploit. Option B will be becoming God in Spore and creating some lovely abominations. And option C would be yet another classical and lovely, completely and utterly broken Civilization 6 exploit. Hop on down to the comment section and vote. And heck, as always, if you've enjoyed watching today, then feel free to give the video a like, as it does massively help us out. And if you haven't already, do consider subscribing, because this week subscribing guarantees pirate citizenship. That's right, you get to become a citizenship of our brand new pirate empire, which is recognized by no other wider world empire, actually. In fact, no one recognizes it, but don't worry, I'll know that you, brand new subscriber, are a pirate in your heart. Hello there, ladies and gentlemen, I'm the Spiffing Brit, and today I'm playing Sid Meier's Civilization 6 again with a brand new released update. It's added heroes, it's added mythological units and all that fun stuff, but most importantly, it's added new city-states and it's added exploits. Now, when it comes to today's video, we have a little bit of a special guest. We have Mr. Potato McWhiskey. Please say hello.
Hey, buddies, Potato McWhiskey here.
Oh, there you go. What a flawless intro. Now, Potato, as many of you know, is an absolute blessing on this lovely world in the fact that he also plays a metric ton of Civilization 6, makes the developers cry just as much as I do, but more importantly, he cyberbullies the developers into improving all of the forgotten parts of this game. So thank you very much, Potato.
You know what? I take full credit for any and all balance changes to the game.
I mean, they are basically all sorted by you, because I just break them, you break them, and then go, and here's how you could actually get it to function in the way you intended, which is very nice. You actually consider about the consequences of your actions.
Only some of the time. Usually that actually happens afterwards. I just kind of do, and then I think about it.
Ah, you see, I just don't ever think. There's no stopping, because as soon as I stop and think about what I've done, Potato, I think that's when my career ends. Now, in today's episode, we'll be using a very broken city-state, as well as also the very broken brand new civilization of Babylon, which, as of course I mentioned, isn't fair at all. Are you tired of not immediately finishing every single game of Civ 6? How would you like to generate 86,627 science in one single turn? turn. That's right, that is exactly enough science to instantly finish the entire Civ 6 tech tree in one turn, and we're going to be pulling it off. So how on earth are two majestic sausages like myself and Potato going to break the game so that we can generate 86,000 science in one turn? Well, strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be an exciting exploit. Right, so I'm in the game. I've got my lovely Eagle Warrior. I've got my settler. I'm just going to settle on the first tile. Potato, I'm sure you'd say that the tile I'm settling on isn't right. It's right on the coastline. It's just got bananas and 2 wheat. So you'd evidently go on a voyage with this settler, but I'm a lazy sausage because we're going to win the game. So it doesn't make much of a difference. And I'm just going to go south, and I should have gone south. There's like 3 mercury deposits right here. This is insane.
Yep, you made a big mistake. You could have settled on that mercury and just been rolling in that poisonous material.
Should I focus on getting a builder first? I think a builder is exactly what I need.
I'm just going to get a scout because I want to find more information about the world.
I've discovered a city-state. I've discovered the perfect city-state. We've done it, Potato. This is the map. We don't need to restart. I have immediately discovered the city-state of Nalanda. Now, why is Nalanda special, Potato?
Nalanda is special because they give you access to unique improvements called the Mahavihara.
I'm afraid you pronounced that incorrectly. So legally, I'm afraid you now must be killed, Potato, because on my channel, we always pronounce things perfectly. So this is the end for you, Potato, I'm afraid.
Oh dear, should I report to my local processing center for liquidation?
So yeah, Nalanda is a special city-state because it gives us a building which gives us 1 free random tech. And as you can imagine, 1 free random tech, not that insane. If it's just 1 tech, would you say that's game breaking? Just 1 tech, Potato?
No, I would say it's like a decent bonus. Like, it's pretty good.
Yeah, I'd say it's no Fez, though. I'd say Fez is probably better, because if you're playing a religious game, you're going to be getting more than 1 free tech from Fez.
I actually found a relic on my very first tribal village, though. This is already off to a great start. We found Nalanda. Wow. I have a relic. I think I'm going to go for a monument. I have Beowulf, who is a pretty strong hero, because he can instantaneously delete any unit that has a lower combat strength than him if they're next to him.
God, that sounds like an insane hero to have. I don't have any heroes. Now, I have unlocked my my first envoy, who I can send over to the city-state to my south, which is exactly what I'll do. I'll send over my 1 little envoy, which gives me +1 science in my capital. Thank you, Nalanda. But sadly, that's still not enough to win the game. However, we are getting close. 16 turns until I get early empire, and then I've won the game.
I don't know. You sound a little bit sure of yourself. Are you sure you can win the game in 16 turns?
I don't think I can win the game in 16 turns. I think I can just press the right buttons to be in the place that I have won the game, and the AI doesn't stand a chance.
I like the sound of this. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens.
Right, I've now unlocked my governor, and this is where the game finishes, because naturally for my first governor, this is what you're going to want to do. You're going to want to pick Amani here, because Amani is a messenger. That's her innate ability. She acts as 2 envoys in a city-state. Now when you're 3 envoys in a city-state, you become their suzerain and you get their special bonus. In Nalanda's case, it means we get to build the building that gives us 1 free random tech. So if we put our lovely envoy in here, then in 5 turns time we become the suzerain of this lovely little city-state. So we pop her in, and in a few turns time we will get its lovely bonus. And this is all because we've already sent 1 envoy there. You don't want to send more than 1 envoy. If you send more, you've busted it. Right, now we've hit the turn where I can do it. This is it. This is the end of the game, Potato. So the reason why we had Potato pick the fantastic civilization that is Babylon is because whenever Babylon receives a tech bonus, they can basically get the tech for free. And can you do that twice per turn, or can you do that as many times as you like in a turn?
It's actually infinite.
Infinite. That's lovely. So provided Potato gets a tech boost, he instantly researches the technology. Now this is interesting because, as we mentioned, if one of us researches a technology, the other receives a tech boost for that very same technology. So instead of having to do a complicated mission tree of trying to kill a barbarian unit with, say, a slinger to unlock how to make a bow and arrow for some unknown reason, Potato is going to be able to get all of this technology provided I research it first. So how am I going to research it before him? Well, I'm going to build this very unique improvement from Nalanda. It's called the thing that Potato said earlier, and it gives us 1 free random technology. So I build it down, we get a free technology. We discovered horseback riding, yay! But sadly, we only get to build 1 of those improvements, and my build is now gone. Luckily, I can just move my envoy around. So that's exactly what I'm going to do. Going to go into the lovely governor section, reassign Amani to my capital city, and then
then that means we immediately lose the suzerain bonus of Nalanda. However, if we go back to the governors, reassign her to Nalanda, because the turn hasn't ended, she hasn't moved, suddenly we've discovered a brand new hero for some reason. We've discovered Ananasi. I don't know how that's happened. And we also discovered a brand new tech. We've just discovered the wheel. And what we're going to do is now give me carpal tunnel. I can see why Potato selected not to play as the Aztecs today, because now my fingers are going to die as we've just discovered pottery. And now I go back to my capital. Now I move Omani over to the city-state again. And there we go. That's bronze working. Now I have to do this. Potato, can you calculate how many times I have to click reassign, bearing in mind I'm pressing it twice per time?
I think there's like 140 techs. So you're going to do that about 280 times.
Okay, 280 clicks. Oh my god, my fingers. Right, so there we go. We've got engineering. Now we go again. And that is celestial navigation. There we go. In 2160 BC. I think that means we've beaten the Vikings on that one. Machinery. There we go. We've discovered crossbowmen.
And I'd like to just say, I'm kind of just sitting back watching my tech tree fill up as Spiff does all the work.
Yes, because every time I pick a tech, normally, if I was playing with any other ally, this would do nothing for them other than give them a tech boost for every tech in the game. However, Potato is able to gain every single technology here. So, because Potato is able to do that, both of us are trying to gain the hero Hercules so that we can immediately build a spaceport as early as possible, because technically we don't really have the production to try and pull off a space victory. However, if Hercules just effectively magics a spaceport into existence, the game's basically over. And there's siege tactics. I've discovered Hercules. There we go. Good stuff. So I'll be able to pick him up soon.
Yeah, my question is, if we keep researching technology far beyond the tech tree, will we just ascend into conscious beings and no longer require to play the game?
Yes, we'll ascend into a being which is so truly incredible and so intelligent they could probably write jokes for Rick and Morty.
You know, I often feel really dumb when I watch that show because a lot of the jokes go over my head.
Always go over my head. I always struggle with them. He turned himself into a pickle. I just can't see how someone could turn themselves into a pickle. Now we've discovered nuclear fusion.
Yeah, and I have 2 copies of uranium.
Have you? You've got some uranium in your lands. That's nice.
Yeah, I'm tempted. I'm tempted to settle it.
That's a good idea. It's always good to settle uranium in 2000 BC. Now we've just discovered cybernetics, famously something the Aztecs did in 2000 BC. They were very ahead of their time, very smart.
I actually believe that the Gundam anime was based off the Aztec giant death robot.
It was
diagram.
based, and there we go. The Aztecs have just discovered the giant death robot. That's what happened. What came first, the Aztecs or the anime? Turns out it's always the Aztecs.
You're 1 tech away. That's it.
1 tech away. Is this it? Bam. Future tech. We did it. Let's take a look at that tech tree. We've done it. We've finished the tech tree on turn 47.
And what I love about this is that I did it while sitting back sipping tea.
Right, what I've decided to do is I'm going to get Hercules in 3 turns. I'm sure you can appreciate my decision making there.
Yeah, it's a good decision. I mean, he'll instantaneously print you a spaceport.
Right, now I've got my second city down, and also Hercules is out and about. So, Hercules' bonus is Hercules Labor. Used when located on a friendly district under construction, Hercules immediately completes construction of the district, and it costs 2 charges. He's got 6 charges, ladies and gentlemen, so as you can guess, the perfect man for the job. So my city is going to start building. There we go. We're going to start building the spaceport. It's going to take 180 turns. I'm going to put Hercules on top of it, press Hercules Labor, and the spaceport has been finished in 2040 BC. There we go. That's what you like to see. Bam, ladies and gentlemen, I've jumped into the video here to tell you the greatest exploit of all time. That's right, the most powerful exploit that has ever been discovered. Are you ready for it? Fun fact, ladies and gentlemen, if you like this video will not only potentially be the first ever video to appear on the YouTube trending page that is Civilization 6, it might also be the greatest video on YouTube. That's right, if every single person watching this did like the video, it would kind of accidentally break the internet and remind people who play Fortnite that there are another genre of video games that exist, so you know what to do. Go exploit the internet. Anyway, back into the video, we've got a game to break. Right, so in my capital city, I guess I launched the Earth satellite. Gonna take 86 turns. I feel like I need a bit of production up and running before then.
Yeah, I'll try to make some money and print you gold so you can rush that down. You could just use Hercules to build spaceports, and since you're so far ahead in the tech tree, I think chopping a forest produces 200 production. You just settle in a forest, buy a builder, and chop out a spaceport project in 2 turns.
Ah, that might actually be a very smart idea. Alright, here we go. Here's my builder, my first builder up and running. Can immediately build solar panels everywhere. gonna send the builder to chop down the woods just to see how much we get from chopping down this wood. And I guess I could build maybe something to give me production, like an industrial zone maybe? Do you think an industrial zone would be a good addition to my empire?
Oh, it definitely could be, especially if you plopped it like right beside that coal.
Yeah, I don't have the money to pop it in the +2 spot though.
Oh, hang on, I'll send you a bit of cash, because what is a friend for?
Oh, thank you. I need about 200 gold.
What? How do you...
Yeah.
Oh, right, things are really expensive.
Yeah, it costs 250 to buy that single tile there.
I have 138, so there you go.
Oh, thank you very much. What a lovely gift. Now, apparently I'm going into a golden era. Are you also going into a golden era?
Yeah, I think it has to do with researching the entire tech tree on a single turn.
Might have something to do that, yeah. Alright, to build a seastead or to build a offshore wind farm? Let's get a seastead. Let's get more population in here. Oh my goodness, this is dumb.
I think the word you're looking for is beautifully dumb.
Wait, I forgot I can buy garbage with faith now. Why aren't I just buying settlers and builders? 85 faith! Who needs to spend time on builders when you can just dump them out into the world? Oh, this is it. This is it. What a combo. Right, now I think it's time to get my industrial zone built, so I'll quickly change production over to a industrial zone right here, and then of course have Hercules do his jam. Come on, stand on here, Hercules, and skaboosh, and it's perfect. Right, I'm gonna get my second spaceport down. I'm gonna get Hercules to do his magic on it next turn. Right, I've got my second spaceport up.
Oh, I have spec ops. I can actually parachute. Do you mind if I declare war on Japan?
Yeah, by all means, paradrop troops into Japan. I mean, they're so far away from me, they can't actually get an army over to me. Oh, that means I discovered the other person in the game.
I'm dropping troops into Japan now. I can one-shot their city with my scout unit.
Now, of course, it is 925 BC, so any historians amongst you in the audience would say that the very famous Babylonian paradrop into central Japan didn't happen in 925 BC, and in fact, maybe historically never happened. You, of course, would be wrong, because this is very clearly happening in front of us.
Exactly, like we have all the proof. It's kind of like the people who don't believe the Earth is flat. It's like, how much do I have to show you before you just like...
I've shown you like 700 pictures of the Earth being flat, and you said they're all false, so evidently you just don't believe. Okay, that's the fault of them, not us.
Oh no, I just realized that this spec ops trooper is costing me 7 gold per turn, which is my entire economy.
So Hercules has died, I think, or he's run out or something. Your hero departed. So can I just get a new hero now?
You can re-recruit Hercules and he comes back with all his charges.
Perfect.
It does cost 1,000 faith. He's a bit like the Energizer Bunny. You have to recharge him. And there you have it. The special forces have taken Fukuoka. I'm getting 245 faith for a single pillage with my special forces.
Oh, I saw that. 245 faith. This early on in the game. That's enough to straight up buy the Great Prophet for me. I have a military of 0, right? And the easiest way for me to actually get a military is not to spend a million turns building a modern AT, but instead to summon a hero to fight for me, and I need to find the strongest hero.
Oh, I think Beowulf would be your best bet, because he can just delete units.
Yeah, he can actually. I'll just quickly pick him. Perfect. Right, so I'll have him in 10 turns, and he's going to save my kingdom from the overwhelming quantity of barbarians running around. Right, it would appear Japan has almost fallen now. Is that Japan gone? That is Japan gone. Wow. We've done it. We're going for the fastest world conquest this game has ever seen.
Really? I just need more money to fuel my two units.
I'm sorry. I'm not attacking your cities because I want them, but rather I need a way to fund my army. All right, I'm going to launch that Earth satellite. Let's go. All right, time for me to make my religion. Ooh, we got a crab. We're going to call it carpal tunnel. Actually, no, we'll go for the more plain, simple RSI. What should we go for? Relics give additional triple faith and tourism. That seems perfect. So I'm noticing we are at war with the entire world now. Do you feel confident to take on the entire world with your 2 military units?
I'm very confident in of myself. My units, however, I don't know if I have full confidence in them.
No, I mean, it is quite difficult. I mean, they are only massively... I mean, that is a Spec Ops man fighting a barbarian warrior, effectively. And sadly, it would appear the warrior has lost. I've just used the Beowulf ability to remove a unit from existence. I can see why you like it.
It's incredible for defense. There's been a couple of times when I was is playing against the AI, and Beowulf comes out of the fog of war and just deletes a crossbowman on me.
So, oh, you thought you were confident in your military abilities. Well, what if your army just disappeared?
I found myself in a weird situation where everything is so expensive that I'm actually better off just pillaging the AI and then leaving and waiting for them to rebuild to get more resources.
Yes, than actually like destroying their cities, yeah. Do you get gold for pillaging as well? How much are you getting for that?
I think I get like 400 gold for pillaging these mines.
Very nice. I mean, that's 4 mines and you can buy yourself another Spec Ops.
It's practically, it's like mining Bitcoin, except I'm pillaging.
Exactly, and just like mining Bitcoin, you all should be doing it as well. So I'm noticing you've got 2,000 faith there, so are you planning to spend that on anything?
I was thinking of buying my hero back when he dies.
I know, that is always a solid shout, but you do also have 2,000 then additional faith to use on whatever the heck you like.
I feel like you could get some artillery, slap a drone onto it, you've got near infinite range. Oh, Japan had another city. They thought they were hiding down here.
Yeah, I think they must have had a settler because they disappeared from the tab and they've come back now. So they must have had a hidden little guy.
I feel somewhat misled. Also, I've completed the Manhattan project.
Nice, so we can get some nuclear bombs going sometime soon. Are you getting really bad diplomatic favor because of this insane world conquest you're going on? Because I am also getting this very bad diplomatic favor.
Oh, that's amazing. You mean I'm griefing you by conquering the world?
Yeah, I can't have any diplomatic favor because you're too busy winning the game.
Oh, this is amazing. This is something to keep note of for when I want to troll my teammates in future.
But yeah, we've been to space now, so I can see the entire world map. And the world map is unique.
This is meant to be Pangea, but there's like some disconnected noodle on the left.
Yeah, we've got a very little strange nubbin of just extra land there across the Indian Ocean. Can you see you can see the entire world map as well now that I've discovered it, can't you?
Yeah.
That's great. I guess I should launch the moon landing now, or sometime soon. If you've got a bit more gold to spare, I could buy a rainforest and then chop it down.
Oh yeah, sure. I've got like 1,000 here.
Oh, thank you so much. Oh, let's vote.
You get 1 vote, even if you have 0.
Can we vote for faster building in the industrial zone, please?
Oh yeah, that's a good idea.
Let's decrease the cost of buying units with gold. Oh no, production, because then we can rush them out. I'm sure it'll pass because the AI likes voting for what we want to vote for. Yes, it has. Fantastic. Coal power plant in 2 turns. That's what I'm talking about.
Wait, you're 2-turning a coal power plant?
Yeah, this early in the game, just because of that. That's brilliant. And now I get to destroy the rainforest, and it's finished. There we go.
I don't think anyone has ever said, I know I get to destroy the rainforest with that much glee in their voice.
I love destroying the rainforest. There's just something so satisfying about watching all the trees die.
I have my first nuclear device, which makes me very happy.
That's very good, actually. That's very good. I will be launching the moon landings now. The moon landings are special because it grants a one-time culture bonus equal to 10 times your science per turn. And now, normally in the game, this is fantastic. However, for me, my science per turn is 20, so not very groundbreaking.
It'll research you like one ancient era civic.
I get to discover divine right because I've gone to space. Congratulations, you can now gain a monarchy because you've been to space, so you're probably able to do it. What's this? In recent news, an article revealed that Babylon has used a helicopter to clear a barbarian outpost. What great news! Fantastic news for modern science. I'm actually going to probably accidentally win a tourism victory.
Wait.
Because of these relics from the heroes, I'm producing like 100 tourism.
Wait, could I trade you my heroic relics as well?
Oh, give me your heroic relics. Oh, give them to me. If you can, that is actually quite hilarious.
Take my relics, sir.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'll accept both of those. Now all I need to do is spread my religion to my other city. And then we're in the money.
I just got the pillaging costs only 1 movement promotion.
I see.
So now
245 faith and 491 gold. Very nice.
In a single turn. And he just does that every turn.
That is incredible. That's so much money. I've also just about to spread my religion to my next city, and that's going to take my tourism up from 152 per turn to a little bit more than that. Yeah, very nice. Very nice. I feel like we've won this game. Basically, I think this game's over.
I think this game was over in 2000 BC.
Yeah, it was kind of that just opening move of discovering having the entire tech tree kind of tipped it over towards our balance just a little bit. I think I'm going to get a new hero now so I can just not actually use him but convert him into relics. It's absolutely fantastic. These just heroes exist entirely to die so we can write a story about them. Because now I make 200 tourism a turn, which is quite pleasant, I would say. I wanted a science victory, but we're going to get a tourism victory.
Tourism victory by proxy, I'll accept it.
Still a win. So I think this is the end of the game now, Potato. Apparently I'm going to get victory in 13 turns. I thought you were going to go for a world conquest insanely fast, but no, it's culture victory time.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. I don't think we really planned the winning part of the game. We just knew we're just going to unlock the whole tech tree.
We knew something was going to happen. What it was a little bit open for debate as to how this game would actually finish. And you know what? This is fine. This is a lovely way to finish.
Well, the good news is I have a jet fighter flying over Stockholm right now, and I have a nuclear bomb. Would you like to pick a city to drop this on?
Yes, pick a city that I'd like to see die. Go for Stockholm because it's got quite a lot. Oh, I see that jet fighter there. Yeah, go for Stockholm. It's actually no, go for Uppsala because it's got the largest pop, right? And that will bring us closer to a culture victory. Oh, here comes the bomber. And there goes medieval Spain. It's not even medieval Spain. This is pre-medieval Spain. These guys don't even know what uranium is.
And now they're encased in a lovely green glow.
I've just noticed the military scores at the top of the screen, and it's not looking good. Oh god, this warfare isn't fair. It's not fair at all. I'm noticing that the Swedish city of Uppsala hasn't actually recovered at all.
No, do you want me to nuke it again, just to make sure?
Just to make sure, yeah, if you can. If you've got one lying around, then good to go.
Yeah, it'll take me 2 turns, hang on.
Oh, look at that. They haven't repaired their city, and they've put a settler in the middle of it. Very brave play there. Very brave play.
Yeah, I wonder if that's going to work out for them.
I'm not sure if scientifically the odds are in their favour, as I'm watching a massive modern jet bomber fly over to the city. And it's not looking good for the people of Uppsala, no. I think that one might set them back a little bit further. Alright, the moon landing's happening. Oh, it doesn't matter. We've won. Oops, we won the game. Now, I think we did good. Ranking-wise, apparently I got Ethelfred the Unready for mine. That's 19 out of a possible 2,500. What did you get?
I got Nero. I was a couple of points ahead. I think that was because I had more cities, though.
I don't really see what Caesar did better than we did. Honestly, like we won the game before he probably even existed, was even born. Why is our score so low? That's not fair. Is there a way to see technologies researched other than player science? Because player science doesn't really show us anything. No, we get to see cities lost, and we get to see... This is very good. This is my personal favourite timeline that they added into the game. It's total religions founded.
I actually checked that one.
But why?
I checked that one at the end of every video.
Yes. Out of a total of 4 religions that could be founded, 4 religions were founded. Yes, very interesting. Good. I think the way to see where things went a little bit crazy is when you look at the player score graph, because it's relatively normal, like everyone's kind of in the same level, and then there's just a straight up vertical line of when we discovered all of the technologies in the game. Anyway, I'd say we did great there. Absolutely fantastic, I'd say. That was pretty fair and balanced. Anyway, thanks Civ developers for this latest update in DLC and addition to the DLC pack that you didn't give me for free and I had to pay £34 for. So thank you developers. And yeah, this has been Potato McWhiskey and the Spiffing Brit finally doing the collaboration that 700 people asked for. Actually, probably more than that, 700,000 people asked for. So if you want another collaboration where Potato and I tell you how to get should I say tourism victory by turn? I reckon, Potato, we could do a tourism victory by before Jesus was born, so before 0 AD. I reckon we could pull off a tourism victory.
Oh, that's a very, very high bar to reach, but I'm on board.
I think it's very achievable with the lovely exploit that I have planned. Anyway, this has been the lovely combo of Spiff and Potato. If you want to see more, give it a like, hop on down to the comment section and tell us if you want more of this lovely combination of an Irish person and an English person. Because
actually getting
along for the time being until the treaties break down, and then we don't get along.
All right, well, I love you all, including Spiff, and I'll sign off.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. I'm the Spiffing Brit, and today we're playing Sid Meier's Civilization 6. That's right. Now, we're not actually exploiting any of the new content of the game, and instead we're going to be
messing about with one of the lovely scenarios of the game. That's right, we're going to be playing the Black Death scenario. You see, dealing with a plague is meant to be difficult, it's meant to be costly, and it's meant to potentially destroy your entire civilization. However, today I'll be showing you the speedrunner's guide on how to defeat any plague by literally whipping your peasant population to death. And in just 10 easy steps, you can speedrun any world-ending disease. It really is that easy, ladies and gentlemen. So ladies and gentlemen, make sure you're sat back, relaxed, and you're ready, because we're about to take the core principles of this game and smash them into millions of tiny pieces. Oh yes, it's going to be glorious. So make sure you're relaxed, you're ready, and heck, you can even like this video. Now let's jump into the game. So in the Black Death scenario, there are basically 4 countries you can play. You can play as Castile, also known as Spain, the Holy Roman Empire, England, and of course France. Now, these 3 nations here are terrible. I know I never thought I'd have to say it, but the English special ability of coercing your own peasant population to work, despite the fact that they're dying of the plague, is surprisingly not very useful. Instead, the power of Castile is absolutely game-breaking, and it's what we're going to use in order to perfectly balance our way to success. Now, we're going to be playing on the deity difficulty. This is the maximum difficulty you can play the scenario on. This difficulty is meant to be really difficult and really challenging, and you might not even survive or win the scenario, but little do the developers know, we're going to do it, and we're going to do it with ease. So let's throw ourselves into a brand new game. Here's the scene, ladies and gentlemen. The Black Death has basically killed millions of people, ruined economies, and upended political dynasties and transformed the face of the Western world. Our task is to lead the lovely nation of Spain through the calamity and keep our population alive and your economy strong. We have no need for economy or population where we're going. Now, using the power of Alfonso XI, we gain the special ability of Sword of Faith, where basically we can spend 10 faith on a unit and completely regenerate its ability to move and attack. This is very, very powerful. And here's the news, ladies and gentlemen. A new sickness has appeared, spread by rats, of course. And the game is telling us to watch our roads and harbors for the first sign of outbreak. Now, in order to finish the game, you have 2 directions you can go. You either reach the end of the technology tree and research invention, or you reach the end of the civic tree and research the middle class. Either way will technically mean that you've survived the Black Death and won. However, the interesting thing is, in order to survive the game and beat the game, you'd logically think that we want to keep the Black Death to a minimum to keep our population alive, and to try and make sure that it doesn't spread into our cities. Well, you'd be absolutely wrong. We want the Black Death in as many cities as possible, and we want it now. Now, because we're playing on deity difficulty, we're going to be hemorrhaging gold and faith for most of the game. However, luckily, we're going to be fine, because all we need to build is a few holy sites in all of our major cities. There we go, we're just spreading holy sites around everywhere, as holy sites generate faith for us. And faith is going to be one of the ways that we're going to be able to survive the Black Death, but not just survive it, absolutely smash it to pieces. Now, our first few opening turns of the game are actually going to be quite difficult. What we're trying to do is basically rush the technology of castles as well as rushing the technology of feudalism. Castles allow us to build walled districts to basically quarantine our peasant population in. They're also a great way of generating culture, apparently. Basically, there are quarantine areas, but more importantly, feudalism is a fantastic thing to research, because that's going to allow us to gain more gold, hopefully, as well as also gain more food. But really, we just want to blitz our way down the civic tree for one very important technology, the labor economy, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to break the game. Anyway, what we want to do is basically blitz our way for our first 30 turns. There's not really much to do other than wait for the inevitable demise of society. Now, in our first few cities, we need to get shrines up as soon as possible, because at the moment we're losing faith due to the difficulty of the game, so we need to get shrines going so that we're not in a giant death spiral of faith production. Oh, and here we go. The first outbreak has occurred. Of course, it was always going to occur. And where has it spawned? Oh, it spawned up here in the top right of the map. The city of A Coruña. Oh, that's just not going to do. Gotta think of a plague-ridden city. It's Skegness, ladies and gentlemen. What a skeggy wonderland. Now, the thing is, the plague on its own in one tile isn't that scary, but the thing about very dangerous diseases are that they spread at an incredible rate. So what's going to happen here is that this plague tile in Skegness is going to last for 12 turns. And as long as this tile remains here, all the subsequent tiles are going to spread out with plague until they absorb the entire continent with a deadly hazy mist of instant death. Now, the thing is, the game wants us to try and mitigate the losses in Skegness by either spending faith or gold, of which we have none, on a plague doctor who is able to protect the tiles that they stand upon and try and diminish the actual damages that long-lasting plague can cause. We are not interested in actually stopping the plague from spreading. In fact, it's profitable for us to let it just run. And here at Spiffco, all we care about is profits. So we're going to be running the military away from the city of Skegness Skegness because, I mean, we can't save them. The population has immediately crumbled and is down to just 4 people living in Skegness, and it will continue to shrink each turn that the Black Death remains in this city, which is going to be for a long while. We can choose to build something in Skegness. Could we build a plague doctor to help the sick and injured people? No, we're going to build an amphitheater so that we can pack everyone into tightly packed concerts. Yes, that's the way to defeat the plague. And now the treasury is bankrupt because we've run out of gold. Of course we have. Now the thing is, even though the technologies are actually surprisingly easy to research, the difficulty of this game is trying to survive through what is effectively a giant destruction of your entire civilization. The disease is starting to spread, and soon it will have entered into the city of Lyon, and there's absolutely nothing we can do to stop that. As gold is becoming more and more of an issue, amenities will start creating issues in cities, and some cities will try and leave. However, we've just researched the castle technology, which is perfect for us because we can slide in some brand new government policies. We're going to pick noblesse oblige as well as serfdom. There we go. So units are cheaper and farms give us more food. I realize we don't actually have any units, but it's fine. Anyway, instead of building a market here, we're going to now build the castle quarters. I'm going to build it on a tile that gives us gold because we really need gold. Now the disease surprisingly has gone round to every tile excluding the lovely city of Lyon. I have no idea how Lyon has avoided the plague, but the disease is now heading straight towards our capital. But don't worry, we have 5 turns to build up this castle and then all should be fine. Oh my goodness, an outbreak has arrived in Lyon. Of course it has. Now for every city which is currently facing the pandemic, our citizens will lose faith and this will cause issues and can potentially cause citizens to revolt. And of course the disease has now gripped Salamanca. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Right, we will build more walled quarters everywhere. And fantastic, we've gained a policy card here for free. Now we have 2 options to basically change our government policies. Option 1, we could have a civil quarantine to quarantine the population to reduce the loss of life. However, instead we're going to go for the program for free gold and culture. That's all we care about. Look at that, our culture production is now shot up through the roof. Lovely stuff. And we're going to start building more walled districts everywhere. And fantastic, because we've built our first castle, we get 2 options here, ladies and gentlemen. This is where the exploit begins. You get to choose the direction that you're going to try and beat the plague with. Option 1, treat the sick. Gain access to scholars who can study plague-stricken citizens. This way you can generate science and try and beat the plague using science. Alternatively, shame the sinner. This way, instead of believing that the disease is something we can control, we instead believe that the disease is spread by naughty people, and the only way to defeat the plague is to whip them. Naturally, we're going to go with the whipping the peasantry option. So this is basically a civilian unit that we can buy using faith, and when using it, we gain faith as well as culture. But in fact, actually, we don't just need to buy it with faith, we can just build it ourselves. Only takes 6 turns to produce, and we get 50 faith every time we use it, I'm pretty sure. Now, Skegness has been reborn anew. They've actually survived the plague. A total of 1 person has survived in Skegness, which is fantastic, absolutely fantastic. You couldn't ask for anything better. So now we're going to start mass producing flagellants down in the bottom left of the map. Pretty sure, can we buy them? No, we can't buy them with gold. You can only buy flagellants with faith. But the thing is, they cost 70 faith to buy. They give you 50 faith, which makes them not necessarily the most cost-efficient unit in the game. Now, as the plague starts gripping our cities, we're of course going to start producing flagellants at an incredible rate, and hopefully using the flagellation power, we will survive this. Now we have 2 options here, ladies and gentlemen. The disease is sweeping the nation, overturning all stability and traditions that our societies relied upon for decades, of course. Now, of course, we have 2 plans. We can either go for the totalitarian practice of contrition, or we can embrace debauchery. Of course, we're going to go for practicing contrition so that we can gain +3 faith in all of our cities. Yes, good. We need the faith, trust me. Look at that. Now we're gaining 10 faith per turn. Lovely stuff. Now, with this flagellant here, what we're going to have him do is just simply wait a turn, and then we'll be able to use him next turn to fight the plague in Seville. Well, not actually fight the plague, instead punch the people with the plague, which is arguably just as useful. Now, as we've also researched the next tech on the civic tree of wage reform, we've unlocked the urban underclass, ladies and gentlemen, also known as peasants living in the cities. Now, basically, this allows us to gain +2 gold and +2 faith in all of our cities, which translates to a giant increase in our faith generation. We now make 26 faith per turn. Oh, and the outbreak has finally hit the city of Seville, and this is when we can start breaking the game. Now, of course, as you remember, these flagellants here, they cost us faith to buy, or we build them using production. And what do you do when you use them? Well, they give you free loyalty in your cities, but more importantly, they give you faith and culture. So every time we use them, we get 10 culture, and that culture gets pushed towards actually finishing off the culture tech tree. Now, as I want to get my capital kind of out of the plague as soon as possible, what I'll be doing is I've purchased a plague doctor using gold, and I'm going to have him minister to the sick. It's going to reduce the time it takes for this city to heal. Now, of course, our peasant population are asking if this is God's judgment sent to punish us, and of course we're going to say that all of our efforts are useless and to hell with science and actually growing the cities. We don't need science where we're going, ladies and gentlemen. Instead, we have incense and candles. And we've finally gained enough faith so we can start purchasing missionaries. Now, the thing is, we have 85 faith actually saved up, meaning we can go to Carthagena here and buy ourselves a flagellant for 70 faith. Now, we can spend 10 faith in order to allow this unit to move immediately, but what we're going to do is wait a turn, and on his second turn, he's going to be able to purge sins, also known as start whipping people. And there we go, we gain some culture, labor economy moves forwards one turn until we've researched it, and we also gain some faith. So using the faith we generated, we're going to buy ourselves another flagellant. And then of course this turn, once again, bam, we're going to purge ourselves of sins. Using the faith we generated, buy ourselves another flagellant. Okay, now apparently everyone thinks the entire world is ending in our civilization, so we have two options: to surrender to God and get rid of basically all yields in our cities except faith, or get rid of God entirely. Now of course we're going to surrender to God, we need faith, and to hell with science. We're now gaining 2 science per turn. And it's okay, because whilst it looks like the entire world is ending, you have to remember that basically everyone in France is dead, same with Germany and most of Italy, but we're going to survive. And how are we going to survive? Well, it's very simple. In 2 turns time, the labor economy comes online. Now once again, we're going to have to get rid of all science and growth. There we go. Oh my goodness, our culture is just going through the floor. We're gaining minus 17 science per turn. Okay, we need culture. In order to get culture, we need flagellants. Okay, next turn, turn 38, and we've won. And I'll explain why. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. The disease is now going to end. You see, there's no real easy way to manage dealing with the plague. Your population's going to die. The entire world is going to end. You just kind of have to try and limp on through and research the final technologies. Now, of course, it's impossible for us to research the final science technology because we produce minus 21 science per turn. So instead, we're going to beat the culture tree. But of course, it's going to take us 67 turns to research the middle class. That's going to take forever. But it's not going to take forever with one brand new policy choice. Say hello to public servants. Now, public servants is a government policy which is going to decrease the cost of buying civilian units with gold. There's just one slight issue. It doesn't do that. Yes, it decreases the cost of buying civilian units with gold, but more importantly, it actually also decreases the cost of buying civilian units with faith. So remember the flagellant unit, which gives us 50 faith, 10 culture, as well as some loyalty. It cost us 70 faith to buy. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, it's only 35 faith. Oh dear. So what we're able to do is buy this one flagellant, and you'll notice it cost us 35 faith to buy, and what we're able to do is spend 10 faith so that it can act immediately on this turn, and then press the purge sins button and get 50 faith. We just made 5 faith out of thin air. So we're going to repeat this process, and every time we do this process, we start researching higher learning. Notice how we're technically losing 3 culture per turn. Well, this is wrong, because we're actually gaining culture, thanks to the power of the flagellants. So what I'm going to do is just repeatedly buy flagellants in the city of Toldeo over and over again. Not only will this solve any rebellion problems that might occur in our empire, it will also give us faith and culture. It was going to rebel in 6 turns, now it's only going to rebel in 9. Now it's going to take 12 turns to rebel. Perfect. And as you can see, every time we do this, we work our way through the higher learning research, and now we've reached the point where we can buy flagellants in 2 cities over here, and then give them both holy fervor, and then spend both of them, and we're getting faith points out of thin air, ladies and gentlemen. And higher learning has almost been researched. So we now have 127 faith in the bank off of a starting pool of just about nothing, and the purchasing of flagellants is going fantastically well. They're cheap, cheerful, and my goodness are they profitable. We've now reached the point where we can buy 3 flagellants in one cycle and activate all of them in one go, meaning our faith production now each cycle is 150, and we also make 30 culture every time we do this. Now 30 culture per turn is basically what the entirety of England can do, but of course we can do this cycle as many times as we like in our go, because of our incredible ability to just reactivate a unit using faith. No other civilization has access to this ability, because this ability is so completely and utterly overpowered. But of course Spain has access to it. So we're now halfway through researching higher learning, which is absolutely fantastic, and it's all thanks to the glorious research and joy of flagellants. Now the thing is, if we wanted, we could wait 1 turn and not spend the 10 faith to activate the holy fervor, but honestly we want to do all of this in 1 turn, because that way we blitz through the game, limit any negative debuffs that can occur, and just finish the entire thing in 1 go. This is meant to be the hardest difficulty, and it is for good reason, because the AI isn't hit as negatively as we are and they get a whole bunch of free resources. It is harder for the AI to lose, especially England. But of course we're going to survive, using the glorious power of a whole bunch of boys whipping peasants who for some reason create faith and culture at the same time. Because what is culture and art if not a whole bunch of peasants being hit aggressively by some religious nutjobs with whips? Now that
That's true culture. Now, this cycle is going to take a little bit, but once it's finished, we'll have got ourselves an entire technology for free. Our cities are no longer able to rebel, and best of all, if you were playing this in a multiplayer game, no one is able to stop you. For good reason, of course, because effectively you have the entire game time locked, and you're just repeatedly cycling units for as many times as you like. Now, of course, if you're a member of the government and you're watching this video and you've put me on some kind of watch list, then fantastic. And if you have some kind of giant grant or budget which you'd like to invest in Spiffco Technologies, we can roll out the whipping program across your country and have you beat any disease in a matter of months. Your population won't survive, but you'll have created some of the greatest works of art the world has ever seen. There you go. We've just discovered higher learning, all from just punching our own population over and over again. Oh goodness. And the cycle begins. Oh, it's so good. So much faith and culture. We're going to be able to research urbanization very, very quickly as well. And we still haven't left turn 38.
6.5 hours later.
Well, some time has passed and we're about to finish off the urbanization tech. Yeah, this is broken. God damn this game. It's so scuffed. It's so beansed. Oh, we're just gonna purge sins everywhere. There we go. Just purge these sins. It's still turn 38, ladies and gentlemen. Nothing's changed. No one's died. Nothing's happening. We're just making stuff out of thin bloody air. Oh my god. It's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. The best thing is we can spend the faith we earn on whatever we like. We can buy, say, 1 million horsemen and just send them around the map to pillage people if we really wanted. But there's just no reason for us to do that. Why would we need to do that? We have infinite faith and flagellants. There we go, just get another flagellant. Get another one here. I mean, who would win? One deadly plague that wiped out like a third of the world's population, or one very passionate whippy boy? Turns out one whippy boy is all you need. I mean, it's only been a few flagellants and we're already, what, like an eighth of the way through researching the middle class? I mean, we're not even 50% of the way through the actual game here. The real meta of actually playing the Black Death game mode is basically building a huge military force and then just pillaging everyone's campuses and then using the science you generate from that in order to finish the game. However, that still takes quite a lot of turns and a lot of work, and also dealing with your own cities, which will be rebelling and fighting back and having to deal with the plague, when instead you could just use a whole bunch of flagellants, and there we go. Just have them flagellate everywhere. Is flagellate the correct term? I don't know. Oh, anyway, I'll be back as soon as we finally research the middle class. Okay, we did it, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pretty sure this is the final research, and then we've discovered the middle class. I'm pretty sure I've developed RSI from repeatedly doing the same motion on my mouse over and over again. My hand is in physical pain, so I do not recommend doing this exploit at home. But yes, we've managed to do it. We're going to beat the Black Death by researching the middle class. The bubonic plague is going to be over now, ladies and gentlemen. We're just going to purge all of these sins, and there we go, we did it. Oh, we did it! We did it! Oh, what a glorious day for Spain. It's so glorious and happy. The cows are happy. Oh, and everyone survived. We did it. Black Death victory, ladies and gentlemen. We got 2 achievements for that as well. What did we get? We achieved the level of flagellant. We got a score of 105. I'm sorry, we only scored 105. Do you want to know why we only scored 105? It's because we decided to end the game so quickly. Because we speedran the game, we couldn't get the highest rating. Look at this. This is the buildings constructed graph. Of course, we're in the lead by 1 building, but this is the exciting thing. The player faith graph. Yes, this is it. Now, if you notice, this graph here kind of goes along at 0 and everyone else is dipping down into the dirt, and then we get to this point and it just flatlines. Now, because all of the exploiting happens on 1 turn, I don't even think we're able to see it. We don't even get to see how many flagellants I constructed. I constructed hundreds of them, ladies and gentlemen. My hand is broken. Absolutely broken. And I did it for you. Are you not proud of me? I beat the disease. Everything can be exploited, even diseases. Turns out all you need is just a very strong whip. In the wise words of the orcs, where there's a whip, there's a way. Oh my goodness. But there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We did it. We managed to beat the entirety of the Black Death. All it took was 1 very, very whippy boy and 1 turn of perpetual faith generation, all because 1 poor intern at Civ 6 HQ forgot to do some calculations and accidentally added in an infinite faith generation mechanic into the game. But there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. I've been the Spiffing Brit. If you've enjoyed watching and you've also survived the plague, then go on down to the comment section and tell me. Oh, and also, in order to make sure that this video doesn't get demonetized, because YouTube YouTube likes to think that everything disease-related is connected to you-know-what, make sure to go down to the comments section and say happy nice things, so as to tell YouTube that this is a happy, nice, positive video, even though it contains the entire flagellation of the entire country of Spain. Hello there, ladies and gentlemen, I'm the Spiffing Brit, and today we're playing Sid Meier's Civilization VI Gathering Storm. That's right, it's the fantastic hit game from Sid Meiers himself. And today we're going to be asking one very important question in an attempt to break a record that nobody else has ever even tried. What is the maximum amount of money you can make in an entire game of Sid Meier's Civilization VI? Because surely there has to be a limit, there has to be a cap. We're not Thanos, we can't just perfectly balance, snap our fingers and create matter and money out of thin air, or can we? And that's right, ladies and gentlemen, that's what we're here to find out, because using copious quantities of video game exploits, we're going to be playing the most cursed game of Sid Meier's Civilization VI, whereby we're not interested in winning, defeating enemies, or creating an awesome religion. No, we only care about money. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you sat back, relax, you have a nice warm cup of Yorkshire tea in hand, and if you're feeling especially fantastic, you can even like this video and consider subscribing. Now let us throw ourselves into this glorious world with a brand new single-player game. Now, when it comes to actually creating a game, we're going to pick the leader who's going to be able to make us the most money. Now, those of you who've played Civ 6 before will think, oh, I know who to play if we want to make a whole bunch of money, and you're going to say, bam, you should play the legendary Mansa Musa of Mali, who might have actually been the wealthiest man ever to exist in history. This man had so much gold, whenever he went to a foreign country, he crashed its entire local economy. That's how much money this guy had. But the thing is, he's not even the most broken leader when it comes to making wealth. No, allow me to present to you Suleiman the Magnificent, the Grand Vizier of the Ottoman Empire. This man is absolutely incredible. Trust me, in history, he did some pretty wacky things, and in this game, he's going to do some even crazier things. So we're going to pick him up because, trust me, he's perfectly balanced. Next up, we're going to want to enable some very important game modes. We want to enable the brand new Barbarians game mode, Heroes and Legends, Monopolies and Corporations, and Secret Societies. The new Barbarians game mode is very important because it completely changes the way that you interact with barbarians. No longer are they minor tribes spewing out random units with the intention of just stealing away your settlers. Nope, these bad boys can now be civilized. You can point them in directions of your enemies, you can buy units off of them, and you can even convert them into city-states. But more importantly, you can make infinite wealth out of them. Now, we're also going to enable a legendary start position and abundant natural resources, and also crank the game speed up to online, as we're about to see just how much money we can make. Welcome into the world, ladies and gentlemen. This is our glorious starting location. It's absolutely perfect. We're actually going to settle our city right here, because it's a pretty nice start on a hill next to some water, and we're just going to send off our warrior to explore the wider world. Now, in order to work out why we're playing Suleiman the Magnificent, we must first explain one very important feature that Suleiman has. He has a unique unit. You see, right the way over here, over at Medieval Fairs, we have the Barbary Corsair, a unique naval unit only for the Ottoman Empire. It's your standard boaty boy, it floats off in the ocean, but most importantly, it can raid with the cost of no movement points, meaning it can technically raid an infinite quantity of tiles per turn. However, tiles can only be raided once per turn, so, you know, there is a limit to how powerful it is. Or is there? And that's what we're going to find out. Anyway, we're going to start researching astrology, because I like getting an early holy site. At the same time, we're also going to want a nice early monument set up and running, and there we go, we're off to a fantastic start. Oh, fantastic, we've met a city-state, and we've also met a tribal goody hut, and that's given us a governor appointment, so we're going to, of course, put Pingala in our capital city, because Pingala is kind of OP, and we're going to pick up our tribal goody hut, +1 population, don't mind if I do, and oh, would you look at this, it's a barbarian camp, ladies and gentlemen. Now, barbarian camps in this new version of Civ are very, very powerful things indeed. Over the course of the next 50 turns, this barbarian camp will eventually become a city-state. However, before then, we can buy units from it, we can bribe it, we can even get it to target local city-states. However, we're going to do absolutely none of that, and instead we're going to sit here and make sure that the local city-state doesn't accidentally murder it, because we need this barb camp alive. And of course, when it comes to civic research, we're just going to beeline our way to political philosophy, and then make a rush for medieval fairs. We're also going to slide in an additional faith and gold per turn, and +5 combat strength against barbarians. Now the thing is, we want to stop the local city-state from taking the barbarian camp, and luckily we have a way of doing that, because you see, they're going to attack the barb camp, but we can just slide on in and claim the victory. It's as easy as that. Now, because we're positioned on top of the barb camp, the local city-state can't walk
on in and straight up murder it. So what we're going to do is simply heal ourselves on up and start researching. Ooh, let's go for sailing. Now we're going to send our settler right the way on down here because it looks like a decent spot to settle a city, and also considering we're on an island's map mode, I'm somehow guessing we're not going to actually run into another barbarian camp on this island. In the meantime, we're just going to fortify our one warrior on top of this camp so that the local city-state doesn't stand a chance. And instantly we can start working on our holy site, which is fantastic. We're going to slam it down here in the mountains. He's going to be a beautiful boy and give us a very nice pantheon, I'm sure. Now, because this barbarian camp still exists, what it's done is spawned a unit. In this case, it spawned a quad marine off in the ocean. Now, we don't really need to worry about it because it will keep attacking our warrior, but we'll probably be able to survive. There we go, it of course naturally attacks us, but hey, we can fortify until healed, and we will always be able to out-heal this boaty boy. And would you look at that, we got our holy site up and running, and immediately we're going to start building ourselves a builder so that we can start getting some improvements down, as well as our next city. Perfect. Oh, this is all majestic. Fantastic. We have a promotion on this warrior unit, but we're not actually going to expend it until it gets to about half health, and we can actually found ourselves our first pantheon. Now we're going to pick up God of the Sea just because, you know, it's an island map. There's going to be a lot of fishing boats. So bam, we're going to pick that bad boy up. Oh, and we've discovered our first legendary hero. Okay, he's absolutely fantastic. So naturally we're going to have to recruit this bad boy because he's effectively going to allow us to just evaporate boats off of the coast here. Anyway, we're going to pick up battle cry on our warrior just to fully heal him up. And we've got a governor title, of course. Bam, we're going to whack on more culture per citizen. This is going to take our culture from, I don't know, +5 per turn to probably +10. Yep, there we go. Bam, +10. Lovely stuff. And we get our first builder. Oh, everything here is going fantastically. Now, because we have so much gold lying around, I'm pretty sure, yep, next time we're going to actually be able to buy a unit from the tribe. And of course, it's going to give us a quad marine, which we can then sail on round here to actually defeat the rival boat. Wait for one turn, and yep, there we go. That's enough money. Let us buy ourselves a boat. Now, of course, this does move the tribe closer towards actually becoming a city-state, 20 turns in fact, but we should actually be able to lower that quantity with a little bit of shenanigans. Right, now what I'm going to try and do in order to stop this tribe from actually becoming a city-state, we're going to actually raid the clan. This is going to stop the clan from actually progressing. It's going to give us 20 gold, and it should have actually spawned a unit. However, because there's no space for this warrior to actually move to, it won't actually remove my warrior on top of the clan, meaning we can just keep him sat there, which is technically completely broken. Oh, and there we go. The new unit has spawned in. It's of course going to get attacked by the local city-state. Oh, fantastic. And we've picked up political philosophy, meaning we can research mysticism, and then we'll start rushing our way towards medieval fairs, and we are almost there. Now, rather annoyingly, the local city-state has actually jumped on top of the tribe here, meaning we actually have to intervene. So we're going to have to declare war on the local city-state. It's okay, we should be able to get ourselves peace after a little while, but the reasoning is simple. We need control of the barb camp. Alright, now we are going to start our beelining towards medieval fairs. Now, the thing is, in order to stop this barb camp becoming a city-state, we're going to spend 92 gold to incite this barb camp to attack the local city-state. There we go. Not too sure what effect that's actually going to have, but it should be quite useful. Oh, now what we're also going to do is raid this local barb camp to once again reduce its progress towards becoming a city-state. There we go. And we'll just send in the lovely Beowulf and mop up that lovely barb camp. Perfect stuff. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is it. Next turn, we're going to research medieval fairs and pick ourselves up the Barbary Corsair. A very, very, very special, completely balanced unit. And there we go. It's completed. We can now buy ourselves the unit. Actually, wait, no, it's far too expensive. Instead, we're going to just actually build one out of scratch. 10 turns is going to take. My goodness. Well, I suppose it is worth it, so let's slam on down the watermill. And when it comes to what we should actually do next with our incredible spare culture, there's actually something very interesting that we can research. Now, we're going to actually aim to research military training, and the reasoning will become evident very soon. We can pick up a brand new governor promotion. Let's go for BAM. More great people points, because we're going to want ourselves a few great people to actually maximize our money-making potential here. Oh wow, and someone else finished off the Oracle Wonder. Great. Well, I suppose this allows us to churn out a Barbary Corsair in 4 turns, but that is quite annoying. We can actually claim ourselves a great person, which will be a great admiral. That's given us a wonderful galley unit. Well, now what we're also going to do is raid this barbarian tribe for another 25 gold and reduce its progress. And of course, next turn we're going to actually spew out our Barbary Corsair. This is perfect. We're now also going to want to change up our government direction, and in order for that, we're going to actually want to research ourselves monarchy, and then eventually we're going to research our way down to Scorched Earth. Oh, fantastic. We've built our Corsair, and we've also gone into a golden era. Now, in this era, we have a couple of opportunities for bonuses that we want to pick up. Of course, monumentality is insane. It is the one that everyone has to pick up just because of how absolutely broken it is, and it's going to allow us to basically spew out an infinite quantity of builders. Anyway, our unique unit is now ready, and it's time for us to wreak havoc on this local barbarian barbarian camp. I also completely forgot to show off our incredible religion that we created, because of course we needed to create a religion which maximized our money making, and so that's why we created the legendary religion of Disney, which gives us a massive increase to our culture output thanks to the local shrines that we have, as well as a little bit of extra gold, because Disney is of course the easiest way to generate incredible quantities of money. Now next turn is where the game is going to absolutely break, because this is the turn of complete destruction. Say hello to the Barbary Corsair, ladies and gentlemen, a relatively standard looking naval unit which has ranged attacks but can also coastally raid. Its one unique feature is that it can pillage an unlimited quantity of times per turn, as it doesn't consume movement points, meaning you could, I don't know, rocket up to the city center, pillage this all in one turn. However, you can only pillage one tile once, as then it's been pillaged and it needs time to recover. However, it turns out that very same logic doesn't apply to these brand new barbarian city-states, because we're about to do something absolutely insane. And here it is, ladies and gentlemen. All you need to do is basically get a Barbary Corsair, get them up to level 1, and you'll notice something very interesting. The Barbary Corsair gains loot from every single coastal raid. Provided it doesn't move and the target that it's raiding never runs out of loot, it can raid the same tile infinitely. Now, normally in this game, you can't raid a tile infinitely. It only has one set of loot, and then that's it, it's over. However, the new barbarian camps work differently. They are actually a source of infinite loot. But of course, giving ourselves plus 50 gold from coastal raids on standard speed, which actually translates to 25 gold on the online speed that we have, we're able to get ourselves 25 gold every time we raid this little barb camp. Now, the longer the game you're playing, the actual more gold you'd be getting from this. If you played on the marathon speed, I'm pretty sure you'd be getting 100 gold every time you pillaged here. But this gold, unlike all other gold sources in the game, is infinite, because there is actually no end to the amount of gold stored inside of this barbarian camp. So we can just keep clicking coastal raid, clicking this barb camp, and getting 25 gold. And when you look at that, we're up to 900 gold, make that 925, 950, 975, and we're bam 1000 gold. Now 1000 gold's quite good, it's nothing to laugh at, it's certainly a decent quantity of money, but just how far can we take this? Well, that's what we're about to find out, with the help and assistance of a handy dandy computer program. Say hello to this incredible piece of software. It's Macro Reader, ladies and gentlemen. Now, what does this bad boy do? Well, it's a pretty powerful little piece of software, because what it does is it records everything that your mouse is doing. Okay, so we're going to set up a basic recording path now, where we're going to be recording the mouse's movements. We're going to go for coastal raid, click on the tile, coastal raid, click on the tile, coastal raid, click on the tile, and repeat, and then simply stop. Okay, so I think I've created a perfect loop now. So all I need to do is load into the game, select the Barbary Corsair, press my little start key, and watch as the money just rolls on in. Okay, now this is where absolute chaos is going to happen, because I've created this monstrosity. It is an absolute abomination, but here it is. Basically, every time I run this macro script, we very quickly generate well over 1000 gold. Now, currently the script by itself creates 600 gold out of thin air every time it runs, and I've got it set to run at 1000 times speed, 1000 times, meaning I should be able to press run on this script, come back in around about half an hour's time, and I should have made around about 600,000 gold. So, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's see if this bad boy works. So, we are just gonna leave the script running, and I'm just gonna walk away from the computer. Gonna go make myself a nice cup of tea, maybe sit down, maybe watch a bit of Linus Tech Tips, I'm not sure. What on earth do you guys do in your spare time when you're not busy watching my videos or playing video games or drinking tea? Ah, yes, this is true money making. Anyway, right, I'll go get myself a cup of tea. I'll see you guys in about half an hour's time. Good luck. Editor, you know what to do. You can speed up this footage as much as you like. Oh dear God. Ladies and gentlemen, I promise you this email is not a scam. That's right, it's me, Suleiman the Magnificent of the Ottoman Empire, also known as your long-lost uncle. I've accidentally fallen upon a windfall of too much money to actually handle, and I need you to help me store all of this money. You can even have as much as you like. Best of all, you don't even need to read me the digits on your mum's credit card. Simply like this video and go into the comment section and say thanks for the free money, and your free 100 to 100,000 gold shipment will be deposited at your bed tonight whilst you sleep. So please help us today by taking away some of this massive quantity of money. Oh my God, ladies and gentlemen. The game is in a unique situation. We have 600,000 gold. Oh dear God. What have I created? It doesn't particularly even display very well against the other players, but you know, that's fine, doesn't matter. Now the thing is, I've worked out that there is one very unique wonder which could actually massively help us out. Allow me to introduce you to what is usually one of the most redundant buildings in the game. It's Big Ben, ladies and gentlemen. A wonder which gives you one economic policy slot, however, it also has one of the least used features that this game has. An interest mechanic. Immediately after constructing, gold in the treasury is increased by 50%. That's right, you get half of your treasury for free. In the case of us, that's 300,000 gold. Now that sounds pretty good, but of course in order to get to that, we want to make sure that we're the first person there. So what are we going to do? Well, we're going to buy ourselves a great merchant. We're also going to buy ourselves a great engineer so that we can finish any wonder we want. And you know what? Another great engineer so that we can finish wonders that we want. Also, Admiral Horatio Nelson here would be quite useful because he's going to allow us to build a shipyard in one of our ports, despite the fact that we have no idea what a shipyard even is. He's just going to create one out of thin air. But then again, when you have a floating ironclad around in 740 AD, who cares what you end up creating? Also, we'll get ourselves another great admiral because why not? And you know what? We might as well get another. Oh, now this bad boy's 34,000 gold to buy. You know what? He does seem worth it, and we'll get ourselves another great trader as well, and another one. More great merchants and more great merchants, and also a great engineer and another great engineer. Oh, isn't it just fantastic? As you can see, we've hired a large quantity of great people to do whatever we like, honestly. You know, let's get a couple of great scientists as well. These bad boys are always a good laugh. There we go, couple of great scientists, why not? Alright, I think we've successfully hired enough great people, so I guess I'm just gonna end turn. I'm just gonna get this Corsair to sleep, and next turn, who knows what's gonna happen now? It's time for the great activation of scientists, ladies and gentlemen. So immediately we're going to detonate this trader to go off working. This great scientist needs to go over here. This great scientist can stand, I guess, exactly here and activate. This one's going to give us free random technology eurekas. Isaac Newton's going to instantly build a university and a library here. There we go. That's going to massively improve all of our money. This dude's going to immediately allow us to build this wonder. There we go. Temple of Artemis is complete. I don't think I've ever seen anyone detonate this many great people in one turn. But hey, we're managing it. All right, time to detonate all of the great merchants. We're going to discover about toys, apparently. Oh my goodness, this is absolutely fantastic. I've created a monstrosity. Right, this ironclad go walk off into the ocean. Let's just gain 500 gold. There we go, out of thin air. Now we start feeding in all of the great engineers into our cities. Right, now we are going to actually start building ourselves a sciencey district, as I want to make my way over to Big Ben. And I want to be certain that I'm the first person who gets to build him. Of course, we finished building our campus, meaning in one turn we can just buy the library and then buy the university as well. We're now up to 183 era score for this incredible medieval era. We should be able to research banking in one turn, and then that's going to allow us to just speed our way on over to maximum profits. Oh look, we can build the great library. You know what, we might as well. In fact, I'm pretty sure we can probably build it in one turn. So let's get Isidore Militus here to yeet a turn into it, and Filippo Bruscici, and there we go. That is a less than one turn great library. In fact, I'm pretty sure that's technically a 0 turn great library. You know, seeing as everything's going really well, we're also going to build a +5 theatre district here, because why not? And of course, we just have so many envoys lying around. Just so rich. At this point, I don't think we can be stopped. I'm going to have to start deleting great engineers that I know we're never going to be able to use. And there we go, we've built ourselves a theatre square, so we can just immediately buy ourselves the amphitheatre in one turn. And then, you know what, let's make this an art museum. And seeing as we've got ourselves an art museum, might as well buy ourselves a couple of great artists. I mean, they are pretty cheap after all. Gee, these guys just make sculptures. This man also makes sculptures. Can I get an artist, please? Actually, wait, are these all artists? Yes, I'm pretty sure these are all artists, and I've just bought way too many. Well, that's fine. They can just pile on up. Right, let's create a bit of great work here. There we go. Gain some more culture from that. And send this artist to go create a great work over here. There we go. You know, we'll just queue up the great people. They'll eventually get a chance to make some art. Now, you might wonder why we're actually even using these great artists, and the reasoning is simple. They give us culture, and we're going to need culture because we're trying to blitz our way to Scorched Earth as fast as possible. In fact, we should be there in just a few turns' time, as Scorched Earth is going to allow us to equip the Total War Policy card, which should hopefully increase our coastal pillaging by 50%. Now, I'm not sure if it's going to work, but if it does, it's going to be incredible. And oh my goodness, the AI is willing to sell us a heroic relic if we give them a whole bunch of gold. Sure. I mean, a heroic relic is a lot better than my piece of religious artwork, so don't mind if I do, Mr. AI. Your recruitment of great people we coveted is becoming a real problem. I mean, you don't say, considering you guys aren't able to recruit great people due to the fact that I have all of them. Oh, it's incredible. Anyway, more great bits of art. There we go. Fantastic stuff. And our barbarian camp here
here has actually just become a city-state. Yep, I did not notice that that had happened, but hey, it's a city-state now. And whilst we could go find ourselves another barb camp, there's no real reason to. We've achieved our maximum money making, and in fact, we've just entered the Renaissance era. Fantastic. Right, we're just 2 turns away from being able to build ourselves Big Ben. This is it. This is the end game. Okay, right, buy that amphitheater, buy that art museum, send in the artists, get them painting, get more culture out of them. We need it. And this is it, ladies and gentlemen. We've just researched ourselves Big Ben. Can we build the big boy? Yes, we can. 20 turns you say it's going to take? I think not. Remove Michelangelo, because now it is time to send in all of the incredible Wonder Boys. Imhotep, you might have built pyramids back in the day, but guess what? You're now going to be building Big Ben. I don't remember this from history, but hey, it apparently happened. It is going to take us 2 turns, I think, to build Big Ben. My goodness, is it going to be worth it. Right, Imhotep, do your job. And then Gustavi comes in here, 240 production. Whabam, Big Ben completed. Our treasury goes from 400 gold to 626,000 gold. Ladies and gentlemen, the 200,000 gold Big Ben move. No one has ever pulled it off, and here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. The biggest of Ben plays anyone has ever managed in Sid Meier's Civilization 6. From this point on, we can finish the game in whatever way we like, as the game is ultimately completely and utterly over. I mean, how can you even compete with a guy who has more money than an actual ability to spend that very same money in-game? We have so much wealth, and yet what on earth can we even do with all of this money? At this point, it's basically impossible for us to lose. The game is completely and utterly in the bag. If we need anything, we can just straight up buy it instantly. The game is completely and utterly broken. At this point, I challenge you to lose this game. You have 600,000 gold in the bank. 600,000 gold is enough to buy 1 unit for each tile on this map. You are never going to be able to lose this game, no matter how hard you try. Oh dear God. Now the thing is, this exploit was actually discovered by a user called Dinosoc on the Civ subreddit, and whilst they didn't fully understand the exploit that they were pulling off, they did release it into the wider world for more people to discover. Now there are a few things that you need to know if you ever try and pull off this exploit. Number 1, the longer the game that you have planned, e.g. marathon mode, the more money you're going to make. Number 2, cards which usually increase the amount of money you gain from raiding in the government tab don't actually do anything. They're about as useless as a banana holder. Equally, the only way you're actually gaining money is not off of actually pillaging the tile, but rather the fact that privateer boats that raid have a level 1 upgrade which gives a bonus of plus 50 gold per coastal raid. This is the actual metric which is giving us money. Now because we're on a faster game speed, we're only getting 25 gold per raid, but on a longer game speed you could get up to 100. The reason this works is because the developers knew people would try and coastal raid barbarian camps, so they said boats could raid the coastal barbarian camps, however they're going to get 0 gold from them. But they didn't realize that the actual level up for coastal raiding boats still gave money for every single completed raid. And genuinely that's how easy it is for a developer to do their best to try and fix an exploit, but at the same time accidentally create one. Nice try, Civ developers, but every update you add, the game just becomes more and more perfectly balanced and broken. I can't wait for the next update because I'm sure it's going to make the game about as balanced as Jenga in an earthquake. Hello there, ladies and gentlemen, I'm the Spiffing Brit, and today we're playing Sid Meier's Civilization 6 Gathering Storm. Oh my goodness, it's fantastic to be back. And what are we doing today? Well, we're going to be having quite possibly one of the strangest games of Civ 6 which has ever occurred. We're going to be seeing just how much money you can actually make using fantastic exploits and perfectly balancing this game into oblivion. So naturally, of course, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you sat back, relaxed, you have a nice warm cup of tea at hand, and heck, if you're feeling absolutely incredible, you can even like this video like an amazing human being would do. So let's dive into a brand new single player game. Now, when it comes to who we're playing today, we want to play a leader who's able to generate huge amounts of cash. Now, if you have one single brain cell and have either read a history book or played a game of Civ 6 before, you're going to be saying, hey, we should play Mansa Musa. This man generates gold like nobody's business. He's truly incredible when it comes to regular gold generation. This man in history was so wealthy, in fact, that whenever he went to a foreign country, he pretty much crashed its entire economy just because he had so much gold. This man is a walking financial disaster because of how rich he is. Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos, and Elon Musk have absolutely nothing on this man and his insane wealth. However, we're not going to be playing him. Instead, we're going to be playing the majestic Suleiman the Magnificent of the Ottoman Empire. This boy is incredible. You might be looking at him and thinking, hang on a second, there's no modifiers here that are going to give you more money, but that's where you're wrong. This bad boy's insane. We can slap the roof
roof of this bad boy, and trust me, you have no idea how much gold this boy can fit inside of him. So of course we're going to be playing as the Ottomans, and don't worry, I'll show off the exploit as to why we're playing as them very shortly. But of course, in this glorious world, which we're going to be starting in, which will be a marathon game, actually starting in the Renaissance era, we need to be playing against some high-octane rivals. I want to be playing against the strongest, deadliest, fightiest enemy leaders out there. So who are we playing against today? Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be playing off against Gandhi, and John. Trust me, they might not look like much, but these bad boys, wow, they can pack a punch, and they all love nuclear weapons. Right, well, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to throw ourselves into the game. This is going to be absolutely incredible. So let's find out where we start. Well, I think we found our starting position, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so because we start in the Renaissance era, we're in a pretty fun situation where we get to start with 2 settlers, 2 skirmishers, and a crossbowman. And we've spawned on what I can only describe as Crab Island. If we were to settle a city right here, we'd be able to have 6 crabs all in range of this one location. Oh, this is incredible. I mean, we just have to settle the crab city. I mean, screw the banana resource. We don't need the banana resource. We just care about crabs. Right, now we're going to go out into the wider world and also scout it and try and find a good second position for our next city. Now, by starting in the Renaissance era, everyone starts with all previous civics and technologies research. This is very important for us because it means we've technically researched the Barbary Corsair, ladies and gentlemen, one of the Ottoman Empire's unique units. This is the source of infinite wealth. It might just appear to be one boaty boy, but this single boat is incredible. Unlike normal coastal pillaging boats, this bad boy doesn't use up any movement or actions when it pillages coastal tiles. This might sound very, very powerful, but of course it is limited by the fact that you can only pillage one tile once per turn. You can't sit and farm the same tile over and over again infinitely for infinite gold. That would just be silly. There's no way the developers would include that in the game. No. Surely that would be a mistake if they were to ever. Oh god, they've done it, haven't they? Now, because we're playing on a slow game speed, it actually takes us ages to build any unit, so consequently, there's a couple of things we want to do. Number one, we want to appoint Ibrahim as a Grand Vizier. This fantastic guy is going to allow us to train the Barbary Corsair even faster. Equally, we're going to want to pick up a government like monarchy here. This way we're going to be able to pick up maritime industries, which should allow us to build boats faster. Right, now these are the policies of government we're going for. It's heavily focused on building up a nice early military. Oh my goodness, we've just met Gandhi. Oh no, look at him. He's ready for war. He's in his fight stance. He's got his palms crossed. He's ready to pummel us into the ground, but nonetheless, we're going to play kind with them. Hopefully, they're going to not immediately fight us to the death, but there we go. We have discovered their one skirmisher. I think this is going to probably be our second spot for cities. It's going to allow us to gain a monopoly on turtles, and it's also nicely well spaced out. We can probably get a third city slammed down here later. There we go. A brand new city. Well, we now have 2 absolutely fantastic cities, ladies and gentlemen. Money Printer 1, our capital, and Great Britain 2, Electric Boogaloo. These 2 cities are going to form a glorious backbone that will allow us to generate infinite quantities of wealth. Oh, now immediately Gandhi's trying to do some kind of power play here. He's trying to buy all of my niter resource and diplomatic power just for gold. He's trying to bribe me. Now, bribes famously never work on a British person. They would never accept some form of gold. I mean, he's offering me just under 300 gold. I would never accept that. Oh God, Gandhi, what have you made me do? I'm just so money hungry. I'll do anything, Gandhi, for a bit of gold. Oh my goodness, there's an entire new land down here. I didn't realize there was so much space for us to actually grow. We have encountered Delhi, the capital of this Gandhi player, somewhere down here on the south coast, which is nice and exciting for us. We might need to try and forward settle him to stop him getting close to our borders, but for the meantime, we should be okay. Now, we have discovered the city-state of Zanzibar, which is absolutely fantastic because we can immediately bribe them and become their suzerain. Oh no, Gandhi is telling us something. There is no shame in deterrence. Having a weapon is very different from actually using it. We have got nuclear Gandhi in this timeline. This man is going to cause the apocalypse. Oh, would you look at that? After a shift in envoy, someone's taken over control of Geneva. I wonder who it could have been. Oh, it was Gandhi. Right, give me back Geneva. I want the additional science. Cheeky sausage. Geneva is mine. Oh, now Gandhi is trying to forward settle us with his city of Srinagar, but don't worry, we will be able to probably get around him and try and block his access to Zanzibar. Oh, and this is fantastic. We found exactly what we're looking for, ladies and gentlemen. This here is a barbarian encampment, but it's a pretty special barbarian encampment because it's on the coastline, ladies and gentlemen. That means this tile here can be coastally raided. However, it's a little bit more complicated than that because it turns out there's oh so much more that you can do with this. Now, we're actually going to try and change around our government here because I realize we've made a mistake, and instead of going for a great
Great Merchant, we're going to gain +2 Great Admiral points per turn. The reasoning is simple. If we're able to get this Great Admiral here, we're going to be able to get ourselves a Privateer instantaneously for free, which is going to be leveled up. This is going to save us a lot of time when it comes to the exploit. Right, we've wrestled control of that Barb camp, which is fantastic news for us, as we've now secured ourselves a source of infinite money later down the line, and Hercules is now going to finish off this holy site in one single hit. There we go. Wabam, we're going to have ourselves a religion now. With Hercules' main job now completely over, we can now send him over to just guard this barbarian camp for the rest of the game. He can sit on it and pretty much one-shot anything that comes his direction, so we don't particularly need to worry too much. And fantastic, we're now actually ready to choose ourselves a pantheon. Now there's nothing really too amazing left for us, so we're just going to pick up the incredible bonus of God of the Sea, so that all of these incredible crabs can be put to work. Okay, using a builder, I chopped down a rainforest, and that got us our first Barbary Corsair unit. Now the thing is, at the moment it's actually useless. We need to level it up before we can actually use it, which is generally why I was kind of sitting around waiting for the Great Admiral to spew itself out into existence, but that's going to take far too long. So instead we're just going to sail the Barbary Corsair round on over here to the Barbarian camp and try and grind some levels out of thin air. We've now met most of the Gandhis in the game, and all of them are basically telling us that they worship some kind of nuclear deterrent. It's of course terrifying for us mere mortals, but I rest assured hoping that Gandhi chooses not to obliterate me for another few turns. Now we have almost made it to the Barbarian camp, and here we are. Look at this, perfect. We're in a prime position now to actually start fighting the Barbarian camp, so what we're going to do is raid this outpost, and next turn that should summon in a Barbarian unit for us to grind levels on using the Corsair. And there it is, it's a crossbow boy. So we're going to start attacking him and gaining some experience. After a couple of skirmishes, we should be in the money. There we go, we'll be able to strike them again, gain 5 experience, fantastic stuff. It appears there's another unit hiding in the bush over here, so we're just going to attack that guy as well for even more experience, and we are just one combat away from leveling up now, perfect. And as soon as we level up, that is game, set, and point. Where is this guy going? Why are you going towards my other dude? My other dude can kill you, but I don't want him to. I want to kill you with my boaty boy. Come back, please. Please come back next turn. I'll even move the boat away so you won't even see him. Just retreat, please. No, oh, he just ran into my guy. Why would you do that? Oh, the AI sometimes. Oh, seeing as I can't immediately find something for us to murder with our boat, we're going to simply have to sit around and wait for the next AI unit to spawn in. Ah, fantastic, a brand new unit has spawned in, and the game is now over. So here's what's going to happen. We're going to attack this one unit here, immediately do a lot of damage, but most importantly gain a promotion on our Barbary Corsair. We'll now move in, finish the job, fantastic. Next turn, we will now have infinite money. We no longer need to actually start spending money building units. Instead, we can just, I don't know, start immediately focusing down wonders. And the reason we're doing this is going to become very clear. Money as we know it is basically completely and utterly over, and here's why. You see, with the addition of the new barbarian camps in the game, the raiding mechanic on barbarian camps has changed. Normally, if you walked into a barbarian camp and you were the only unit on it, bam, you immediately raised that guy down to the ground and got some money. Now, however, you have an option. You can raid the clan and gain some gold, but just agitate it and it will spawn a unit next turn, or you can destroy it completely. Now, of course, raiding it gives you money, and money's good, but you can only raid it once every 10 turns. This is where the game is actually wrong. You can raid it more than once every 10 turns, because if you have a Barbary Corsair, you can raid this bad boy as many times as you like. There's just one slight issue. The developers were aware of that, and so if you try and raid using a Barbary Corsair, you get no money. That's right, this is uncoastally raidable, kind of, because what happens when you upgrade your Barbary Corsair with loot? Loot is a simple bonus, plus 50 gold from every coastal raid on standard speed. As we're on Marathon, that's plus 100 gold. Now, we just have to quickly kill this crossbow boy, but next turn you're going to work out why this is now going to be completely and utterly destroyed. Because you see, with that upgrade, our Barbary Corsair here is now able to gain money from raiding. We're going to raid this barbarian camp and get 150 gold. And can we do it again? Can we do that again? Oh dear. But what if we did it again? Oh, and again, and again. Oh, and we now have the most money in the game. That's right, everyone else in the game now is very poor, because relatively money has no actual value, it's just the value we give it. And if someone has infinite money, then money no longer has any value whatsoever. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? We've just got ourselves infinite money, because this Barbary Corsair can raid this Barb camp as many times as it likes per turn, because the Corsair's special ability is that it doesn't lose any movement or attacks for doing a raid. But if you have a tile that can be raided an infinite quantity of times per turn, oh, Oh, well then you've just got yourself infinite money. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an urgent appeal from the Spiffco charity. We have too much money. Every minute in Spiffco headquarters, millions and millions of gold suddenly appears out of thin air. We can't use this gold. We don't know where to put it, and honestly, it's just too much. You can do your part by liking this video and taking some of that gold away from us. Each like on this video is worth 10,000 gold. Do your part and save us from drowning in our own unimaginable wealth. Please help us. Now immediately we're up to 3,000 gold, which is a good position to be in because it means we can just buy all of these buildings. Do we want a temple? Sure, that's gold. Do you want a workshop? Oh, we're gonna need 300 gold for that. Now 300 gold, that's a good few turns of gold production. Or it's just a couple of clicks on this lovely little barb camp. There we go, and now we can build ourselves a workshop to power level our production. Now that doesn't seem very fair, but the interesting thing is that this exploit can get even worse, because this is turn 666, and you know what that means. It means we're going to summon the devil himself by creating so much wealth. How are we going to do it? Well, in one simple and easy step. Allow me to introduce to you a macro program. Say hello to Macro Recorder Standard, a nice little piece of software which is pretty interesting. The way this software works is I can basically record a mouse movement on my computer and then repeat it as many times as I like. And you know what? That's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to record the movement of pressing the coastal raid button and then clicking on the barb camp, repeat it as many times as we like, and then I'm going to be leaving my computer running to just see how much money I can actually make. So let the recording begin. What we want to do is move these two objects as close together as possible so that the click speed is actually as fast as possible. Then we're going to press record and it begins. We're going to simply click here, click here, click here, click here, click here, click here, and then repeat. There we go. Now that's all we're going to need. We can simply stop and we now have ourselves a perfect macro. How does this look in practice? Well, it's going to look a little bit terrifying because what we do is we select our Barbary Corsair, press my defined hotkey, and watch as the entire thing repeats itself continuously. Now every time we do this, you'll notice money going up in the top left, and I'm not even touching my keyboard anymore. The only issue is this is kinda slow. It's not perfect and it can be improved. So what are we going to do? Well, what we're going to do is alter the playback speed to actually run at 1,000 times its original intended speed, and we're also going to repeat this recording 1,000 times. Welcome to my hell, where now as soon as I press the numpad key, chaos is going to happen. The movement of the money transfer is fast, it's speedy, and it is perfect. Look at it go. Within just a few moments you'll notice we're making thousands and thousands of gold. A process that would normally take turns and turns to do, we are able to do without a turn even ending, just by clicking this camp over and over again. Now lo and behold, ladies and gentlemen, this is infinite wealth, and I think it's time for a good old proper money making montage. And would you look at that, ladies and gentlemen, 1.4 million gold. This is more gold than we would ever need. It is absolutely insane. If you had a game with as many players as possible in Civ 6 and you all sat down, there's a very decent chance you would never make 1.5 million gold. This money is so extreme, it's about my average yearly spending on tea bags. But what if we could go even higher? I mean, what, it's only taken us about half an hour to get here? What about 5 million? It'll take a few hours, but you know what, ladies and gentlemen? We need to go higher. More gold, more game breaking. To 5 million we go.
6.5 hours later.
There it is, ladies and gentlemen. 5 million gold. More money than anyone could ever reasonably spend. It's fantastic. Using this money, we could do whatever we liked. We could fill the entire map with units. Every single tile could have its very own crossbowman just sat there loitering around doing nothing. And if you go over to the player cards, you'll notice that we're starting to completely and utterly break the display value. Gandhi only has 665 gold, but it's turn 666, and that means we're breaking the game. Look at how glorious it displays. But ladies and gentlemen, we're halfway there. What happens when you hit 10 million? Well, I'm going to go into the macro builder and I'm going to set it up so that it should exactly reach 10 million from this point. And I'm going to be leaving my computer running overnight as we calculate this bad boy. So, let's go make some money.
Day 2.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're back with not quite 10 million gold. As you can see, we have 8,388,608 gold. This is actually the maximum amount of gold you can have in the game. As you can see, we can click on the Corsair, click to coastally raid, and the money doesn't go up. This is because this is the maximum quantity of gold that the game can actually even display. If we were to spend some of this gold, let's say 980 of it on this trader, you'll notice it goes down to 8387, and then from this point we can actually work it back up again. But there you go, this is the maximum cap, the maximum amount of money you are allowed to have in Civ 6. I don't think anyone has ever reached this number before, and yet here it is. We've done it today, ladies and gentlemen, using just one simple floaty boy. Ultimately, who would win? An entire world economy, or one floaty boy with a whole bunch of angry torches and an empty barbarian stick shack? Of course, the floaty boy is going to destroy any world economy. So you know what, ladies and gentlemen, we've got all of this gold lying around. We might as well do something fun with it. And you know what, we've got a couple of Gandhis here, so I don't see why we shouldn't do a little bit of early border expansion. First, let's just buy ourselves a university using all of this gold. We can also buy ourselves another trader. And also, we've got a whole bunch of great people over here. Great people cost gold, quite a lot of gold in fact. This great person here, 11,000 gold. This bad boy instantly creates a bombard with 1 level of promotion. So we buy him, and if we use him up instantly, we get ourselves a bombard. But of course, we're going to need more military units than that. So we should probably also buy ourselves a knight. We can move this crossbowman off the capital, and also buy ourselves a Barbary Corsair to attack the coastline here. We could also buy this Great Admiral to also get a nice upgraded Corsair. You know, we should also probably create a religion, and because we're able to use gold, we're going to be able to get a religion before everyone else in the game. This is quite powerful because religions can provide great bonuses. Anyway, that's it. Turn 666 is finally over. Let's get these trade routes rolling. Right, our great general here, who's going to make us a bombard, is going to wander on down south, turn himself into a bombard, which is quite useful considering I don't think anyone else in the game even knows what a bombard is. Immediately, that's taken our military strength up to some incredible levels. Equally, it's time for us to sail the Great Fleet down south. Sir Francis Drake, in fact, we're going to be able to use him and convert him into a Barbary Corsair. Alright, now it's time for us to make a religion. Of course, we are now massively ahead of everyone else when it comes to religion making, which is absolutely perfect. So we're going to create ourselves the religion of hyperinflation. We're going to naturally pick up Feed the World for the increased food and housing in our cities, and now in order to make ourselves even more powerful, we're going to do something absolutely insane. We're going to pick up the Crusade bonus, which is usually a religious belief that is hardly ever used in game. The reasoning is simple. It gives combat units plus 10 combat strength when within the borders of foreign cities that follow this religion. Basically, if you're next to a city which is owned by someone else that also follows your belief, then your crossbowmen are effectively going to somehow drop their crossbow and pick up an M16. It's completely and utterly perfectly balanced. The reason most people don't use this card is simple. Pretty much every other faction is going to have a religion, and if they start noticing you converting their city, they're going to start getting rid of your religion. However, remember, look at how far away everyone else is from a great prophet. They're hundreds of turns away. Consequently, we can just do something absolutely insane and start buying ourselves some missionaries. Alright, you know what, ladies and gentlemen, it's time. We've spread our religion of hyperinflation into 2 of Gandhi's cities. He is very upset because we denounced him, and you know what, I think it's time that we go to war. So Gandhi, I'm afraid it's time. We're going to declare a formal war. That's right, it's going to be jazzy, it's going to be majestic. All of the other Gandhis are immediately upset. They don't like the Gandhis being taken away like this, but don't worry, we're going to be using our incredible perfectly balanced strategy of mega ships of death. You see, these ships have a range strength of 50 unless I put them into the borders, in which case they have a range strength of 60. Oh, it really is that easy. Anyway, let's wander in, and oh, look at that, a skirmisher. Yeet, he's gonna get attacked. Oh, is that a crossbow boy? It is. Oh, this is going to be very fun. Right, all we need to do is just get into the borders of these cities, and then we can start the fun mega attack. Let's do a ranged attack, and another ranged attack, and then send in the ironclad, baby. Right, ironclad, you can stay here. Perfect. Right, bombard, kill this unit, go. Crossbowman, kill this unit, go. Oh, we can coastally raid this science place as well. There we go. That's given us 477 science. Perfect. Oh, I do love a good science raid. Using that, we've managed to jump straight into the lead in terms of science, and we're also tearing down the walls of this city. Perfect. And can we raid it again? Oh, we raided it a second time in that turn. Can we raid it again? Oh, we just raided it yet again. Okay, so we can raid the same tile 3 times apparently in this game mode, and we can still also coastally attack attack. Perfect. And you know what? Let's buy ourselves a few more units to throw into the battle. I think one more pikeman would be a good idea. And then we're also sending over another boat from this city. This boat can sail up around the southern coast here. Right, we're now destroying this city over here. Meanwhile, our knight is just wandering around pillaging everywhere. We're going to send this boat up the coastline to the city. We're going to pillage this log place. We're going to attack this crossbow boy. Now, I reckon we're going to actually be able to take this city this turn, and oh yes we are. There we go. We're going to bring its walls down and then just march a knight into it, and we're bam, that city's ours. Oh, perfectly balanced. We're going to keep this city? Yeah, we might as well keep this city. Why not? Right, now time to bombard their city here. This is their second city originally, but with a bombard, there's going to be basically nothing left of it. Would you look at that? They very politely decided to step off of their campus, meaning I can now farm it for science. Said science is going to give us the ability to construct janissaries. These are really, really powerful units, provided you build them in cities that you didn't actually place yourself, which is soon going to become all of our cities. So we can just buy as many janissaries as we want, and trust me, these are powerful boys. Alright, now let's go send the fleet over, and we're going to lay siege to the final capital of Delhi. Right, once again, we'll bombard the city walls. The walls are now gone. We fire over the boats. The boaty boys do their damage. We send in the ironclad, and the city is ours. Perfect stuff. We're going to keep the city? Yeah, we might as well keep the city. But most importantly, we're going to buy ourselves another janissary. Right, it's time for the bombard brigade to start marching onwards, as we've got ourselves another city to take. Although this one's going to be a little bit more difficult, as they decided to successfully build their city in quite an awkward position. Right, our military strength is now up to 1,000, and the Gandhi that we're fighting is down to 0. We're able to just sail our fleet around and bombard the remaining cities as much as we like, with absolutely no retaliation from the enemy. Right now, let us march in the janissaries and the horsey boys. Perfect. Another city falls to the might of my empire. Now, in order to make this attack even faster, we're just going to buy as many Barbary Corsairs as we can possibly get our hands on and sail them all around to the capital for maximum damage. Oh wow, now all of the AIs in the game are getting very upset and grouchy. Classic AI. Right, now we're just taking out this military encampment here. Not that they actually even have any military units spawned from this encampment, but mostly just because I enjoy doing a bit of damage. There we go. And also it allows us to farm some experience. Meanwhile, the walls of Delhi are crumbling to our giant majestic bombard unit, and we'll start the great pillage of culture and science from the capital of Delhi. All in all, this war has been very profitable because there's a lot of resources that we're not very good at gaining because we haven't built any campuses. We've literally only built one single boaty boy, but that single boaty boy has held up our entire economy. Right, now we're going to once again destroy this camp, and we should be able to, personally raid some gold here, and I guess it is pretty much time for us to start attacking this main city. I want some culture there. There we go. We can complete humanism. I want to bombard the main city, send in the janissaries, and also give me some science. There we go. Oh, I love it when a good old plan comes together. Well, this is going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. The last stand of Delhi. We've surrounded it with more boaty boys than anyone should logically have access to at this time, and we're able just to besiege the entire thing into the ground. With one shot of this bombard and a couple of janissaries, the city will now fall. And there you have it. Gandhi has been removed. Well, one of Gandhi's. There's many Gandhis, in fact, and will now take control of this city. And with that, I'd say it's pretty much safe to assume that we have completely and utterly destroyed Civ 6. The entire game is now ours. We still have 8 million gold in the bank, and we have this barbarian camp, where apparently we still have this sign going for the rest of time itself. We still have this barbarian camp which we can farm infinite gold from for the rest of the game. No one is able to stop us from farming that gold. And if our city were to expand and take it into its borders, then don't worry, we can just go up here or find another one. There's millions to find. It really is this easy in order to gain complete and utter total power in Civ 6. And look, all of these other AIs absolutely hate us. They have so many grievances against us, but what if we just gave them a gift of, say, 10 grand? Look at that. Isn't that quite nice? Gandhi likes that. And this Gandhi here is a bit unfriendly towards us, but hey, what if we establish a residence embassy? He's going to accept that, and then if we give him a whole bunch of gold, suddenly he's going to be a good friend with us. Isn't that lovely? And you know, before I go, we might as well do something absolutely hilarious and buy every single great person possible. Let's go. More and more great people. Just spawn them all in at the capital. Come on, we have infinite money. It's going to be nothing. Okay, I've bought all of the remaining great generals in the game, and I'm pretty sure this is now going to completely and utterly break everything. Look at all of these great generals, and what can they all do? Well, they can all do insane things. This guy makes an envoy. This guy gives us a cavalry unit. This guy gives us a warrior monk. This lovely man here is going to give us an entire spec ops unit.
unit, which is pretty interesting because we can power drop him in 1614 AD, despite the fact that planes, I'm pretty sure, haven't been invented. This lovely guy here is going to give us a modern anti-tank, which has 80 combat strength. Because it's technically an anti-cavalry unit, that means that this incredible guy here, for some reason with his really long RPG, is going to be able to evaporate horses like no tomorrow. And Douglas MacArthur here is going to retire and give us one straight up tank. This is just a regular old tank, ladies and gentlemen. It's incredibly powerful and has a huge amount of damage. And we have it in 1614 AD. What have I done to you, Civ 6? I'm so sorry. Oh god, I'm so sorry. But there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. This has been how to break Civilization 6 by generating infinite money.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Sid Meier's Civilization 6, a grand strategy 4X game which of course stands for Explore, Expand, Exterminate, and full of exploits. The game is an absolute classic. You found your starting city and use it to research your way through the early civilization, eventually growing into a mighty sprawling empire that can reach for the stars. At least that's what the developers want you to do. As today we're going to be doing something a little bit different. A no city challenge, or to be more specific, a no settler challenge. You see, a few years ago I did a no city challenge where we won a diplomatic victory by hiding on an island and convincing the empires of the world that a charismatic Maori man should become the overlord of humanity. So logically, the next impossible Civ 6 challenge would be to win a domination victory without ever settling a city, meaning that I cannot train new troops or even expand my empire. So how on earth are we meant to win the game? Well, let's dive into this impossible challenge and see how a professional exploiter who is addicted to tea will handle this situation. A dastardly devilish gentleman does not blindly step into a challenge, and instead they ensure that the setup always favors them. So allow me to unveil how we're going to break the game using China. To be specific, we are led by a gentleman called Qin Shi Huang Wang.
Qin Shi Huang.
Which I can assure you, as a British person, is exactly how it is pronounced. You are not allowed to complain in the comment section at all. Now, Mr. Quinn here is very special because he, like most DLC characters recently added to a game, is horrifically overpowered. His special ability is the 36 stratagems. This grants all melee units the ability to sacrifice themselves in order to convert adjacent barbarian units into the ranks of the Chinese horde. Now, the smart sausages amongst you might already see an issue here. By simply moving adjacent to two barbarian units, you can turn one warrior into two warriors. And best of all, warriors are melee units, which means they also get the ability to convert. Oh dear, I think you can see where this is going. But this is perfectly balanced, meaning that of course this broken feature can be pushed even further, which is why we're going to be playing on deity difficulty, the hardest difficulty in the game. The AI on this difficulty will cheat harder than a Russian spinbot in CSGO. However, that's actually a good thing for us. We'll also be playing with a zombie mode enabled because hey, it's 2023, so every game needs a zombie DLC. So with setup complete, it's time to win a game of domination and conquer these impossibly difficult AIs without actually playing the game. Let us begin. Welcome to the early game, folks. Now, the interface of this game might be intimidating, but don't worry, because today we're going to be using practically none of it. As a Brit, I don't even know what culture looks like, so why would I care about the culture tree? I mean, have you seen the food we eat? Now, our early game move is to send my one warrior off to find some barbarians to convert, and just a few turns in, I spotted two zombies. Now, what is a zombie? Well, beyond a desire to consume brains, zombies are a weak barbarian unit that will target and attack your cities and troops. Anything killed by a zombie becomes a zombie, and the more zombies that die, the more powerful the zombies become. This means they have fantastic scalability and absolutely no cap on just how stupidly powerful they will become. That, of course, is perfectly balanced. So to begin with, I will position my warrior so that it can reach both zombies, and then bam, we have turned one troop into two, effectively doubling our military. Oh, and would you look at that, our zombies can also convert forces to our side. How devilishly delightful. Now, unfortunately, no one fights for free these days, and even zombies need to be paid, so we must use our two new zombies to try and take out that barbarian camp and loot it for money. Now, I won't actually conquer the camp, instead I'll use one zombie to convert into a zombie and a spearman, taking out the camp and giving us 90 gold. The other major problem of being a non-landed nation is that we must protect our settler at all costs, for if it is lost, we immediately immediately lose the game. Luckily I found a city-state which can't kick us out, so hey, let us simply squat for success. Wait, that sounds really bad. Do not squat for success. Simply loiter for luxuries, I guess. Once again, a few turns later, a new barb camp spawns in, producing more fresh zombies, which we can just stand between and convert into fresh cannon fodder. You might notice we're having a lot more camps spawn than normal, and this is due to the game speed being set to marathon, which is a 3 times longer game, so logically we should have 3 times less barbarians. Well, actually, no, this breaks the game entirely, and we get far more barbarians. But all that aside, we're now up to 3 zombies, which is absolutely wonderful. Our goal, of course, is to conquer the world, so still just baby steps at the moment, but one day I might fulfill the British dream and invade someone else's land. Speaking of which, we meet Brazil, our first potential friend, and he's even bold enough to grant us information about where his capital's located. What could possibly go wrong, Pedro? I don't know. Annoyingly, despite having 2 zombies, 2 spearmen, and a warrior, this cheating AI still has a grander military than I. So it's time to begin the great scouting adventure, where I split up my army and use it to discover fresh zombies to multiply with. Unfortunately, RNGesus does not actually smile upon us, and it takes until turn 53 to really find more zombies. Said zombies are currently invading Civ, which even more annoyingly makes them harder to convert, as the AI desperately wants to kill them. I can't let Civ kill all of the zombies, so I had a brilliant new idea. What if I killed Civ first? I could use these zombies as a distraction and fresh recruits to steamroll into the Civian Empire with, and so just like that, the first Great War was declared. And now Spiff will narrate a war as if it was a 90s sitcom. What's the deal with all these Civians? Howdy folks, today we're going to be attempting a classical US invasion, and by that I mean I assault some poorly defended cities with waves of men whose citizens will immediately rebel and force me to lose the game, because the city I captured would immediately become my capital and the rebellion would instantly make me a bigger loser than Daryl in his pickup truck. Oh god, yes, I don't think I can keep up with the 90s theme. But hey, we did learn something from this. Knowing that loyalty would be such an issue, I instead decided to target the capital of Civ, and after surrounding it with zombies and putting it to siege, it did eventually fall. But even then, after taking control of it in true American fashion, I have to peace out of the war, achieving absolutely nothing because the pesky loyalties of the residents is not on my side. I did learn from this war, however. In order to win, I must do a lightning fast strike and capture multiple cities on the same turn in order to shore up my loyalty defense. At the same time, whilst this war was going on, my scouts to the east had been farming additional zombies that were now finally ready to join the fight. Also, Brazil, being absolute silly sausages, decided to declare war on Civ and send an army down south, meaning that their cities were relatively undefended. So with that, I swanged the army up north and positioned myself ready for war. It of course massively annoyed the Brazilian AI. However, Pedro just couldn't do anything about it, as the AI cannot target a player that doesn't have any cities with a war declaration, so I'm perfectly safe to annoy him as much as I like. Now the AI once again is getting attacked by barbarians, but at the same time I'm able to use a zombie to get an amazing triple unit conversion, giving me control of a horseman. With this new larger army and seeing an undefended slinger outside of the walls, I was ready to pounce on turn 98. We split our army in 2. The main force would capture Recife, whilst a smaller horse detachment would swing north and take Brasilia. The first turn was brilliant. We were able to smash the slinger and delay any reinforcements from the capital, allowing us to easily siege the 2 undefended and unwalled cities. Pedro did purchase a slinger to help with the defense, but it made no difference, and we handily smashed our way in without any losses. This resulted in us finally having a capital city. After just a casual 100 turns of play, we finally have a place to call home. And so just like that, on turn 109, Deity Brazil was defeated by an empire that never settled a city. Pedro was scattered off into the winds, never to return again, just like a distant father gone out for cigarettes. We now have the strongest military in the world, so I think it's probably time that we actually swing south for, you know, Civ War 2 Electric Boogaloo. And so on turn 123, we begin the war and surround Kaloba and the capital city of Civ. My goal once again is to capture 2 cities quickly and slowly finish off the others. This was until I realized that I could raise Kaloba to the ground, because hey, don't have to worry about disloyal peasants if they all mysteriously burst into flames. Now the war goes rather well, but I never realize why I was losing so many units until I saw the state of my economy. By operating at a loss, my units were disbanding, which meant that in a war where I would have lost nothing, it actually became very costly indeed. We valiantly saved the Scythian capital from zombies on turn 133 by marching in with our own zombies, giving us control of the city. However, loyalty instantly became an issue, and just a few turns later, our diminished army was kicked out of the rebelling city. This meant we had to simply sidestep the capital, capture Isk, and then eventually swing back into the capital. I was a little worried about our dwindling forces until we got this juicy giga conversion, making 4 zombies out of 1. Perfectly balanced. So with our reinforcements now secured, we shamble on over and capture the 2 remaining cities, wiping Civ out of the game and giving us 2 of the necessary 5 capitals for victory. It was time for us to redirect the attention of our army. The next target would of course be the Incas, because, you know, they were in the way of the other 2 AIs. They were also the strongest AI in the game. They had a greater technology and culture advantage, which meant that this war could have been very tricky indeed. But before we invade the Incas, I will quickly explain why each city that we control is garrisoned by zombies. As the game goes on, more and more zombies will attack our cities. For the AI, this is a real challenge. However, for us, we just use our defense zombies to multiply, increasing the overall ranks of the dead. These new bodies will eventually be flowing towards our front line, which is of course rapidly advancing towards the Inca. As we now pull up to Cusco, the Incan capital, we start to encounter giant zombie hordes, which is perfect as they provide lovely fresh troops to the mix. When it comes to assault, our zombies are now achieving wild levels of strength. The base strength is being boosted up to 44, making them almost 10 strength higher than a swordsman, which, you know, the AI hasn't even unlocked yet. Annoyingly, however, our early assault is tempered by the Incas building a wall. We got the city right in the range of capture, but nope, they just put up a flimsy wall on literally the final possible turn. This let them heal right back up and meant I had to sacrifice some forces to bring it down. Meanwhile, I'd already gone behind the capital to raise 2 further cities and start pushing towards Wanuku. This was their final walled fortress, surrounded by mountains. How on earth would Spiff be able to break this bottleneck of fortifications and challenges? Oh, he just smashed zombies against the wall until it fell. Well, I guess that works too. With the Incas now ink-offed out of the game, God, that's terrible. 2 AIs remain, the Egyptians and the Majahapids. Cleopatra has the larger military, culture, and science output, which meant that she would be closer to getting walls up, so I decided to do a tactical bum rush and just charge zombies across open fields of archer chariots, which surprisingly worked out great. First of all was the great Egypto-American city of Memphis, which was valiantly defended by weak, pathetic noodle boys and cowards. We naturally razed Memphis to the ground, probably doing a good thing for all of humanity, because who really needs Memphis? We then followed it up with Abydos. However, in the time it took to take these 2 cities, the Egyptian capital now had walls. But without an army to defend them and our combined military score of 600, what could they do other than bow to my majestical British prowess? Finally, on turn 215, Egypt kicks the bucket for good as we capture their final freshly settled city to the south. Now, I'm also somewhat of a multitasker, so over the last few turns, I've also been moving more forces up to the north to help out with the invasion of our final AI threat. Although calling it a threat is a bit of an overstatement, I prefer rather a tactical speed bump. The final war is here, ladies and gentlemen. The Majahapid menace must fall. This will indubitably happen as our zombies are effectively becoming monoliths of power. The death of the last 2 wars has pumped them even more up, meaning that the first few cities fall very quickly indeed. I only need the capital city to actually win the game, so after capturing Mataram, I just rush forward with some injured troops and there it is. Of course, the city would fall, ladies and gentlemen. And so, on turn 231, my majestic sausages, this has been quite the game of Civilization 6 indeed. Remember, of course, we're playing on marathon speed, which when translated to standard speed means that we've won the game on deity difficulty just 15% of the way through into the actual game. No one in the world really knows how to shoot a crossbow yet, but that doesn't matter because my zombies have conquered the entire bloody thing. Now isn't that just absolutely balanced? Welcome, ladies and gents, for a game of Civilization the likes of which you've never seen. Today, I tricked 3 of my friends to join me for a perfectly normal game of Civ 6. We have Potato McWhiskey, the world's premier Civ YouTuber, Veilfisk, a designer of multiplayer torture devices, and Ambiguous Amphibian. He's, from Florida? Anyway, they were told to join me for a short multiplayer game of Civ, and they had no idea what modifications I'd made to the game. So, time to reveal my alterations. Say hello to Civ 6 Extreme Edition. It's extreme because I've increased pretty much everything by 10 times. This means, for example, that unique nation skills have entered into silly mode. Take Scythia. Scythia, when building one cavalry unit, now gets 10 additional copies for free. Wow, that's perfectly balanced, but it gets better. Their horse archer unique unit now gets an additional plus 10 range, turning them into long distance artillery pieces that simply have no counter. Exactly as our Lord and Savior Sid Meier intended. Of course, going into this, because I tested, I knew all of the most broken builds that allowed for wins in just 20 turns. So naturally, I'm here largely to observe and not to win, but I will still of course be doing a very, very silly build. So place your bets on who you think's going to win today's majestic video in the comment section. Do it now! Now, I made our players pick their civs ahead of knowing about the actual mods. This way they wouldn't have an overpowered advantage. That said, all 3 of them picked absurdly broken civs. Potato is playing the Creed. They get 10 free traders that claim the tiles that they move on to. This means that his empire is going to become a nightmarish mess of border gore. His unique building and trade routes will also make him stupidly rich. And his starting unit, the Scout, is replaced by something that starts with the same power as a musketman. That's right, this man in the ancient era has a gun. Veilfisk is playing the Zulu, who will have the most powerful units in the game, with his impies eventually equaling the power of a giant death robot. But he needs to survive long enough to unlock them. Which brings us to AA, channeling his inner American dream as Teddy Roosevelt Rough Rider, also known as the Purge Lord 5000. For if you're on the same continent as Teddy, you're going to get forcefully relocated by his plus 29 combat strength. And finally, I'll be committing dastardly shenanigans with Mapuche. I get plus 44 combat strength against players in a golden age, and defeating a unit in an enemy city lowers its loyalty by 90. So with all of that set up, let's begin the game. It's going to be fine. There is a turn timer that is dynamic, so we're all at the same disadvantage. There's a lot of world wonders and such that are very good. The statue of Zeus, I think, gives you 30 spearmen.
Oh my god.
Just be careful of that one.
Wait. So we have the 10x mod, but what are the... There's 5 mods, right? What are the other 4 mods, Spiff?
So we've got 10 times Pantheon, Civilization Traits times 10, Suzerain times 10, and Wonder times 10.
Oh, so it makes times 10, right?
We got a lot of times 10s. I'm going to settle down my capital, just because... Yeah. You want to get going as soon as possible is all I would suggest.
Yeah, I think like moving a single turn here actually might be a huge danger move. So I'm going to go just settle in place.
Good early wonders. Stonehenge gives you 10 great profits. Hanging Garden, 150% growth in all cities. Etymmonarchy is plus 20 science and 10 production on all marsh tiles. And Temple of Artemis is plus 40 food and 30 housing, should you desire the largest city in the world.
Oh my, Pyramids gives you 10 free builders and 10 extra charges on builders.
10 extra charges?
You build it and you never need to make a builder again.
Yeah, Civ 5 builders, where they just work for their entire life.
Wait, what map type is this?
This is Pangea.
Oh god, so we're all in the same place.
We are all on the same continent.
Oh great, I'm stronger on my own continent, so that means everywhere.
That means Oh wait, yeah, you're not. Oh my god, he's fucking Rough Rider Bulbous.
Oh god. Ooh, I'm gonna get foreign trade and get 1 extra trader. I'll be up to 11.
You don't need it. You don't need him.
All right, I'm gonna plant down my first Mikwape here in a moment.
I'm just beginning to realize how powerful I am. Okay, I'm coming for you guys.
No.
No.
Oh no.
AA discovering he can one-hit the barbarians. After all, why shouldn't this land belong to me?
I have explored this is absurd how strong this Civ is actually. These Hitchitas are like clearing barb camps solo, like in 1 hit.
Yeah, that gives you the money to buy more of them. It's brilliant. So, AA has actually never played Civ before, Potato, just so you know. So if he wins, he will have a 100% win rate. For
right,
Civ.
and then you have to uninstall and never play again.
Oh, no.
No.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm leaving.
Thank you. Cheers. Goodbye.
I didn't see it. If I didn't see it. I didn't see it.
Oh, fuck, it's Potato.
Hi, where are you?
Vale, it's AA to the left of you.
I don't know.
Who is Laventa? Is that one of you?
Oh, fuck, he's found Laventa. Oh, no.
My Okichita can one-shot your scout and take like 3 damage.
Yep. You want that goody hut, Potato? You can have it.
You mean my goody hut?
No, I'm gonna go for the mausoleum at Halicarnassus. I think that's the smart play.
That's the meta pick.
It's either that or the statue of Zeus for 30 archers, 30 spearmen, and 10 battering rams. Oh, I can now pick my Pantheon. This is such a difficult choice. I know you guys can't even see this choice, but I promise you it's a challenge. If I had faster border expansion rate, Potato, and considering my city's getting 37 culture per turn, would that mean my capital would grow very fast?
Yes, you would probably gobble up a tile like every 2 to 3 turns.
Uh-oh.
That could be useful. Okay, fine, we're going for 150% border growth. Let's go. Oh, God, it's objectively not a good one, but I just want it.
Oh, I get to pick a Pantheon. Uh-oh.
Have fun. Oh, there's your capital Vale of
I
usually don't reach this level of like not being able to manage my empire until about 100 turns in. And it's too much.
No, you're gonna get it right now, I'm afraid, Potato. Enjoy.
Oh, that's a nice settler that you have there. Oh, you trapped me. I don't believe it.
I thought you were gonna kill me. I thought you were gonna steal my settler.
I was thinking about it.
I knew it. How's everyone doing in terms of golden ages?
I have 34 out of 22 golden age points.
I think you might be going into a golden age, Potato.
Oh my God.
That's very bad news.
It's really bad.
So, rundown of the stats. Potato has a military strength of 281.
Oh God.
He is getting 18 science per turn and 26 culture per turn. Vale, you have 49 military strength, 5 science and 3 culture. I have 20 military strength, 9 science, and 42 culture per turn.
It's nothing to read into there.
Do I want to build the Colosseum? I could be the person to build it. What does it give? The Colosseum provides 20 of the following. Culture, 20 loyalty per turn, 20 amenities to each city within 60 tiles of the Colosseum. You know what? Maybe we should go for it. Oh, God.
Oh, and then the age is going to end 1 turn before I'm done with my wonder, so I think I actually am going to go into a Dark Age.
You seriously can't Dark Age in this game mode.
You say that, Spiff. I'm 1 point
Is
away.
that even possible? That can happen? That's a thing?
Yeah. So look in the bottom right.
If you just don't advance enough?
If you're particularly bad, yeah.
Oh, that'll happen.
If you look at the bottom right, AA, there should be a little thing that says your era score. It should be a number.
Oh, no.
What is your...
we'll be okay. No? Oh, no, yeah. Oh, we won't be in a golden age, thank God.
What is it?
We're at 17 out of 22.
Okay, you're going to normal age then, probably.
I have 8.
8?
8.
How?
8 out of 9. Yeah.
I think I could AFK more than that, Vale. What?
It takes skill to be at this level, but you don't understand.
I should probably attack Vale.
No.
Get him. Get him. I'll pay you.
You can just announce it.
Yeah, we're going to have a city right near yours. All right.
Chicago.
Kill him. Get him. Get him.
I think you could. I don't have walls.
I think I can kill Vale. Yeah,
You might be able to kill me too.
Wouldn't it be ironic if I won this?
Wait, did one of you build the panda?
Yes,
Yeah.
I just finished it.
You fucker!
Your fury fuels my soul.
You can't make everyone happy all the time.
As long as you're not building the mausoleum at Halicarnassus, just leave mausoleum at Halicarnassus alone.
God. All right. I'm just going to start declaring war on everyone because I'm worried. Because everyone else seems to have a plan.
Yes,
except me, though. Except me, right? You can leave me out of this. I'm not involved.
Actually, you were the first one I was going to declare war on.
No, please. Please, I beg you. There's no need to do that.
I mean, you happen to be, it's nothing personal, but I'm hoping that your level of procrastination will meet my level of inability. That we'll have sort of a fair fight after maybe a couple hours. Oh, damn. I declared the wrong war.
You declared war on me, I think.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Can I take that back?
Sure. I think we have to wait 10 turns or something.
I have to wait 9 turns. Yeah,
No
I'm supposed to be
takesy-backsies
declaring war
on
on
war.
Vale Fisk.
No, you're
Never
not.
mind.
No, you're not.
Sorry, Vale. I'm going to declare my war on you in a few minutes. I'm just going to finish exploring the rest of your, honestly, psychologically questionably named civilization.
It was
Have
a
you
cry
sought
for help,
therapy yet?
I don't think I'm going to live long enough to see a therapist at this rate.
Yeah, I don't want you around here either, Potato. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. I'm just going to start spamming out kitchen towels and send them at you.
I'm just going to sort of try to slow you all down because I'm worried. I'm just worried about what's going to happen. I'm a little bit paranoid American civilization didn't exist at this time, honestly. We'll just keep sending presents to the AI.
We have a question, Potato. Why are you making 178 culture per turn?
Don't worry about it. Why? Stop looking at the stats. Why you...
How?
Why you painting a target on me?
How?
So I made friends with Nan Madal, and I recently discovered something, Spiff. Did you know that wonders count as districts for Nan Madal's ability? So I put a bunch of wonders on the coastline, and now I'm getting 20 culture per wonder.
I've seen something horrible. Potato, I can see where you've sent a trader to my city because it's just a worm extending from your empire coming towards me, and I know it's going to steal my borders.
Your borders are not safe.
I have to buy up land extending towards it. So
that's an act of war. If you buy land, that's an act of war.
Fine, it's your land. I'm sorry.
This land is my land.
I finally found Spiff. Oh, God.
Oh,
I've been searching all over the world.
Hello, Mr. Teddy Roosevelt. I forgot to say, there is actually a prize for the winner of this game.
There is. It's one of my prizes where I pull the rug out at the last minute.
No, there is an actual prize.
That's a real prize.
A real prize, which I will give myself if I win, but if you guys win, you get this prize.
Okay, you can have the book. Wait, what is that? Book of Thought. Wait, this is going to get rid of all of Jeb Bush's faith, isn't it?
That is the prize for peace.
Okay,
Jeb
you know,
Bush
I'll give you my
faith.
book of Thoth for peace, but I want 30 gold a turn.
Done.
30 gold per turn is nothing to him.
Okay,
That's like one tile improvement.
Let's say 100 gold a turn.
50.
70.
55.
60.
Done.
You got a deal.
The art of the deal.
Okay, we're gonna have a surprise war with Vale.
Yeah. You
There
timed
we
it
are.
poorly.
Surprise! Yeah, it really, I still have trying to figure out, find the wheel here.
Potato, whereabouts are you on? Oh, wait, I can see. You're in the Renaissance era for culture. Which
That's
means
right.
You can be up to having the Enlightenment already.
Yes, I'm getting the Enlightenment in 2 turns.
Meanwhile, 2 of our players are still in the ancient era.
I get
haven't lived it.
4 culture per turn.
I did just finish a Petra, and I'm going to start laying down Alcazars, which give 20... God, 20 culture and 15 science. 20
Man.
food, 20 production, 20 gold, 20 culture, 20 science.
You know, Vale, maybe I shouldn't have declared war on you.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I'll accept the apology. I own your land
Yeah,
now. This
I'm seems
seems
sorry.
like a fair trade.
Well, you know, I mean, I could give you our whole civilization, but by the sound of it, should we make an alliance now against them? We'll be like...
I think this is a good idea. Yeah, we should do an alliance
okay.
instead.
Good. I'm sorry.
That famous historical long-running alliance between Jeb Bush and Shaka Zulu.
Now that we're probably about halfway into the game, how do you feel about this experience?
This is great. Yeah, this has gone really well.
I feel a sense of power and dominance that I've never felt before.
In terms of a tier list, would you rate this above or below Sid Meier's Beyond Earth?
Ooh. You know how like the temperature scale works? Like, you know, 0 Kelvin is like the absolute zero of the universe. Like that's how we measure against everything in the world. Beyond Earth is the 0 Kelvin of is a game good. So I'm going to go ahead and say this is better.
I think I have to disagree. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, the only thing I would place above Beyond Earth is the DS edition of Civilization Revolution and nothing else.
I loved that one. Wait, are we saying that it was bad ironically or unironically?
I thought it was actually pretty good.
I really loved that game. I think I played more of that than the main games, which is why I'm struggling right now. Oh, I forgot. I'm going to eBay right now. I gotta buy that.
Hey, Potato.
Hi.
War.
Why? My tiles. He's pillaging me. No.
Pillaging you?
Oh, he actually is really strong. He's killing me with scouts. What do I do?
Oh no.
Suffer the wrath of my loyalty damage.
Oh no, I forgot about the whole thing. He kills units. Oh no.
You think your shitty man-at-arms will survive against my slinger that can do more damage than a field cannon?
Oh my god, your spearman kills my man-at-arms in 2 hits. So, guys, we need to deal with Spiff.
This is bad.
The only person who can deal with me is Vale, because he's not in a golden era.
Oh, that's right. I'm not. For now, I am above the threshold for the next one, so.
Sorry, I'm trying to figure out what I do against this.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. 400 culture and 100 science empire with a bajillion gold and faith doesn't have a solution. Oh, look at him building up walls.
And I'm gonna plink you for like 3 damage. Look at that.
Ow, my scout felt that.
Oh, why did I build such a big This is Civ regret. This is Civ regret. This is just, why did I do this to myself? So like every unit in the game does a minimum amount of damage. So here's my strategy. I will just drown him in crossbows. And as long as I'm doing a non-zero amount of damage, eventually his units will die.
There's logic to that.
Pantheon. I don't think we ever got a Pantheon. I had one before. I don't know what happened to it, though. I thought that was a statue or a character in League of Legends. Oh, no, the volcano erupted right next to our... Why did I build my civilization next to a volcano?
Oh my god, he's killing my capital.
That's not good.
Sucks to be you.
Yeah, look at you. You're running to the hills now, aren't you?
Yeah, you built a wall, you fucker!
That's right.
How dare you? That's illegal.
What? How much do I have to give you to make you go away? What do you want?
1,000 gold per turn.
I have 600.
Okay, that'll do.
No, that's all of it. That's all of the money. You can't have all of it. You can have some. You can't have all.
Okay, let's negotiate. 700?
Wait, that's higher, isn't it?
That's more than I make.
More than you make for now?
You can't just strip me dry.
What?
No peace. I reject your peace offer that I had proposed.
Okay.
Oh, he's still running around with all those pyramid builders.
Yes, because they had 14 charges.
Oh, yeah, right. I was like, oh, but they'll go away fairly quickly.
Every tile in his empire is pretty much improved.
Do you know the level of micro I've had to do every turn for the last hour to achieve this level of improvement?
Thing is, I invited the rest of you because I knew you'd have a fun time. I invited Potato because I knew this would actually hurt him. Crossbowman army?
That's right.
An army?
That's right.
Yeah, you were Renaissance, Potato. You're now in the industrial era.
I'm in the modern era, actually, and I'm about to research fascism.
No.
Oh, no, that one gives funny bonuses.
It doesn't it? All units get +5 combat strength, plus 50% production towards it. Wow, your crossbowmen are doing 1 damage to that scout.
How is he so tanky? He has 141 combat strength. He's getting 60 defense from standing on that fortress.
I'm gonna keep my scout there for fun. He's gonna have a grand old time.
Oh, I need to shoot him 5 times a turn just to overcome his passive healing.
Our volcano is no longer active. Why did I build this civilization? I'm gonna know the next time we play not to build my civilization next to a volcano.
I think I only feel safe because I've still not met you, and so I cannot see the numbers that would be next to your name.
Would you like to guess how many digits my culture is now?
4? Is it 4?
It's up to 4.
Oh, God.
Potato has a score of 1,171, which is 10 times more than everyone else. His military is 1,159, and that's after deleting a bunch of it. He has 334 science per turn, as well as 1,600 culture per turn.
Oh!
World Congress! Let's give recon units +5 combat strength so that my scout can never die.
I think recon is going to be useful for this one.
No, you're going to force me to spend my points.
And great admirals.
Recon.
Ooh, we could all use some admirals.
I only have 1 point total.
Yeah, I only have.
I don't think I have much of a say in it.
I don't think so either.
I have 6 diplomatic favor, 110 diplomatic favor. Not as much as Potato. Yes, he was very nice to me. That's true. How is it that Vale is only at a 1? We declared war on him and then changed our minds and said sorry. I'm pretty sure that's never happened in the history of the world.
We did it. We won.
Recon. Everyone did recon?
Everyone voted recon.
They lose.
Wait, lose 5 combat strength? What? That was an option? How could you?
Okay, let's peace out here. I will make peace with you. and I will send you, for your troubles, 10,000 gold.
Accepted. Yes, yes.
You paid him money.
Yes, give me 10,000 gold. Can I also have some spices and marble? Oh, and tea. Can I have tea?
You can have all my luxury. You take them all. You just grab any spares.
Yay! The greatest peace deal ever proposed.
I love this. You invaded me, and like I took pity upon you and gave you what you wanted.
Yay! Pity victory.
Okay, my wonder has stopped working. Why has it stopped working?
He who writes the best haiku in chat gets 10,000 gold.
Ooh.
Every turn that goes by, the bounty goes up by 2,500 gold.
Cheerful, a forest, a glorious frog wallows under the dolphin.
I like it. I'm a big fan of nature walk, so I like it.
There will be no pain when the game comes to an end. Swift, total, complete.
Probably a good
Okay,
move.
I have my haiku. Are you ready to hear it?
I am ready to hear it.
The more beets I eat, veal, potatoes, biff, friends all, enter the red wee-wee. Okay, what do I win now?
20,000 gold.
Check your trade deal. That's what you win.
Yeah, Potato missed the story. I ate some beets and I was panicking because I thought I had a health scare and I was going to die.
Your gift has been sent.
Oh, thank you for the 20,000 gold. We'll use this to maybe get some of the people back.
No. Is it a different gift or is it
I sent you a new
gold?
deal.
Oh, he sent me a new gift. Thank you so much.
You must accept.
Oh yeah, I did. I was really nice to you before, and I helped out a lot. Oh, that's so nice.
You've got to accept it. You can't decline whatever the gift is.
He's giving me his entire civilization.
Oh, your people will return.
Wow.
Wait, that might prevent the end of the game, right?
Oh my God! Look at the loyalty.
Consequences. Oh Jesus Christ! What have you been building over here? Now I understand. I couldn't see any of this for the last 2 hours. Wow, honestly, that was kind of worth it. Yeah.
Potato is still making 687 culture per turn.
Mildly
Just from
worrying.
his capital.
Oh, he's not about to win anymore.
Catch up for a while? Yeah.
No, I was never starting to catch up in this situation.
I was thinking it was maybe 3 cities that were very large. Okay.
No. It's a whole ass empire.
Finally, Jeb Bush is president.
Let's see how long you can manage this empire for before you lose your sanity and trade it back to me.
Nah, you could have it back. Here we go.
I could just refuse your gift.
Trapped in an endless cycle.
Well, why don't I'm gonna give you my cities.
Oh, we're
and
trading. Trading
yours.
places.
I mean, you really don't want to live in my civilization. There we go. Okay, you have it back.
So what? We're 2 turns away from a tourism victory from you, Potato.
Possibly 1 turn if the way the overlap works.
Okay, possibly 1 turn. Here we go. This could be the last turn in the game, which would mean, Potato, you could potentially win the grand prize.
I forgot there was a prize.
Yeah. Oh, I'm defeated.
God. Yeah, we've defeated. Congratulations, Potato.
Thank you.
How come it's showing a ruined modern city?
Yeah, wait a minute.
We never got there. We never got there.
This is what it could have been.
Oh my God. Well, brilliant. We can take a look at the graphs. Player culture. That is a good one. I like that one. Player faith. That's also good. Player gold. Now, I like player gold.
Player's gold.
Oh my God, look at his culture compared to ours. Jesus.
You guys are like a rounding error at the bottom of the graph.
So, are you ready for your special prize? You have won a lifetime of happiness in the form of the greatest game ever created that isn't Sid Meier's Beyond Earth. I am, of course, talking about Sid Meier's Starships.
Oh my God, Sid Meier's Starships. I remember that.
Now, I invited all of you here today because you're creators, and that means that in the agreement you signed up by joining, the stipulation was that if you won, you had to play the prize. So, Potato, you now have to make a Sid Meier's Starships video, and I'll put this in my video to guarantee that if you don't, this is going to follow you around forever.
Just do it. It's not worth it. It's not worth it to have this follow you around forever. You gotta just play Sid Meier's Starships.
Bite the bullet and play Sid Meier's Starships.
I really want to click decline gift.
You can't. I'll keep sending it. You can't stop me.
Yeah, you
I'll
definitely
post it
you
to
can
your
never go
house.
back on a public promise that you've made to play something, right, Spiff?
I
you
didn't
could never
make a
go
promise.
back on
Hold
that.
on. I didn't. You made the promise for me.
Oh, no. There's no proof. There's no video proof of that. There's video proof of me saying I did, though. And that's basically the same as a legally binding contract. Of course, congratulations to Potato McWhiskey. He may now claim his prize. It's important to mention that he himself said he is legally obligated to make a video on Sid Meier's starships, provided this video achieves 40,000 likes. So get to work, my friends. I, a British person, must continue to find new innovative ways for the Irish to suffer, and only you can assist me on this quest. Today I'll be playing Extreme Civ, the most extreme form of Civilization 6, designed for only pro gamers and the criminally insane. Luckily I fit both the criterias, so it's time to break Civilization 6 Extreme Edition. So what is Civ 6 Extreme? Is it a game mode where nuclear Gandhi activates and decimates the world back to the Stone Age? No, Extreme Civ is extremely long Civ, as we will be playing on the marathon game speed. Everything will take 3 times as long, but also be 3 times as imbalanced, allowing for some of the most broken Civ 6 gameplay the world has ever seen. But with a game lasting 3 times as long, surely it will take me an incredibly long time to defeat it. But that's where you're wrong, ladies and gentlemen, for I am a god of this game, and if anything, it will actually make the game faster. So grab your warm cups of tea and get ready for the strangest Civ 6 footage the world has ever witnessed. Let the games begin. Say hello to the Chinese Empire, ladies and gentlemen, led by Qin Shi Huang. Now, China in Civ 6 isn't necessarily that good. It usually ends up around the midpoint of most tier lists for several very important reasons. Its unique unit isn't that good, its unique improvement isn't that good, its ability to improve Eurekas and inspirations is worse than other Civs, and its one redeeming feature, which is that it can use builder charges to speed up the construction of wonders, is completely overshadowed by the fact that on a normal game speed, it hardly makes any difference. Nobody needs to potentially use 7 builder charges over 7 turns to build a wonder, when it might just take 7 turns to build that wonder on, say, a faster speed. So China ultimately isn't very good. However, we're playing on marathon speed, ladies and gentlemen, and on marathon speed, this is a good ability, because each builder still gives 15% towards the wonder's construction, and on this game speed, that's a lot. Now, we're going to settle our capital city, and already you can see it's going to take us 26 turns just to build a monument. A scout will take 13 turns, a warrior will take 18 turns, and a builder is going to take 22, but that's not all. Research is also going to take forever. Astrology would take us 60 turns to research, and the first of our culture things comes in at 47 turns worth of culture, meaning the start of this game is going to be very slow, but it's basically going to be all about us building up builders and scouts, trying to discover as much of the world as possible, and maybe getting ourselves a second city nice and early. Goodie huts at this speed are massively important, because each goodie hut could potentially save us, say, 23 entire turns of growing a population. This is huge. By the way, we're also playing with every single DLC enabled, which, as we know from the developers of Civ 6, means the game is horrifically unbalanced. So in order to rebalance it, make sure to grab yourself a nice refreshing cup of Yorkshire tea, as we're about to destroy this game. Okay, so the opening turns weren't really that eventful. Our borders have expanded, but most importantly, it's turn 27, and you'll notice we're a little bit ahead of schedule. Namely, we already have a builder out, and we have a warrior over here who's upgraded. We managed to clear out a lovely barbarian camp, gaining some additional gold, and also pick up 2 little tribal villages, which have given us a fantastic head start. Namely, we got an extra population this turn, bringing our pop up to 3, meaning our production is now way higher than it should be, and we got a free builder. This puts us decently ahead of time, although we do have one issue, which is that we can't actually use the builder to build anything, simply because we haven't researched it. It's going to take us 22 turns to actually work out how to build a mine, so we can't really do that, and at the same time, we don't know how to build a camp or a pasture, so these elephants and foxes, well, who knows how they work. But in the meantime, we have also got this scout way out over here, and this bad boy has been scouting so much. He's picking up a whole bunch of goodie huts, which are giving us lots of amazing boosts, like for example masonry, which we recently got. This has shaved over 30 turns off of the research here. This is fantastic, but for the most part, we're just going to be building up our lovely early empire, getting out as much as possible, and then seeing if we can rush towards an early wonder or two. Okay, so we finished ourselves Stonehenge, which is very nice. The process was very simple. We basically picked it up and then over the span of 7 turns, we just banged it out. Now we do have a few issues, which is that we can't actually found a religion yet because we need a pantheon. So in order to get ourselves a pantheon, we need to wait for enough faith to be generated from Stonehenge for us to actually then benefit from it. But the main reason I'm showing you this turn is because we've made our way really deep into land and we haven't found ourselves an AI, which is very exciting. We're playing on a standard map size with a standard amount of AIs, meaning logically we should be encountering loads of them by now. But as we're not, this means we need to aggressively settle as fast as we can. Also, most importantly, I've established Liang inside of our capital. This is because Liang here gives all of our builders an extra build charge when we build them, which is absolutely fantastic. Okay, it's turn 48, ladies and gentlemen, and the barbarians are starting to become slightly a bit of a predicament. There's evidently a handful of barb camps down here somewhere, which is going to be slowing down our process, and also the fish clan has decided to spawn right here, potentially blocking off our entire access to this section of the world. But hey, we've discovered France, and France is pretty much on par with us, except for some reason the French haven't built a military. Classic France. Nonetheless, I do believe we're going to be able to somehow make our way all the way over here and potentially aggressively forward settle them. So that's the plan. Also, we discovered tea, and well, as every British person knows, we need to have it. Alright, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's turn 64 and we almost have pottery, but most importantly, our scouts have been running around. We've discovered a few additional city-states, and we've also decided to purchase ourselves an eagle warrior, as I'm going to need to actually be able to punch through this barbarian clan eventually so that I can start settling cities over here. So that's our next goal. At the same time, we've improved all of our lovely furs, and we're just going to have this scout hopefully defend ourselves from the Stone Kite clan, which shouldn't be too difficult. And in 9 turns time, we get foreign trade. Oh wow, amazing. Oh, and also I've decided to name all of my cities after various wonders of the world. For example, the Bude Tunnel and the Binley Mega Chippy. Ladies and gentlemen, next turn on turn 68, not quite of course the religious turn of 69, but we're going to get ourselves our pantheon. Yes, which means we can also make a religion. We could make a religion, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, that's fantastic. Okay, now in our pantheon, we have a few interesting choices. We could get Monument of the Gods, which basically makes ancient and classical wonders slightly faster to build, but ultimately this isn't actually that useful for us because 15% is a single builder charge, so we wouldn't really be getting that much out of it. Several of these could be very useful, like say Divine Spark or something just as basic as the River Goddess, but I think we just have to go for what will boost our capital city the most, and that would be Goddess of the Hunt, giving all of our lovely camps +1 food and +1 production. And seeing as we have several camps, that has absolutely yeeted some of these yields into the stratosphere, and we're now getting a new pop in just 2 turns. That is very nice indeed. Oh, and it looks like we found another civ over here. Okay, right, well, we need to be careful with that. And it's Simon Bolivar. We found one of the best combat civs in the game. Well, hopefully we can still sneak a few settlers out without them noticing. We are also now guaranteed into a golden era, which is glorious, and we can form our religion, which is of course what we will do. So let's find ourselves a religion. We will go for, of course, the turtle-looking one, and we shall form the religion of teaism, because that is the one unifying factor between us and China, a beloved worship of tea. And the only thing that really benefits us straight away would be divine inspiration, which will give us +4 faith from all world wonders we build. This will of course increase the yields of all of the world wonders, and as we're going to be building a bunch of them, it makes sense. And we're also generally likely to be spending faith in our next golden era, as in our next golden era we're going to be able to buy settlers and workers using faith. So more faith is more good. And then we're also going to go for sacred places, because this is going to give us +2 science, culture, gold and faith for each city following our religion that has a world wonder. As we're going to basically be building all of the world wonders in all of our various cities, it's a good thing to invest in, and also it's going to give us a nice bit of early science and culture. So teaism has now formed. But hey, we've managed to get ourselves a settler up and running, which is really good. We're going to need a good place to actually settle, and I was aiming for this river here with the elephants, but actually getting forces over there could be a challenge with how strong the AIs are. But hey, I can at least hopefully one-hit a slinger with my eagle warrior, and then I'm going to go and murder this barb camp down there because I've simply had enough of it. Also, let's build ourselves the Great Bath. Not because it's actually a useful wonder, but just simply because I need to actually start pumping out as many wonders as possible. Oh my goodness, they're just churning out so many units. Look at this. There's like a warrior, another warrior, another warrior. Like, please, like, can you just leave Binley Mega Chippy alone? I know it's like a calling point for like lads everywhere, but just please. Poor Binley Mega Chippy. And yes, our warrior over there that I had healing up has just been sniped out of thin air by some kind of barbarian. Oh dear, oh dear. Okay, maybe we aim to just settle this lake really close to Gran Colombia. It might upset them, but I need some kind of forward operating base before I might be able to deal with Barb Alley over there. So we're actually going to have Bude build our first proper district. It's going to build a campus. It's not going to be a very good campus, just +2. But that doesn't really make a difference to me. I just need to get some kind of science production up and running. Oh my goodness, the AI is marching towards me with a slinger and a settler. Like, what are you doing, AI? Okay, because there's now a settler marching towards me, I can't actually really march my settler towards them. So I guess my new settler has to start heading up north to settle north of Ingarzugamu. Oh dear, oh dear. What a mess. Right, with one spare envoy, I'm able to actually gain suzerainty of Ingarzugamu, which is very nice indeed. This means we can now levy their military for 120 gold. We will get all of their military units for 90 turns. And in our case, that means we'd get one warrior for 120 gold for 90 turns. You know what? I actually think that's a good deal. So I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna take their warrior because our local barb camp is just churning out endless quantities of warriors, so I need some way to deal with it. I'm gonna settle another city over here. It's got some decent yields. There's potentially furs to improve, but most importantly, there's areas for us to build wonders. Namely, these marsh and rainforest tiles will be really, really good indeed. So we'll get this city down and we'll immediately get it building another builder. Oh, we've discovered a new wonder as well, right next to barbarian builder. Just so even the city-states are just having everything stolen from them. Oh my goodness, this game is going to be so cursed. This is just... Oh, and there's the Galapagos Islands. Oh, that's fantastic. Oh, we've got a Morley here who can create random bonus luxuries, which is actually insane. But most importantly, having the Galapagos Islands here is kind of ridiculous because it means I can just buy, say, this tile here, and for 270 gold, we're going to be able to pick up a 4 science tile in just a few turns, which would be absolutely ridiculous. Right, now I've built myself my builder, which means I'll be able to actually send that over to get working on the Great Bath. At the same time, the Oracle wouldn't be a bad one to build, but we're really just going to need to actually build ourselves another builder. Endless builder building. So hey, now with our builder actually here, we're able to reselect the Great Bath, and the next turn our builder will be able to massively speed up the production of that actual wonder. So what we do is we switch production over from builder to Great Bath, select builder, have it add production, which will lower the time it takes us to build it from 50 turns to 42. That's 8 turns shaved off, but every time we use this ability, 8 turns are going to be shaved off, meaning we do it 7 times, and job done, the wonder's built without us actually having to build it. Oh, I've just discovered a new civilization over here. Okay, my scout was nearly murdered for it, but it's okay. We've discovered Canada. Lovely. Hi there, Canada. You've got a single slinger. My goodness, you're putting up a fight, and you even control a builder. That's impossible. How have you managed that? No one can build a builder. Everyone knows that. Anyway, once again, switch production over to the Great Bath, shave off another 8 turns, switch back to the builder that we're building, and we're going to start researching state workforce, which would allow us to build wonders ever so slightly cheaper and faster. Okay, and then we'll use this builder again to just eat off 7 turns. And yep, as we now head into turn 100, things are going very well. And oh, all of these tiles just got some yields. Nice. Although we did lose 1 living person in Bindley Mega Chippy, which is a real shame. The last thing we want to see is people dying in Bindley Mega Chippy. Anyway, this worker has now done his job. All 4 of his builder charges have now been consumed. We just need 2 more, and then this lovely, lovely monument will be perfect. Oh yes, we've definitely found another spot for a city here. We've got access to turtles, pearls, and tea. And also, actually, Haxing, we're gaining culture over here. What over here is producing culture? That I need to find out, because potentially there's a world wonder that we could have. And oh, it's the Giant's Causeway. Okay, all of this additional culture I just quite simply can't pass up in the early game. So I'm going to actually have to settle right here, even though it is a non-optimal spot as there is no fresh water. Alright, it's turn 140, and yes, we lost some units trying to fight off the barbarians, but it's okay as I managed to capture a builder from the barbarians with 2 charges left on it. So we'll be sending that over to the Bude Tunnel, maybe to do some basic improvements and just general jazzing up of the terrain. Meanwhile, we can also build ourselves our first industry. Now, this is something we managed to research by beelining currency, and it's one of the lovely DLC things that is ever so slightly horrifically overpowered, as we're going to get an industry on these lovely furs here, which is going to make the production of civilian units 30% faster, which is, as you can imagine, very, very good indeed. And we will also be finishing the Temple of Artemis next turn, which is very good indeed. And after we have that, I think we're probably going to try and get ourselves the pyramids. But hey, here's Crater Lake, so that's fun. And here we go. Come on. Yes, Temple of Artemis. Lovely. So with that, Bindley Mega Chippy is just going to be an incredibly happy place to be. So we now have to wonder what we can build next in our capital city. And we've got a few good options here. The Oracle is very, very good indeed. The Hanging Gardens could also be decent, but most valuable of all, the Pyramids. A free builder and +1 builder charges on all of our builders. Yes, this just kind of has to happen. And of course, we're now going to start spamming out a few civilian units. I think a trader is probably a good idea just to get our money up and running. And in the next era, we'll get the giant exodus of the evangelicals and use faith to churn out as many settlers as possible. Anyway, right, time to bash out these pyramids. 31 turns? I don't think so. Wabam, now 26 turns. Oh, and there's just a barb camp here that's completely undefended. Well, yep, I will be stealing that bad boy, provided they don't spawn in a unit. And, well, they spawn in a unit, but it's not going to be enough as I can disperse you. And fantastic, lovely stuff. We do actually pick up Sanguine Pact as a potential secret society, which would be fun as we'd get the vampire unit. But I think we're going to go for Void Singers as they're going to let us convert our faith generation into science and culture. And we're going to be producing a decent amount of faith, simply because we're going to have a whole bunch of wonders lying around. So we're bam, pyramids now 22 turns away. And finally, we can pick up ourselves our first government. In our case, we're going to go for autocracy for plus 10% production towards wonders. And for actual bonuses here, we're going to go for the Corvée system so that we can produce wonders even faster still. And we're going to pick up plus 30% production on builders. Absolutely fantastic, lovely. Now, if we were to somehow build a builder in Bindley Mega Chippy, it would only take 7 turns, which is very nice indeed. 7 turns for a 5-charge builder is very nice, but after the pyramids, it's going to be 7 turns for a 6-charge builder, and that's even better. Now, the main reason this strategy is so effective is because the AI simply can't keep up with us. We can build, say, the Hanging Gardens here, and for us and the AI, it would take us potentially 63 turns to build it. That is insane. However, instead of that, we can just build ourselves a builder for 25 turns here, or potentially in our capital, we could build a builder in just 6 turns, and that one builder has enough charges to complete the entire Hanging Gardens. This is why they're kind of just completely objectively better than everything. They are so powerful. Right, now we're going to get 150 faith and lose one of Himiko's charges here in Nan Madol, which is good. That free envoy will eventually allow us to seize the suzerainty here. Right, and I'm going to do it again to get another 150. Oh, we also discovered a hero in the process. Nice. And with another of Himiko's charm, we will now seize suzerainty of Nan Madol, making it ours. And, well, they have a lot of warriors we could try and steal. But, of course, we don't need to. We're just going to benefit from Himiko's charm here just to become suzerain of as many places as possible. So, 5 more charges on Himiko here. I think what we're going to do is we're going to use up one of Himiko's charges to levy all of Nan Madol's military, which is going to massively make us a big army. All of these warriors we now have for the next 90 turns. With them, we could actually probably take out Bogota. And actually, that might not be a terrible idea. I'm also going to pick up Ancestral Hall in our capital here. This is going to give us plus 50% production to settlers in our capital, but most importantly, new cities will get a free builder. And I will finally decide to actually connect with the Void Singers here, so bam, we've picked up Melody. This changes our regular monuments into Old God obelisks, which give us an additional bit of extra faith. Now, the only wonder in this game that hasn't been constructed by us is the Eta Monarchy, which was built by one of the AIs somewhere. I don't know which one, but at least one of them has some kind of vague gameplay sense. Anyway, I'll also disperse this barbarian outpost, start healing up some of these warriors, and then we will begin the invasion of Bogota very shortly. It's only got 13 defense, so as a city, it's very, very vulnerable indeed. Okay, now of course, in this new era, Gran Colombia just got themselves their Comandante General, which is basically a great general with extra modifiers. In order to help me fight this war, I'm going to levy Granada here and use their one horseman to probably be able to just smash apart these cities. Oh, and of course, Gran Colombia's second city just revolted. Of course it did. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, poor Gran Colombia. You are just not having a good day, my friend. Well, you know what? I don't think I need to do anything with this fight. I think Gran Colombia will lose their second city and I can capture their first one from them. Meanwhile, over here, we're going to want to start building the Great Library eventually. This would take us 150 turns to build, but instead, of course, if we can get a worker on top of it, it's just going to take 7. That's right, 150 turns worth of construction in 7. And this is why the AI is simply not going to be able to keep up with us when we're using this strategy. Oh, and we've just finished the Hanging Gardens. There we go. Smashed it out in hardly any time, and now the Butte Tunnel is home to the Hanging Gardens. So naturally, we're also going to make it the home to the Great Library, because why not? We might as well. This is, of course, going to take quite a few builders' charges, because I don't want to spend the next 175 turns building it. Alright, and with my one remaining builder charge here, I'm going to put one giant leap into the Great Library, reducing it from 172 turns to 140. That's 32 turns evaporated off of this wonder here. Yep, that is the power of the builder. I mean, we could build a builder for 35 turns, and we would build the Great Library faster. That is just how it it works. It's insane. Right, anyway, I think enough time has passed that I can now declare a surprise war against Gran Colombia here. This isn't going to make them very happy, but it's fine. There's a few reasons we're doing this. Number one, I'm going to be able to take their worker from them, which is lovely. That's 3 charges on that bad boy. At the same time, we're just going to march basically straight in. We're going to start beating up some of their archers here. We can send this cavalry straight over and it will actually get a major victory against the city. Why not? And in come the rest of the forces. Very good. Everything is going according to plan. Okay, we've actually met the Ottoman Empire. I have no idea where they are on this giant map. Okay, maybe they're up here somewhere. Okay, fine. They're over here, potentially, and that means we've still got all of this area that we can settle, and hopefully by murdering Bogota, we'll start the expansion process nice and early. Speaking of which, I think it's time for Bogota to fall to our lovely horsey boy, and this land is now ours. On to its second, even less defended city. And there we go, fantastic. Simon Bolivar has now been defeated entirely. Gran Colombia did not survive, and the city is ours. Do we want to keep it? We might as well. More cities is more good. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I've discovered that I'm an absolute smooth brain because I've forgotten how Golden Ages work now. Golden Ages now require me to put policies into the slots of our government, which is why I haven't had the ability to buy civilian units with faith. I could have done this about 100 turns ago, and if I had, we'd have settled the entire map and we'd have infinite builders. But hey, there we go. I've now done it. We can now buy civilian units with faith. So that means we can go over here and buy a settler for just 1,200 faith. We can go over here and buy a settler for 1,200 faith. Okay, it is very expensive, but at the same time, it's also incredibly worth it. So we're going to buy 1 settler over here, and we'll buy another settler over here. Fantastic. Anyway, we're going to get another settler down, which is going to allow us to have a monopoly on tea, which is plus 15% science, if you can believe it. Very nice. Everyone knows drinking tea makes you smarter. What the heck just happened? We just got a victory? What? What? How? How do we win? What? I'd like only a few turns have passed. Cultural victory? What? Fuck off. How do we get a cultural victory? It's only turn 260. Come on. Okay, I guess playing culture we're doing quite good. What was our tourism at? Oh wait, there's no graph for that. But wonders constructed, here we go. This is the good graph. So 1 AI managed to build 1 wonder, and then we built I think 10 wonders there. Yep, something like that. Oh my goodness. Well, apparently that was enough to win the game instantaneously on turn 261. Yeah, that's a cultural victory right there with just 50 tourism. That's the lowest amount of tourism I've ever had for a cultural victory. But I guess just simply because the AI are getting massacred by the barbarians, they were never able to build any districts. Their production wasn't big enough to actually keep up with our insane tourism output, so we were able to just absolutely smash them. That is just absolutely insane. It's turn 262 out of 1,500. Now 262 turns is just over half of a standard game length, the standard of 500 turns. And winning a standard game in just half the time is still quite decent, but winning a marathon game in just 262 turns, that is insane. We won the game in about 16% of its actual time. That's right, in just 16% of the game, by 890 BC, we have won a tourism victory, thanks to the sheer power of Binley Mega Chippy. Now, because we won in such a fast time, effectively, if we were to take that same length of time, and if we were to say put it into an online game, a game which only lasts 250 turns, then because we won in only just 16% of the game, that's effectively comparable to winning on turn 40 in an online game, which is absolutely ridiculous. This game is perfectly balanced with no exploits whatsoever. If we take a look at the tourism map out here, we can see that all of our lovely wonders in our capital city have just been churning out tourism at an insane degree. The Bude Tunnel as well did great. Sarong over here was also doing fantastic. We have the highest science, the highest culture, we have the largest military, we of course have the most score, and if we really wanted to, we could secure ourselves a domination victory very easily as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we have absolutely massacred the AI here. So yes, whilst on normal game speeds or on fast or online game speeds, China is absolutely terrible because each worker charge might potentially at most shave 1 turn off of a wonder. At this game speed, it is insane because each builder charge could potentially be shaving anywhere from 10 to 40 turns off of each wonder. And using just a single builder, bearing in mind all of our standard builders come now with 7 charges preloaded, we can massively bash out wonders at a terrifying speed. Ladies and gentlemen, gentlemen, this is a completely horrifically overpowered and glorious way of playing Sid Meier's Civilization 6. Burger me sideways with a teabag. China, you're the goddamn strongest Civ in the game at this speed. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the hardest game of Civ 6 the world has ever seen. For you see, I had a brilliant idea. What if the apocalypse mode of Civ 6 was an actual apocalypse? The fundamental issue with the Civ 6 DLC that adds the apocalypse is that, well, it doesn't. Sure, you might lose some coastal tiles to flooding and the occasional comet might evaporate a city, but that's not really an apocalypse. So today I dialed the game up to 11 and yeeted all of the balance out the window. The entire map will now be able to flood and sink into the ocean like Atlantis. Wildfires will be burning constantly, evaporating any units trying to move around. And those city-destroying comets? Oh, you don't want to know how many are on their way. So can I, the Spiffing Brit, use all of my dastardly British cheese strats and exploits to survive in the most hostile Civ world that has ever been created? Grab yourself a nice warm cup of Yorkshire tea, get comfortable, and if you're feeling especially jazzy, you legally must now like the video. Let's begin. Here we are, the craziest game of Civ 6 is about to begin, and due to the nature of the world that we're playing in, all of the leaders are randomized, and we've randomly rolled the Korean Empire, which is arguably one of the strongest Civs in the entirety of Civ 6, so naturally you might be thinking, well, you're off to a cracking start already, this game should be a walk in the park. However, no. Welcome to Crazy Giga Civ, where the entire world's about to end. So what we're going to do is settle down our first lovely city in the woods, and so we're going to found our first ever glorious city of Spifftopia. Now, immediately whilst I'm in this menu, you might notice that, yes, the entire map appears to have inland tiles that will flood when the sea level rises. That's because, yes, they will. This entire world is going to end, ladies and gentlemen, and there is no stopping it. Now, already we've headed into a climate level of 1. However, we're not going to get into any issues until we get to climate phase 2. When we reach that point, the sea levels are going to start rising, and then this entire area here is going to flood because it's in a very dangerous spot. Oh, we've met none other than the lovely Kublai Khan. Hello there, you lovely sausage. You are playing, of course, as China today, and you're not too far away from me. This entire map is rather small, so we will be getting very, very close and friendly with the AI. Oh, we found another civilization. Who's this? Wait, hang on a second, it's Mongolia. Oh no, it's Genghis Khan. Great. This is a bit of a problem. We've got two rather war-orientated civs that are going to start disliking us if we don't have a strong military. Luckily for us, we have a relatively strong military. And oh my goodness, we are so close to the sea. This is a problem. Oh, the first great flood has also occurred. It devastated 60 tiles! 60 tiles! What? That's like a quarter of the entire map. Oh my goodness. I have made a problem. I made a really big problem. Oh no. Now, because of the way I also have the mod set up, if tiles are affected by a disaster and, you know, the city actually survives, there are temporary bonus resources there that last for a handful of turns. It's nothing too game-breaking, but it is a benefit. And oh my... What? A meteor just landed. Oh my lord. It just... Look, what is all of this? Okay, a builder was just murdered. An unknown city survived with no population lost. Fantastic. But the city center took 76 damage. Oh my goodness. Okay, so a meteor just landed here and hit so many things. Good lord, that's actually insane. But hey, at least some resources arrive, even though the world is now on fire. Oh my goodness, I lost my warrior. What did I lose my warrior to? 5 fires began. 5 fires. Oh my goodness, the world is on fire. Oh, all it takes is a single forest fire, and because this entire map is comprised of forests, yes, the entire thing goes up in flames. Okay, right, I'm going to have to spend a whole bunch of gold to buy myself a warrior. It's just necessary in order to actually survive. Now, the AI is being relatively friendly. They're sending things like delegations our way, which is very, very nice indeed. However, I am still absolutely terrified of them. And great, another scout just spotted us. Lovely. That's exactly what I needed. More scouts. Oh no, and an earthquake just happened. An earthquake? No, my slingers! Oh my goodness. 127 tiles have been devastated. Okay, so the earthquake hit. Luckily, it just missed my city. Just. However, my warrior is almost dead and my slinger is almost dead. And I hope that these tiles aren't going to set on fire. I'm noticing there's actually a fire spreading our way as well. Yes, the fire that started over here is now walking itself this way, and it is only a few tiles away from us. Okay, we need to run. We actually need to run from the fire. Potentially the apocalypse is nearly upon us, and a new barbarian camp just spawned next to me. And the fires began as well. A new wildfire. Oh my goodness, Beijing as a city has almost fallen to the apocalypse. Great. And now a tornado outbreak has occurred. Great, a tornado outbreak. Well, we needed one of those. That was exactly what we were missing in this life. Well, I need to make my way to the center of the map where it is as safe as possible. So my warrior and my settler are going to start waltzing their way over there. I'll also buy myself an additional warrior to escort because, oh, that's where the tornado outbreak is. Oh, it's right next to my settler that I just spent like 10 turns building. Oh no. Oh no. Where's my settler gone? No! He died in the forest fire. Oh my. This game is... It's horrible. I've really made a monster. Honestly, new plan. I think it's going to be quite hard to settle the center of the map. So new plan is to wait for a natural disaster to affect, I don't know, China and then just steal their city. I think that's going to be the most efficient way of handling things. Okay, I'm going to actually improve a tile. I don't really know if it's going to actually help us in the long run. I think it's entirely possible the answer is no. One advantage I have noticed, however, is the fact that the barbarian camps keep dying to natural disasters and so consequently keep respawning, which in turn allows me to rehire units from them. So what I'm going to do is effectively warrior rush the Chinese capital because they don't have an active military at the moment. Oh, and China loves a leader who's surrounded by an impressive military. Well, thank you, China. Said impressive military is currently on their way to murder you. Oh, you have a builder who's about to improve a tile. No, I think I would like that, actually, China. Thank you. Goodbye. Oh, wow. Yes, a forest fire is occurring near Beijing. Okay, this is a good thing, but also potentially a bad thing. Our entire army might just get burnt out by a forest fire. However, there's a chance they survive, which would be good. We would like that. Oh my goodness, the forest fire just spread to a tile that I was standing on. This is annoying, game. Can you not spread the forest fire so aggressively on my own units? Oh, we're going to lose all of them, aren't we? Okay, this one unit that isn't stood on a forest tile is going to be able to survive, but all other units are going to die. Great. There we go. There goes an entire unit of mine to a forest fire. Lovely. Okay, I've lost 2 of my lovely warriors. They were burnt in a giant forest fire, so I've had to hire an additional warrior to help. But hey, Beijing is going to hopefully eventually become ours. Oh no, Beijing Archer. Oh dear. Right. Okay, that's it. Beijing, the war was great. Thank you for the builder. Wait, where's my... It burnt in the flames! Ah, game, why? Why? Where? I loved my builder. Right, Beijing, I think we just make peace, right? It's profitable for all sides, yeah. This war was never going to go anywhere beneficial after my entire military force just got burnt in a forest fire. Wonderful. Well, my city is back down to 1 population again because everyone keeps dying in forest fires. I mean, come on, guys. It's pretty clear. If the world is on fire, do not go into the fire. Jeez. But hey, next turn we actually get to do a hero dedication. Okay, we got a hero who can potentially do combat damage, which means there is a chance we can capture a city with her. But hey, we've managed to build ourselves our lovely science district. So we're now getting 7 science per turn. This is wonderful. I'm also going to try and get a builder constructed as fast as possible because I want to tear down all of the forests around my capital city. Oh, what? Wildfire? There's no forests on these tiles. It killed my warrior. No. Oh, this game. Oh my goodness, this is a nightmare. Right, we're just gonna tear down this forest here. And we do need a settler, realistically speaking, because I need to settle this inner area. So bam, settler out, let's go. No! What? I moved my builder onto this tile, which clearly looks like all of the trees have burnt on it. It's burnt woods, and no, apparently burnt woods can just be set on fire again instantly. This world is killing me. And I can't build a settler unit. I was trying to think, oh, why can't I build a settler unit? It's because you need at least 2 population. Good luck trying to get 2 population in this nightmare world. Right, fine, we're doing heroic tales. I need to find a hero that can somehow, I don't know, just give me a way out of this. I need a hero that can solve my problems. Okay, we found Beowulf. He's okay, not exactly the best. I will say that Ouya is potentially going to be good due to the fact that they ignore all movement limitations. There we go, bam. We've got ourselves a hero who can move through the forest fires. So let's just play this very safe and carefully to make sure we don't accidentally step her into a forest fire. Like, someone built a wonder. Genghis Khan built the Oracle. Genghis, I have questions. How and why is your city not just on fire at the moment? And wait, Beijing's capital city is going to rebel in 14 turns. This is their only city. How can your capital city rebel in this game? What has happened? I'm going to personally try and kill China again. We'll see how this goes. Luckily, I can just walk into their city and probably murder it using my hero. Yes, my hero is horrifically overpowered. And there's a forest fire on the way. Game. You wouldn't do that, would you? Right, well, we have to try. We have to try and take Beijing. I need to control a city. And the fires are spreading. The fires are spreading. I can see them. Yep, do a big heal, damage the city, and we need to get ourselves onto this lovely farmland tile, because the farmland tile can't set on fire, I think, hopefully. And let's take Beijing. Yes! Oh, we did it. We actually took a city. Okay, Beijing does have a second city, but who cares? I have their capital city. Oh my goodness. Keep it. Yes, keep it. It's not a good city, but it doesn't matter. There's actual progress in the game, ladies and gentlemen, and there's a site of large disaster. I mean, this entire map is a site of large disaster, game. What are you on about? Okay, and I'm now going to head towards reinforced materials on Liang. We're likely not going to get there for a little while yet, not for another 6 turns, but as soon as we have that, there's a chance we can survive the apocalypse. And the Great Wildfire has spread. Okay, the entire city of Beijing is now engulfed in flames. That's wonderful. That's exactly what I was looking for. Thank you, game. Thank you, game. Oh, looks like the AI actually wants to tango over the capital city that we stole from them. Issue for them, however, is that I've just built walls now, and walls are going to definitely be enough to cause some chaos, like, say, stealing a settler. No, we almost did it. Oh, my hero is really low health. Okay, there's a chance my lovely settler dies here, but that's fine. I'm also going to be tearing down all of the woods in this area. Tear down more woods. I want you to build a archer, and I'm going to chop the entire thing out. There we go. Lovely. Oh, they didn't kill my hero, and their lovely archer just got murdered by a tornado, which means I can just walk on in, capture a settler. We've just got a free settler. We could get a fourth city down. A 4th city in this game mode. It's completely unheard of. Also because no one's ever played this game mode before. But still, I've done something. All right, fantastic. We're cutting down loads of trees in the vicinity of our capital city, which is really, really good. Also starting to get an economy online, which allows us to buy up some tiles, which is very nice indeed. Wow, our new defensive setup against the Chinese is phenomenal. They can't even get any units close to us. This is a very, very good thing indeed. Okay, I've got a new city formed. This city is going to be kind of like a flame city, is how I'm going to describe it. We're not going to destroy any of the tiles around it. So my logic is that effectively fires will continue to spawn in it, and eventually the city itself will become incredibly valuable and the yields will be really high. Because if we get rid of the trees nice and early, we don't get to keep the permanent yields that the fires have provided. Whereas if we chop them later on, we do get to keep those amazing yields, and they are spicy. Oh no, a great fire just occurred. Well, it's a good thing I got that settler down last turn, because if I didn't, it would have died. And one of my warriors who was outside of my city did. And even some of my units that are inside one of my cities are now almost dead. Why is the fire able to reach inside of my lands? This is annoying. This is highly annoying. Oh well, alas, not much I could do to thwart it, beyond just try and flee my builder away. Well, a hero has sadly died due to old age, but that is fine because they've given us a hero relic, and that hero relic is beneficial to us. Very, very beneficial indeed. We do need to also immediately repair the entirety of our city, and oh, hang on a second, Liang, you have reinforced materials. The city's improvements, buildings, and districts cannot be damaged by environmental effects. Well, Liang, I don't think that's improved materials because this city is still clearly on fire. What were your improved materials? Slightly thicker twigs? Anyway, I built a actual wonder, which is kind of insane, and my capital city is up to 7 population, which is really, really, really good. And oh my goodness, right, there we go. That's that giant wildfire tamed for just a little while. Lovely stuff. And we can set up a trade route. Right, we're going to set it up with Beijing. Good luck if it honestly arrives. Place your bets in the comment section direction now if you believe this trader will reach it to here and back safely. Oh, we've met the Ottomans. Okay, that's a new civilization to make friends with. And what just happened over here? It looks like an earthquake occurred. Oh my goodness, a giant earthquake occurred. That's quite a bad one. Their city's down to full population. It was a lot higher not too long ago. I wonder where all the people went. I guess we'll never know. Anyway, I will harvest this lovely large disaster plot for a huge amount of culture and science. That is wonderful. I'm also going to be beelining my way to a few very key magical things. Namely, this lovely Release CO2 project. What it does is it allows me to deliberately release carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. And my logic is that if I can speed up climate change and then beeline to the flood barrier, I could be the last civilization standing. So yes, that's exactly what we're aiming for. Oh my goodness, I think the trader might actually make it to its destination. It's almost made half of the journey. They said it wasn't possible. They said science couldn't do it, and yet here we are. It's looking like we might actually get a trader reach its destination. This is insane. Oh no, the barbarian archer has arrived. No. Okay, right, we need to kill that archer that's trying to steal my lovely trader. Trader must make it. Go, trader. Be free. Oh my, what the heck was a meteor? No. Oh my god. What the heck was that? Look at all of this damage. Look at all of this damage that just came through. My entire empire just got hit by a meteor. That is insane. Okay, right, we have to queue up a whole bunch of repairs. Repair this. This game is insane. Oh well, we are surviving-ish. Emphasis on the ish. But I've noticed that the city of Xi'an, belonging to China, is about to rebel, and this is their last remaining city. So logically, if I'm able to take it, then I think we have ourselves an advantage. Yes, I think China just lost. Their city rebelled. Xi'an is a free city-state. Wonderful. Right, well, the lovely Beowulf and my hero here are going to be borrowing this free independent city-state. Lovely. Right, now back to rushing our way towards the flood barriers. We need to get there as fast as possible. And the trader did make it all the way to my city and back again. This is a Christmas miracle, ladies and gentlemen. Also, I think I'm going to murder the Indonesian Empire. Not because they've necessarily done anything wrong, but more because, you know, you might as well. Also, not many people particularly like them, so they've got to die. It's as simple as that. Nothing personal, guys. Just gonna take that city over a bit and just walk over towards your capital and, you know, set it on fire. Why is my empire on fire? I just lost my two heroes, didn't I? Yeah, I did. I just lost both of my two heroes. We're still on climate phase number 1, ladies and gents. This is climate phase number 1. Like, how are you meant to survive this? Oh my goodness, I've just realized something amazing. Because the giant forest fire occurred and destroyed literally everything, it also destroyed the walls of Majapahit, leaving the city relatively undefended. So we can just sweep on in, and next turn, we should have the city. Like, they can't out-heal us. Oh, this is fantastic. This is fantastic. They can try and shoot all the boats down, but I should be able to do just enough damage to sneak my way in. Come on. There we go. We do one hit with this boat. Get it down. It's mine. We did it. The city of Majapahit is mine. Yes, glorious cheese victory. Yes, all it took for us to do it was the coming of a giant ecological apocalypse. Perfectly balanced, easy. Anyone can do it. No problemo. Oh, and there was an earthquake. Oh no, that's a big earthquake. That's a huge earthquake. 127 tiles that thing just affected. Where's my empire? Why is it all so dusty? Oh no. Oh my gosh, that's gonna take so long to repair. Oh, at least we got rid of the walls of, I guess, the major city that we're attacking. But like, come on, that's just way too much. Anyway, the city's ours. The Indonesian Empire still apparently has more cities than this. I mean, good on them. Can we like peace out? Because I'm done here. All right, there we go. We get peace. Lovely. Everyone's happy. Now we just need to get our way to those flood barriers as soon as possible, because we have just started to unlock the ability to industrialize, ladies and gentlemen. And with that comes our ability to burn coal out of thin air, which, as you can imagine, is not exactly a good thing for the environment. Okay, we just had a giant wildfire rock the center of our empire, and then it was immediately followed up by an additional wildfire hitting another point of our empire. Literally, there is nothing I can do to stop the wildfires from spreading. There is just an endless quantity of fire engulfing my empire constantly. Actually, wait, no, I do realize there is a way we can circumnavigate it. Yes, it makes perfect sense. You see, we're now going to be able to start generating coal, like a lot of coal. And coal is quite a fun resource. It's fun for one key reason. We can burn coal, and then in burning coal, we can kill the environment. Now, this might not sound like a good idea, and that's because it's not. However, it is an idea, and so we're going to do it. Okay, fantastic. And after building an industrial site in our capital city, we're now able to start releasing emissions into the atmosphere. So, as we have such a huge stockpile of coal, we're now going to have our capital release 100 emissions into the environment every turn. This is to an extent slightly suicidal. However, actually, is it a good idea? No, it's definitely not a good idea. Okay, I take that back. We haven't got flood defenses up yet. We just can't pull that off. If we did it, that would be the end of the game. So instead, yes, we have to beeline our science as hard as we can and research the ability to dodge all of this.
6.5 hours later.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is 1280 AD, and we have started construction on the giant flood barrier that is going to encompass our entire side of the island. That's right, the flood barrier is under construction. We are definitely ahead of the AI in terms of technologies, and even though the AI is doing everything within their power to cause as many forest fires on my border, they are luckily ever so slightly not quite able to reach us. So it's going to take us about 20 turns to get all of these flood barriers online, which is a little bit slower than I want, but oh well, what can you do? And oh no, the forest fire is actually spreading to our own terrain. Oh my goodness. Oh, and there was also a mass wildfire in their empire. Okay, well, we need to flee our units away from the front line now. Oh my goodness, the entire world, it just sets on fire so easily. Right, I think it's important we check on the world's climate just to see where we currently are. And yes, it does indeed appear to be that actually Dido is contributing the most CO2 into the climate. Yes, that's not my fault. It's Dido's fault. Evidently, Dido has somehow started burning coal in their empire, which is fine. They can start the industrialization process. However, we are going to be the ones to finish it once and for all when the Great Flood hits. Now, I am positioning my units in what I can only describe as observation of the end of the world, as I've built these giant lovely walls that are going to help us hopefully survive the end of the world. And so now it's time for me to start destroying the world. And of course, the best way to do this is to build industrial zones and start pumping CO2 into the atmosphere. And so that's exactly what I'm going to do. So there we go. Sangju has built itself a workshop, so we can now begin our scheduled burning of the coal. There we go. We're going to increase our emissions output massively. Hopefully, this doesn't cause an instantaneous flood, because if it does, then, well, our capital city is going underwater, but that's okay. And there we go. We've just massively overtaken the Korean Empire and pumped out 120 CO2 contributions. Lovely stuff. Let's continue burning that oil, baby. Anyway, another turn of pumping stuff into the skies. Lovely stuff. A first little bit of a natural flood, and the flood barriers to the north are looking glorious and constructed. We're just a handful of turns away from everywhere having a nice tasty flood barrier. Let's get building some water parks. If the world's gonna flood, we need to start getting used to water parks. And while the climate change has accelerated a bit from the last turn, it's no longer going to take 130 turns for the sea level to rise. It's going to take 4. Oh no. This genuinely could be the turn right now that we accidentally destroy the planet. Oh my goodness. And it's begun. It has begun. Oh my goodness, it's begun. Oh no, one of our cities didn't have the walls built in time. No. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. This city to the south, Matram, it's gone. It's under the water. So is Beijing. Beijing's gone. Yes, if we'd waited one turn, they would have survived. However, no. All that matters is that we made it. The most important people. Well, so far, guys, this is going great. We are now losing 357 gold, but it's fine. We don't need money. Oh dear. The entire Phoenician Empire is just, it's under the sea. It really is just under the sea. We're losing 434 gold to cities. Oh, it's the flood barriers. The flood barriers cost money to maintain, don't they? Oh dear. Well, that's fine. We're just not going to have any more money. We've accepted this. It's just the way it has to be. In the meantime, I have to keep pumping out as much CO2 as possible in all of my lovely cities. Now, how close are we to the next climate crisis? Okay, one more turn until the sea levels almost rise again. We're getting nice and close now, nice and spicy. If we take a look at our CO2 contributions, yep, we're up to 1,269. Ah, quite good. Oh, and the industrial era has hit, and is that another great flood? I think that is, isn't it? Oh, no, we got 5 more turns until the sea levels rise once more. Now, of course, for poor Beijing, they are struggling. They're at minus 48 amenities. Not much I can do to really rectify that situation. At least I can get open borders with the Ottomans, which allows me to sail into their empire, which is now, you know, mostly underwater. Oh dear. What? Category 5 hurricane. Oh no, where are you? Where are you? Oh, you are just off my border. Please, look, Beijing's trying to build the wall, because the Yellow River has become the Yellow Sea. So please don't head our way. Head into the ocean. That would be lovely. That's not into the ocean. That's actually closer towards us, giant hurricane. It would be great if you could listen or just speak English. Would be wonderful. I think the ocean's flooding next turn, isn't it? 2 more turns. 2 more turns. Oh dear. Oh, is this another flood? Yep, another great flood has just occurred. Well, these tiles are now actually underwater. They are just completely gone. I think, is this the max flood level now? No, we can actually go up to plus 35 meters. Okay, let's go. We're almost there. Let's see how these Greek cities are looking. Oh, they're looking fantastic. Yes, good. Right, release more gases into the atmosphere. Let's go see the island nations that we've created. Wow, this is great. Oh, it's wonderful. Isn't it wonderful that the world loves the fact that I've done this? Everyone's just like, yeah, you know what? We didn't want the land anyway. The land sucked. Waterworld is so much cooler. Let's all just enjoy Waterworld. And it's gone again. Beijing's an island now. What the heck is this? Well, I think this is it, ladies and gentlemen. Turn 239, and it is time for I, a dastardly evil British person, to maniacally plunge the world under the sea. Now, I'm not too sure what happens now, except that man's getting crushed to death. Oh my gosh. No! An asteroid has plummeted into the planet, and it has killed those tiles. And the Panama Canal's being constructed whilst the world's on fire. I don't think this is a safe work environment, ladies and gentlemen. This isn't very good at all. Oh well, we built our first ever actual natural wonder. It's immediately on fire. That's great. Let's see if we can build any more natural wonders before the world dies. And oh no, another comet strike is landing next to the Panama Canal. No! Panama Canal, please! Oh, is that an entire city destroyed? Oh dear. Oh no, the Panama Canal's gone, ladies and gentlemen. Now it's just Panama. It's been cut in half. What a shame. Well, this is fine. I mean, I have noticed that of the 2 comets that have landed, they've both targeted me. That's not very nice, game. Could you please throw the world-ending comets at, you know, anyone else? There's another one. Well, there goes one city entirely, I think. Yep, it's gone now. Goodbye, city. It's just been evaporated. This is the end of the world. And here I thought my giant flood wall costing me 780 would be enough. Oh, no, there goes another enemy city. Goodbye, Fiat Ocean City. That's just straight into the ocean. Bam. Goodbye. But hey, Spifftopia still stands. As long as Spifftopia stands, that's all that matters. Another one of our cities has just been removed from the map. No! Goodbye, city. Oh, there goes one of my cities. No! The beautiful island city. Oh, rest in peace. You are gone. Oh, here comes another big comet strike. No! Right onto my coal mine. Goodbye, coal mine. Rest in peace. Coal mine is gone. I can only target my own cities. Protect the cities from comets, please, if that's something you can do. We've got the Eiffel Tower's just finished construction, which is great because it's just finished construction next to a giant comet bombardment. Lovely. Look, there's the tip of it. It made it. Well done, Eiffel Tower. The continent has now been split in half. Wonderful. But hey, tower's up. Isn't that good? Now let's build the Kilwa Kisawadi and Christ the Redeemer. Lovely. Let's get all of these wonderful wonders actually constructed. There's even an opportunity to settle a new city over here. Although there's a giant comet that's just come down. May prosperity come to your cities, the ones away from the coast. Dido, that's a little bit hurtful considering that a city did just get removed by a comet. And I swear if you go and settle on that land, I'm going to be immensely upset. That's another city gone. How many cities am I down to? 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm down to 4 cities. The AI has more than me. Game? What the heck? I mean, I know that I didn't have to end the world, and I chose to, but like, what am I meant to do? Not kill everyone? That's just the British way. Alright, bam. I built a new city. Seoul has been constructed. Lovely. This will distract distract the Comet AI, hopefully, and they will choose to ignore my wonderful, safe, happy lands and not bomb them into the ground. Oh, here comes the Comet. No, not Spifftopia. Please don't hit Spifftopia. Please don't hit Spiff. Gosh, Sid Meiers, my capital city has gone. What? How am I meant to win I'm no longer leading a domination victory because all of the capital cities of the other empires that I've captured have been evaporated by a space rock. Thanks, game. Oh no, another one. No, this was a good city. Look, they're at a water park. The children, they were on the Ferris wheel, game. Oh dear. Right, well, that's several billion people evaporated. With the settling of our new city, we are down to just 4. This is not a great sign for our glorious empire. Not at all. Oh no, here comes a new one. Oh dear. Goodbye, glorious city. Rest in peace. Down to 3. But hey, we're now making money, which means our cities can grow. Isn't that the solution we were looking for? I think it is. Oh, the Christ the Redeemer was just built. Look, and the Eiffel Tower was just dismantled. No, I literally just was about to finish building this. Oh, well, hey, at least the city lives. So, does Christ the Redeemer still get built in this scenario? Yes, it does. Look, on a brand new lakefront. I wonder where all of the water came from. I love this game. Oh, I really do. This has been like the most cursed game of Civ. It's wonderful. It truly is. Here comes another one. Goodbye, elephants. Dumbo's not going to be able to fly away from that one. Rest in peace. Oh, no, my glorious city. Please don't kill it. I've built 2 wonders here. 2 It's gone. We're down to 1 city. 1 city, ladies and gentlemen. Seoul. Got to be honest, it's not looking the best for us over here in the city of Seoul. It's not our strongest city at all. In fact, it's a city we settled maybe 5 milliseconds ago because I just wanted to put a settler down. And maybe it survives this world, maybe it doesn't. But there's no real easy way to know what the outcome's going to be. Maybe we do make it in this universe. That's what I hope for. All right, Granary, get it built. Come on, let's get this city up and running. I'm not going to let the city of Seoul fall. The entire world might, but Seoul will stand tall. Let there be a harbor. Yes, a harbor to make money. Yes, we're going to build a harbor. This will make us money. Glorious profits. The industrial era is about to end, but it doesn't matter. We are going to make it, ladies and gentlemen. One way or another, the world will not be able to oust me. We just need to be the last Civ standing. Look, this AI has 2 cities. Dido has 6 cities. I just need to be the last city standing. And if that happens, then we've probably won the Civ. A defeat? What happened? The Ottoman Empire won a domination victory. Just one more turn. How? How did the Ottoman Empire win a domination victory? Oh, it's because every other civilization lost their capital. I see. Because Istanbul was never hit by a giant death comet and everyone else's was, they managed to win the game. For 1 turn. And then goodbye, Istanbul. Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. This has been a wonderful game of Apocalypse Civ. It's a very, very cursed way of playing the game, and honestly, I think I'd really like to pull off maybe a multiplayer game of this. Maybe it's a live stream. I think it would be a good laugh. So if that's something you want to see, hop on down to the comment section and let me know, because I think it would be a good laugh to watch friends absolutely get evaporated by nightmare disasters. Of course, a massive thank you to each and every one of you lovely sausages who have liked today's video and also left a comment. Seriously, it massively helps us out. And heck, also to all of you lovely jazzy people who subscribed. Aren't you just majestic, wonderful sausages? With the end of the video upon us, it is once again time to thank our sponsor War Thunder, whose glorious link in the description will grant you a wonderful and brilliant bonus pack. So what are you waiting for? Go claim it today and have some fun on the battlefield. And of course, a massive thank you to each and every one of you amazing, lovely YouTube members and patrons whose generous funding allows us to do these very, very silly and cheeky things. So thank you very much. And hey, if you sat there wondering what video to watch next, look no further than this one on screen now, hand chosen by myself to be absolutely perfect for you. Anyway, I'll see each and every one of you in the next one. Have a lovely day, and goodbye for now.